What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4IE Chapter 106 Naval Headquarters Super Big Event. Marineford, Naval Headquarters being redeveloped. At this time, it was almost a month after the end of the Summit War. In the meeting room, the meeting has come to an end, and it is Akainu who presides over the meeting. Okay, that's it for the matter. The new Naval Headquarters will be rebuilt at the New World G1 Marine Branch. In order to deal with the more terrifying era of great pirates, we must be at the forefront of the most vicious pirates. Who is for? Who is against? No objection. Well, let's go, the meeting is over. In the conference room, the new Marine Marshal, Marshal Akainu, finished speaking and ended the meeting. There are 3 fires when a new official takes office, and now this is the first fire. First meeting, Sakazuki. It's not easy being a marshal. Sengoku stood up from his seat, looking at Akainu with a strange tone. At this time, Sengoku's hair is all white, which is highly consistent with Crane and Garp's hair color. Moreover, Sengoku has resigned from the post of Marshal of Marine. Of course, this is not his voluntary resignation. The difference from the original book is that Sengoku resigned because of the dissatisfaction of the 5 elders. After the notice of his voluntary resignation, Sengoku also looked away, and then he didn't think much about it. He voluntarily resigned from the position of Marine Marshal to Kong, and wanted to apply for retirement from Kong. After all, Aokiji's death and the Summit War incident hit Sengoku too much, grown up, and Shen made him feel a sense of helplessness. However, Sengoku's abdication incident was not only the 5 elders who asked him to abdicate, but the final result was that Sengoku became the Marine Chief Inspector and relegated to the second line. Kong hoped that he would stay in Marine to maintain his influence. Moreover, Sengoku, who has always been serious, has finally become a Kapu 13, and now he laughs every day. In addition, a few days before Sengoku resigned, Garp also voluntarily applied to Kong to resign and return to his hometown. But Kong rejected his resignation request and hoped that he would retreat to the second line and continue to maintain his influence. For a time, the 2 legendary Marines both took a back seat. Semi-recluse. Akainu glared at Sengoku and snorted coldly. The admirals are all at Mariajoy for a meeting. The Crane next to him said. Sengoku said with emotion, "This admiral is full of talents." After speaking, Sengoku turned his back to Tsuru and asked her, "Xiaohei, what do you think of my cloak?" Crane and Akainu looked at Sengoku's cloak, only to see the word, "Justice," on it, which is different from other marine cloaks, but Sengoku here has the word, "Recluse," which can be described as a maverick. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly and left. Crane scolded, "You are not serious." Ha ha. Sengoku laughed, "This is custom-made, marine special custom. Why has Mr. Sengoku changed recently? Looks more cheerful than before. The hair is all white, you know he used to have black hair." Aokiji Admiral's death hit him too hard, sigh. Looking at Sengoku's other marines from afar, they sighed. "By the way, Xiaohei, where's that Garp guy?" Sengoku asked suddenly. "Back to his East Blue home. Advertisement, no wonder I don't see him." On the other side, Holy Land Mariajoy, 5 elders meeting room. Admirals, all here, active admirals and backup admirals. There are 6 people in total. That's right, 6 people, not 5. There are 3 active players, Admiral, Kizaru, Fujidora, and Green Bull. Alternate Admiral, Momosagi, T-Dolphin, Black Snake. The difference from the original world conscription is that this time there is an additional alternate Admiral, Black Snake. Like Fujidora Yishao and Green Bull, Black Snake was promoted from scratch. Fujidora smiled, ability, Paramecia Gravity Fruit, has been awakened, and has a good swordsmanship, a folk monster, Admiral who upholds the justice of benevolence and righteousness. Green Bull, ability, Paramecia Mumuguo, awakened, known as the Monster Man who can revive all things, and Admiral who upholds the justice of desirelessness. Black Snake, formerly known as Lu Sheng Shengzong, ability, Special Paramecia Withered Fruit, has awakened, known as a terrible man who can wither everything, and implements the justice of evil. Black Snake, like Fujidora and Green Bull, is a monster among monsters, except that there are only 3 admiral positions, and one of them has Kizaru in office, and Black Snake quits voluntarily, and becomes alternates with Momosagi and T-Dolphin Admiral. Therefore, there are 3 active admirals and 3 backup admirals each. 5 elders and the others looked at the 6 people in front of them at this time. In fact, they did not expect that the folk monsters Fujidora, Green Bull and Black Snake appeared in this world conscription. Fujidora, the fruit of gravity, manipulates gravity and summons meteorites at will. Green Cow, Mumuguo, create a forest at will. The Black Snake, the withered fruit, can easily completely wither a forest. The strength and ability of these 3 people are extremely terrifying. Immediately afterwards, the meeting began. As for the content of the meeting, I thank you all for your hard work for the world government, and hope that they can respectfully contribute to the marine cause. The era of great pirates requires them to punish crimes and the like. The meeting was over after about an hour. After the meeting, the 6 people did not stay, so it was time to go to their respective positions and carry out their tasks. I didn't expect that there would be a woman who is as powerful as us. Moreover, it seems that you should be a great swordsman. Except for you, we are all capable. Black Snake looked at Momosagi. Black Snake doesn't look like a good person. He has a long tongue, like a snake letter. He also looks like an evil person. Of course, the current world government is short of people, so it is natural to promote this powerful monster. As for character, in this world, character is not important, but strength is the most important thing. You look disgusting. Momosagi snorted coldly. Be careful, I'll cut your tongue off. Shish. The black snake let out a unique and weird laugh, and when he passed the corridor, the decorative plants on both sides of the corridor were withered, as if they were drained of life in an instant. Hey, Mr. Shumzong, it's not good to kill flowers and plants like this. The one who spoke was the green bull. He was walking behind the black snake. The dead plants affected by the power of the black snake quickly came back to life when the green bull passed by, and glowed with even stronger vitality. The abilities of the black snake and the green bull both restrain each other. One can wither everything, and the other can revive everything. Your Excellency Qingtangshu, isn't there you here? The original name of Green Bull was Zhuangye Qingtangshu. You look so scary. It was Kizaru who was speaking, watching the green bull and the black snake using their abilities, surprised face. Fujitora just smiled and said nothing, while Momosagi responded to the black snake once, ignored them, left with an excuse, and slipped around Mariajoy twice. Afterwards, the T-Dolphin said to several men, colleagues, how about we have a meal all the time? The green bull was a little surprised. Eating is really an interesting thing. I haven't eaten for a year. Black Snake was surprised. Really? Your Excellency Qingtangshu hasn't eaten for a year? Hey, of course, my ability can give my body a steady stream of energy. Ho ho, sounds so scary. Advertisement. Kizaru looked at the two monsters. Fujitora groaned with a smile. The old man's stomach is also a little hungry. Kizaru, you might as well have a meal. On the other side, Momosagi was already in a deserted place, and started to contact each other with the small phone bug given by Ling Bai. Ling Bai, Gion, I know, I have something to report. Speak, I'm listening. Momosagi. The world conscription, the results have not been announced to the world, but the results should be announced tomorrow. A total of 3 monsters from the folks were exceptionally promoted. They are all admiral combat power, and their strength is much stronger than mine. The fruit of gravity. Fujitora smiles, the green cow of Mumu fruit, the black snake of Cuckoo fruit. The first 2 are admiral, the black snake and me and the T-Dolphin are doing Janbai cow. Ling Bai. Be more specific about their abilities. Oh. Immediately afterwards, Momosagi spoke Fujitora of their abilities as best they could. Ling Bai on the other side was also surprised. He didn't expect that world government's conscription was a little different from the original book. Fujitora and 090 Green Bull were expected, but Black Snake was unexpected. Green Cow, Special Paramecia, Hemu Fruit, Awakening, can revive all things. Black Snake, Special Paramecia, Withered Fruit, Awakening, can make everything wither. It's hard for Ling Bai not to be surprised. They are all guys who have awakened fruit abilities. Fujitora smiled. Ling Bai naturally knew him, and he only knew the ability of the Green Bull after Momosagi said so. I didn't expect Naval Headquarters to have so many monsters this time. Ling Bai was filled with emotion, and it was estimated that he would meet these monsters soon. Hey Snake, this person, he really didn't think of it. Ling Bai, what are you doing? Nothing, is there anything else to report? Momosagi. By the way, Akainu has become a marshal and is going to move Naval Headquarters into New World. I know. Ling Bai, soon I will be submitting to New World. Ling Bai. Be careful, don't expose yourself, So be it. After Ling Bai finished speaking, the call ended abruptly. As for Momosagi, she naturally felt a deep sense of loss in her heart, thinking that Ling Bai would chat with her about daily life. On the other side, Ling Bai started to take a nap while resting on Reiju's big white leg. My lord, Naval Headquarters now, plus the alternate admirals, isn't there a total of 6 admirals? 6 admirals. This number makes Reiju feel a little scared. It's 5. Ling Bai closed his eyes and said, that's right, Sister Gion belongs to adults. It's not a big problem, and they won't come out here to encircle us. However, there are 3 more people who bear the name of monsters. There seems to be some trouble. A day later, news of the appointment of a new admiral by the world government spread throughout the world. Active Marine Admiral, 3, alternate Marine Admiral, now. All of a sudden, the world shook. Chapter 107. Ability that the world government attaches great importance to. After the world conscription, the admiral lineup of Naval Headquarters suddenly formed 3 active admirals and 3 alternate admirals. Of course, the decision to put admirals is not based on finger guessing. Strong strength is the most important criterion. Therefore, the 3 active admirals will be a little bit stronger than the alternate admirals, but there is an exception here. Of course, this gap does not matter, not too big. For a time, the world was shaken. However, although Admiral has more combat power, Naval Headquarters dare not rush to attack the 4 Emperor's forces, especially the most ferocious Ling Bai pirate group. Before, not to mention the Ling Bai pirates, the other 4 Emperors, and the Naval Headquarters did not dare to send troops rashly. After all, it is absolutely impossible not to prepare for heavy losses. Nowadays, it is more about suppressing some pirates who are crazy because of One Piece, as well as some small and big forces. Time. Half a month has passed, and the current Naval Headquarters is still a while away from the New World's Naval Headquarters, and all the work has returned to normal operating procedures. Naval Headquarters and even the entire Marine system are slowly recovering, and on the whole, after enlisting in the army from around the world, Marine is more powerful. Of course, it is undeniable that the pirates are more powerful, so the situation Marine has to face is more complicated. Even though Marine is very powerful now, facing more and more terrifying pirates, Marine still can't be careless. At this time, Marineford, Temporary Marshal's office. In half a month, you can enter the new world. Kizaru sighed. The environment of the Temporary Marshal's office is not as good as it was before. And Akainu looked at the powerful fighters present, 3 active admirals, 3 alternates admiral, Crane, and of course, Akainu also took a look at Sengoku who was feeding sheep at the door. Now, there is an important task that I would like to share with everyone here. This is a task from the world government 5 elders. Everyone looked at Akainu, waiting for an answer. Akainu. Jewelry Bonnie, one of the supernovas, needs to be rescued by those present, who will. Immediately afterwards, Akainu mentioned the importance of Bonnie to the world government. First, she is the niece of the Tyrant Bear. In order to save Bonnie, the Tyrant Bear agreed to become the transformation object of the world government, that is, the experimental guinea pig. With the pacifists who are now invincible against the pirates. Second, Bonnie's ability can change the age, even an old man can be turned back into a teenager by her, and this ability, like Op Fruit, the world government wants to have in its hands. Bonnie is extremely important to the world government, to be precise, to some celestial dragons who want to live forever. This is why the world government has been paying attention to Bonnie, trying every means to get Bonnie back. As for the agreement between the Tyrant Bear and the world government, this is not important. What is important is Bonnie's ability. This Bonnie is in the beehive where the monster is entrenched. Today's Paradise Island, right? It was the Green Bull who spoke. Marshal Akainu said, that's right, it's on Beehive Island. Last time, in Sabaody Archipelago, Ling Bai captured Bonnie. However, we didn't have time to dispatch, so we dragged it until now. It's going to be okay. After all, that Bonnie looks like a pretty girl too. The T-Dolphin said. Akainu. As long as people are alive, the rest is not a big problem. This is a task assigned by the superior. In the face of Ling Bai, the world government dare not take action easily, and the Hive Island is like hell, so Marine dare not approach. I'll go. The heroic Momosagi stood up, without changing his face while speaking. That's good, but be careful. Akainu reminded all the way, Paradise Island. That place may be more dangerous than the transformation of Ghost Island and Cake Island. Please pay attention to safety, but, Momosagi, do you need more manpower? Momosagi replied without hesitation. No need, I can be alone. After all, there are too many people, and it is easy to scare the snake. When the time comes, I will pretend to enter the paradise. If I pretend again, that guy should not find me. Okay, sorry for the trouble. In this way, Momosagi started the journey back to the paradise. Of course, for her, that is called returning, not going. I haven't seen Ling Bai for more than a month, and now Momosagi is happy to see him in a few days. On the other side, outside Paradise Island, the frozen sea area was smashed to pieces. Advertisement at this time, a large group of people on the coast looked at the 2 people on the ice. It was Ling Bai and Bullet, and they were sparring. But in fact, it was Bullet who challenged Ling Bai. He wanted to know how strong Ling Bai was, and Ling Bai also fulfilled the previous agreement with Bullet and defeated Bullet. Sure enough, I was defeated. Bullet, with scars on his upper body, knelt on one knee at this time. In the past 3 hours, he fought fiercely with Ling Bai, and the final result was that he was severely defeated by Ling Bai. For this, Bullet was convinced. Sure enough, Ling Bai is too powerful. From the moment he was defeated, Bullet had another goal, which was to defeat Ling Bai someday in the future. Just like he wanted to surpass Luo Jia back then. Of course Ling Bai just smiled and said nothing about this. Bullet, look for an opportunity. Perhaps, your devil fruit ability may not be able to awaken. Ling Bai said with a smile. In the original book, Bullet awakened his ability to fuse fruit, and merged everything on the surface of an island into it, forming a terrifying monster. Maybe. Bullet clenched his fist, and since then, Ling Bai has become his goal of chasing and surpassing all his life. When the fruit is awakened, he will be able to obtain more powerful power, but how can the fruit be awakened? Bullet couldn't help being a little confused, but also excited. This is a very challenging thing, and Bullet has never been afraid of any challenges. Bullet, defeated by the captain, isn't it normal? The captain is the strongest, isn't it a matter of course? But the captain is still too strong. Indeed, it's too strong, a power zone that makes people desperate. Hawkins and the others who were watching the battle talked a lot, and the people on Paradise Island were even more amazed at Ling Bai's terrifying power, like a god, which made them despair and they could only look up. Ling Bai is really too strong. After the battle, Ling Bai also returned to his residence. He also suffered a little injury, but it was not a big problem. Ling Bai's body is very strong. Then, Ling Bai went down to the dungeon, and Bonnie, whom the world government missed, was naturally here. However, compared to when she was first captured here, Bonnie was still struggling and scolding Ling Bai almost all day like a crazy woman, but now, when she saw Ling Bai coming down, there was endless fear in her eyes sense. When she first came here, she still needed the sea stone to block it, but now, even if Ling Bai has unlocked the sea stone, she dare not go out. Ling Bai is not a good person, so in order to make this woman submit, he will use any means. For more than a month, Bonnie has stayed in his heart, and Ling Bai has fully made him feel what it means to be dark. At this moment, Bonnie was sitting on the ground, hugging his legs and curling up against the wall. Seeing Ling Bai's arrival, his body trembled, as if he was having a nightmare. Ling Bai crouched in front of her. My lord. Ling Bai smiled and said, don't be afraid of me. In the future, with me protecting you, you won't be hunted down. Well, you don't have to stay here anymore. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai took Bonnie out of the dungeon. Then, Reiju came up to meet him. Advertisement, take her to the shower. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Bonnie, who was still yelling before, turned into a trembling appearance, Ju couldn't help feeling a little terrified. Reiju hurriedly took Bonnie to take a shower. When Bonnie was taking a shower, Reiju just comforted her and she burst into tears. It even made Bonnie feel for the first time that someone treats her so well. The life in the dungeon is dark and hell-like. Reiju said softly. As long as you are obedient, he will treat you very well, like me. He will tell me jokes. He will also accompany me shopping and take me to buy some nice clothes, and he will also teach me I am armament hockey and observation hockey. As long as he is obedient, he is actually quite cute, especially when he is sleeping. Sometimes he won't talk in his sleep. Also, don't cry in front of him. What he needs is a strong, useful, capable and beautiful woman, not just a beautiful woman. Think about it, beautiful women. Isn't that everywhere? Reiju reminded her. Yeah, I see. Reiju. I'll just stay here from now on, don't think about other things. On the other side, Ling Bai knew from the phone bug that Tiao Fang was coming here. Momosagi also informs him that naval headquarters and world government are trying to rescue Bonnie. Bonnie, what is the importance to the world government? Ling Bai didn't understand much about this, because he only asked that Bonnie was Tyrant Shang's niece. That's right, it wasn't a father-daughter relationship, and Bonnie also told everything he knew. What makes Ling Bai wonder is, the world government will not value Bonnie just because Bonnie is the niece of Tyrant Bear, right? After all, even if the Tyrant Bear voluntarily became the experimental guinea pig of the world government, in the original book, the Tyrant Bear also became the slave of the Celestial Dragons, so he finally lost his use value and became an existence no different from other slaves of the Celestial Dragons. Momosagi said, Bonnie's ability to modify age is probably because some Celestial Dragons don't want to die, so you need to master Bonnie's ability. So, I see. At this time, Momosagi woke up Ling Bai. Indeed, Bonnie's ability can easily modify the age of others, turning an 80-year-old man into an 18-year-old boy, and vice versa. Regarding Ain's regression fruit ability, although Ain's ability can make people go back 12 years, but it can't make people's body function return to the state before 12, but Bonnie's ability can. Thinking about it this way, one can imagine how powerful Bonnie is. Celestial dragons want to die. It is estimated that there is no one who does not want to live forever. Therefore, they need to continuously prolong their lifespan, and Bonnie's ability can make them live longer in disguise. For example, the celestial dragons who died at the age of 80 return to the age of 18, which means that the celestial dragons have more than 60 years of life. If this is the case, then one can imagine the importance of Bonnie. To this, Ling Bai smiled. World government wants to capture Bonnie? Dream with him? At night, after eating, looking at Bonnie next to her, Ling Bai felt that she was much more pleasing to the eye, and at this time, Bonnie didn't have the lipstick marks that made Ling Bai feel ugly, and she didn't eat like before. In a word, she finally looks like a normal woman, but Ling Bai still hopes that she will continue her supernova attitude. Today's Bonnie is already a member of Ling Bai. Chapter 108, The Plan Before Attacking Big Mom. Unexpectedly, the reason why the world government valued Bonnie was because of Bonnie's ability, just like the world government valued Op Fruit. After knowing the situation, Ling Bai couldn't help feeling that he was right to bring Bonnie back. Of course, Bonnie, who can modify his age at will, can also satisfy Ling Bai's special fantasies about women of certain ages. Mature woman, Yuji. After all, Bonnie can change his age, and after his age changes, his temperament also undergoes a huge change. The next day, Ling Bai took her to meet World Destroyer Burndi. Looking at the old man in front of him, Ling Bai had an idea last night. He wanted Bonnie to try to make World Destroyer younger. After all, this old man is powerful, but now in his 70s, the influence has indeed played a role. Ling Bai told Burndi what he wanted to call, and the latter was also quite surprised, and then Burndi sat down. Bonnie patted his right palm on Burndi's shoulder, and asked Burndi what age group he wanted to change to. Burndi thought for a while. Let's say when I was 40 years old. 40 years old for Burndi is when he is at his most manly, strongest, fittest and most capable of fighting. Immediately afterwards, Bonnie activated his ability, and almost instantly, Burndi changed from an old man back to a figure of about 40 years old. It's too strong, it's incredible. Burndi saw that his wrinkled hands had turned into wrinkle-free hands, and his body was instantly full of strength. Then he brought a mirror, looked at himself, and burst out laughing. Boy Ling, your ability as a woman is too strong. In the mirror, where is the old man with wrinkled face and white hair? It is clearly a man with black hair and sharp-edged face. As for the woman who was called Ling Bai by Burndi, Bonnie couldn't help but blush a little. Although she instinctively resisted Ling Bai in her heart, she also slowly developed some pure affection for Ling Bai. For Ling Bai, I have been in love with each other for a long time. 700 years younger all of a sudden, Burndi was amazed. Looking at himself in the mirror was like a miser looking at gold or a pervert looking at beautiful women. How do you feel about strength? Do you feel stronger? Not only does the appearance become younger, but Ling Bai is more concerned about whether Burndi's physical function can be restored to his current age. The body has obviously become better, and the body functions match the age of my current body. I have to say, you little woman is too capable. That's good, I thought it could only change the appearance. But Bonnie spoke unconvinced to Ling Bai. That's not true, not only the age, but also the body function can be restored with my ability. Burndi said at this time, to be honest, Boy Ling, This little woman's ability, since it is so powerful, someone must covet it. I suggest protecting it. The world government wants to control her. World government? Huh, in the future, let me go and subvert this world government together. As soon as the world government was mentioned, Burndy's anger came. Ling Bai. It's not this time yet. We are obviously not strong enough to deal with the world government. No matter what, the world government is still the biggest force in the world. Now they have 3 folk monsters through the world conscription. Yeah, indeed, I read the newspaper about Admiral, the green cow that can revive everything and bring life, the Fujitora that manipulates gravity to summon meteorites, and the black snake that can wither everything and bring death. Tisk tisk. Newcomer, these 3 people are really not easy. Therefore, there is no rush to deal with the world government for the time being. Let's deal with the others first. Advertisement, Boy Ling. What are your plans? Burndy couldn't help being curious. Let's take down the entire new world first, but we only need to get rid of the other 3-4 emperors. In addition, the revolutionary army has to eliminate them, and the remnants of Whitebeard must also be eliminated. Red hair pirates, this group, the bad guy, must also be exterminated. It's not easy, Burndy was surprised. I'm going to outrun Locks. The king of the world. We have to think about it in the long run. At noon, when Bullet and the others saw Burndy, who was more than 30 years younger, they were also surprised. After Burndy told what happened, he was also shocked. Luo. Compared with Op Fruit, it seems to be a bit eclipsed. At night, Momoshiki finally came to the paradise. To Bonnie's horror, this woman, Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral, turned out to be Transits. Bonnie was dumbfounded by this. She also just read the newspaper today, and she knows that Momoshiki is one of Naval Headquarters Alternate Admirals. She is a very powerful woman. When the other active Admiral Alternates Admiral are all capable, she ranks among them with her powerful swordsmanship. In the list of Alternate Admiral, it is enough to see how powerful Momoshiki is. Unexpectedly, even Momoshiki is Ling Bai's woman. In the evening, Momoshiki came to Ling Bai's room, because Ling Bai wanted to know what the naval headquarters and world government were doing recently, so Momoshiki naturally came here to report. Of course, it also includes, after the report, serving protein. Although both the world government and naval headquarters have taken actions recently, they have no battle plan against you. In the past, naval headquarters used the admirals to monitor their actions against the 4 emperors, and there was no direct friction in battle. Before the world government, the attitude towards the 4 emperors is to maintain a balance as much as possible, because many small pirates are difficult to take care of, let alone the 4 emperors. Right. Ling Bai also thought that after the Summit War in the original book, it was also the era of the 4 emperors. The world government did not seem to have any action against the Blackbeard pirates, and the admirals did not take any action against any members of the 4 emperors. Ling Bai estimated that the world government is all about maintaining the balance of the world. As for the evil forces that New World has to deal with besides the 4 emperors, naval headquarters will naturally not be less, and of course they will not be weak. This time, naval headquarters has added 3 monsters from the folk, which can be seen as Madara. Among the evil forces in the New World, there is no shortage of some particularly powerful beings, and the 4 emperors are among all the evil forces the most powerful, or the most powerful. As for whether there is a single combat power that can keep pace with the 4 emperors, Ling Bai probably also has one. However, it is an existence that keeps pace with the other 3 of 4 emperors. It is probably a bit, BDAI, difficult to keep pace with Ling Bai. By the way, Ling Bai, the ability of that black snake is very strange. The withered fruits of Paramecia, the grass and flowers he passed by, all died almost instantly, and the vitality of all plants was drained. I believe this kind of the ability to use is just a simple use. This guy is very weird. If you meet him in the future, be careful. Momoshiki's tone is a bit worried, knowing that Ling Bai is causing trouble everywhere, and it is estimated that he will fight with them soon, although he knows that Ling Bai is indeed very powerful, but Momoshiki is still quite worried. If he dares to come, get ready and don't go. Regardless of black snakes, white snakes, green bulls and blue bulls, as long as they stand in Ling Bai's way, they will all be killed. After everything was reported, it was another sleepless night, and Momoshiki couldn't fall asleep until it was almost dawn. For the next few days, Ling Bai lived in a bout of calm again. Advertisement in addition, Lao Sha and the others are naturally not idle. The former Ba Lok commune has also begun to reappear, and Lao Sha also intends to recruit former members back to serve him, which of course is equivalent to serving Ling Bai. Ling Bai is also interested in building an intelligence department. For example, there are 3 in Impel down, and Lao Sha is destined to have nothing to do with them. With the reappearance of the Lok commune, Ling Bai also thinks that there can be one, but the members naturally want to be reliable and obedient, don't want. This was used by Ling Bai to collect intelligence, and it was obviously unreliable to rely on a calculating guy like Doflamingo. Bullet is trying to explore the awakening of abilities, and Shiryu of the Rain is trying to break through the sword of the great swordsman. But now Ling Bai's manpower is indeed very small, and Burndy is only 9 people, but if you insist on counting, Reiju and Bonnie are also included. As for Momoshiki, she is still an undercover agent, and now Ling Bai is letting her continue to lurk in naval headquarters cannot be used as combat power. Alternate Admiral undercover is really crazy. Of course, Doflamingo also has a Virgo as Vice Admiral at naval headquarters. Who else can win over? Ling Bai pondered. He needs more manpower, because Ling Bai's next goal is to attack Cake Island, and under Dama's command, there will be more than 80 children with various abilities, which is very troublesome, and he here, such a small number of people is simply not enough to see. The Big Mom Pirates are also a large group of elites. In Ling Bai's opinion, the overall strength of the Big Mom Pirates is stronger than that of the Beast's Pirates. Under Big Mom's command, besides Katakuri's dozens of children, there are also forces annexed by Big Mom's marriage or children's marriage. These are not to be underestimated. The strength is extremely huge. Although Ling Bai's side is strong, but the opponent has a large number of people, it is obvious that Ling Bai will suffer a lot in confrontation. If there are too many ants, the elephant will be dragged to death, but the ants on the ant's side are not ants, but a nest of snakes. Therefore, this is the reason why Ling Bai didn't move even though he wanted to move Big Mom. Now that they are going to deal with the Big Mom Pirates, Ling Bai's pirates obviously have the feeling of rushing and single-handedly. Ling Bai's power is not strong enough, but Lao Sha said at this time, the captain might as well bring in Doflamingo and his family. Doflamingo? Only then did Ling Bai think of Doflamingo. There is no doubt that this guy can do it, but this man who wants to be the king will not surrender. There is another one, Tezzolo, who runs the casino. New World calls him the Golden Emperor. He is an extremely powerful guy with a special ability called Paramecia. The Wenji Mo K family should sit on our side, right? In addition, the Eight Treasures Navy is also very powerful, it's just whether they are willing to join the group. Shiryu laughed. A man who can conquer the entire New World can be called the One Piece, and a man who can conquer the entire world is called the King of the World. King of the World. This word made Ling Bai's blood boil. One Piece, that is Luojia leftovers, and the King of the World has not yet been born. 3 days later, Ling Bai took Reiju and Lao Sha and set off for Dressrosa. Ling Bai reckons that Dressrosa is also a place to check in, after all, for him, although he is already very powerful now, the more check-ins, the better. Chapter 109 Cavendish. Is there someone more beautiful than me in the world? New World, somewhere in the sea. A pirate group is sailing, it is the handsome pirate group. At this time, Captain Cavendish was constantly looking at his handsome face in the mirror from multiple angles. He is holding a mirror in one hand, and a reward in the other hand. And this bounty is Ling Bai's bounty. The reason why Cavendish took Ling Bai's reward was to compare his own face with Ling Bai's. Once, Cavendish always felt that in this world, as a pirate, no one could surpass his beauty, and he always believed that he was undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world male pirate. Yes, the most beautiful one, in his opinion. Other male pirates are nothing more than a bunch of crooked melons. And indeed, he, Cavendish, has always been the ceiling of appearance among male pirates. Yes, he is really too handsome. However, until the appearance of Ling Bai, Cavendish gained the status of the most handsome pirate, and he was directly moved. As a result, Cavendish would often look in the mirror during this time, and compared Ling Bai's reward, and at the same time asked his subordinates, who is more handsome, he or Ling Bai? And the answers of the subordinates are naturally very straightforward. The answer is that he, Cavendish, is more handsome than Ling Bai. But Cavendish is still uneasy about this. He allows others to be stronger than him in terms of strength, but in terms of appearance, he should be the #1 male pirate in the world. Until yesterday, he met another pirate group. Cavendish defeated them easily, and asked them, who is more handsome, he or Ling Bai? And the defeated pirates hesitated for a few seconds before answering, he is more handsome than Ling Bai. Now, Cavendish seems to have settled down. Yes, he is indeed more handsome than Ling Bai. But this morning again, he ran into Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. Cavendish intercepted him without hesitation, and asked him who is more handsome than Ling Bai. And Hawkeye, this meticulous man, finally told the truth, it was Ling Bai who was more handsome than Cavendish. At that moment, Cavendish's self-confidence was destroyed. At that moment, he understood that the reason why his subordinates and the pirates he defeated said that he was more handsome than Ling Bai was just to fear him, but Hawkeye was not afraid of him at all. Hawkeye told him, obviously, that man's appearance is above yours. At that moment, Cavendish became distraught, and he realized that Ling Bai was much more handsome than him. Ling Bai, according to the rumors, the most beautiful boy in the New World, his appearance is extremely outstanding, and his strength is at the pinnacle of this world. Now Ling Bai is already one of the 4 emperors who rule the New World. Big Mom, Kaido, Redhead, they're equal monsters. Cavendish looked at Ling Bai's bounty offer, as if he saw him in person, and couldn't lift his head. Ling Bai is not only more handsome than him, but also younger than him, even, he is countless times stronger than him. He is the pirate who should be at the top of this world. King of the Sea, Cavendish, truly defeated. Now he is still looking in the mirror. Compared with Ling Bai, he really can't figure out why Ling Bai is so powerful, but his appearance can also be so beautiful? Shouldn't the strong be all crooked? Just like, with Ant's appearance, Cavendish would vomit even looking at Ant's reward. How could there be such an ugly woman in this world? Advertisement, of course. Cavendish didn't know that at that time, the Ant was also a beautiful woman with various styles. Putting down the mirror and Ling Bai's bounty, Cavendish took a deep breath. He knew that Ling Bai was already a gap that he couldn't cross. The beauty far surpassed him, and the strength far surpassed him. Cavendish felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. Sitting on the deck, he felt lonely. And his crew members didn't know how to persuade their captain. They couldn't imagine that their captain became despondent because of the appearance of Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors. Could it be that being good-looking is that important to him? Of course, they couldn't understand it. In Cavendish's heart, he always thought that he was the most beautiful man in the world. Now, the appearance of Ling Bai has pulled him down from the altar of being the world's #1. And he struggled ridiculously a few times, and finally Hawkeye told him the matter. Ling Bai, better looking than him. How can there be such a good-looking man in the world? At this moment, there is actually someone whose appearance is above mine. Why? Since I gave birth to Cavendish, how can I give birth to Ling Bai? Cavendish looked up to the sky and laughed like a madman. It can only be said that he puts too much emphasis on appearance. And in the eyes of his subordinates, how absurd is Cavendish's idea? Of course, they really think that Ling Bai is better looking than Cavendish in their hearts, but Cavendish is their captain, and they act as younger brother. Of course I can't say that the captain is bad. God knows if he told the truth, will Cavendish's second personality rush out when he is sleeping at night and kill them all? At this time, on the other side, there was a sea area about 2 kilometers away from Cavendish's ship. Another pirate ship appeared. It was Ling Bai's ship. The captains are Ling Bai, Reiju and Lao Sha. Now is not the time to fight, and there is no need for Ling Bai to bring all the people with him. This trip, he just went to Dressrosa, but after reaching his goal, he went to Zou Island, Elephant Island. In the Joan Forest of Zou Island, there was another piece of historical text spelling, the red road sign historical text stone tablet. My lord, there is a ship over there, and it's a pirate ship. At this time, Reiju pointed to the handsome pirates on the other side and said, I didn't expect to meet a pirate group. I haven't seen any ships in the past 2 days. Lao Sha exhaled a puff of smoke. This is because he also took out a telescope. It seems to be a well-known pirate group. Who? Captain, you may not have heard of this pirate group. This pirate group is called the Handsome Pirate Group. The captain is Cavendish, known as the noble son of the pirate. He is a powerful swordsman. It can be said that he is the first generation of supernova. Handsome pirates. Ling Bai was surprised. Being familiar with the original work, he naturally knew who this handsome pirate group was. Of course, he was concerned about the narcissist Cavendish. Cavendish, a powerful swordsman, is strange that he has 2 personalities, and he with the second personality is even more powerful. Asking for flowers. Have the captain heard? Lao Sha was also surprised. It seems that he can be taken under his command. I have indeed heard of this Cavendish. As a first-generation supernova, his strength is also very good. Lao Sha. It's not very strong, but it should not be underestimated. Of course, it's nothing to the captain. Anyway, Ling Bai is the monster. Advertisement of course, Cavendish's level can only be used as an intern in the Ling Bai pirates. Their Ling Bai pirates are on the elite route, and the crew were generally strong. Immediately, after having the idea of bringing Cavendish under his command, Lao Sha followed the ship and headed towards the handsome pirates. The approach of the Ling Bai ship was naturally discovered by the handsome pirates. Captain, it's bad, there's a pirate ship over there. And it's still coming towards us. Hey, the flag of this ship. F*K. I read it right. What the hell? This is the flag of the Ling Bai pirates, one of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors have appeared. The people of the handsome pirates were in a mess all of a sudden, despite the ordinary appearance of the coming ship, but the flag on it scared all the boys to pee. Point 0 Cavendish, who was in a state of despair, also heard the words of the Ling Bai pirates, and his whole body recovered. What happened? Ling Bai pirates. Cavendish jumped up from the deck, quickly grabbed the younger brother's binoculars, and looked through the binoculars. And Ling Bai is also facing Cavendish at this time, so Cavendish can easily see Ling Bai clearly with a telescope. So handsome. How is this possible, this beautiful boy? Isn't this Ling Bai? Cavendish's face changed in surprise. His attention was first attracted by Ling Bai's appearance, and then he realized that the person was Ling Bai. At this time, the little brothers are also panicking and shouting that the 4 emperors are coming. Who would have thought that they would meet one of the 4 emperors today during their normal voyages? And Cavendish is the most shocking. Just now he was still immersed in the pain of being defeated by his appearance and couldn't extricate himself. Now seeing Ling Bai himself, it was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. He finally saw Ling Bai's face, really, so beautiful. Before that face, Cavendish discovered that he was the clown. He really is a clown. Originally, there was still a glimmer of hope, but at this moment, it was completely defeated. There is no doubt that Ling Bai is prettier than him. At this time, Cavendish was slumped on the deck. His self-confidence had been completely wiped out. Just looking at Ling Bai with a telescope, he almost felt like the telescope was shattered. Cavendish couldn't imagine Ling Bai had turned out to be so beautiful. Why? Why? Cavendish kept asking questions. As for Cavendish's thoughts, Ling Bai is not clear. In this world where strength is the most important thing, this guy is obsessed with appearance. Of course, it is undeniable that Cavendish's strength is also outstanding. But the younger brothers were in a hurry because of the appearance of the 4 emperors, and some even wanted to jump into the sea. It seems that there is a powerful aura coming from the front. Make them daunting. Chapter 110 Dressrosa, Fujitora smiles. In the shock of Cavendish and others, Ling Bai directly jumped from his side to Cavendish's side. At this time, witnessing Ling Bai's arrival, the invisible huge momentum and oppressive force came like a tsunami. Although this was only their psychological effect, it is undeniable that Ling Bai gave people a sense of oppression too. Strong. As one of the 4 emperors, Ling Bai has already possessed the aura of an emperor invisibly. This is the aura of a superior, so those present, Cavendish is fine, but others feel a strong sense of oppression, making they can't breathe. At this moment, Cavendish witnessed Ling Bai's true face. At this moment, Ling Bai was right in front of his eyes, and Cavendish finally felt a deep sense of admiration. Ling Bai is not only prettier than him, but also far stronger than him. This made Cavendish, who is a narcissist, very frustrated and powerless. Cavendish, become my subordinate. Ling Bai stood on the fence of the ship, looking down at the crowd from a high position, and the demeanor of the king of the sea was instantly revealed. As if, Whitebeard said to others, be my son. That's right, that's it. Become your subordinate? Cavendish was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ling Bai to become his subordinate. 940. Impossible. Cavendish directly refused. Looking at Ling Bai's face, Cavendish was deeply shocked, and only someone like him who cared too much about his appearance would be like this. Of course Ling Bai didn't know. Ling Bai said with a smile. Surrendering to the mighty is not a shameful thing. Cavendish, don't you think it's much better to follow me than to wander the new world alone? Cavendish hesitated. Do you want me to defeat you before you are willing to join? Ling Bai is naturally very optimistic about Cavendish. Although he is narcissistic, he is powerful, and he is not a vicious existence, nor is he addicted like Kid. And it can be seen from the original book that Cavendish is a trustworthy guy. So it is necessary for Ling Bai to fight for him. Let you beat me, what a joke. Cavendish is now looking up at Ling Bai. How many people in New World don't know how powerful Ling Bai is? And how could Cavendish, who has been in the New World for more than a year, not understand the horror and power of the New World? With Ling Bai's strength, it is easy to defeat him. And Cavendish is also a little tempted. It seems that joining the Ling Bai pirates is also good. If I join you, what level of status can I mix among the crew? Depending on the situation, just joining can only be an intern. Intern? Cavendish was shocked. Could it be that with my strength, I can only be an intern? His strength is not bad, after all, he is also the first supernova. Advertisement, you are very strong, but you are average among my crew. Ling Bai shook his head. I'm one of the supernovas. Hey. A supernova like you, I have 3 on board. Cavendish was speechless. Ling Bai, since you join me and become my subordinate, please call me the captain from now on. In this way, Cavendish didn't let Ling Bai spend any effort and let him join with just a few words. Things are going well. As for Cavendish's younger brother? Ling Bai didn't want them either, but he also acquiesced to Cavendish to take care of his family. Of course, Ling Bai's crew only recognized Cavendish, and Ling Bai didn't care about his younger brothers. With the addition of Cavendish, the strength of the Ling Bai pirates has increased a bit. With a few more hands, we can make cakes, Ling Bai thought in his heart. The next stop, Dressrosa, and the original sailing ship changed from 1 to 2. A day later, under the guidance of the permanent pointer, Ling Bai and the others quickly arrived in Dressrosa. After landing, Ling Bai took Reiju and separated from Lao Sha and Cavendish. Let's meet again tomorrow. Dressrosa is also a big country full of exotic customs. Ling Bai intends to go shopping while acting, and Lao Sha and Cavendish also agreed. As for the separation, Cavendish took his younger brothers to the arena. Lao Sha has a task, and Ling Bai wants Doflamingo to work for him, that is, to submit to him. Of course, Ling Bai knew that an arrogant guy like Doflamingo was unlikely to surrender at first, so Ling Bai just asked Lao Sha to greet Doflamingo, and after the greeting, there was no need to talk about etiquette. This world is a world where the strong are respected, and Doflamingo, who believes that the winner is justice, naturally also believes in strength. He should also understand what Ling Bai means, just like he wants others to submit to Doflamingo, and now Ling Bai also make him surrender. In this world of the jungle, the winner has the final say, and the winner is justice, just like the world of money, where money is everything. On the other side, Reiju followed Ling Bai into the town of Dressrosa. Those toys are so weird, they still move. Reiju saw the toy people separated from pedestrians on the street, and couldn't help wondering, do they seem to have life? So, Ju was surprised. Just a normal toy, Ling Bai didn't bother to explain. This is the ability of sugar to use the fruit of childlike fun, turning many citizens of Dressrosa into toy people who are worse than slaves. Being controlled by sugar is equivalent to being controlled by Doflamingo, working for Doflamingo's underground factory day and night. I have to say that Granos's ability is very powerful, but Ling Bai is not very optimistic. Although the fruit of Tongshu can control people, it can only control ordinary people. If Ling Bai wants to control very powerful people, even Ling Bai with this ability, what's the use of turning a person into a toy? And there is a disadvantage of Granos's ability, it cannot be frightened. Once frightened, the ability is automatically released. Advertisement, for example, Ling Bai wanted to control Kaido of the Beasts, but turned Kaido of the Beasts into a toy. It would be better to beat Kaido until he surrendered, but only to effectively control ordinary people. This is not what Ling Bai wants. It's not as good as Wanakuna's Xiaoyu, who can tame ferocious beasts and even man-made zone ability users just by throwing little balls. In terms of more powerful abilities, wouldn't it be possible to tame even Kaido? Is it possible to tame even zone ability users? But it is undeniable that sugar is also very powerful. Doflamingo can absolutely control Dressrosa, largely relying on sugar. While Ling Bai and Reiju were shopping, an old man in kimono also appeared in the street. The crutch that Zhu holds is a blind old man. This old man doesn't look very eye-catching, but the cloak behind him has the words of justice, so people know he is Marine. Marine Admiral. Fujitora smiled. However, because the admirals are newly appointed, their photos or portraits have not spread all over the world. After all, it is not the last time that Summit War news spread like a plague. But this is also a good thing for the low-key Fujitora Yishao. He doesn't like to be admired by others, and Marine Admiral is undoubtedly admired by others. It has been more than half a day since Yishao came to Dressrosa, and now he is walking alone in the town without letting Marine follow him. As a Marine Admiral, he joined Marine in order to implement justice. He also wanted to see what the country ruled by Shichibukai was like. Dressrosa, ruled by Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. Yishao doesn't like Shichibukai. In his opinion, Shichibukai is just a villain. He hates evil, and it is precisely because he does not want to see more evil that he chooses to gouge his eyes with a smile. And now Yishao came to Dressrosa earlier than the original book, which is actually related to Ling Bai. Ling Bai, who appeared in this world, naturally triggered a series of butterfly effects. Many things changed because of him, did not happen, or came earlier. The old man can feel the wailing of this country. Ling Bai muttered to himself, no one heard what he said, and of course no one paid attention to what he said, and he also shuttled through the crowd all the way to listen to those mournful voices. Smiling observation Haki is very powerful, and one of observation Haki's abilities is mind reading. The reason why the Red Earl doesn't want to be with anyone is because the naturally powerful observation Haki has allowed him to see the sins in too many people's hearts, so he doesn't want to get along with people. As soon as I smiled, I heard a lot of wailing voices, those voices, shouting, longing for someone to rescue them. The Shichibukai system is the embodiment of the incompetence and corruption of the world government. Such a system should be abolished. After walking hundreds of meters, I smiled and realized that the howls I heard were all continuous. This also makes Yishao even more disgusted with the so-called Shichibukai system. This system, in order to check and balance the four emperors, provides a protective umbrella for powerful pirates, so that these pirates, as long as they are not too excessive, can use their privileges to do whatever they want. Become a legal pirate. I smiled in my heart and was very angry. Dressrosa didn't know if he didn't come, but when he came here, he found that it was so. What a powerful guy, who is it? At this moment, Yishao discovered that an extremely powerful person was approaching in front of him. Yishao, who had no eyes, was so proficient in the use of observation Haki that he could now feel the appearance of a strong person. As for the person who felt it with a smile, it was Ling Bai. On Ling Bai's side, he also saw a smile and walked towards him. Ling Bai couldn't help but be surprised. This monster admiral from the folk has extremely terrifying strength, but Ling Bai is not afraid of him now. Leaving aside the war, Ling Bai reckons that he might not recognize himself when he smiles. It is estimated that he only knows the existence of the four emperors, and the other three may know, but Ling Bai, as a newcomer among the four emperors, can he recognize it with a smile? How can he recognize it? Chapter 111 Brother Ming wants to negotiate conditions, the shock of a smile. On the other side, at this time, Lao Sha has reached the high ground of the king and met Doflamingo. Doflamingo was also very surprised. He did not expect Lao Sha to appear. He and Lao Sha have a good friendship. My captain is here too. Lao Sha also cut straight to the point and didn't talk nonsense. The one behind you actually came. Doflamingo was shocked, and Doflamingo also understood that this kind of person came here. Of course he couldn't come here for tourism. I don't know what he's here for, and what can I do? Doflamingo chuckled. Work for him, working for him, that is, like entering you? That's right. The task of Lao Sha coming here is to inform Doflamingo, let him be mentally prepared, and let Doflamingo join voluntarily. However, it is too exaggerated to start a war. Obviously, Doflamingo and the entire Don Quixote family behind him are not qualified to start a war with Ling Bai alone. Even the second in command is enough to crush the entire Don Quixote family. So, what do Doflamingo and the others use to fight Ling Bai? Working for him, does this mean that I should submit to him? Doflamingo couldn't help asking. Doflamingo is naturally afraid of Ling Bai's power, and Doflamingo, who has been in contact with Kaido of the Beasts, also knows how terrifying the power of Kaido of the Beasts is. In front of Kaido of the Beasts, he, Doflamingo, the king who ruled the entire Dressrosa, the existence who juggled black and white in applause, turned out to be as insignificant as an ant. That's right, he is like an ant in front of Kaido of the Beasts. The kind of power that faces the gap like a gap makes Doflamingo feel trembling and even despair. And Ling Bai, as the existence that can defeat Kaido of the Beasts, and kill the quartet in the Summit War. Doflamingo as a witness is naturally clear. However, let the unruly him surrender to Ling Bai? Doflamingo really can't do it. His dream is to subvert the original order of this world and establish a new order under his control. That is, he Doflamingo wants to be the king of a world. Advertisement so, how could he submit to Ling Bai? Of course, it would be best if you were doing business with Ling Bai, as he did with the Beast's pirates. Doflamingo does not mean to surrender to anyone. Here, he is a high-ranking king who controls everything. He can never submit to anyone, and the most noble blood in the world lies in his body. How can he bow his head or even surrender to others? That's right. Lao Sha is also talking nonsense. Ling Bai means to make him surrender. If he does not surrender, the consequences may be very serious. With a high probability, kill Brother Ming, and then annex everything he owns. Doflamingo shook his head and smiled. I think, I can talk to him. Boyle, don't get excited, K-Lock doll. Doflamingo sighed, trying to talk to Ling Bai and reach some kind of cooperation. Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. Ling Bai's power is far above him, and it is just Doflamingo's wishful thinking if he wants to negotiate terms with Ling Bai and be on an equal footing. If he is a wolf, then Ling Bai is the most ferocious and huge sea kings. It is impossible to negotiate conditions with Ling Bai. On the other side, with Reiju, Ling Bai walked straight past Fujitora Yishao. And Fujitora also walked by. He knew that the people who walked past him were not easy. That's right, it's not easy, a strong sense of oppression. Definitely a superpower. Where's the sacred place? This breath is full of oppression, and it will definitely not be weaker than the old man. After all, people who are weaker than the old man can't give the old man this feeling. Yi Xiao was full of curiosity about Ling Bai who passed by him, never expected to meet such a powerful person in this kind of place. Although passing by, it was shocking enough, and the people on the street did not recognize Ling Bai either. After all, Ling Bai is not like Aunt Kaido, who has been in the New World for decades, but countless people recognize him wherever he goes. Of course, Ling Bai doesn't need to just go to any place, there are countless people who are afraid of him. That would be so boring. However, the powerful aura unseen from Ling Bai's body also makes passing civilians inevitably back away, turn their heads, or take a few more glances. After all, Ling Bai's appearance, as Cavendish said, is too good looking, and the rate of turning back is natural. Also 100%. On the other side, Marine, who was looking for Fujitora's smile, naturally ran into Ling Bai in the process of looking for Fujitora. When Ling Bai came face to face, she was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground on the spot. Advertisement: it's normal for civilians not to recognize Ling Bai, but Marines will definitely remember the faces of the four emperors. Now if four emperors monster appears in front of them, can they not be afraid? The Marines were so frightened that they couldn't speak, their faces were sweating profusely, as if they had just woken up from a nightmare. I don't know how long after Ling Bai left, the Marines recovered. Then I searched for Fujitora even more urgently, and finally smiled at Mr. Admiral Fujitora after more than 10 minutes. Didn't I tell you? Let the old man walk around alone? Knowing that his subordinates had already caught up, Fujitora couldn't help but feel helpless, but he didn't mean to blame them. Smile, smile. Sir, the big thing is not good. The 520 Marines faltered, were overly frightened, and their speech was not so smooth. What happened? Fujitora was puzzled. Although he couldn't see Marine in such a state, he could feel their fear with a smile. Why? Just now, we bumped into Ling Bai, one of the four emperors. That's right. It's Ling Bai. Shocking. The four emperors are in Dressrosa. We are definitely not mistaken. The sense of oppression is really too strong. It is definitely him. Four emperors Ling Bai? Fujitora's complexion also changed, and he didn't doubt Marine's words. At this time, Yi Xiao finally understood who the strong man who passed by him just now was. Not surprisingly, it is Ling Bai. No wonder there is such a strong breath. What is he here for? Shocked and puzzled. Today, the #1 enemy of naval headquarters and the world government is Ling Bai. In the past, the #1 enemy of the world government was the Revolutionary Army, but now 5 elders believes that the most dangerous person is Ling Bai. That guy, because of the smell. Moreover, both naval headquarters and the world government believe that if you want to deal with Ling Bai, even if you only face him alone, you can't just have one admiral acting alone, you need at least 2. To kill Ling Bai, 3 are needed. Chapter 112 signing in is an absolute order, manipulate Brother Ming. The next day, after waking up in a luxury hotel in the town, Ling Bai washed up briefly, and left without caring about Bonnie who was as tired as a puddle of mud. After all, Ling Bai also told Reiju what he was going to do. For Ling Bai, Reiju is not only a subordinate, but also a tool for him to release certain impulses. Ding! Found the sign in location, do you want to sign in? Ling Bai, who was walking to the King's Heights, heard the voice of the system in his mind, which made Ling Bai a little surprised. Sure enough, he was able to sign in at Dressrosa, and the sign-in could only be triggered at the King's Heights. Sign in. Sign in successfully, reward. Absolute order. Absolute order. Ling Bai was a little surprised. This was the first time he had signed up for a reward that was not of the power type. At this time, relevant information came into Ling Bai's mind, and he immediately understood the so-called absolute order. The release of this ability was very fast. Simple, just look at the opponent and you can control him absolutely. The person who is released by Ling Bai with absolute orders will always be loyal to Ling Bai, fully manipulate for Ling Bai. In other words, this person has become Ling Bai's puppet. He only obeys Ling Bai and accepts Ling Bai's orders, but he himself will not become the existence of the walking dead. In fact, in this person's mind, he has identified Ling Bai as his master. Ling Bai is what Ling Bai says, and he will do what Ling Bai asks him to do. This ability is amazing. However, this ability has a limitation, that is, Ling Bai can only be released by people who are much weaker than himself. For example, Ling Bai was in the town just now, and he can release absolute orders to anyone, and he can release absolute orders to Cavendish. After all, Ling Bai is much stronger than Cavendish. But Ling Bai can't release Fujitora's Yi Xiao with absolute command. After all, even if Ling Bai is very strong, it doesn't surpass Fujitora's Yi Xiao by a lot. That is the principle. Ling Bai couldn't help feeling the power of this ability. At this time, he has already stepped onto the high ground of the king, and the front and top is where Dressrosa's palace is located. Ling Bai thought of Doflamingo, and Ling Bai estimated that the reason why this sign in reward can be triggered here is inseparable from Doflamingo. This guy takes pleasure in manipulating others, and Granos's ability is to directly manipulate others. The ability of Tongshu fruit is extremely strange. Even if the 4 emperors rushed over, they might not be able to withstand it. And similar abilities, bug-level abilities, are not uncommon in this world. So, here in King's Heights, Ling Bai got the reward of absolute command. An absolute command is to manipulate other people's history. Ling Bai looked at the palace that was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. Not only is Doflamingo very good, but also his ability and power. etc. Ling Bai is very optimistic. If he can control Doflamingo, it may not be impossible. Soon, Ling Bai met Doflamingo. Advertisement and Doflamingo saw the arrival of 4 Emperors Ling Bai at this time, and was already ready to welcome him. Ling Bai saw him walking over with a sigh of relief, walking with steps that no relatives recognized. It was also at this time that Ling Bai hadn't even spoken to the other party. At that moment, Ling Bai looked into Doflamingo's eyes. Although the other party was wearing a pair of flirty glasses, it didn't prevent Ling Bai from seeing the other party's eyes. Of course, Doflamingo is also looking into Ling Bai's eyes. After all, to welcome such a pirate emperor, looking into each other's eyes, is respect for the other party. And at this moment, absolute command, launch. At this moment, Doflamingo stopped walking towards Ling Bai, and his eyes became dull for an instant, and after about 5 seconds, everything returned to normal. Doflamingo, call me king. In this incomparably luxurious living room, besides Ling Bai and Doflamingo, there is also a woman, Wei Guosai. Violet was also shocked when she heard Ling Bai say this to Doflamingo. However, what shocked Violet even more was that Doflamingo actually called Ling Bai king. And the attitude is still respectful. This shocked Violet even more. What happened? Very well, Doflamingo, you will call me that from now on. I am your king, and you must obey everything I say. Why? Good. My king. Amidst Violet's shock, Doflamingo not only called Ling Bai the king, but also respectfully, and at the same time, as a respectful etiquette. Violet was stunned. She had followed Doflamingo for so many years, how could she not know who Doflamingo was? However, this kind of rebellious guy made such a gesture at this moment. Could it be that he surrendered to the 4 emperors Ling Bai? And, what's up with Doflamingo? Violet looked puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask. Soon, Ling Bai left here, but he and Doflamingo have already established contact information for phone bugs. No one knows, Doflamingo has already started today and has completely surrendered to Ling Bai. Even Violet, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, couldn't figure it out. After Ling Bai left, Violet couldn't bear the doubt in her patience, and asked Doflamingo what happened. Advertisement. But Doflamingo was no different from usual at this time, and resumed his unruly posture. Violet, this is not your place to ask, hey. You just need to know that he, Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, is my king, and of course, he is the king of all of you. Quack, quack. Amidst Violet's deep doubts, she was expelled from this luxurious meeting room by Doflamingo, and then made a phone call. Check it out for me, except for the historical text of the 2 road signs on Zou Island in Wanokuni. Where is the other one? By the way, there's already one in the park, so you don't need to look it up. You just need to help me find out. Where is the 4th road sign? Information in the historical text? There is no reason, you just need to check it for me, you know? This is Ling Bai's first instruction to Doflamingo, which is to find the information of the 4th road sign's historical text. Now Ling Bai has already mastered one piece, and Wanokuni and Zou Island each have a piece, so the last piece is still missing and Ling Bai does not know where to go. It shouldn't be too hard to find this last piece, it's a matter of time. Of course, it is also possible that you can't find it. But at the moment, it is perfect for Doflamingo to find the historical text of this signpost. Today's Doflamingo has become a figure like Ling Bai's puppet. Under the influence of absolute orders, Ling Bai has no doubts. As long as he is willing, even if Doflamingo is asked to commit suicide right now, Doflamingo will not hesitate. And how could Doflamingo know that he, who is keen to manipulate others, will eventually be manipulated one day? Of course, he himself will not know that he has been manipulated, and Ling Bai's absolute order has directly brainwashed him. Wang De Hao. To obey Ling Bai is not to be compelled to obey the other party, but to obey Ling Yu proactively and with pleasure. This is the power of absolute command. Doflamingo, who originally planned to seek benefits from Ling Bai, didn't expect it either. As expected of an absolute order, after controlling Doflamingo, Ling Bai couldn't help feeling a little satisfied. People who have been given absolute orders, such as Doflamingo, have not changed much, but there are more orders in their minds to be absolutely loyal to Ling Bai. Half an hour later, Ling Bai also met Lao Sha, who also came forward to ask about Doflamingo. Ling Bai just said that everything went well. Naturally, Lao Sha would not know that Doflamingo has become Ling Bai's servant who is absolutely obedient to Ling Bai. For Ling Bai, no matter who they are, they're just his pawns. Ling Bai, who controls Doflamingo, finally has nothing to do with it. For this, he just feels that it is nothing more than normal. Chapter 113. Fujitora smiles. I want to meet your excellency. Young master, what's going on? Dover, this. Why does the young master seem to be a different person? The Don Quixote family gathered together at this time, and everyone was extremely puzzled. Their young master, the master of the Don Quixote family, what happened to him today? Just now, Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors of Dressrosa in King's Landing, borrowed 2 members of his family from Doflamingo. Sugar, and Baby 5, not to mention Baby 5, although her ability is relatively outstanding, her strength is really mediocre. Moreover, the whole family knows that this woman is almost a brain dead, and Doflamingo has dealt with her messes for countless times. The family members think that maybe Doflamingo is tired of this troublesome woman, and it is understandable to give her to 4 emperors Ling Bai. Maybe that's it, but, horribly, Doflamingo even gave away the sugar. Are you crazy? You must know that the control of the entire Dressrosa is almost dependent on sugar. Sugar's childlike fruit ability has turned many citizens of Dressrosa into toys that are worse than slaves, so Doflamingo controls and dominates the entire Dressrosa. Here, Doflamingo is God, and the importance of granulated sugar can be imagined. However, the horror is that today, their young master, lent the sugar to 4 emperors Ling Bai. This is obviously stealing people, however, for 4 emperors, is this called robbery? This is borrowed. The time limit is 100 years, everybody thinks, Doflamingo is crazy. And even Granos herself was stupefied, she also felt that Doflamingo had a cerebral palsy attack 753 today, so he actually sent her out. Granos, on the surface, is just a little girl, but in fact, she is already in her 20s, but she will never grow up because she ate the fruit of childlike fun. Even in another 60 years, she will still be the little girl she is today, therefore, her thinking is already that of an adult. Doflamingo, what the hell are you doing? Only Violet knows that just yesterday, Doflamingo met Ling Bai once. At that time, Ling Bai asked Doflamingo to call him king. This is the rebellious man Doflamingo surrendering to the 4 emperors? The Don Quixote family is destined to be uneasy today. But Doflamingo still said in the usual unruly and self-respecting attitude, "This is my decision, you guys, don't question it." After finishing speaking, Doflamingo sighed unrulily again. It seemed that there was no change at all, but for everyone, there seemed to be something wrong with Doflamingo's brain circuit. But people can't figure out what happened. Are you the supreme king that Brother Ming wants us to serve? At this time, Baby 5, who came with sugar, both saw Ling Bai, and the baby asked Ling Bai anxiously. "Yes, I need you." Ling Bai glanced at the baby, and then at the little girl Granu, including you. At this time, Granos is shrunk behind Baby 5. Although Ling Bai in front of him looks harmless to humans and animals, don't forget that he is one of the 4 emperors, a pirate at the 4 emperors level. Which one didn't come from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood? Who came out of it? Which one is not an extremely cruel existence? Advertisement Granu was scared, he didn't understand why Dover, BDAC, Lang Ming gave up on her, by the way, and Baby 5. Ling Bai dug these 2 girls here, it's not a bad idea, as a little girl, Sugar, of course, her real age is in her 20s, but Ling Bai is not going to attack a lowly, and Baby 5, like Sugar, Ling Bai always fancy her ability. A weapon fruit that can turn any part of the body into any weapon she wants. Ling Bai can only say that it is very powerful, of course. Baby 5 needs to continue to develop. The combat power of Baby 5 is indeed mediocre, but there is still potential, and this woman is also a full-time maid, and Ling Bai may rely on her for her daily life in the future. Not to mention granulated sugar, the fruit of childlike fun is indeed very strong. 2 people were dug out from Doflamingo at once, and Ling Bai didn't need to care what the Don Quixote family thought. Anyway, the Don Quixote family needed to obey Doflamingo, and Doflamingo absolutely obeyed Ling Bai. So it's not a problem for Ling Bai to leave 2 people from the Don Quixote family. On the other hand, when Baby 5 heard Ling Bai say the words, "I need you," Ling Bai didn't know that Baby 5, a woman who has always been needed, felt like a storm hitting her when she heard these words. A feeling that seems to have risen to the top of the clouds all at once. I was actually required to be matched, I'm needed. Baby 5 became excited on the spot, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes looked at Ling Bai filled with stars. "My lord, do you really need me?" The eyes of Baby 5 are full of anticipation. And seeing Baby 5 like this, Ling Bai remembered that this guy is indeed cerebral palsy in the original book, and he may not even have basic aesthetic concepts. Baby 5 is a woman with serious brain circuit problems. That's right, but pay attention to your identity, you are my maid now, you must obey everything I say. Ling Bai has no doubts in the slightest, she will do whatever she wants Baby 5 to do. Baby 5, who has a brain circuit problem, used to ask Doflamingo to clean up a lot of messes for her, including repaying the huge usury she owed, marriage proposals from countless men with cerebral palsy, etc. To be honest, Ling Bai is more interested in her abilities. If you want to talk about fun, Ling Bai is not sure. After all, she now has Momosagi, Reiju, and Reiju. These 3 women are better than Baby 5. If Ling Bai thinks, Boa Hancock, this woman, is nothing more than a bag. Baby 5 is not good enough, but she has good abilities, and she is also a maid. Yes, my lord. This sentence, Baby 5 called it extremely intimate and disgusting, but Ling Bai also let her go. After all, he is familiar with the original work, and Ling Bai also knows what this woman is all about. At this time, Reiju was right behind Ling Bai, and couldn't help frowning when Ling Bai suddenly brought 2 girls back, especially Baby 5. Reiju was jealous. Reiju wondered if Ling Bai would accept this speech and gesture very weird woman. Of course, Reiju is also jealous of Bonnie and Momosagi. As a woman, she just wants to occupy Ling Bai alone. However, Reiju didn't know that no matter it was Momosagi or Bonnie, they also wanted to occupy Ling Bai. However, what made them helpless was that a few days ago, Ling Bai often pulled the 3 of them into team battles. Ling Bai's words are an order they cannot resist. At noon, Ling Bai and others joined Lao Sha and Cavendish. Today is the time to leave Dressrosa, and Ling Bai's purpose has been completed. Lao Sha couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw that there were 2 more people in the crew, especially women, although there was a little lowly. "Captain, what's wrong with this? Captain, this is..." Lao Sha couldn't help being suspicious. The new crew members have good abilities. Ling Bai didn't bother to explain, and of course Lao Sha didn't ask further. After all, Lao Sha wasn't very interested in women. On the other side, the harbor where Ling Bai's ships were berthed, at this moment, Yin Hu was here with a smile. Advertisement, smile, you said that guy is in Dressrosa. What is he trying to do? The man talking to Yishao, with an angry tone, was Akainu. Summit War was defeated by Ling Bai and was seriously injured. For Akainu, that kind of pain is still aching and vivid even now. Now Akainu did not expect that Ling Bai was in Dressrosa. Akainu wanted to know what Transit was doing in Dressrosa. Akainu knows that Dressrosa is the territory of Doflamingo, a country ruled by Shichibukai. He should have gone to see Doflamingo. For what purpose, the old man doesn't know. Went to see Doflamingo? End the call first, he's here. What? A smile. Akainu hadn't finished speaking yet, but ended the call with a smile. But at this moment, Yishao put away the phone bug and immediately confronted Ling Bai. Of course, Yishao is here to stand in front of Ling Bai, not to start a war, but to meet Ling Bai. Marine Admiral. Fujitora smile. Captain, it's Marine Admiral. Lao Sha and Cavendish were already shocked, and they were about to prepare to do it right away. Although Yishao stood in front of them as Admiral, it didn't mean they were afraid of Fujitora's smiling. After all, Ling Bai is not vegetarian. My lord, be careful. Reiju took Ling Bai's hand. Don't worry, it's just Admiral. Ling Bai motioned for her to let go of her hand, and she stood in front of the crowd, then walked towards Yishao. You can just stand here. Mr. Admiral, I don't know what it means to stand in front of me. Ling Bai spoke. It is a great honor for me to meet one of the 4 emperors in Dressrosa, so I want to meet you. My name is Yishao, and the marine code name is Fujitora. To your excellency, it's just Admiral. At this moment, Yishao had already put both hands on the ordinary crutches, which was a posture about to draw a knife. And Yishao's crutch is actually a knife. Yishao is a monster combination with gravity fruit and swordsmanship, and its strength is extremely impressive. Ling Bai won't forget that this old man can summon meteorites. Even if he levitates an island, it won't be a problem, right? After all, the floating island that lion fruit can do, how could gravity fruit not be able to do it? I have long admired the name of Mr. Admiral. Chapter 114 The Temptation of a Smile, the meaning of a meteorite. At this time, Ling Bai stood in front of Reiju and the others. Facing monsters like Marine Admiral, Reiju and the others were relatively calm. After all, everyone knew Ling Bai's terrifying strength. Even facing Admiral would not be a problem. And the newly joined Cavendish, Baby 5 and Granos couldn't help but panic. After all, it is the first time in their life to face Marine Admiral now. Let the old man meet your excellency. With a crisp sound, Yishao had already pulled out his knife, and it was at this moment that the blade of the knife and the body of Yishao were entangled in purple aura. This is the color of gravity. In a certain island country that Ling Bai knows, the color of gravity is considered to be purple, so at this time, as a gravity fruit capable user, the breath wrapped around his body is purple. Immediately afterwards, Yishao's aura also became terrifying. Smiling silently, he swung his knife, and a purple circle appeared on the ground instantly, and then, a huge black object appeared in the sky. What is that? This? Cavendish, who looked up at the sky, was shocked, and saw a huge meteorite burning with fire out of thin air, and at this moment, the meteorite was falling towards them. Monster. As rumored, a monster that can summon meteorites. Paramecia gravity fruit ability, a monster that can manipulate gravity from the folk. Everyone's faces have changed color. Looking up, I looked at the huge meteorite falling from the sky. A meteorite of this size is enough to destroy this coast. The raging fire is also enough to burn the forest behind the coast. It looks like it gives people a feeling of despair. My lord, be careful, Reiju yelled worriedly behind Ling Bai. As for Ling Bai, he just glanced at the huge flaming meteorite that was falling, but he didn't panic at all. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai jumped into the air and stretched out his right hand. Do you want to smash the old man's meteorite with one punch? With a smile, he was puzzled. Although he couldn't see it, under the perception of the powerful observation haki, he already knew that Ling Bai had jumped into the air and stretched out his right hand. With a smile, he thought that Ling Bai was going to smash the meteorite with his fist. This one, the meteorite, is nearly 100 meters in diameter, much bigger than the meteorite thrown by Yishao in the original book, and this one is meant to be used by Ling Bai with a meteorite. But Ling Bai wasn't about to smash it with his fist. Amidst everyone's shock and curiosity, when the meteorite was still 1 meter away from Ling Bai's right palm had finally touched the surface of the meteorite, and the freezing force released instantly choked the flames to suffocation, and then, collapse, bat, power released. Honkai has similar effect to shock fruit, but unlike the vibration of shock fruit, Honkai does not require Ling Bai to punch hard and only touch the object that wants to be broken. Boom! People only heard a deafening explosion, and under the shocked eyes of Reiju and the others, the huge meteorite was actually smashed into pieces. In comparison, the captain's power is even more terrifying, but what kind of ability is the captain? Klockedar was extremely shocked, and at the same time was curious about Ling Bai's ability, but Ling Bai never told others what his ability was. Even the closest Reiju and Momosagi, Ling Bai would not tell. At this time, the huge meteorite has been shattered, and the largest stone is about the size of an ordinary adult in this world. For the application of Honkai, Ling Bai can also be regarded as proficient, able to control the degree of Honkai on objects. Advertisement, but at this time, even though the meteorite was broken, it was suspended in the air and did not fall down. Ling Bai knew that it was Yishao who used gravity to suspend the meteorite fragments in the air. Too strong. Is this the power of the Sea Emperor? If it were me, I would have been smashed into a meat paste by this meteorite. Cavendish's heart was shaken, and he looked at Ling Bai, as if looking up at a god. This is especially true for Granu and Baby 5. For Ling Bai, a terrifying existence who can smash meteorites with an easy shot, their heartbeat and breathing speed up unconsciously. And Reiju and Lao Sha already knew about Ling Bai's strength, but they were still somewhat shocked at this time. What power? Just one palm, as expected of the Pirate Emperor. Yi Xiao was also shocked by it. The meteorite just now, Yi Xiao thought Ling Bai would smash it with his fist, but unexpectedly, Ling Bai didn't smash it with his fist, but directly with his palm. I don't know what he used ability. A huge meteorite of this level, a huge black mass, was shattered so easily. What exactly is the ability? A smile is also shocking, but also full of doubts in my heart. And Ling Bai had already landed on the ground, suspended the meteorite fragments with a smile, and manipulated gravity to move them all to the sea area hundreds of meters away. And then all the meteorite fragments fell to the sea surface one after another, and the violent seawater oscillated and swallowed all the broken meteorites. It's nothing, I'm leaving, Admiral Fujitora Mr. Smile. Ling Bai greeted Reiju and the others, and the latter naturally understood what it meant, followed Ling Bai, and everyone walked to the side where the boat was moored. There is only a smile left in place. Ling Bai knew that Yi Xiao didn't like any pirates. Of course, the old man didn't intend to start a war. The meteorite just now was just a test of Ling Bai's strength and ability. But now Yi Xiao was shocked by Ling Bai's ability. What exactly is the ability? With just one palm and a smile, he understood Ling Bai's horror. He knew that Ling Bai was only covering one hand, but such a large meteorite easily disintegrated. That powerful force. No wonder, Summit War, Marine will fail. It's just that the enemy is too strong. In the Summit War, Marine was victorious on the surface, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that Marine had suffered a disastrous defeat. After the Summit War, Ling Bai conquered the city, quickly occupied all the territory of Kuhuzi south of the Fishman Island. Truly become one of the 4 emperors who ruled the New World. And since then, the world seems to have fallen into a wave of calm again, and the big shots seem to have no movement at all. It's just that the little pirates are making trouble. As far as the headquarters of the World Government Army is concerned, what should really be vigilant is the movement of the adults. Although this pirate is also annoying, it is far from the level of terror of the big shots of New World. Overall, the world seems to be peaceful. One Piece exists, making the New World boil and making the little pirates more rampant, but the big guys are strangely silent. Asking for flowers, but is that really the case? With a smile, I even feel that the Summit War is just the prelude to a more horrific event, and a more horrific event will always come one day in the future. Advertisement Sengoku, Suru and the others think so too. Now, this is the new era. Scarier times. Turning around to face the direction where Ling Bai and the others left, although he couldn't see the smile, the voice of the farther and farther voices disappeared until they disappeared. Knowing with a smile, Ling Bai has already left Dressrosa. As for where Ling Bai is going, he doesn't know, and Ling Bai came to Dressrosa to meet Shichibukai Doflamingo. What did Ling Bai do? On the other side, the moored ship has started, and it is getting farther and farther away from Dressrosa. Granos was lying on the fence, looking at Dressrosa who was getting further and further away. She still couldn't understand why Doflamingo didn't need her anymore. Is she never going back to Dressrosa in this lifetime? Is she going to be with this 4 emperors Ling Bai for the rest of her life? It looks so scary. She feels that Ling Bai is like a demon, and his power is really terrifying. Think about it, the sugar makes the scalp tingle and the body trembles. Captain, what was that admiral doing just now? On the other side, Lao Sha couldn't help wondering. Cavendish. That's right, that admiral, the ability is really monster. Is that guy human? I just want to test me. There is no malice, and he doesn't dare to act rashly. If he wants to touch me here, he can't do it alone. Lao Sha. The fruit of gravity is indeed too terrifying. By the way, Captain, where are we going next? Zhou. Zhou? Is that the country on top of a giant elephant? That's right, go to Zhou. There's a road sign with the historical text over there. Ling Bai reckoned that after taking Zhou's piece of historical text, he would go to Wanokuni to take another piece, and then he would have 3 pieces. The car relied on Doflamingo's information to find the last 10 pieces. After collecting the historical texts of the 4 signposts and dealing with the forces of the New World, you can go to Raftel. It is worth mentioning that, regarding the truth of this world, the blank historical text stele with a history of 100 years has all been placed in Raftel by Luo Jia. This is probably why Luo Jia said he put everything there. Of course, Ling Bai believes that Raftel is not so simple, this island is too mysterious. Because according to the historical text of the Confession of the Fishman Island, this was an important place 800 years ago. Therefore, no matter what, it is necessary to go to Ling Bai. In addition, the island that Ling Bai is also concerned about is the Valley of the Gods in the Valley of Gods incident. Ling Bai does not believe that this island has been destroyed by the world government. Maybe it just didn't appear on the map and was erased from the map, probably so. The Valley of the Gods is also full of mystery, and there must be a huge secret hidden there. Why did Lox go here? And why is this island called the Valley of the Gods? This world, God, is the celestial dragons. Of course Ling Bai felt that it was necessary to ask Da Ma or Kaido. Because they are the parties involved. Chapter 115 Arriving at Zou, Conquerors shocked Momonosuke. 5 days passed quickly, and now Ling Bai and the others finally arrived in front of the giant elephant where Zou was. This giant elephant is alive and usually moves on the sea, which also makes it impossible to record the location of Zou Island on the permanent pointer. Ling Bai and the others also spent a lot of effort to find the location of Zou Island. Looking at the giant elephant in front of him is like looking at a majestic mountain. The visual impact is indeed terrifying, and Lao Sha and the others are also shocked to varying degrees in their hearts. The rumored Zhou is a mysterious country, inhabited by the fur race. Lao Sha said with emotion. Cavendish also said, but I heard that they are very repulsive to humans. If we go up like this, we are equivalent to invaders. Captain, what should we do? After speaking, Cavendish looked at Ling Bai. Lao Sha went on to say, there is no one who will not, Chu-ju-san, bow their heads or surrender in front of absolute power, so what excludes human beings is just their wishful thinking. Ling Bai's strength, can't he still move the mere fur tribe? In this world, there are not many people who can resist Ling Bai's power, right? That's right, after all, we have 4 emperors deposit here. Cavendish's eyes flickered. Ling Bai's strength has long been deeply rooted in his heart. Wasn't the huge meteorite that Fujitora smiled before being easily crushed by Ling Bai? So, how terrifying is the combat power of 4 emperors Ling Bai? One can imagine. There are no strong people in this place, let's go up. Soon, everyone landed on the island behind Ling Bai. The strongest in Zhou are Kazuki Oden's retainers, Inuarashi and Malmushi. Similarly, the 2 of them are also members of the so-called Shishao 9 heroes. However, they are indeed strong in Zhou, but in Ling in front of Bai, it's nothing. After all, in the original book, they can't even beat Jack the Drow. And what are the 9 heroes of the Scarlet Firmament? Half an hour later, everyone had already entered Zhou. At this time, they were in the Furry Principality. Ling Bai came here only for the stone tablet of the historical text of the road sign hidden in the Changzi forest. When Ling Bai and the others appeared in this mysterious country, they were quickly targeted by a group of fur tribes. As Cavendish said, most of the fur tribes here hate humans, and they naturally have humans that they don't hate or even like, that is, the Kazuki family and the Luo-Jia pirates. But Ling Bai and the others are obviously not in this ranks. Advertisement, stop. A deer man stood in front of Ling Bai and the others. Immediately afterwards, many fur tribes jumped out of the woods. Soon, Ling Bai was surrounded by fur tribes. Humanity. It's actually a human. This is a forbidden place for humans. Zhou doesn't welcome humans. Humans, leave here immediately, otherwise. Then, before the group of fur tribes had finished speaking, with Ling Bai as the center, a huge force of momentum blasted out, sweeping across the entire forest in an instant. And this group of fur tribes all fainted to death without exception. Ling Bai didn't want to talk nonsense with these fur tribes. Let's go. When Ling Bai released Conqueror's Haki, only Lao Sha was calm. Reiju was a little bit worse, but he was better than Cavendish and Baby 5 Granos. Conqueror's Haki, it's really practical. To deal with this kind of miscellaneous soldiers, even if there are thousands of troops, one Conqueror's Haki will all fall to the ground. Lao Sha's eyes were a little fanatical. No matter what he knew, he was not a person with the qualifications of a king, so he could only envy Ling Bai. This is Conqueror's Haki. Horrible. Recalling just now, it seemed that every cell in the body was washed by Conqueror's Haki and trembled, and Cavendish's heart and soul were severely impacted. This is definitely his first taste of Conqueror's Haki. Didn't expect it to be so powerful, and Cavendish's awe of Ling Bai was also deepened because of the Conqueror's Haki, which lasted only 5 seconds. As for Granulated Sugar and Baby 5, I became even more afraid, especially Granulated Sugar. This seemingly easygoing 4 Emperor's character is very scary when he makes a move. The Conqueror's Haki just now knocked down 100 at once, at least so many, and there were many heavy objects falling to the ground in the woods. The dull voice, it is estimated that there should be no fur tribe in this forest who can stand. Reiju is the closest to Ling Bai, so he is naturally proud that his man is so strong. That is, will he regard himself as his wife? Reiju couldn't help but wonder. Advertisement. I really want to hold Ling Bai's hand now, but obviously this is inappropriate. Facing Ling Bai, Reiju feels very humble. Of course, being able to follow Ling Bai is also very happy. While Ling Bai and the others were looking for the Joan Forest, many people on the other side were already alarmed. In the woods, the horror of Conqueror's Haki swept over, making many members of the fur tribe faint to death, and because of this, Duke Inuarashi, who was farther away, was alarmed. And the cat viper, who was sleeping and only appeared at night, was also awakened, because Ling Bai's Conqueror's Haki swept directly to his residence. What happened? Cat Viper was awakened from sleep. Conqueror's Haki. What happened? On the other side, Duke Inuarashi also asked the same question, and he was more aware of how terrifying the Conqueror's Haki that just swept over was. What a mighty Conqueror's Haki. Is there an outsider in Zhou? You know, no one in Zhou has Conqueror's Haki. And still such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, Duke Inuarashi inevitably became uneasy. At this time, a few people came in, and they were the other members of the Qishao 9 Knights, Lei Zhang, Foxfire Kinemon, and the undercover black-haired Kanjuro. Kinemon, on the other hand, came in with Momonosuke, who had passed out, behind his back. Duke Inuarashi, it seems that Zhou is some kind of extraordinary person? Who the hell is this amazing Conqueror's Haki? Momonosuke is 2.5 people older. He was stunned by this Conqueror's Haki. Kinemon put Momonosuke on a recliner. Just now, as soon as Momonosuke opened the door, a wave of ultimate Conqueror's Haki came crushing him. Momonosuke couldn't stand the force and was fainted by the earthquake over. As for Kinemon and the others, a few days ago, from the night of the Kazuki family's extermination many years ago, Mrs. She used the legendary time fruit to transport them to the future Wano Kuni. In order to protect them, Raizo Momonosuke-sama comforted them, and they traveled all the way from Wano-kuni to Zou for refuge. Therefore, there is also the event that Momonosuke was stunned. And this also made everyone uneasy. After all, for such a terrifying conqueror's haki, some important person must have come to Zou. And most likely the enemy. Chapter 116 Jones Forest, another historical text. That ultimate conqueror swept over, stunned many fur tribes. At this time, even if the conflicting two people, Neko Mamushi and Duke Inuarashi, have joined together. Some important person is coming. The cat viper is no nonsense. Is it an enemy? Jinnaman was a little puzzled. Could it be that Kaido of the Beasts guy, who knows that Momonosuke is here, and wants to kill Momonosuke? Lei Zhang came up with a terrible hypothesis. They, members of the Kaishao Nine, their current mission is to protect the blood of Kazuki Oden, and the only hope of the Kazuki family, Momosuke. And just now, that conqueror's haki stunned Momonosuke. As a child, Momonosuke was naturally different from their members of the Kaishao Shasha, and he had no influence under the ravages of the ultimate conqueror's haki. It just made Kinemon and the others realize the horror of this conqueror's haki. That level of conqueror's haki, they have seen Kazuki Oden, Luogia, Whitebeard, Kaido and other big names. This is the level of conqueror's haki. You know, Conqueror's Haki 13 is also graded. How powerful is the Conqueror's Haki just now? Anyway, today, Zou is here with incredible people. You are here to protect Momonosuke-sama. Neko Mamushi and I will go to see the situation first. Maybe it's Kaido, that lunatic. After finishing speaking, Mamushi and Duke Inuarashi, who temporarily forgot about the conflict, left here and set off in the direction where Conqueror's Haki swept just now. Of course, they tried not to startle the snake along the way. After all, they were also afraid that it was the Kaido of the Beasts who had descended here. Momonosuke-sama, you must protect him no matter what. You know, Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido and Kurozumi, and the entire Kazuki family was also destroyed by them. Now the future of the Kazuki family, Momosuke, is here. When the two passed by, they saw fur tribes stunned by Conqueror's Haki along the way, and the more they watched, the more frightened they became. On the other side, Changzi Forest is where the stele of the historical text of the road sign is placed. This is a dreamy forest, and it can be said to be the most beautiful and dreamy place in Zou. Advertisement, of course, as the place where the historical text stele of the road sign is placed, it is naturally guarded like the Fishman Island. However, to Ling Bai and the others, the heavy soldiers here are nothing more than ants. Humanity? Humans actually broke into Zou? What happened? Stop. At this time, there was no need for Ling Bai to make a move. Lao Sha and the others behind him were all capable of fighting, and it was just that Granos didn't make a move. In a few strokes, more than a dozen fur tribes guarding Changzi Forest all fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai and the others stepped into the Joan Forest. This Changji Forest can be said to be even more beautiful than the Fishman Island. Even Ling Bai and the rest of the men are unavoidably surprised, let alone Reiju, Granos and Baby 5. Women have no resistance to dreamy scenery. The three women were instantly fascinated by the dreamy scene in front of them. 2 minutes later, everyone appeared in front of a huge red stone tablet. It is the signpost history text stele. Is this the text of the road sign history? Cavendish was shocked. It has to be said that there are only 4 pieces of this red text, and if you can collect all 4 pieces, you can get the location of Raftel. The government can enter the New World and arrive at Raftel. This kind of pirate is One Piece, and it is the existence that countless pirates dream of becoming. Raftel is also the place that countless pirates yearn for. In that place, there is the legendary One Piece. Although there is one piece in the paradise, it is surprising to see the second piece. Lao Sha couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But what really shocked Lao Sha was that Ling Bai was able to interpret the historical text. Ling Bai's explanation is that his observation haki has grown to the point of listening to everything. And by listening to everything, Ling Bai can decipher the text of history. Lao Sha was very shocked by this. It seems that before, he underestimated observation haki, and his observation haki was far worse than Ling Bai's. You must know that when Alabasta obtained the ancient weapon Pluto in order to interpret ancient texts, Lock Dahl regarded that Nico Robin as a treasure, but in the end it was nothing but a loss. Advertisement today. Ling Bai is even more simple and rude, directly using the strongest observation haki to interpret the historical text. Ling Bai doesn't know the ancient texts, but by listening to everything, the historical text steles will tell him the meaning of those texts. Only when he is able to listen to all things, Ling Bai can hear the voices of all things, no matter what sound he can hear, and mind reading, of course, also includes it, but Ling Bai does not want to read minds, even if he is not the top observation haki can read minds, but Ling Bai feels that reading minds is meaningless. At this time, standing in front of the historical text, Ling Bai did not forget to remind, it seems that someone is coming, the ruler of this country, please pay attention. Lao Sha and the others nodded. After Ling Bai finished speaking, his attention hit the historical text in front of him, and then he released the ability to listen to everything. And soon, this historical text was interpreted by Ling Bai. Island of the Dead, Uzumaki Sea Region. Ling Bai muttered to himself, this time, there is another Uzumaki Sea area, and the new location is the Island of the Dead. I have to say that the historical text stele in front of me contains a lot of text, but the final interpretation only has these key information. However, Ling Bai raised his attention. The Uzumaki Sea area seems to be the key point. After all, the 690 Uzumaki Sea area has already appeared on the 2 historical texts of road signs. If nothing else, maybe the other two historical texts also have this sea area. Wait a minute, this piece of historical text must be brought back. Ling Bai spoke. That piece of historical text, please don't leave. At this moment, Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi finally came here, smelling the smell all the way. As fur tribes, the sense of smell of a cat and a dog is naturally extremely sensitive. It was easy to track down here. What neither Mamushi nor Duke Inuarashi expected was that the person who came to Zou today was not their enemy Kaido, but Ling Bai. Ling Bai, another Four Emperors member. As a terrifying existence who only ruled the New World some time ago, he is also the youngest member of the Four Monsters, but the frightening thing is that his combat power is stronger than Kaido. After all, Ling Bai has defeated many. Now, facing Ling Bai and their cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi, I feel a lot of pressure in my heart. An evil pirate emperor recognized by the world is here, how can they be calm? Moreover, Ling Bai still wants to take away the historical text here. This piece of historical text is something that the fur tribe must protect no matter what. Chapter 117 looks like Momonosuke is going to be wiped out. Are these two people the strongest here? Lao Sha became vigilant. Probably so. Cavendish has drawn the knife from his waist. Ling Bai looked at Duke Inuarashi and Momosaki. Strictly speaking, he was also the enemy of both of them. Nekobamushi and Duke Inuarashi were both Kazuki Oden's retainers. Did Kazuki Oden board Whitebeard's ship? But Ling Bai's guess is correct. Duke Inuarashi and Momoshiru both regard Ling Bai as their enemies. Moreover, as one of the Four Emperors, Ling Bai is as evil as Big Mom and Kaido, and now this piece of history cannot be taken away by him. Moreover, this historical text stone tablet is also something that their fur clan must protect. As important as a national treasure, Your Excellency, this piece of historical text cannot be taken away. It is like a national treasure for our fur clan. So, please don't embarrass us. You must not hand over this piece of historical text to Ling Bai. At this time, Nekobamushi and Duke Inuarashi had the same thoughts. What if I insist on taking it away? Ling Bai laughed. He wants this piece of historical text. Is there anyone in Zou who can stop him? I am afraid that there are not many people in this world who can stop him. Then I won't hesitate to wait. Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi exchanged a glance. They both drew their weapons and faced Ling Bai directly, exuding a frightening aura. Why F2F? Ling Bai knows that these two people, in the original book, can defeat Supernova, but, as members of Kai Xiao Sha, even if the 9 of them go up together, facing Kaido, in the original book, they can only end up being F********. But now they are facing Ling Bai, how can they be against the people? Lao Sha and the others saw that Ling Bai was about to make a move, so they didn't go up. In the next second, Ling Bai took a step forward and disappeared in place in an instant. The speed was as fast as teleportation. So fast, it's hard for me to capture this speed. Malmushiru and Duke Inuarashi couldn't help being surprised. Be careful, this guy is a monster beyond imagination. The two spoke in unison, reminding each other, here he comes. Facing Ling Bai's arrival, the two slashed at the same time. However, with a crisp sound, both of their knives were shaken to the side, and before they could react, Ling Bai's right leg pressed over, swept across the two of them. At that moment, the two of them only felt a mountain crushing their bodies. How terrifying was the huge force on Ling Bai's right leg. Pressed by Ling Bai's right leg, Duke Inuarashi and Momoshiba felt that their bones were about to be crushed. In the next second, the two of them were swept out fiercely, and without any suspense, they were shot backwards uncontrollably like a rocket launcher. Boom! Advertisement in the distance, a piece of forest was blasted, and billowing smoke and dust were already set off in a short time. Ling Bai's attack was almost an instant kill, and the kick just now can be said to be just a random kick. What a powerful force. It was the first time for Cavendish to see Ling Bai fighting, and he was naturally shocked. With just one blow, the two strong men were swept away. The Duke of Inuarashi and the Cat Viper look like they are absolutely strong. It's good to get used to it. An opponent of this level may be a fierce battle for us, but for him, it's just a bigger ant. The speaker was none other than Klockedar, who had no doubts about Ling Bai's power. After all, there was a time when Klockedar also challenged Whitebeard, but he was always killed in seconds. In front of Whitebeard at his peak, his strength was really like an ant, but now in front of Ling Bai, Lao Sha the power is nowhere stronger. At this moment, Lao Sha clearly sensed that someone was coming, and they were moving very fast, and Ling Bai also felt this. In the next second, the eyes turned into a puff of sand. Boom! With a muffled sound, a strange-looking old man blocked Lao Sha's golden poison hook with a ninja shuriken in the air. It seems that another strong man has come. Lao Sha, who is at a relatively higher position, is looking down at another member of the Kai Xiao 9, Wanokuni Ninja Reizang. You foreign pirates, don't be arrogant, ninja. Reizang. Puff, after speaking, Lei Zhang suddenly disappeared. Old Sha, that guy is a ninja, and his ninjutsu is rather weird, so be careful. Ling Bai not far away reminded. No problem. Lao Sha is not a vegetarian either. The next moment, when Lei Zhang appeared behind Lao Sha and wanted to sneak attack, a shuriken stabbed Lao Sha's back, but the bloodshed scene he imagined did not appear, but the shuriken went straight through. Logia, ability user. Lei Zhang was surprised, and the next moment, Lao Sha swept across the crescent moon-shaped sand dune. With a knife, and the sharp blade gathered by the sand came in horizontally. He still tore open a wound on his hunk mouth at an extremely fast speed, and after the distance of 10 meters from Lao Shala, the severe pain from the hunk mouth tearing also hit, and his own wound began to bleed profusely. Careless. Logia ability user. Lei Zhang's complexion changed. He came here just now because he was worried. It was shocking to see the cat vipers being kicked away. It has not been a few days since Lei Zhang and the others were transported to this era by Mrs. Shi, and they have not even had time to understand what the world has become. Now they still don't know who Ling Bai is, and even Whitebeard is dead, unknown. And Lao Sha also rushed forward. For him, since he is an enemy, it doesn't matter if he kills him. On the other hand, the appearance of Lei Zhang also let Ling Bai understand that the retainers of the Kazuki family, including Momonosuke and Lei Zhang, have been teleported by Mrs. Shi. Now, Momonosuke is here too, right? Nothing else. Momonosuke must die. He is not happy with Momonosuke. Although Ling Bai has no feelings for Nami Robin now, this does not prevent Ling Bai from killing Momonosuke. And since Momonosuke is going to be eliminated, then these retainers will all die too. Advertisement end. Sooner or later Ling Bai will do something to Wano-kuni. It is impossible to keep those who stand in the way. In the next second, Ling Bai disappeared in place, and then appeared in front of the cat viper who had just endured the pain and stood up from the ground. History text. I have to take it away, and you, since you want to stop it, then, go to hell. Boom. After finishing speaking, before the cat viper could resist, Ling Bai threw a heavy punch, which landed on the opponent's chest. In the blink of an eye, Hun's mouth was filled with overwhelming pain. At the moment when it flew upside down, the cat viper also vomited blood fiercely. Cat viper. Duke Inuarashi shouted, and immediately rushed to Ling Bai and swung his knife. However, the knife was caught by Ling Bai with his bare hands. Armament hockey covered Ling Bai's hand, and with Ling Bai's strength, he easily caught the opponent's knife. Take the sword with bare hands. Crash it. Ling Bai's tone was calm, and the next moment, Duke Inuarashi looked at the knife he couldn't pull out, and under his shocked and puzzled gaze, Ling Bai used some force to smash it into pieces. Duke Inuarashi's knife is so-so, but to Ling Bai, it's just a harder rock. Knife. Smash directly. Ling Bai's feet landed on Duke Inuarashi's stomach. In the next second, Duke Inuarashi was blown away. In the air, spit out a mouthful of old blood, and Ling Bai's power is really too strong. And Ling Bai, Qian Dahao, also covered Duke Inuarashi's Hungarian mouth with his right palm in the air at the moment Duke Inuarashi hadn't landed, directly releasing the power of Houkai. Not long after, Duke Inuarashi's eyes widened, revealing disbelief and pain. Ling Bai's Houkai power directly destroyed Duke Inuarashi's internal organs. That is, smash, and this, can he survive? The answer is impossible. After all, he's no Whitebeard, and he's no Kaido. As for the cat viper, the final fate is the same. In the end, the two died helplessly and in extreme pain with extreme unwillingness. Ling Bai's movements were very straightforward, and easily eliminated the strongest of the two Kaishao 9 heroes. On the other side, Kinemon and the others were also a little uneasy when they heard the sporadic fighting sounds coming from a distance. Just when Jineman was about to find out, a young man appeared in front of them. It was Ling Bai. Who is coming? Kinemon immediately drew his sword. He didn't know Ling Bai, let alone that Ling Bai was in existence on an equal footing with Kaido of the Beasts. But he knows that those who come are not good at pulling them out. Protect Momonosuke-sama. Chapter 118 The Death of Momonosuke. Can sugar really grow up? Protect Momonosuke-sama. Kinemon yelled, and Kanjuro behind him quickly pulled Momonosuke, who had just woken up, back. The appearance of Ling Bai made Kanjuro understand that this guy in front of him is extremely difficult, and he must be a bad comer. Momonosuke trembled even more because of fear, and instinctively regarded Ling Bai as someone who was chasing and killing him. Who are you? Kinemon drew his sword and stared at Ling Bai warily. However, Ling Bai did not speak, and the ice blade appeared on the right hand, covering armament hockey at the same time. In the next second, Ling Bai walked towards Kinemon. Seeing this, Kinemon didn't hesitate anymore and shot directly. Obviously, the boy who came here was going to do something to them. And Kinemon could clearly feel that this young man is definitely an incredible existence, and even made him have a terrible feeling that this young man's strength is in the hands of Kazuki Miyuki. How is this possible? What happened to Neko Mamushi and Duke Inuarashi? While waving the sword in his hand, Kinemon subconsciously asked Ling Bai. And Ling Bai easily blocked Kinemon's knife at this moment. You can go down to see him later. I am going to kill you, Kinemon roared. Mao Viper and himself are both members of the Chishao 9 heroes, and everyone is also a brother. But now, are they dead? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Jin 990 Wyman was angry, and the tachi in his hand burst into flames instantly. Kinemon, also known as Foxfire Kinemon, is currently burning with raging fire on his sword, releasing an astonishing aura. I saw him clench the Teidao with both hands and slash towards Ling Bai fiercely. This trick, in the original book, can disintegrate Kaido's enthusiasm, but what is it in Ling Bai's case? With the skate in hand, Ling Bai is TNG now at this moment. Seeing the crescent-shaped flame slash coming, Ling Bai also slashed there, disintegrating it easily. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai swung another knife, and when Jin Wyman was caught off guard, the slash fell on his chest. At the moment when the chest was torn and blood gushed out, Jin Wyman was also hit go out. So strong. A strong swordsman. what a domineering way of the sword. Kinemon was horrified. But at this moment, Ling Bai fell from the sky, slashing down like a battle axe. The momentum even distorted the air. Immediately after enduring the severe pain in the chest, he quickly tried to resist with the taidao in his hand. However, the sword was cut off directly by Ling Dao, and Ling Bai's sword also fell on Jinwaiman without any suspense. Immediately afterwards, amidst Kinemon's pain and despair, Kinemon's body was cut off. Advertisement from the right shoulder to the left waist, it was chopped into two sides. Puff. Jinwaiman, who fell heavily on the ground, spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his face turned pale instantly. Although this could not kill him immediately, his life would pass quickly. 5 seconds later, Kinemon burped completely in extreme pain and unwillingness. But before he died, Kinemon also said, to protect Momonosuke-sama. Ling Bai couldn't help feeling sorry for being so loyal to the Lord, but Ling Bai would not pity him because of this. Kinemon. Kanjuro and Momonosuke yelled, and of course they both yelled several times before that. At this time, he shouted even more heart-piercingly. And Kanjuro, facing Ling Bai who was approaching, could only rush to resist. However, after a while, his end was also death, and he was also cut in half, but this kind of cut in half made him more painful than Kinemon, because Kinemon injured his internal organs and could die quickly. Kankuro, who was transected from the waist, was even more painful. He struggled for nearly a minute before he died. During this minute, Kanjuro seemed to have spent 10 years in pain. At the end of his death, he was just like Kinemon. In the end, only Momonosuke was left. At this time, Momonosuke, whose face was full of fear and trembling violently, had a large puddle of water under his feet. "Are you scared to pee?" Ling Bai was surprised. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. My father is Kazuki Oden." Momonosuke's body was limp, and he sat upright on his D*K. "Don't worry, I will take good care of your sister." Ling Bai's face was calm, and he swung the knife, and in an instant there was a dark red slash, and under this slash, Momonosuke was also torn into two halves, but he was in two halves, left and right. Until his death, Momonosuke didn't understand why Ling Bai wanted to kill him. BDFH, also, what does he mean when he says he takes care of his sister? He didn't come up with an answer yet, but his thinking stopped abruptly, and the things in his body leaped out, all over the place. "It's kind of cruel, I actually killed a child today." The skate in Ling Bai's hand disappeared, and soon he disappeared here. On the other side, Lei Zhang was thrown away by Lao Sha, just in front of Granu. Lei Zhang was about to get up, but Granu made a move. Reiju saw that the palm of Granu's right hand was facing Lei Zhang, and with a muffled poof, Lei Zhang turned into a toy in the next second. "Humph. I'm strong too. The voice of sugar is the voice of a child." Lao Sha was dumbfounded. Lei Zhang, who made him feel troublesome, was solved like this. Advertisement. What's the matter with this kid? Hey, what's up with this kid? Cavendish and they were shocked. "You are the children, and your whole family are children." Granos gave them a look of contempt. "She is in her 20s this year, and she is indeed not a child." At this time, Ling Bai came. "In your 20s, still so young?" Surprised, Reiju looked at Granos. "You are young." When Reiju said this, Granos wanted to turn back, but with her height, she could only look up at Reiju and witness Reiju's magnificence. At that moment, Granu felt like being pierced into the heart by countless needles, and tears poured out unconsciously. "I just ate the fruit of childlike interest, because the fruit of childlike interest will not grow up." Wow, before he finished speaking, Granos began to cry. "I'm sorry." Reiju still wanted to comfort her, but Ling Bai stopped her, let her continue to cry. A woman in her 20s, still crying? Sugar. You. Granos cried even louder, but Ling Bai didn't care about her, and Reiju couldn't do anything when he saw that Ling Bai didn't let him take care of the sugar. What a cute little girl, but Ling Bai is cold. The same is true for Baby 5, seeing that her dear adult won't let him control the sugar, she didn't control it either. In this way, Granos is just asking for trouble when he is crying and crying, so he can only stop crying. What ability is this child? Lao Sha looked at Granu suspiciously. At this time, Lei Zhang, who had been turned into a toy, was already controlled by Lao Sha with sand. Lei Zhang was almost instantly killed by Granu. Can Lao Sha not be shocked? Ling Bai, a more troublesome ability. Old Sha, kill this old man to avoid trouble, it is good. Lao Sha didn't talk nonsense, but Lei Zhang was in despair. His neck was broken by Lao Sha, and then his whole head was taken off. At this time, it was just to pick off the head of the toy, and it was twisted off with almost no effort. And Granu, because of this shot, shocked Lao Sha, Cavendish, Reiju and others. As for Granu, seeing the shocked crowd, he couldn't help but feel complacent, and the grief just now was wiped away. But she would still look at Reiju's magnificence from time to time, and then look at herself. Xiao Tang couldn't help feeling sad. Could it be that she could only live in the body of a child for the rest of her life? Has she really grown up? Chapter 119. Departing from Wano-kuni, Plague Quinn was frightened. After taking away the historical text of the road sign, Ling Bai and the others left Zouwu. As for the impact of the deaths of the two Zou, Mobamushi and Duke Inarashi, on this place, Ling Bai is not interested in taking into account that, after all, the king is dead, and there will be a new king. Reiju. Master, where is the next stop? Wano-kuni. Ling Bai thought about it, and decided to go to Wano-kuni. After all, another piece of known historical text is in Wano-kuni. Ling Bai is too lazy to go back to the paradise now, And he will go next time, wouldn't it be troublesome? Wano Kuni. Lao Sha was a little surprised. Captain, that place is the territory of Kaido of the Beasts. Cavendish's face changed in surprise. Go to another Four Emperors site? Ling Bai. That's right, go over there and take the piece of history text by the way. After all, Kaido was also defeated by me. There is no need to be afraid of him. Maybe he is still afraid of me. In fact, when Ling Bai went there, he also planned to take away the two famous knives used by Kazuki Oden, namely Tianyu Yuzan and Yan Mo. After all, he is now a great swordsman and has no knives in his hand. It's really hard to handle, and the ice skates that Ling Bai is used to using can't withstand Ling Bai's berserk sword power. Lao Sha. The historical text. If we can also take that historical text, then we will have 3 landmark historical texts in total. If we find the last piece, it will not be a problem to go to Raftel. That's right, as night falls, it's time to sleep again. The ship that Ling Bai is riding on now is still huge. At this time, Ling Bai was living on the top floor. Of course, for Ling Bai, there was no normal sleeping time. At this moment, 9 is here. When Reiju came in, I didn't even have to think about what I was going to face. Just blushing, she enjoys the time with Ling Bai very much. She often thinks, if only Ling Bai belongs to her alone. However, this is obviously unrealistic. But Reiju has already decided that he must play an important role for Ling Bai. She absolutely cannot be a vase. She has to work hard to improve her own strength, to become a powerful woman beside Ling Bai who can stand on her own. By the way, Reiju, what are the results of the 2 kinds of hockey I taught you now? Advertisement. At this time, Ling Bai was galloping like a wild horse recklessly on the fertile land. At the same time, he also remembered that he taught Reiju armament hockey and observation hockey some time ago. After all, Judge didn't teach Reiju these things. That guy, a man who firmly believes in the power of technology. And these 2 kinds of hockey are very useful, not to mention that observation hockey has reached an advanced level, can predict the future, and can predict his next move or even many moves when fighting an enemy, and can easily detect danger at ordinary times. As for armament hockey, even if you are not fighting Logia ability users, armament hockey can also be used as a defense. The black hockey covering is as hard as steel, or even harder than steel. Reiju is working hard on armament hockey, and observation hockey. Reiju will definitely become an independent existence beside adults. Come on, Reiju. My lord, can I call you husband in the future? I said yes, in private. Reiju said weakly, and after she finished speaking, she felt extremely anxious, with great hope. Sure. To Reiju's surprise, Ling Bai actually said yes. This time, Reiju was overjoyed, deep in his heart, unconsciously filled with endless sense of happiness and satisfaction. The moonlight is beautiful, and Ju is more vivid. 3 more days passed quickly. These 3 days, for Ling Bai and the others, it was relatively calm, did not encounter any pirates, and did not encounter any storms. Soon, Ling Bai's boat reached the waters in front of the cliff waterfall that bordered the Wano Kuni Inland Sea. The sea area where Wano Kuni is located is the Inland Sea. You need to climb a cliff waterfall hundreds of meters long to enter the Inland Sea and reach the Inland Sea above the cliff waterfall. And in this Inland Sea is the sea area where Wano Kuni and the Ghost Spider are located. Of course, there are other ways to enter the Inland Sea besides the cliff waterfall, that is, rushing up the dangerous Uzumaki current. So the safest thing is to go up through the cliff waterfall. However, the way to climb the cliff waterfall is to use the giant carp in this sea area to pull the boat. You must know that Kaido is a person with the ability of Yu fruit, and it is estimated that the fish in this area will obey his orders. Captain, how do you get up like this? Cavendish pointed to the hundreds of meters high cliff waterfall in front of him, which was like a sky-reaching existence, and the deafening sound of the waterfall made one's scalp tingle. He said that this kind of waterfall must. ZIH, asking for flowers. Oh, advertisement. Everyone was also looking at Ling Bai at this time, not knowing what Ling Bai was going to do. Look at mine. After finishing speaking, Ling Bai jumped onto the surface of the sea, and the freezing power was released, causing a small part of the sea to freeze. At this time, Ling Bai was standing on the ice. Captain Reiju was almost taken aback, thinking that Ling Bai was going to rush into the sea. Her husband, Ling Bai, is a capable person. Of course, she can already call Ling Bai her husband in private, which makes Reiju happy. From that night to now. Even Momosagi doesn't have this kind of treatment. Reiju can clearly feel that among the 3 women in Ling Bai, Momosagi is the highest, the second is her, and the third is Bonnie. Zero in Ling Bai has already begun to use the ability to listen to all things to communicate with the creatures under the sea. This is the ability to listen to everything. Ling Bai can understand the words of sea kings and other marine animals, and this ability also allows them to understand the meaning conveyed by Ling Bai. Soon, there were 3 huge carp showing their heads on the sea. Ling Bai asked Lao Sha and Cavendish to take out the spare rope of the anchor, and let the giant continue out to lasso. Just use this kind of fish to rush up? Reiju asked about Ling Bai, and at the same time shouted proudly. Husband is amazing. That's how the beast's pirates went up, and that's the role of the carp here. Probably they all know their mission to live here. Lao Sha. It's interesting. Cavendish. It's the first time I've heard of carp pulling a boat. Ling Bai said with a smile. This is considered a secret in the world. On the other side, in the monitoring room of Ghost Island, Plague Quinn, who just came here today to inspect the work, found Ling Bai and their ship. After all, in the cliff waterfall, The Beast's pirates have arranged a lot of monitoring, just to prevent intruders. Of course, they are also equipped with a lot of forts. Who? Quinn asked the younger brother to maximize the monitoring, and finally knew who was on that boat. Ling Bai. How could it be him? He wants to come here? Quinn was frightened, his eyes widened to the maximum, and the eyeballs almost popped out. Chapter 120 Ghost Island, Kaido's Hospitality, Ling Bai's Purpose. At this moment, Quinn was frightened, the Kaido boss who defeated them in the paradise last time, and now the four emperors Ling Bai, who is now on an equal footing with the Kaido boss, actually appeared in front of the cliff waterfall, and, looking at the three giant carp, it is obvious that Ling Bai know the secret to entering their beast's pirates' territory. You know, the way to board the Wano-kuni Inland Sea is to use a carp to pull a boat. This method can be said to be a secret to this world. However, the frightening thing is that four emperors Ling Bai actually knew. Quinn and the younger brothers in the monitoring room were all frightened. At the same time, Quinn also ordered the younger brother to inform Kaido and them. Soon, Jack the Drow and Quinn all came. After all, everyone was frightened. You must know that the territory of the beast's pirates is about to face invaders, but this time the invaders are different from any previous invaders. This is, four emperors Ling Bai as the invaders. Jin watched the three giant boats that continued to pull Ling Bai rushing towards the cliff waterfall. His forehead was already sweating, and the others were not much better. 753. Hey, what should I do? Who's going to stop it? Quinn looked at Jin and Jack. The three of them are the most able to fight here. Let him come up, and at this time, Kaido came in, with a strong smell of alcohol. He was drunk just now, but when he heard that Ling Bai appeared in front of the cliff waterfall, he suddenly lost his drunkenness and became sober. But, Mr. Kaido, before he could say a few words, Fusai Jack was interrupted. Only those few people, obviously not here to start a war. Kaido said, don't worry about him, we are waiting for him in Ghost Island. What does this kid want to do? Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect Kaido boss to let Ling Bai come up. But when everyone saw it, there were indeed only those few people on the Ling Bai boat, so how could this battle be for war? But everyone dare not relax, who knows what Ling Ri is going to do here? Soon, Ling Bai and the others rushed up to the inner sea smoothly, and just as they landed, above the sky, Kaido who had turned into a dragon was already entrenched, looking down from the sky. Little devil, what do you want? Kaido questioned. The appearance of Kaido put Lao Sha and the others under tremendous pressure. Only Ling Bai remained calm. Kaido, see you on Oni Island. Advertisement. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense, and Kaido didn't know what Ling Bai wanted to do, so he just snorted coldly and flew to the Ghost Island. When Ling Bai's ship broke down, Kaido and a group of younger brothers were already waiting. Seeing Ling Bai's arrival, the beast's pirates, besides Kaido, also felt a lot of pressure. In New World, pirate emperors don't meet each other. If they meet, they usually have conflicts. Now, Ling Bai came to Ghost Island in person. What does he want to do? This handsome boy is younger than anyone on Ghost Island, but no one here dares to underestimate him. Aokiji died under his hands, Akainu was seriously injured and unconscious, and Whitebeard was also terminated by him. Kaido dare not underestimate Ling Bai, let alone Jin or even other younger brothers. What? Kaido, you have a bitter face and lost the bet. Ling Bai looked at Kaido, and Reiju burst out laughing because of the bitter melon face words. Everyone's attention fell on Reiju, so scared that Reiju's body couldn't help shaking, but Ling held her hand. Ling Bai didn't speak, but this move made Kaido and the others understand the message. As for Reiju, he couldn't help being moved in his heart. Seeing you, Laozi is not happy. Kaido told the truth, and after saying this, Kaido shouted, prepare the best food and drink for Laozi. Laozi will entertain this man. The beast's pirates were astonished, while Lao Sha and the others were equally astonished. Didn't you hear what Laozi said? Kaido looked down at Quinn and the others, who immediately woke up, and someone rushed into the building to order the chef to work. The Kaido boss's words are absolutely undeniable. Half an hour later, 2 huge wine tables were ready, and the wine tables were filled with all kinds of fine wines and delicacies. Of course, there are only 3 people at this wine table. Ling Bai and Reiju who waits on him, opposite Ling Bai, only Kaido. This is the rule, the people who can sit on this wine table, to be precise, can only be Kaido and Ling Bai. This is the wine game of the 2 kings of the sea. Naturally, not everyone can sit at this table. As for Lao Sha and the others, they were on another table. On this table, besides Lao Sha and the others, there were San Calamity and Ling Kong Lu Zi. I have to say, the operator is very big, but Ling Bai and the others didn't move. How dare they move? The 3 calamities didn't dare to move. After all, they all watched Kaido's boss act, and Kaido didn't move. How dare they move? Therefore, Lao Sha and the others couldn't move rashly. The reason why Reiju is qualified to sit next to Ling Bai is because Ling Bai wants her to serve her, otherwise she would not dare to sit here. After all, the opposite is Kaido of the beasts. You came here for a purpose? Don't tell Laozi that you come here for tourism. You must know that there is nothing worth visiting in this sea area, the entire island of ghosts, including Wano-kuni on the opposite side. Advertisement. Kaido grabbed a wine jar and took a sip. Currently, there are already 2 pieces of the historical text of road signs in my hand. What? $2. When Ling Bai said this, Kaido was shocked. His whole face changed. If he hadn't just swallowed that big mouthful of wine, he would have spit it out at this moment. And the Beast's Pirates members present were also shocked. Boy, did you get $2? Kaido was shocked, put the wine jar on the ground, and stared at Ling Bai. To be honest, Kaido doesn't have a piece of historical text now, and the historical text of the road sign that Ling Bai wants is on Wanokuna's side, and Kaido is also interested in this piece of historical text. The text has been coveted for a long time, but it's just that it has never been used. Kaido is also very afraid of the power of Wano-kuni. Although Kaido is the ruler behind Wano-kuni, he does not control Wano-kuni absolutely, otherwise, he would have transformed Wano-kuni into a new ghost island. The samurai power over there and the power of the Kurozumi Orochi are very troublesome. Both are in my hands, and I'm here to get the other one. Ling Bai spoke straight to the point. I want to get another piece. Kid, have you made a mistake? That piece of historical text belongs to Lousy. Kaido stared at Ling Bai, and rushed towards Ling Bai with a strong momentum, and Reiju beside Ling Bai couldn't help but get as close to Ling Bai as possible. Even if you get the historical text, what can you do? Kaido, you can't interpret it, but I can interpret the historical text by listening to everything. Listen to everything? Has your observation haki reached the level of listening to everything? Kaido looked shocked and couldn't believe it. Ling Bai. Now, I can read the text of history, but you can't. Besides, Kaido, haven't you always wanted to fully control Wano-kuni? As one of the emperors of the sea. The headquarters is in the tiny place of Ghost Island. Haven't you thought about changing to a bigger place? Ghost Island is a very small island, and it is not wrong to say that it is a tiny place. What do you want to say? Kaido really wants to fully control Wano-kuni, and then turn Wano-kuni into a new island of ghosts. Now Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi's 1.8 guy, only gives him the right to use the free well area. Strictly speaking, Wano-kuni does not belong to Kaido. Back then, he cooperated with Kurozumi Orochi to kill Kazuki Oden, and the Light family was destroyed. Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. Kaido gets the right to use Rabbit Well, and Kurozumi Orochi gets the entire Wano-kuni. To say that Kurozumi Orochi was not much weaker than Kaido back then, that guy was also a Phantom Beast ability user after all. Now, Kaido has a vague plan in mind, that is to kill Kurozumi Orochi, support his daughter Yamato as the new ruler of Wano-kuni, and turn Wano-kuni into a new island of ghosts. Of course, those forces and opponents in Wano-kuni are more difficult to deal with, and the biggest headache for Kaido is that his own daughter actually regards Kazuki Oden as an idol, and even opposes his father. Kaido felt a headache when he thought of his daughter. Kaido looked at Ling Bai, he wondered what Ling Bai wanted to do. I saw Ling Bai said at this time, I will help you, kill Kurozumi Orochi and other opposition forces, you will deal with it, and I will take away the historical text. Chapter 121 Terror Cooperation with Kaido, Thump. When Ling Bai said these words, everyone, especially the Beast's Pirates members present, were shocked, their breathing and heartbeat accelerated at the same time. Even Kaido couldn't help but sit up straight. Yan Calamity and the others looked at Ling Bai, feeling unbelievable. Kurozumi Orochi, they naturally want to get rid of it. This is already the consensus of the Beast's Pirates Captain Kaido of the Beasts and the core cadres, but there is no plan yet. 2. Kaido didn't know how long Kaido had coveted the Wano-kuni land, but with Kurozumi Orochi and other forces around, even Kaido couldn't do it. Kurozumi Orochi is an out-and-out licentious person, but he is not weak at all. Similarly, he is also a strong man, even much stronger than Kaido's strongest cadre Yan Calamity Jin, plus the subordinates of Kurozumi Orochi. Even Kaido is extremely afraid. Kurozumi Orochi, Zone, Phantom Beast, Yamada no Orochi. The Rabbit Well area is a treasure land, the people of Beast's Pirates are developing there day and night, and the value of the whole Wano-kuni is even greater. It's no wonder that Kaido and the others are not attracted to Wano-kuni. After all, Kaido's goal is to control this sea area, and he wants to control the entire Wano-kuni sea area. Now, does Ling Bai mean to join forces with Kaido? He wants the historical text, and Kaido takes the rest. Kurozumi Orochi, Ling Bai came to kill. Ling Bai, do you really mean what you say? Kaido is now known as My Bai. In front of the entire Wano-kuni, it seems that the value of the historical text is no longer that great. Moreover, Ling Bai has already mastered 2 historical texts, and it seems impossible to snatch them from Ling Bai. I'm not free, just kidding, Kaido. Since it's the same, Lousy did it too. The 2 of them hit it off. In this way, you will have 3 historical texts. At that time, if you find the last one and interpret it with your ability to listen to everything, wouldn't you be able to go to Raftel? If not, Ling Bai asked Kaido back. Kaido. Arrive at Raftel, you are the next generation of One Piece. No, Kaido, One Piece, is just someone else's leftover. Advertisement. Ling Bai laughed. One Piece, what a fart. Isn't it Luogia leftovers? What is it compared to the king of the world? Kaido, I want to surpass your captain, Locks. But, after all, your captain can only be regarded as the last One Piece. Locks? Kaido hadn't spoken yet, but Yan Wanjin, the 3 disasters present, the 6 volleys, and various members of the real fight, etc., were all shocked. Ling Bai, he said, captain of Kaido boss, Locks. Where is sacred? To become the king of the world. Ling Bai, Lousy admits, you are very ambitious, and, you know the existence of Locks? Kaido shook his head. Locks is still too bad, the relationship between the crew is too bad, the Valley of the Gods incident, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. They all rebelled here, and other big pirates who later became famous in New World also rebelled depending on the situation. Lin and I, that old woman, were too weak compared to that war at that time, and in the end, Locks was defeated by Luogia and Garp together. Kaido was talking about the past while drinking, and the members of the Beast's pirates present were already having turbulent waves in their hearts. The same is true for Cavendish, but Lao Sha is fine, after all, Ling Bai said it. Locks? Whitebeard, Golden Lion? And Linlin, is it because of Charlotte Linlin? What lineup is this? Are they all on the same boat? Yenjujin and the others, even though they have experienced countless storms with Kaido, but at this moment, there are still turbulent waves in their hearts. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of monsters that Locks controlled. And, Garp and Luo Jia teamed up to defeat Locks? What's the situation? That marine hero teamed up with One Piece to defeat Locks. And who is this Locks? Ling Bai, the king of the world, is not so easy to handle. After all, the world government is not easy. After decades of ups and downs, Kaido is no longer the intern of the Locks pirates. The stronger he is, the more he can understand why the world government can last for 800 years under the brutal rule of the celestial dragons as long as. Although, I admit that you are really strong and above me, but if you rely on your current power, it is not enough to overthrow that behemoth, even if you are very strong. At this time, Kaido spoke seriously, and Ling Bai said, Kaido, it's just starting now, of course, I don't mind, you also go to Raftel, look at that place, what's there? Just go to Raftel. Ling Bai doesn't want to become One Piece, and now, Ling Bai also wants to win over Kaido. If Kaido can be won over, then Kaido, as well as the Beast's pirates, can become his terrifying aide. Ling Bai believes that he will become stronger, and sooner or later his strength will surpass Kaido by a lot. Advertisement in Kaido, adored, is a powerful figure. He worships strength, worships power, to Raftel? Boy, yes, you be asterisk 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 D. Kaido of the Beasts will make you a friend, although you are just a brat, but Lousy treats you as a real man. Kaido slapped the bottle on the table, drink the bar boy. As for the people around, they all spent more than 2 hours listening to the terrifying conversation between the two pirate emperors. That kind of dialogue, the people present did not dare to think that it was fake, it was a joke, but, they are the kings of the sea. How can it be fake? Everyone can only feel their scalps tingling. And, what is even more frightening is that these two pirate emperors seem to have reached a cooperation. This is the scariest thing. More than 2 hours later, Ling Bai took Reiju and the others away, heading for the capital of flowers. At this time, Kaido had already drunk too much and passed out on the table, while Ling Bai didn't drink much. Flame Calamity, tell Kaido, go to the city of flowers tomorrow night, over there, it's time for a bloodbath. Ling Bai looked at the flaming ember, it is good. Jin's heart shook, and so did the others. They know that tomorrow night, they will fight in the capital of flowers. At that time, the Beast's pirates will completely take over Wano Kuni and turn Wano Kuni into a new island of ghosts. The two kings of the sea join forces, no one is not shaken. Wano Kuni, the sky is about to change. On the other side, after more than an hour, Ling Bai and the others had moored their boats at the harbor of the capital of flowers, and then entered the bustling capital of flowers. Ling Bai found a place to live with Reiju, Granos and Baby 5, and they occupied 2 floors. Ling Bai shares a room with Reiju, and Granos shares a room with Baby 5. Ling Bai is also a wave of local tyrants this time. As for Lao Sha and Cavendish, they are looking for a place. Chapter 122 Fly with a punch Kurozumi Orochi, let's do it. As night falls, it will soon be the next night. At this time, the moon is dim, and the night view of the capital of flowers is also very beautiful. The moon is dark and the wind is high, it's the night of the killing, but it doesn't matter now. Ling Bai and the others have already dispatched, followed by Lao Sha and the others. At this time, the mansion of the king of the crowd, Kurozumi Orochi, is advancing. Now, including the sugar are all here, after all, as a little girl in her 20s, she also has to go out to work, and the sugar is also complaining in her heart, when she was with Doflamingo before, the latter always had special bodyguards to follow her, as a result, now he has become Ling Bai's bodyguard. Of course, there is no way for Granos, whoever said that the person who walked in the front is the Emperor of the Sea. It's horrific when you start it. On the other hand, the Beast's pirates are also in action. Behind Kaido of the Beasts, followed Ling Bai and the others. Those samurai forces, even if they don't have weapons, will kill all those who resist, and those be asterisk 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 D nobles. The most important thing is the ninjas raised by Kurozumi Orochi. Ninjas. A bunch of troublesome guys. Kaido holds a mace in his hand, although it is true that it is a bit of a fuss to let him face someone other than Kurozumi Orochi. Then, 2 ships attacked from the Island of Ghosts, and with the elite fighters of the Beast's pirates, rushed towards the capital of flowers. Today's Flower City is still prosperous and in the beautiful night, but what people don't know is that a storm is brewing. When Kaido and the others set off this way, Ling Bai and the others had already entered the house of Kurozumi Orochi. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi was naturally in the midst of singing as always, and a beautiful woman was serving Kurozumi Orochi to eat and drink. Right in front of Kurozumi Orochi, that is a beautiful woman. From Kurozumi Orochi's point of view, the 3 beauties who surround him are women who are enough to make men fascinated, but compared with the woman in front of them, is also very different. This woman is exactly the woman Kurozumi is trying to get, Wanakunazo Ran Shaozi, whose real name is Kazuki Hiyori. Of course Kurozumi doesn't know about it. As the daughter of Kazuki Oden, Hiyori is also deliberately lurking, and when she reunites with Kaishao 9 heroes and the others, she will be able to kill Orochi for revenge. Kurozumi Orochi has seen countless women, this woman in front of him is the only one he wants to win her heart. How could Kurozumi know that this woman is the daughter of his enemy, and this woman is still plotting how to kill him? Master Orochi, the noble today said that if I disagree, he would snatch me here for fun, and then sell it, he. Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori faced Kurozumi Orochi with a very sad demeanor and tone, and his delicate and pitiful posture made Kurozumi Orochi instantly filled with righteous indignation. Who? Xiao Zi, which nobleman is it? Laozi will kill him tomorrow. That's the one. So it's him? Very good, even the woman Laozi likes dares to make a move. Kurozumi Orochi was very angry. Kazuki Hiyori said the nobleman's name, and just like that, this nobleman seemed to have been sentenced to death. In this regard, Kazuki Hiyori has nothing to do with it. After all, there are too many nobles and various rich people who have destroyed the capital of flowers in her hands. Kazuki Hiyori seems to have eradicated all of these Wanokuni mods. At this moment, looking at the extremely ugly Kurozumi Orochi 2 meters away in front of him, Kazuki Hiyori said thank you, followed by a few polite words, and was about to leave. Xiao Zi will not bother you. Etiquette, of course, is polite. In the view of Kurozumi Orochi, the beauty is too beautiful to behold, and the beauties around him are just ordinary goods. Kurozumi Orochi can't help lamenting, when will we be able to capture this peerless beauty? But when Kazuki Hiyori opened the door and was about to go out, the door was pushed open by others. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori was surprised, only to see a beautiful boy in clothes completely different from Wanokuni and another beautiful woman. It was Ling Bai and Reiju. As for Lao Sha and the others, they have already started killing outside. According to Ling Bai's principle, no one will be spared. And Ling Bai was also surprised. He didn't expect that the one who opened the door was Kazuki Hiyori. This woman, he naturally knew, as a peerless and beautiful woman on the same level as Snake Princess. Reiju, catch this woman. Ling Bai is not talking nonsense. After all, he promised Momonosuke to take good care of his sister. Before Kazuki Hiyori reacted to the accident, Reiju had already made a move, pulled Kazuki Hiyori over directly, and pinned him down easily. At the same time, Reiju, who saw Kazuki Hiyori's beauty, was also amazed. It seems that he understands what Ling Bai is going to do. This woman, Ling Bai probably won't let it go. Advertisement after all, such a beautiful woman. Reiju sighed in his heart, his adults are like this, what can I do? But Kazuki Hiyori was shocked and was about to resist when Reiju, who was a poison girl, released the toxin. From that moment on, Kazuki Hiyori felt that all the strength in his body was drained, and finally fell powerlessly in Reiju's arms. Who are you? On the other side, Ling Bai had already stepped into the room. Kurozumi shouted with a startled expression, pushed the 3 women away and stood up, facing Ling Bai. The person who came to kill you. While speaking, Ling Bai had already punched out, and the terrifying monster was on top of the fist. What a brat. Kurozumi Orochi, who lives in the closed Wanokuni, knows that the outside world has changed to 4 emperors, and Whitebeard has been replaced by someone else, but he doesn't pay attention to what the new 4 emperors member Ling Bai who replaced Whitebeard looks like. Therefore, he didn't know that the kid in front of him was 4 emperors Ling Bai, who was equal to Kaido. Orochi Kurozumi also tried to block with his fists, facing Ling Bai's punch. Kurozumi Orochi didn't use much power. After all, how much power can a kid have? And in his heart, he was also angry that a brat was out of the game against him. Boom. However, in the next second, Kurozumi realized how terrifying Ling Bai's punch was. The right hand of his shot was directly blown away. The bones of Quan, Li Haohao's head were directly shattered. The bones of the hand were also directly broken. And Ling Bai's fist did not stop because of this, and finally the fist landed on Kurozumi's stomach, and the stomach was sunken in an instant. With loud explosions, Kurozumi shot out like a rocket launcher, and Vice Admiral also penetrated through several layers of walls, causing violent explosions. Let me see what Yamada no Orochi is like. Ling Bai went out along the broken wall. Of course, it was just a wooden wall. The 3 women who were serving Kurozumi just now fainted from fright. And Kazuki Hiyori, who had become weak all over, looked at Ling Bai who rushed out, eyes full of shock. The big snake was actually sent flying. P.S. The original setting is that Shirahoshi, Snake Princess, and Hiyori are the 3 beauties in the world. Everyone has their own preferences. Some people think they are ugly, and some people think they are beautiful. I just like Reiju and Momosagi, other women, other readers like it, and I will write about it as much as possible. Chapter 123 Kurozumi Orochi's Horror. Ling Bai's punch sent Kurozumi Orochi flying, and even though it hit a lot of buffers, Kurozumi Orochi was still thrown more than 50 meters away. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi felt as if his whole body was falling apart, especially the severe pain in his stomach, and the bone in his right hand was broken. One can imagine how fierce Ling Bai's punch was just now. The pain came, and Kurozumi Orochi didn't feel well, especially the past 20 years of being pampered and luscious, not only drained Kurozumi Orochi's will, but also regressed in combat effectiveness and physical strength. However, don't forget, Kurozumi Orochi, Zone Ability User, and the Phantom Beast Yada Orochi Posture. Such abilities give Kurozumi Orochi unimaginable resilience, self-healing power, and even defense. After more than 20 seconds, Kurozumi's injuries disappeared, including the broken hand bones, and the pain disappeared immediately. The Phantom Beast species is a rarer ability than the ancient species. Where is that sacred? Kurozumi stood up and saw Ling Bai walking in front of him. He didn't pay attention to Ling Bai's appearance just now, but now he looked carefully and realized that the other party was just a boy. However, why is this boy so terrifying? Who the hell are you? You and I should have no enmity. The clothes of the other party have already shown that the other party is not an aborigine of Wano Kuni, but can only be a foreign invader. And Ling Bai also looked at the Kurozumi Orochi at this time. In the original book, this guy has been used by Kaido all the time, and in the end he was beheaded by Kaido with a single knife. The final end can be described as tragic. Of course, now it is Ling Bai who beheaded him, but key snake form, go all out, otherwise I'm afraid you won't last long. Crazy. Can't I last long? Kurozumi Orochi was originally an extremely arrogant person, but now Ling Bai means that he is fighting Ling Bai. He is the general of Wano Kuni. Kurozumi Orochi can't last long? And this person is just a brat, you make me angry. The Kurozumi Orochi shouted, blowing out a large amount of gas from its nose like a cow. If you shot with all your strength, you might still live a little longer. At this time, Ling Bai wrapped a lot of electric arcs in his hands, and his clothes and hair were automatic without wind. Let me do my best, then I will fulfill you. After finishing speaking, as a burst of smoke rose from the feet of Kurozumi Orochi, who was an old man just now, suddenly turned into a ferocious giant Yamata no Orochi, with 8 snake heads swaying, showing fierce fangs. The big snake also gives people an extremely terrifying aura, appearing here like a nightmare. Ling Bai stood in front of the big, BDFB, snake at this time. His figure seemed very small. Die, brat. Is this the Yamata no Orochi? Advertisement? It doesn't look that good, it looks worse than other phantom beasts, not a star and a half. Ling Bai took a step forward, rushed towards the Kurozumi snake, and released an electric arc with his right hand. The guy who manipulated the lightning. Kurozumi Orochi was a little surprised that Ling Bai seemed to be able to use lightning, but had no fear. The 8 snake heads attacked at the same time, rushing towards Ling Bai, trying to tear each other apart. But at this moment, Ling Bai moved forward with his right hand, and immediately a huge thunderstorm was set off from the right side, sweeping towards the Kurozumi snake in front like a flood. What? The unexpected and terrifying thunder and lightning washed over Kurozumi Orochi, so that Kurozumi Orochi felt like he was rolling in a sea of swords, and the blazing pain all over his body made him retreat violently reflexively. However, Kurozumi, who had just exited the minefield, was covered in lightning and a lot of smoke erupted, and the smell of barbecue mixed with the air. Damn it, what a powerful thunderbolt! Could it be the legendary Thunder Fruit ability? The Kurozumi snake was very afraid, and his whole body felt numb and painful, like thousands of ants biting. On the other side, Ling Bai has already attacked. At this time, Ling Bai held the ice blade in his hand, and slashed directly at one of the snake heads. The violent sword path crushed it, and the air was twisted. Danger! Witnessing the imposing ice skates, the Kurozumi snake that had no time to dodge directly covered all the snake heads with armament hockey. On the other side, Ling Bai's ice blade arrived as expected and landed on the target's snake's head. After a crisp sound like cutting steel, there was a dull sound of cutting meat. What? The Kurozumi Orochi screamed again. A snake's head was cut off, even if it covered armament hockey. That's the only way to go. This kind of garbage armament hockey, also want to use it for defense? Ling Bai was very disdainful. Yamata no Orochi was not as scary as he imagined. The name sounded very strong, but it was not compelling at all, and the level was far less terrifying than Kaido's Phantom Beast. A snakehead fell to the ground. The Kurozumi snake has retreated more than 30 meters. Damn it, Lousy died of pain. The Kurozumi big snake roared, and while the other snakeheads were gnashing their teeth in pain, the severed snakehead was reborn again. I am the Yamata no Orochi, a Phantom Beast. Even if you can cut off my snakehead can be reborn. The 8 snakeheads speak at the same time. At this time Yamata no Orochi is very proud of himself, of course, in human form. If Kurozumi no Orochi is beheaded, he will die directly, but in Yata no Orochi, Kurozumi no Orochi can be reborn. This is one of the abilities of Yamata no Orochi, its excellent regenerative ability. Advertisement, interesting. Ling Bai was finally a little surprised. He originally thought that the ability of Kurozumi Orochi was a waste material ability, but now the regenerative ability seems to be really good. However, it is undeniable that it is too ugly. This form is not much different from the human form of Kurozumi, and it is just as ugly. Boom. Ling Bai stepped out again, and the ground immediately collapsed due to Ling Bai's terrifying explosive force, and Ling Bai disappeared in place immediately after. Thunderfist. In the next second, Ling Bai appeared in front of Kurozumi's body, and a punch wrapped in a large number of electric arcs landed wolfishly on Kurozumi's belly. Boom. At that moment, the 8 snake heads of Kurozumi Orochi almost exploded. In the next second, the Kurozumi snake was blown away, and the ground was pushed out into a day-long ditch. Boom. Ling Bai didn't stop either, and disappeared in place again, starting the next round of attacks. On the other side, because of Ling Bai's punch, Yamata no Orochi vomited blood, and the snake head with the crown in the middle was the body of Yamata no Orochi. With the power of one punch, Kurozumi's belly turned upside down, as if his belly was going to explode. How could that guy be so powerful? Kurozumi Orochi was startled. Call out. At this time, Ling Bai's figure came, and at the same time, he brought a huge ice pick to the Kurozumi snake, and a bone-piercing cold airflow swept over him. Is this ice? The lightning just now, little devil. At this moment, Kurozumi Orochi suddenly remembered something. Rumor has it that the newest king of the new era, the Emperor of the Sea, is a boy who possesses the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, powerful physical strength, and can manipulate ice and lightning at the same time. Now, Kurozumi looked at the piercing ice picks, and instinctively covered two snake heads with armament hockey trying to resist Ling Bai's ice picks, and Kurozumi had already begun to guess Ling Bai's identity in his heart. All of a sudden, I was frightened. Where the hell are you? The ice pick and the two snake heads collided together, and suddenly, the blue electric arc was torn apart at the collision point, and the huge impact wind and waves also vibrated in all directions. 5 seconds later, the huge impact caused the Kurozumi snake to be blown away, and the two snake heads that came out were blown to pieces. Chapter 124 Kaido's filial son, Yamato. I couldn't help being blown out, and even directly ruined two snake heads. Even though Kurozumi has the ability to regenerate snake heads, the severe pain, the pain of severed heads, is real. The pain that almost passed out. Boom! In the end, the Kurozumi snake in the form of Yamato no Orochi fell heavily on the ground and smashed a piece of house, and then stopped. That guy, isn't he really the Sea Emperor who came to New World a while ago? Kurozumi Orochi couldn't help but have a terrifying guess in his heart, because the power displayed by Ling Bai is too strong now, making Kurozumi Orochi like facing Kaido of the Beasts directly. Not the Kaido of 20 years ago, but the Kaido of the Beasts today. That's right, from the very beginning, Kurozumi felt that he was the kid who looked like a kid to him, and he was the new member of the Four Emperors. Freezing, lightning, taijutsu, kendo, a total monster. Now the most monster existence among Four Emperors members. Four Emperors Ling Bai appeared again. This time, he wrapped his hands around Thunderbolt, and, under Kurozumi's gaze, raised them high, his hands showing the gesture of grabbing something. That's pretty much the best shot, General Wano-kuni. Ling Bai spoke calmly. Although the Kurozumi snake is very strong, he will definitely not be Ling Bai's opponent. In the original book, he was directly beheaded by Kaido. Who are you? Your Excellency, I have no enmity with your Excellency. Realizing that the boy in front of him might be one of the Four Emperors, Kurozumi couldn't help but give in. And the opponent's strength is too strong, he can't do it even if he refuses to be soft. Ling Bai grabbed it with both hands, and immediately, a burst of thunder tore down from the sky, forming a thunderstorm and bombarding Kurozumi the snake. In an instant, the night sky turned white. It hurts lousy to death. What? Let me go. B asterisk 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 D. UB asterisk 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 D. The Kurozumi snake sometimes screamed, sometimes roared. The voice was extremely shrill, like a ghost struggling in hell. After nearly 20 seconds, the thunderstorm stopped. And Kurozumi Orochi was already lying on the ground dying, and his whole body had changed from Yada Orochi's form back to human form, and had turned into a bloodman, and a large area of the ground had been dyed red. Where the hell are you? The dying Kurozumi Orochi looked at Ling Bai weakly, and his tone was extremely weak. He just wanted to know, just who was Ling Bai? Advertisement why? No grievances or enmities, why did he attack himself? The thunder and lightning just now was so terrifying that even Yamato no Orochi couldn't bear it and was directly beaten into shape. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance, and under Kurozumi's eyes, a monster holding a mace came over. Kaido, help me. It's Kaido, and Kaido is an ally of his Kurozumi Orochi. Kaido, are you here to save him? Ling Bai, I didn't expect you to kill the big snake so easily. However, what makes Kurozumi Orochi desperate is that Kaido is not here to save him at all. Ling Bai finally solved Kurozumi Orochi. In Kurozumi Orochi's heart, despair and extreme anger. And, Kaido's calling that boy Ling Bai, Ling Bai. Isn't that the Four Emperors Ling Bai? This boy is indeed one of the Four Emperors. Kaido, why are you going to Demon? Kurozumi roared with all his strength, he didn't understand. Why is Guy going to shoot him? Lousy, I just feel bad for you. Kaido doesn't talk nonsense, so why use nonsense to explain this stuff? If you are interested, just solve him. Ling Bai pointed to the Kurozumi snake. And Kaido is also very straightforward. Under Kurozumi's extremely terrified eyes and the final begging for mercy, Kaido swung his huge mace and smashed hard at Kurozumi's head. Puff! There was a muffled sound, like a watermelon being smashed, and Kurozumi's body finally struggled a few times, and finally there was no sound. Kaido swung the mace a few more times, and I have to say, chopped Kurozumi with his own hands, which made him feel good. From now on, you can take over Wano-kuni, Kaido. Ling Bai looked at Kaido. Of course, this country already belongs to Lousy. At that moment, Kaido felt enlightened, in one word, cool. There are still a lot of samurai in this country, so take it easy. To be honest, Wano-kuni, he has no interest in this kind of place, it's just a broken place. The samurai here can be said to be the potential factor of reaction, and Kaido will be annoyed enough in the future. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Those trash, as long as Lousy is here, they can only be enslaved by Lousy for the rest of their lives. On the other side, the City of Flowers, the flames and embers who were in action, were blocked by a masked person. Looking at this masked man, Jin and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Miss Yamato, don't blame us for being rude to you. Quinn is very helpless. The masked man in front of him is naturally Kaido's daughter, Yamato. As Kaido's daughter, even though she openly opposes Kaido's various behaviors, she is always Kaido's daughter. Jin and the others felt great pressure, because Yamato, even if they wanted to fight, it would not be their turn to fight. Even Kaido, who is his father, has never beaten Yamato. So what Quinn said was impolite, and it was just a talk. If Quinn was to touch Yamato's hair, the Kaido boss might beat him up. 0. Jin, Quinn, what are you planning to do when you come to the capital of flowers to make a big fuss today? Tell me. Yamato questioned everyone. This woman. Why did Boss Kaido give birth to such a guy? Maria Kurosawa complained. As Kaido's daughter, it's fine if she doesn't stand on the same side with Kaido, and she often opposes Kaido's various actions. Yamato. What a filial son. Jin. We are just following orders, and you, as the daughter of Kaido boss, shouldn't you support Kaido boss in all his actions? That's right, that is, everyone also echoed. And Yamato, holding a mace in his hand, pointed at everyone with a mace. Wano Kuni is the place Mr. Kazuki Oden swore to guard to the death, and I, the one who inherits Mr. Oden's will, must protect Wano Kuni. You guys, get lost out of Wano Kuni. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. I will never allow the land Mr. Oden loves to be trampled by you scumbags, including my scumbag father. Or, just step over my body. Yamato stood in front of the crowd, with an aura of being one man on one. Of course, she is a woman. You, hateful. After listening to Yamato's words, everyone almost vomited blood. This woman regards her father's enemy as an idol. Is there anything more ridiculous in this world? Yamato, Kaido, the monster named 100 Beasts, is the second most helpless existence. Chapter 125 Absolute Command, Control Yamato, the ignorant Kaido. Yamato, making Kaido helpless to the extreme. Although Kaido was brutal enough, he never fought against his own daughter Yamato. It was just such a daughter who hit neither that nor that, which made Quinn and the others extremely helpless at this time. Go up and do it to Yamato. Who is going? Who would dare to touch a hair of Yamato without Kaido's permission? The flames and embers dare not move, and in this way, the two sides can only continue to be reserved like this. Jin and the others can't move forward, and Yamato can't do anything. If you really want to do it, the next two Yamatos are not Jin's opponents. But no matter what, Jin and the others couldn't touch Yamato. No way, this woman is the stupid daughter of Kaido boss who was brainwashed by Kazuki Oden. It is rumored that Kazuki Hiyori has such a powerful personality that he can be admired and even admired by countless people. Jin and the others scoffed at this. After all, they are all people whose bones may have turned into mud, and Yamato actually claimed to have inherited Kazuki Oden's meaning, 993. Compared to Wanakuna's group of samurai trying to rebel every moment, Yamato is much more troublesome. Jin, what are you doing? At this moment, Kaido's voice came from behind Jin and the others. Kaido is also angry. Jin and the others are standing here, waiting for him to arrive before acting. Mr. Kaido, look. Maria Kurosawa pointed to Yamato ahead. Kaido followed the direction that Maria Kurosawa was pointing to, but unexpectedly, it was Yamato who stood in front of them, holding a mace in his hand, as if he was about to fight. Yamato. What are you going to do? Kaido walked towards Yamato from the path Jin and the others made, his whole face wrinkled. Does your own daughter want to stop her father's actions? Kaido is very irritable. Kaido, as long as Wano Kuni is with me, don't defile this land. Yamato looked up at Kaido angrily, and called him by name, and Kaido walked to her, looking down at her with anger and helplessness between his brows. My worthless daughter. Kaido is very headache. If Yamato is his son, Kaido will directly thunder 8 trigrams to teach him how to be a man. Moreover, after giving birth to a daughter who was against him and even regarded her father's greatest enemy as an idol, it was difficult for Kaido not to vomit blood. On the other side, he glanced at the beast's pirates and Yamato who were fighting from afar. Yamato, as Kaido's daughter, is also super strong. He has a combat power similar to that of a real fighter like Fei Liubao. It would be good if he could be brought under his command. Advertisement: Fei Liubao is the strongest among Beast's pirates. True fight, members, and Fei Liubao is second only to the 3 disasters. Yamato's strength is indeed not weak, especially as a woman. You must know that there are not many strong women in this world. However, this guy considers Fire Fist Ace a friend. In the original book, Yamato met Fire Fist Ace who came to Wano Kuni 2 years ago and wrote that they became friends. And Ling Bai personally ended the life of Fire Fist Ace. Yamato naturally regarded him as his life and death enemy. Of course, Ling Bai didn't care about this. In the way Jin and the others made way, Ling Bai walked over, and Jin and the others were also shocked. On the other side, Yamato saw Ling Bai approaching. This face has turned into ashes. Yinhe remembers it. The one who killed Ace was you, right? 4 Emperors Ling Bai. I will avenge Ace. Yamato yelled and questioned Ling Bai. At the same time, he bypassed Kaido and approached Ling Bai. She was holding a mace. The moment she saw Ling Bai, she recognized Ling Bai for the first time and became angry instantly. Break out. One of her few friends, Ace, was brutally killed by Ling Bai. Yamato. Kaido yelled, trying to get Yamato to stop. On Ling Bai's side, facing Yamato who was already holding up the mace, he stared at him. Absolute order. Freed. In an instant, Yamato's mace stopped in the air. To be precise, it was Tianhe who stopped moving. Drop your weapons. 10 seconds later, Ling Bai's tone was calm, and Yamato immediately put down his weapon when he heard Ling Bai's words. Yamato is the second person in Ling Bai to use absolute orders, and her fate is naturally the same as Doflamingo, becoming a servant who absolutely obeys Ling Bai's orders. What happened? Not to mention Jin and the others were surprised. Even Kaido was surprised. Obviously Yamato's weapon was about to hit Ling Bai, but Ling Bai told her to put down the weapon with just one sentence. Maybe your daughter is short-sighted. When she approached me just now, she realized that I was so handsome and powerful, so she felt admiration for me. Ling Bai spoke without blushing or heartbeat. Kaido doesn't believe Ling Bai's nonsense, but indeed, Yamato stood there, staring at Ling Bai motionless. How did Kaido know that his daughter has been controlled by Ling Bai? Advertisement. If he knew that Ling Bai controlled his daughter, he wouldn't give up if he didn't fight Ling Bai for the rest of his life. As for Ling Bai, it is even more impossible to say. Kaido's daughter is not weak, but as a woman, she is very strong. For Ling Bai, it is very useful. Moreover, Yamato, wearing a mask, is the daughter of a rough man like Kaido, but she is a beautiful woman. You must know that Kaido was not a muscular man when he was in the Locks Pirates. Who gave birth to Yamato? Kaido will not know Ling Bai's purpose. Ling Bai, what happened to my daughter? Ling Bai. You ask her, and Yamato took the initiative to speak. I'll go back first. Yamato's tone was flat, but he looked at Ling Bai with deep respect. Like Doflamingo, she will regard Ling Bai as her master and herself as Ling Bai's slave. Of course, she will become Ling Bai's maid. After saying that, Yamato turned and left without even looking at Kaido. Kaido was even more confused, and could only look at Ling Bai. What's going on here? Ling Bai. It seems that after your daughter saw me, she decided to correct herself and go back to evil. After finishing speaking, Ling Bai did not forget to add, it is estimated that after seeing me, your daughter was stimulated by my personality charm, and felt that Kazuki Oden is just a waste, and I am an idol worthy of worship. Soon, the Kurozumi family was bloodbathed like this. One word. Your daughter, adore me. Kazuki Hiyori, who was caught by Reiju, felt a wave of fear watching all this. Fate is an important person she regards as her father. Laozi is even more incomprehensible. What happened? Who are they? Especially when those ninjas saw the little girl's sugar, they didn't have any vigilance at all, and then they were directly turned into toys by the sugar, and the baby turned out a weapon 1.2 machine gun to shoot at the toys, and the toys went straight to heaven. If Fate hadn't been there, she would have died long ago. Jin and the others were even more puzzled. What happened? Almost all of Orochi's ninjas are here, but they were all killed by Lao Sha. Granos's ability, coupled with her little girl posture, can be said to be invincible when the enemy is unsuspecting. Hiyori was fearful and apprehensive. Kaido, being confused by Ling Bai's words, became more and more confused. P.S. Yamato's good friend is Ace. The protagonist killed Ace, so Yamato will treat the protagonist as an enemy. The protagonist is here. Control her, deal with it like this, and become the protagonist's combat power. In addition, she didn't know if Fate, one of Kazuki's vassals lurking here, had escaped. Seeing Lao Sha's killing all directions, and the little girl's invincible posture, Hiyori felt even more frightened and uneasy. On the other side, at this time, in Kurozumi Orochi's mansion, there was Lao Sha's sweep, and everyone was almost dead. Chapter 126. The third historical text, Yamato's allegiance. For Ling Bai, even if he can establish a cooperative relationship with Kaido, he will use his strength when he can cheat Kaido and blackmail Kaido's interests. Yamato's abnormality can only be ignored in the end. Kaido can't figure out why Yamato changed suddenly, but in the end Kaido still attributes this inexplicable change of Yamato to his daughter's temporary brain convulsion behavior. But that's fine too. Without Yamato's obstruction, Kaido will go to war in the capital of flowers even more unscrupulously tonight. Overnight, all the forces of Kurozumi Orochi in the Flower City were uprooted and wiped out directly, and Kaido is also a man who doesn't talk too much. During the period, several warrior leaders who usually engage in small actions were caught and beheaded for public display. Ling Bai doesn't care about this, because he really has no interest in Wano Kuni. But, on a bigger scale, at the moment when Ling Bai became the king of the world was all his, just Wano Kuni. Is it not the same as something in his pocket? When Kaido was still 13, he didn't know that he had been tricked by Ling Bai, including his own daughter. When the capital of flowers and even the whole of Wano Kuni were violently shaken, Kazuki Hiyori was kneeling in front of Ling Bai, trembling with fear. Where are the two knives Tnu Zan and Yan Mo? Ling Bai looked down at her, and Rihei looked up at Ling Bai, his body trembling unconsciously. Kazuki Hiyori also felt the fear of being dominated for the first time. In the past, she was the one who fooled all kinds of men, playing with the nobles and all kinds of rich people in the capital of flowers, and even let them go bankrupt. But those men in the past were just ordinary people, but now Ling Bai in front of him is a terrifying existence that can stand on equal footing with that monster named Kaido of the Beasts. Hiyori couldn't imagine Ling Bai's horror. He wants his father's two famous knives? At this moment, Rihei was terrified of Ling Bai, but she thought of her father and gritted her teeth, resolutely not to let these two knives fall into the hands of evil people. However, in the end, Ling Bai still knew where the two famous knives were, and it was Rihei himself who told him. What has been experienced in it, only Rihei himself can experience it. In front of Ling Bai, she is just an ant. These two knives are what Ling Bai needs today. Although they are not the best knives, they are definitely not bad. Tnu Zan, a famous sword that claims to be able to cut open the sky. Yan Mo, the famous sword that claims to be able to cut through hell, has a known record of breaking Kaido's physical defense. Advertisement. Ling Bai needs knives these days. Although these two won't be the best knives, they are definitely not bad either. The next day, Ling Bai took these two famous swords into his hands, and by the way, also beheaded all the members of the Chishao 9 heroes in Wano Kuni. It wasn't that Ling Bai went to find them by himself, but that they wanted to rescue Rihei. I delivered them to my door, so Ling Bai didn't mind sending them to heaven. After all, they are enemies to Ling Bai, especially this kind of small fly-level enemy, which is the most annoying. Ling Bai naturally won't keep them. As for Kazuki Hiyori, for Ling Bai, apart from being beautiful, she has no ability or strength, and now she can only be regarded as a base. But her father is Kazuki Oden, with a father who has conqueror's haki and knowledgeable and listens to everything. Hiyori's potential may not be bad. Ling Bai estimated that if there is a suitable devil fruit in the future, she would not mind giving her one. On the third day, Ling Bai got the historical text of Wano-kuni road sign. In this way, I have 3 historical texts. After getting the history text of the third road sign, Ling Bai couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. After all, it is impossible even for the government to master the historical text of the 3 road signs. The key message this time is the Island of Evil. In addition, there is another route. Soon, Ling Bai came back with the third historical text. The third piece is also in hand. Lao Sha got a little excited, went to Raftel, probably in this world, as a pirate. Everyone wanted to go, but to go to Raftel, or have a permanent pointer to Raftel. However, this is impossible. In addition, only 4 historical texts of road signs can be found. Now, they already have one. Everything seems to be going smoothly. Of course, it all comes down to how powerful Ling Bai is. By the way, Captain, what about Kaido's side? Lao Sha also couldn't help asking Ling Bai. Now they can be said to be seeking skins from tigers. They're busy with Wano-kuni becoming the new Oni Island. Lao Sha. For the precious historical text, is Kaido really giving up? That guy, he will not give up becoming the One Piece. Otherwise, he will continue to strengthen the power of the pirate group now. Is it a joke? Advertisement. Ling Bai shook his head. No matter what, he knows that I can beat him, and at the same time, Kaido doesn't dare to fight us. Kaido also has a nickname, that is, a man who is constantly trying to find a place to die, that is, committing suicide everywhere. But in fact, how could Kaido not be afraid of death? Kaido's so-called suicide was just relying on his willfulness due to his strong body. If he wanted to die, why didn't he continue to fight against Kazuki Oden so that the opponent could kill him? Facing Ling Bai, no matter how reckless Kaido is, he dare not act rashly. Especially the last time Ling Bai seriously injured him, it was still fresh in his memory. By the way, Captain, who is this woman? At this time, Cavendish also spoke, pointing to the tall woman behind Ling Bai. It is Kaido's daughter Yamato. Yamato's height is more than 3 meters, but this is not a big deal. After all, her father Kaido is a macho 10 meters tall. What? Captain, this is... Yamato, who took off the mask, was also a beautiful woman. Lao Sha couldn't help guessing that Ling Bai brought another woman back. There was another Kazuki Hiyori the day before yesterday, and there was another one within 2 days. However, Lao Sha can also clearly feel that this woman is very powerful. Lao Sha estimated that she would definitely not be weaker than him. Forgot to mention, this woman, the new crew member, Kaido's daughter. Kaido's daughter? The people present were shocked, even frightened. First reaction, Kaido actually has a daughter. The second reaction is, Kaido's daughter is so beautiful? Are you sure she's the real one? Third reaction, Ling Bai actually abducted Kaido's daughter? Is this considered abducted? Obviously, for everyone, the appearance of Kaido's daughter is much more terrifying than the appearance of the third historical text. At this time, Yamato spoke. It is my honor to serve Ling Bai. Kaido, he can't control me. No matter what, Yamato's feelings for Kaido have not changed. As always, he hates Kaido. The only thing she has changed is her allegiance to Ling Bai, which has grown from scratch. And it was formed almost instantly. Chapter 126 A Usability. Now Ling Bai is going to abduct the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. It's hard for everyone not to be frightened. Would Kaido be willing? Of course, depending on the situation, this woman named Yamato, Kaido's daughter, followed Ling Bai willingly. Already showed a very strong heart of loyalty. Everyone also didn't understand how Ling Bai did it. Is it true that according to what Ling Bai said, Yamato was conquered by his charisma? But at this time, how could everyone know that Yamato is actually controlled by Ling Bai? Absolutely controlled. Yamato is 100% loyal to Ling Bai. Moreover, what Lao Sha and the others are thinking about is whether this woman will become one of Ling Bai's women. Ling Bai does not have this idea at present, and only regards Yamato as a simple subordinate. Of course, as long as Ling Bai wants to do something, it is not a matter of saying a word. After all, Yamato is absolutely loyal to Ling Bai. Categorical imperative is a good thing. In addition, the bomb chain that bound Yamato was written by Kaido, but it has now been dismissed by Ling Ri. Now Ling Bai and the others have stayed in Wano-kuni for 5 days and are planning to leave this afternoon. What else is there? Ling Bai rested on Reiju's lap, thinking about what he would take away from Wano-kuni. He always felt that something was missing. The weather here is a bit hot. At this time Reiju is fanning Ling Bai, and Hiyori is peeling apples for Ling Bai. Both women were kneeling on the ground, except Ling Ri, who was lying down. Rihei looked at Ling Bai, feeling helpless and full of anger in his heart, but even so, there was nothing he could do. Ling Bai killed several Kai Shao 9 heroes, because they wanted to rescue Rihei and attack Ling Bai, so Ling Bai killed them. Last night, because of this, Rihei broke down and cried for a long time. Of course, she didn't know that her big brother was also chopped off by Ling Bai. If she knew, she would probably pass out on the spot because of her grief. In front of Ling Bai, Rihei is like an ant. It is impossible for her to resist, and it is even more impossible for her to play tricks. If you want revenge, you have to wait for the next life. Advertisement. Ling Bai is not an idiot like Kurozumi Orochi. This idiot not only wants to get Hiyori's body, but also her heart. In the end, he gets nothing, and he doesn't even know that he is being fooled by Hiyori. But here, Rihei does not deal with this woman, so no matter whether it is scheming or any means, it will not work against Ling Bai. And Hiyori also knew that Kurozumi Orochi was not in the same order as Ling Bai at all. I know what's missing. Ling Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and at this moment he suddenly thought of a little girl, Ayu, the girl who can use little Yuanzi to easily tame all kinds of beasts and even people with artificial zone abilities, Aya. According to the current timeline, she is only 6 years old, but her unknown bug-level paramecia ability has already shown an extremely powerful side. In the original book, when she was 8 years old, she was able to tame the man-made zone abilities by using Mariko. Ling Bai wondered, if she continued to grow, would she even be able to tame the real zone ability users? That's the point. If Shirahoshi is the king who can command the entire Sea King's race, then Ayu, who has developed his ability to an extremely powerful level, is not only the king who can command all kinds of beasts on land, but even the one who can control zone abilities. Of course, man-made ones are the same tame and control. Then maybe it's called Paramecia Beast Taming Fruit. This ability should be used by Ling Bai. In the original book, Ayu is also the combat power that Kaido wants. Ayu, before Ling Bai came to Wano Kuni, was an existence that he wanted to take away just like the historical text. Half an hour later, Ling Bai left here, leaving behind 2 somewhat dazed women, and he went to find Ayu. Ling Bai went to Jiuli. I guess she is in this area. 2 hours later, Ling Bai finally found the 6-year-old Ayu. She was innocent and sitting on the back of a lion that was bigger than a truck, counting the number of birds flying in the sky. This lion is the existence easily tamed by Ayu. Suddenly, Ayu saw Ling Ri. In Ayu's eyes, the first time he saw Ling Bai, he felt that Ling Bai was very approachable. Ayu, let's go to sea together. Ling Bai also landed on the lion's back, sitting next to Ayu. Soon Ling Bai tricked and coaxed Ayu. Ayu has always wanted to go to sea, but because of her young age, she couldn't go to sea. Now that Ling Bai took her to sea, she was naturally very happy. Advertisement. However, Ayu also asked Ling Bai, Big brother, do you know Ace? At the beginning, Ayu saw Ace, and he never forgot it. After all, Ayu had very little contact with people, and he had always dealt with various animals. Knowledge. Where is Ace? Even though Kaido is also a lunatic and cruel pirate emperor, Yamato is his heart and soul. Now that Yamato is going with a villain, how can Kaido endure Shin? After a while, he will go to Cake Island. At that time, it will be enough to ask Charlotte Pudding to delete all the memories of Ace in Ayu's mind. Bai can make Pudding delete all memories of Ace in Ayu's mind, and can also make Pudding replace Ace in Ayu's mind with Ling Bai. To a place you can't find. However, Yamato is his Kaido's daughter. As for Ayu, Ling Bai didn't plan to use absolute orders to control him, especially for a child. Ling Bai didn't think it was necessary. Perhaps he has gone far away. Where did he go? Ling Bai, in Kaido's view, is a villain, and of course Kaido himself is not a good person at all. Just beat the ant until she is convinced. Defeat the ant, the whole Cake Island. Ayu looked forward to it. There is Pudding, so Ling Bai does not intend to exercise absolute control over Ayu. It would be too cruel to use absolute orders on a 6-year-old child. Although Ling Bai thinks that he is really not a good person, but seeing Ayu smiled innocently, thinking about it or forget it. Holding Ayu in his arms, Ling Bai quickly disappeared into the land. Ayu, you will call me Big Brother from now on, you know? Ling Bai believes that Pudding will help Ling Bai. On the other hand, when Kaido knew that Yamato seemed to be following Ling Bai, Kaido, who was just immersed in getting the whole Wano Kuni, felt bad all over. This is manipulating memory. Ling Bai, what trick did you use to get Yamato to follow you? Ayu finally has a big brother. Chapter 127 Kaido's Helplessness. Ding. Found the sign-in location. Do you want to sign in? When he was about to leave Jiuli, the system's notification sound appeared. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense and said the word, sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward. Emission. Although Ling Bai already has the high-level armament haki, his original high-level arm color seems to be a bit inferior compared to emission, which is another special high-level armed color. Combining emission with kendo is a stronger move. Even Kaido's defense may be able to break through. Isn't Kazuki Oden just combining kendo with Liulu? Ling Bai couldn't help thinking for a while. 2 hours later. At this time, just as Ling Bai's ship was about to set sail, the sky suddenly changed, and the sky was already in a state of lightning and thunder. Kaido is here. The dragon-shaped Kaido is entrenched in the air, with a large amount of hot steam coming out of his nose, which can faintly make people feel a burst of anger. Ling Bai, what do you mean? Looking down, Kaido has seen Yamato on the ship, and Yamato's explosive chain has been untied. Kaido, what do you mean? As a filial son, Yamato was naturally not to be outdone, and without waiting for Ling Bai to speak, he called Kaido by his name. Today, I'm going to sea. 007 Yamato yelled at the empty Kaido. Before, you never let me go to sea, but today, I will go to sea no matter what. Kaido became even more angry, but facing his own daughter, the old father Kaido would also wither. It can only be said that Kaido committed too many crimes and gave birth to a daughter who opposed him. Ling Bai, tell Lousy. What ecstasy soup did you give her? Kaido glared at Ling Bai. Lao Sha and the others felt a lot of pressure at this time. They knew that it would not be smooth with Yamato, and it was fine to take away the historical text, but now they still want to get into Kaido's girl group. Kaido, how can you stop a woman from yearning for the sea? Similar to this sentence, Dorag said to Smoker, Ling Bai here, change the man into a woman. Ling Bai, that's Laozi's daughter. Kaido's tone is low. It's impossible not to get angry. He's not the kind of woman with a brain who thinks of his daughter as a tool to strengthen his power. Kaido is not here, at least not at the moment. He really regards Yamato as his heart. What annoys her is that Yamato idolizes Kazuki Oden and is against Kaido as a father. As for Kazuki Oden, although Kaido also admires him and thinks that he is a real man, Kaido does not object to Yamato treating Kazuki Oden as an idol, but Yamato turns against him, which makes Kaido uncomfortable and very annoyed. Advertisement Yamato is now with Ling Bai, who knows what will happen. Kaido, I'll let your daughter stay on my boat for a year, and I'll send her back after a year. Women have to see the world, right? 1 year? Kaido frowned. That's right, I'll be back in a year. At this time, Yamato also said. Kaido stared at Yamato again, without speaking for a while. Are you sure it's a year? After nearly a minute, Kaido asked Ling Bai again. Will I sell your daughter? Don't let my daughter lose a single hair. Laozi will bury you in the bottom of the sea with all his life. Also, don't touch Laozi's daughter. Ling Bai just smiled and didn't speak. After speaking, Kaido took another deep look at Ling Bai and Yamato, and finally turned and left. In Yamato's eyes, Kaido is a scumbag, and everyone is very clear about this. Kaido was helpless. Finally, Lao Sha and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Kaido, who was transformed into a dragon, everyone was unavoidably terrified. Kaido, that is a creature beyond cognition. But everyone was also curious, did Ling Bai really bring Yamato for 10 years? BDH, then send Yamato back? And Ling Bai's words, of course, are nonsense. How could it be possible for a year? Only so little time? This wave, Kaido was cheated again. Half an hour later, Ling Bai and the others set sail again. This time, they were going back to paradise. An hour later, Ling and the others had left Wano-kuni. At the same time, the former G1 Marine branch of New World, which is now the new naval headquarters, got connected to the Marshal's office. Advertisement, report Marshal Akainu. 4 Emperors Ling Bai, they have departed from the Wano-kuni Inland Sea. In a word, Akainu's already serious expression became more serious. Akainu. Didn't any conflict happen? Those 2 pirates? 2 pirates, namely Kaido of the Beasts and Ling Xuan. No, we can't go to the Inland Sea, so we don't know the situation above. But looking at 4 Emperors Ling Bai and the others, there is no sign of injury. If there is a conflict, with the existence of 4 Emperors, it must be a war, but none of his crew members are injured. The one talking to Akainu is a Marine Rear Admiral. Akainu was puzzled and a little uneasy, because the 4 Emperors would inevitably go to war when they meet. At least there would be conflicts and collisions, but Ling Bai entered the Inner Sea, which is the territory of Kaido of the Beasts. However, at this moment, a sound of panic came from Akainu's phone bug, and those Marines seemed to have encountered something terrible. And stayed for days. However, just after Akainu yelled twice, there was another sound of people falling to the ground from the phone bug. The Marshal's office, at this moment, Akainu, and everyone panicked. What happened on the other side? The voice said, just stunned by my conqueror's hockey, don't worry, they'll be fine. Could it be a collaboration between the 4 Emperors? After speaking, he smiled. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but change again. Hey, what's going on? It was Crane Vice Admiral who spoke. Of course, what she said now was an extremely terrifying guess. Please answer if you hear it. Are you going to travel? And Akainu and the others also found that the phone bug on the desk simulated a somewhat evil smile. But no matter how Akainu shouted, there was no sound from the other side. Please answer if you hear it. What happened? Until nearly a minute later, a steady footsteps came. Akainu said coldly and angrily, Who? What did you do to those Marines? Chapter 128 Dialogue with Akainu, Return to Paradise. When Akainu heard this voice, his face showed a look of shock and embarrassment. Those present, who also turned ugly, were Kizaru and Suru Vice Admiral. There is no doubt that they are familiar with this voice. A call from the incredible guy. Crane spit out a sentence. Alternate Admiral Black Snake wondered. Crane Vice Admiral, where is this sacred? Black Snake also knows that this person is definitely an enemy now, and, judging by the expressions on Akainu and the others, he must be a terrible enemy. What do you want to do? At this time, Akainu who spoke had an extremely ugly face, and suppressed a huge amount of anger in his tone. Don't try to hijack Marine to blackmail Naval Headquarters, pirates. Crane. The person who spoke just now is the biggest enemy of Naval Headquarters, Ling Bai, one of the 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors Ling Bai. Is it so arrogant? Black Snake was very surprised. He didn't expect this 4 Emperors Ling Bai to be so arrogant. Mr. Sakazuki, have you become a marshal recently? Congratulations first. At this time, Ling Bai was standing on a warship. Just now, he found this warship. The Marine of the warship was watching them from afar. Ling Bai passed by, but he didn't expect a Marine to be in contact with Akainu. Ling Bai, I feel that I can stimulate Akainu a bit. After becoming the new marshal, the loyal dog has always been very angry. Congratulations to me. Akainu slammed his palm on the desk and roared, Pirate, what are you trying to do? Mr. Sakazuki, what do you think is justice? Akainu said in a deep voice. What do you want to say? In my opinion, marine is justice. Pirates, you should all be damned. Asked what justice is by a pirate, Akainu is also furious, a mere pirate. You can't talk about justice. Stop insulting justice. No, how could marine be just? Ling Bai said. History is always written by the victors, and justice is defined by the victors, so the victors are justice. The victor is justice. What nonsense theory, pirates, don't misinterpret right and wrong. Advertisement. Ling Bai ignored Akainu's almost roaring words, and continued. So, just like the celestial dragons became the kings who ruled the world back then, they defined everything, and I will become the one who redefines everything, including, established justice. You, Akainu was very angry, almost to the point of anger. This pirate is really arrogant, aren't all the pirate emperors like this? Black Snake couldn't help being curious. Kizaru added. Ling Bai should be the most arrogant, and he should also be the strongest among them. He is the most dangerous existence for the naval headquarters and the world government. His danger has surpassed the revolutionary army. Now we can't do anything about them, the little pirates are still busy dealing with them, and the big guys can only let them hang out first. Crane's tone is helpless. This is helplessness after anger. At this time, Ling Bai said again. Akainu, wait and see, the world is not peaceful recently. After speaking, Ling Bai didn't wait for Akainu to speak, and hung up the phone directly. As for Akainu, after being hung up, there was nothing but a bout of impotent rage. Today, the world government's strategy for the four emperors is the same as after the Summit War in the original book. On the surface, the state of balance has been restored, but in fact, the world has slowly lost its balance. Between the four emperors and the world government, at this time, it is almost a state where the well water does not interfere with the river water. But who knows what will happen in the future? On the other side, Ling Bai has returned to his captain, and the stunned marines are waking up one after another. Watching gradually. The four emperors' ship going away, the tense marines finally relax. The four emperors didn't kill them. This makes them feel like they have walked through the gate of hell. 2 days later, Paradise. Did you add a few new members this time? Rangy Shiryu said with a smile. At the same time, there are a few more women. The captain is indeed a man of temperament. The monk who broke the precepts said, the noble son of the pirate, Cavendish, is here. He has been famous for a long time. As a first-generation supernova, Cavendish was already a thunderous presence in the first half of the Grand Line. But Captain, what's the matter with this little girl? Everyone followed what Shiryu said, and looked at Granu, who was eating a round lollipop. Advertisement *** Granu, really can't give others the feeling that she is a dangerous character. She doesn't have the slightest feeling. She looks more harmless than Ling Bai. Don't underestimate her. At this time, Luo spoke. He knew that sugar was a tool used by Doflamingo to control Dressrosa. Moreover, Granos looks like a little girl, but in fact she is not a little girl. She seems to be in her 20s. Luo. Captain, did you dig the sugar from Doflamingo? Ling Bai. This is a formidable ability, and it is for my use. At this moment, Luo's eyes made contact with Ling Bai's, and at this moment, Ling Bai released an absolute command. No way, after all, Luo and Doflamingo still have grievances because of Rosinante's death. Ling Bai doesn't want to be ruined by Luo and Doflamingo's grievances, so he can only use absolute orders on both of them. In Ling Bai's eyes, no matter who he is, they are all his pawns. It is best not to engage in personal struggles. Ling Bai is annoyed. If Luo betrays him because of his grievances with Doflamingo, then Ling Bai may not mind kill him, and now that there is an absolute order, that is naturally the best. Luo and Doflamingo, all under his absolute control. Ling Bai can be said to be a monopoly. After being controlled by an absolute command, Luo didn't seem to have changed in any way. Hawkins. What's up with this kid? Monk who broke the precepts. I'm curious too. And Granos felt that all eyes were on him. At this moment, it was like a mouse in a laboratory being observed. She was angry. You bastards, why don't you study that Ayu? Correct. At this time, Ayu was hugged by Reiju and fell asleep in Reiju's arms. Santang, let them see your ability. Ling Bai laughed. Humph. Granos snorted coldly and said, you know how to use me. You have to buy me a lot of candies in the future. After speaking, the sugar made a move. With a row of small hands, the move of releasing the fruit of childlike fun, in the shock of everyone, the monkey rogue, who broke the precepts, directly became a toy person. Chapter 129 Meeting before attacking Big Cake Island. It turned into such a humble toy. Didn't you expect that even a child's ability is so terrifying? Besides, she's just a child. In our general psychology, it's almost impossible to care about her existence for this kind of child. So this kind of child, especially a child with such a strange ability, is simply impossible to guard against. Ling Bai. The fruit of childishness is an ability that can turn people into toys and be manipulated by capable people. Her strongest point is not to turn people into toys, but to manipulate others. Manipulating others. Everyone was shocked again. It has to be said that manipulating others is even more terrifying. Of course, another point is that the person who is turned into a toy will be forgotten by others, and become a person who has never existed in this world and has never appeared in the memory of others. On the other hand, Ling Bai has to suspect that, in the development of the fruit of childishness, Granos may not have done anything with it. After all, there are female ability users in this world, and Ling Bai can count the powerful female ability users, such as Big Mom, Crane, and Snake. G and Smoothie. Sugar's ability, I guess she can only use it simply. Hey, turn me back. The monk who broke the precepts shouted, being turned into a toy is too uncomfortable. Although the power is still there, I always feel that a certain will has been imposed on my mind, that is, I want to obey this child. It seems that you are being manipulated. It can be said that it is a very special and powerful paramecia. In paramecia, there are indeed some extremely special abilities, and they are also extremely powerful. Immediately afterwards, Granu turned the broken precepts monk back into a normal person, and when he returned to normal, he looked terrified, feeling the power of Granu. Almost an hour later, the 3 historical texts were put away. At the same time, Ling Bai was also guarded by heavy soldiers, and at present, the news that the 3 historical texts of the road signs had been obtained could not be spread, and even the slightest wind could not be revealed. Go. If the world government knows that we have mastered the historical text of the 3 road signs, those high-level officials, as well as those celestial dragons, will probably go crazy. Advertisement, yes, and they will send heavy troops to destroy us. Buster Call. The historical text of the 3 road signs, haha, what kind of concept is that? Celestial dragons can't sleep every night. Buster Call for sure, and one of those, the whole naval headquarters out there Buster calling. Ling Bai. Luo Jia has already placed the steel of the historical text of the blank 100-year history in Raftel, so if someone can reach Raftel, it means that they have the power to interpret the historical text, so it is equivalent to those truths will be rediscovered, and even revealed, the truths most feared by the celestial dragons. In the blank 100 years, those so-called creators have done all kinds of immoral things, otherwise how could they be afraid of the so-called truth and try their best to obliterate the truth? Isn't Bullet a former member of the Luo Jia pirates? You didn't go to Raftel? Bullet. I got off the ship halfway. At that time, I just wanted to challenge Luo Jia. I didn't think how long I would stay in that pirate group. I got off the ship before they went to Raftel. That's a pity. The key captain can also read the text of the history, so this is even more terrifying. Ling Bai. Don't disclose the news that we have obtained 3 historical texts, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. At that time, it will probably be Buster Call waiting, although I am not afraid. Everyone nodded. That night, probably not long after the night fell, Judge and his 3 sons who killed Matt came. Judge came to see Ling Bai this time, hoping to use Ling Bai's power to help them restore absolute peace in North Blue, dominance. In the original book, Judge wanted to use the strength of the ant through marriage. At this time, Ling Bai also looked calm. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense, and directly used absolute orders on Judge and his 3 sons, red, blue and green. Just like that, Judge and the 4 of them were absolutely manipulated by Ling Bai. Now, I just want to take down New World, where do I have time for North Blue? Ling Bai sat on a chair, looking down at Judge and the others with playful smiles. Judge would never have imagined that the 4 of them, father and son, would be absolutely manipulated by Ling Bai in the end, and they would not be aware of this, and would only become, unreservedly and absolutely desperate to obey Ling Bai. Advertisement, Judge, try to mass-produce soldiers at the level of your 3 sons. The content of this meeting is about attacking Cake Island. After the Summit War, the power of pirates has become more rampant, and the number of pirates has only increased. After all, for the super treasure of Raftel, few people can resist, and few people do not want to get it. With half a month about to pass, Ling Bai finally called the crew together for a meeting. The world is prosperous, and 0.6 is all about profit. Unless Ling Bai lifts the absolute order for him or Ling Bai dies, in these 2 cases, he can return to normal. That is, the battle between the Ling Bai pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Judge respectfully. Yes, I'll go and research right away. If Ling Bai's goal is achieved, the whole world will be out of balance. This battle is critical. This time, Judge really lost everything, but he will not know. Reiju too, would never have imagined that in the end, his own father who sold all his daughters and tried to trade them in exchange for cooperation with Ling Bai would end up losing everything too. Be Ling Bai's slave unconditionally. As for women like Yamato, Reiju, Granu, etc. who can participate in the war, they are not there, they just need to follow along. Strictly speaking, they do not belong to the Ling Bai pirates, and the members of the Ling Bai pirates, strictly speaking, does not include women. In this regard, everyone is already eager to try. It was the next period of time, about half a month or so, and the days were very peaceful. Of course, for Ling Bai and the others, it was very peaceful, because neither marines nor pirates dared to harass them. Members of this meeting, Bullet, Shiryu, Lao Sha, Luo, Hawkins, Broken Monk, Wabel, Cavendish, plus Burndy and Wenji Moke and his son. But Ling Bai suspects that Raftel may not even have gold. If it is purely for the wealth, Raftel may not be as good as Sky Island where Enel was originally. There are mountains of wealth such as gold and jewelry, so countless people are scrambling for it and flocking to it. Chapter 130 The meeting about dealing with the ant and the redhead. This meeting is about attacking Cake Island and dealing with Big Mom pirates. Burndy. This time, we want to destroy the Big Mom pirates, right? Bullet laughed and said, to be honest, I'm also looking forward to destroying the 4 Emperor's regiment. And everyone also thought that they attacked Cake Island this time to destroy the Big Mom pirates. Can't help but make people excited and apprehensive. At this time, Ling Bai, who was sitting in the main seat, said, this time, we went to Cake Island not to destroy Big Mom and the others, but to defeat them. First beat them, and subdue them, and then join the geese. Cooperation. What is the captain doing? People don't quite understand. To put it simply, let Big Mom and the others become our strength. In fact, for Ling Bai, it is necessary to make Big Mom and Kaido his subordinates, as long as Ling Bai is strong enough, Big Mom, a 4 Emperors level existence, has to surrender. People in this world all surrender to power. As for the cooperation that Ling Bai said, it is only temporary. As long as the first step is reached, there will be the next development of becoming Ling Bai's subordinates. You must know that Ling Bai and Bullet were talking about cooperation at the beginning, but now they are both 13 boys. Ling Bai continued. If we establish a cooperative or alliance relationship with Dama and take a rest, we will destroy the Red Hair Pirates, and the Red Hair Pirates are our goal. Kill the Red Hair Pirates, everyone suddenly realized. Ling Bai. That guy with red hair, as far as I know, even the 5 elders will meet him in person. I don't know what the identity of this guy is. 5 elders in person? Is this really the case? 5 elders meeting a 4 Emperors pirate? Everyone felt incredible. Ling Bai said. Maybe the redhead itself is the celestial dragons, or maybe he has some important secrets about the world government, but anyway, no matter what, the redhead has nothing to do with the world government, and he will be wiped out immediately. In the original book, 5 elders met the redhead in his busy schedule and said, logically speaking, you should not be involved in politics. Advertisement. That's probably what Ling Bai remembered. The words, participating in politics, are intriguing. Ling Bai thinks that the red hair is very likely to be celestial dragons. It is speculated that his age is the same as the time when the Valley of Gods incident occurred. This year's redhead is 36 years old, and the Valley of the Gods incident happened 38 years ago, 2 years after the original book, which is 36 years ago today. This guy's identity is very complicated. Ling Bai is determined to kill the red hair, this peacemaker, let him go down to meet Luo Jia. It's unbelievable that redheads have anything to do with world government. Indeed, it's unbelievable. Ling Bai. Maybe when we are going to send troops to kill Hongfa, the world government will also send troops to rescue him. It is also possible that the time to destroy Hongfa will come soon. At that time, we will wait and see. In addition, the revolutionary army must also be wiped out. Ling Bai felt that if he wanted to kill red hair at that time, he would likely face enemies not only red hair pirates, but even heavy soldiers from the world government. This kind of thinking is not some groundless speculation. With red hair being able to allow the 5 elders to personally meet them, if the red hair pirates were to be wiped out, it would be impossible for the world government not to intervene. As for the revolutionary army, Ling Bai killed Sabo, which has completely turned hostile to the revolutionary army. Even if Ling Bai can't kill them, sooner or later they will bother Ling Bai. Of course, Ling Bai has not forgotten that there is also a remnant of the Whitebeard pirates. Ling Bai knows that Marco and the others will definitely come to take revenge someday in the future. The meeting lasted about an hour, and finally, Ling Bai decided to leave Cake Island in 3 days. Participating members, all men of the Ling Bai pirates, and Wenji Mo K and his son. The other women are Reiju, Yamato, Sugar, Bonnie, Baby 5. By the way, Ling Bai will bring Ayu there, and then ask Pudding to revise his memory. Ling Bai's lineup can be said to be very strong. The strength lies in the strength at the top. On the ant's side, except for the ant herself, only Katakuri can fight. However, Katakuri is not as powerful as Bullet. With such fierceness, Katakuri is only at the level of fighting Shiryu of the Rain, and cannot reach the level of Bullet, and besides Bullet, there is also World Destroyer Burndi. This man who has recovered to about 40 years old is so powerful very. Therefore, when it comes to the confrontation of power at the top, the ant's side is already much inferior. This is how Ling Bai feels confident that he can beat Big Mom and build cooperation. As for the cooperation, this is just the beginning. Sooner or later, Ling Bai will turn Big Mom into a subordinate, and then add Kaido. This lineup is terrifying. Just after the meeting ended, Ling Bai returned to his residence. Only then did Ling Bai discover that there was an extra person who made Ling Bai feel incredible. Advertisement Snake, Boa Hancock, is here. The appearance of Snake Fairy really shocked Ling Bai. He didn't even look for her yet, but she came to his door. Concubine. Concubine. I just want to come to paradise to meet the legendary 4 Emperors Ling Bai, my lord. Looking at Ling Bai, Snake G's face was already red enough to drip, and her head was getting lower and lower, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to get in. Very overwhelmed. And the women here were also shocked by the appearance of Shiji. Shiji, recognized as the #1 beauty in the world, and she not only possesses peerless beauty, but also possesses extremely powerful strength, which is terrifying. This incident, as if it never happened, Ling Bai didn't say anything. So lost. Even the 2 children, Granu and Ayu, are capable users. What's that called? Everlasting love. Especially when Reiju saw Shiji's attitude. As someone who has experienced it, she understood that Shiji is very interesting to Ling Bai. Very interesting. And, what does she mean by coming here? No matter what, Hiyori can only accept it, and she is powerless to resist one of the most powerful sea emperors in the sea. She feels like she is the most worthless. As for Momonosuke's death, Hiyori didn't know about it, and neither did Reiju, nor did anyone see Ling Bai kill Momonosuke at the time. Moreover, the aura of being a strong person is too terrifying. Here in Ling Bai, Rihei is actually the only woman who is incompetent. A typical woman with both strength and beauty. This woman is so beautiful. P.S. Currently there are only Reiju, Momosagi, Bonnie, Rihei and 4 women who are related to the protagonist. Although Yamato and Baby 5 are in the protagonist's house, they are acting as bodyguards and nanny. This made Rihei, in front of Snake Princess, feel that he was almost useless except for his beauty. Now nearly half a month has passed, even Raiha's hatred for Ling Bai has been diluted. This woman, What kind of romantic debt is her own adult? 980 and Hiyori feels incredible. After all, she thinks that her beauty is already the top beauty here, and Reiju and the others are not as good as her, and until just now, when she saw Shiji for the first time, she felt a strong threat. Reiju, Bonnie, Yamato, Baby 5, which one has no ability and strength? Chapter 131 The Fall of Serpent Princess. At this time, Snake appeared in front of all the women. For the women, Snake was definitely an unexpected visitor, and she was also a huge threat. A beauty, reputation, and even strength are unparalleled, especially for people like Reiju who have heard of Snake Princess. They feel a deep sense of dread in their hearts. Who is this woman? Facing a woman who was on par with her in beauty and far surpassed her in strength, Hiyori felt very afraid and nervous. Reiju said in a low voice. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, is the emperor of a daughter kingdom called Nine Snake Island in the Combelt area in the first half of the Grand Line. Speaking of which, there are only women who can compare with her in this world. The aunt of one of the 4 emperors, and she is also a female pirate with extremely powerful strength. Even if she is a woman, she is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the world, and what is even more frightening is that it is said that this woman has a legendary the Conqueror's Haki. Know this world, the woman who owns the Conqueror's Haki, besides her, is the aunt of one of the 4 emperors. Reiju said it in one breath, which made Hiyori feel extremely horrified, so she realized now that she even had a strong sense of inferiority. Compared with this Boa Hancock, she is like an ugly duckling. And the Snake G, she is not a beautiful white swan, but an even rarer bird of divine fire, Phoenix. Hiyori was frightened. Why can a woman be so outstanding? What is she doing here? Rihei looked at Snake G from the attitude of pointing her nostrils at people just now, to the shyness of a little girl seeing a man she likes when she is facing Ling Bai now. Rihei couldn't believe it. This gesture is like the gesture that Reiju faced Ling Bai at night. This made Hiyori incomprehensible. Bonnie also whispered. I guess it's the adult's romantic debt outside. You also know how good a man is. S**X. There is also a Marine's alternate girl admiral and the adult is that kind of relationship. What kind of relationship? Hiyori was a little curious. When she came to the paradise during this time, she also began to understand the world slowly, so she also knew how terrifying the so-called Marine admiral is. What is the relationship between Ling Bai and an alternate girl admiral? Bonnie's voice was lowered. It's like talking to adults at night, don't you understand? Hiyori, don't ask questions like this. Hiyori blushed, not expecting this. Hiyori, then Boa Hancock, isn't he also? Advertisement, I guess so, nearly 100%. On Ling Bai's side, he brought Shiji into a hall room, and at this time there were only him and Shiji in the room. Ling Bai didn't have any idea, but Snake G whispered to Ling Bai. Ling Bai also knows that Snake G is probably crazy about herself because she killed 3 celestial dragons. Of course, Snake Girl is indeed crazy about Ling Bai fan, but it's not just because of celestial dragons, and during the Summit War period, the powerful strength displayed by Ling Bai, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Snake Princess has fallen. But now, Shiji asks to be in the same room with Ling Bai. Of course, she is not doing that kind of male-female thing, but Shiji wants Ling Bai to show him the terrifying imprint behind her, that is, the person she used to be proof of the slaves of the celestial dragons. Lord Ling Bai, I want you to see the secret behind my body, about celestial dragons. Snake Girl had already plucked up her courage, but at this moment, she still lowered her head and became terrified. She didn't know if the man she fell in love with could accept the fact that she was once a slave of celestial dragons. In this world, the most humble people are slaves, and the slaves of celestial dragons are the most terrifying. For countless people, they are nightmares. When Ling Bai heard what Shiji said, he already understood what she was going to do. At this time, Shiji's tone couldn't help sobbing, and her body trembled slightly. Ling Bai put his right hand on her shoulder. The past is not important, people have to face the future, right? In the end, when Snake was almost exhausted, Ling Bai finally saw the large-scale imprint on her back. For Snake, this was a nightmare of a lifetime, and it was even possible that Snake's arrogance, all to disguise their inner fragility. At this moment, Snake G's spiritual defense collapsed directly. While Ling Bai was comforting Snake G, the voice of System Sign-In suddenly came from his mind. Sign-In successfully, reward. Hand of elimination, useful for any scar. Ling Bai's eyes lit up, and he knew that it was Snake showing her back, which made Ling Bai trigger a new check-in. The large area of the Snake Queen's back brand cannot be removed at all, unless all the back meat is cut off, but this is even more impossible. The Murloc Tiger is rebranded by the Murloc who used to be a slave of the Celestial Dragons create a Sun Pirate mark, and then cover the original Celestial Dragon's slave mark. Advertisement however, they really misunderstood Ling Bai. Ling Bai didn't speak, but after half a minute, Ling Bai said, look at your brand new back in the mirror. At this moment, she just wants to serve Ling Bai hard. From Zhao, this. He is in the daytime. My lord, please let this concubine serve you all my life. At the same time, Snake G felt a warm current coming from her back, which made her feel very comfortable, like the warm sun in the morning in winter. As for Shiji, she can only be with her forever. But now, Ling Bai's new sign-in reward is the ability to erase any scars. Hiyori was dumbfounded, and so were Reiju and the others. 10 minutes later, she knelt in front of Ling Bai. The tear-stained Shiji's tone was pleading, and the brand of being eliminated made Shiji feel like a dream in the depths. She squeezed her thigh fiercely, strongly. The pain is clearly telling her that all this is not a dream, it is real. At this time, Ling Bai's right hand was covering Shiji's back, and Shiji's body trembled suddenly because of fear. Master Ling Bai, can this branding be eliminated? 3 minutes later, Reiju and the others who were eavesdropping outside the door only heard a scream from Snake Girl inside, and then they couldn't hear clearly because of the sound insulation. I'll help you get rid of this brand, so in the future, you don't have to have nightmares anymore, right? Snake G is crying, not because of a sad experience, but because of Ling Bai accepting her and helping her. My lord, can I be weak? In the room, the branding marks on Shiji's back had been easily removed by Ling Bai. Her smooth back was flawless, as fair as her skin, and before this, Shiji had never even dared to look at her own back. Ling Bai held it on his right hand. Chapter 132. A big battle is about to start. For the past 2 days, Snake has temporarily lived in Ling Bai's mansion, and Reiju and the others are also feeling a lot of pressure. After all, a woman like Shiji is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also incredibly powerful. Moreover, this woman seems to want to rob Ling Bai from them. Hiyori doesn't care, she doesn't care about Ling Bai like Reiju does. As for Reiju, the jealous jar was about to be overturned, but she didn't dare to get angry in front of Ling Bai. In fact, during the 2 days that Shiji stayed in the paradise, Ling Bai did not touch her. Probably, in the future. 2 days have passed, and tomorrow, they will leave for Cake Island, and then they will start a battle with Big Mom pirates. As for Snake Princess being able to stay in the paradise, she is naturally extremely happy. In front of Ling Bai, she is like a docile kitten, but in front of Reiju and the others, she is still aloof. If it weren't for Ling Bai not letting her stay in the paradise for a long time, Snake Girl would probably give up 9 Snake Island to serve Ling Bai in the paradise. Of course Ling Bai couldn't let her do this. 9 Snake Island is quite special. Ling Bai doesn't want 050 to hope that Snake Girl gave up 9 Snake Island because of herself. For now, Snake's Shichibukai identity is still very necessary. After all, it can protect the safety of 9 Snake Island in today's more troubled era of big pirates. But now Snake has stayed in the paradise for too long, and the world government suspects her and Ling Bai collusion. The consequence at that time is to deprive Shichibukai of his identity, and then marine dispatches to arrest Snake. So the day before she was about to leave for Cake Island, Ling Bai asked Snake to leave the paradise. Seeing Snake Princess leaving the paradise, Reiju and the others were more or less relieved. The enemy was too strong, which made them bear the huge pressure for 2 days. For the first time, Hiyori realized that besides her beauty, she seemed to be worth nothing. The next day, coming soon. Advertisement in today, when the Ling Bai pirates are leaving Cake Island, all the combat tools and plans have already been prepared. At this time, 3 huge ships set sail from the new harbor of Paradise. Although there are not many people on the 3 ships, it is undeniable that the Ling Bai pirates are all elite personnel. BDDJ. The Ling Bai pirates are on the elite route. Moreover, except for the Ling Bai pirates and a few women who can be used as combat power, all 4 of Judge and his son have come. For the members of the Ling Bai pirates, the 4 of them are very shocking. Reiju couldn't help being surprised, and she couldn't understand why her father had a much more respectful attitude towards Ling Bai. You must know that even if Judge was in awe of Ling Bai before, it would not be like this now, and the 3 younger brothers are also like this. Reiju felt strange, but couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time. In short, Judge and the others seem to have really surrendered to Ling Bai? Santo, those people look so scary. On the other side, Ayu looked at Granu, who felt about the same age as her. The 2 were the closest. Ayu called Granu her elder sister, and Grano was helpless. Ayu, a pure and innocent little girl, is only 6 years old now, but Ling Bai she was so frantic that she brought Ayu here, and she didn't know what she was going to do. Although Ayu's ability is really not simple, it seems to be called Paramecia Beast Taming Fruit. It has a similar feature to Tongshu Fruit, that is, it can be controlled effect. It's just that one controls people and the other controls animals, but Sato knows that Ayu's ability has not been developed for a long time, and she is only a little girl. She probably doesn't even have the concept of what ability to develop. Those people, of course, are terrible. Every good person comes. Sugar said in a low voice. Of course, even Doflamingo is the same, since there are no good people who are pirates. Granos didn't say too much. Ayu probably couldn't understand either. When Ling Bai and the others were leaving Cake Island, Marine's eyeliner, who was deployed here in a certain sea area nearby, also notified Naval Headquarters as soon as possible. Naval Headquarters sent Marines to monitor the 4 emperors. Of course, this kind of monitoring is very secretive. As the most vicious pirate emperor in the world today, there are even more Marines monitoring Ling Bai. Sengoku. That's about it, but be careful. Advertisement. Admiral the Green Bull stood up, and he, too, just came back from dealing with the recent pirate attack on Marine yesterday. Crane Vice Admiral said, when the time comes, there should be no conflicts, only you Admiral, not to mention that you can't face Ling Bai, they're the whole pirate group. I'll go and see what's going on. When the time comes, just tell me the sea area where the pirate is. After Naval Headquarters received the news, they were all shocked, and the high-level executives also became uneasy. Sengoku. Last time, 4 emperors Ling Bai left the paradise. According to the little information we collected, he took only 2 people with him, and now he is leaving. Traveling? That's impossible. You said he was going to destroy the 4 emperors. I believed it. This guy is definitely a lunatic. While Naval Headquarters was in a state of worry, on Cake Island in the distance, almost the entire Big Mom pirates were still enjoying a burst of singing and dancing. Green Bull. So this is, to get information and see what they're doing, right? Even the ant doesn't know, a big battle is about to start. Akainu's tone was cold. The Wenji Moke family is the ruler of the country composed of members of the world government, but now, he is mixing with pirates. Is this going to betray the world government? Betrayal of the world government deserves death. If the 4 emperors are really destroyed, it will be terrible. What the hell is that madman going to do? The marine executives guessed, feeling very uneasy. All of a sudden, even the grumpy Akainu couldn't help worrying. Sengoku, who has become unscrupulous due to multiple reasons such as semi-retirement, has become very serious at the moment. Crane Vice Admiral worried. Including the new members, the whole pirate group has been dispatched. Besides, members of the Wenji Moke family are also added. With this lineup, what are they going to do? Kizaru also looked serious. Then what should we do now? Those people, the scale of the crowd, is almost catching up with sweeping the entire new world. They can't just go to the tour bus. Green Bull. Okay, let's go like this, but even if you don't tell me, I don't dare to act rashly alone. Chapter 133 The vibration of the great influences. As time passed, the Marines who secretly watched and wrote about the Ling Bai pirates discovered that the current sailing route of the Ling Bai pirates is heading for Cake Island. That's right, it's the Cake Island occupied by the 4 emperors. All of a sudden, naval headquarters and the world government were shocked. That lunatic, is he going to attack Big Mom? It really is a lunatic. I didn't expect that he was so crazy that he shot Big Mom. What should we do at naval headquarters? Marines' top executives couldn't sit still. Akainu's expression was condensed. Get ready to go. When they both lose, even if one side is defeated, the situation of the other side will definitely not be better. At that time, our naval headquarters will directly suppress the other side. If the situation is good, it is entirely possible for us to get rid of the 4 emperors pirates in one fell swoop. Akainu's thoughts are undoubtedly good, and the hawkish Marines also seem to see that the situation Akainu said is about to happen, and they can't help but look forward to get up. Crane. In case there are other situations, maybe, but we naval headquarters, we can send troops there. If the situation that Sakazuki said really happens, it will be the best. Hope for the best. And at this moment, a special phone bug rang in the marshal's office, and Akainu saw that his face had changed. It's the 5 elders' call. 5 elders have the power to directly appoint and dismiss marine marshals. Sakazuki, you guys go out. That crazy man and another crazy woman are about to start a war, and that's all there is to it. 5 elders, what do you need naval headquarters for? Akainu frowned. Of course, after Marshal Marine, he also found himself more restricted than when he was an admiral, and this restriction was undoubtedly given by 5 elders. Send troops to the waters near Cake Island and wait and see what happens. Once either side is defeated, naval headquarters should be able to take action. Even if Ling Bai wants to kill Big Mom, he will inevitably have to pay the price. Advertisement, Big Mom Pirates. The Charlotte family is the biggest force in New World today. Among the more than 80 children of that woman, there are more than 70 people with good fighting power. In addition, it is even more unimaginable among the forces annexed by their marriage and the marriage of the aunt herself. On the whole, it should not lose to the composition of the Whitebeard pirates. Ling Bai wants to destroy the Big Mom pirates, and he has to pay the price, although his own strength is indeed terrifying. 5 elders, talking eloquently. 2 hours later, the naval headquarters executives set off, taking the 8 largest warships with them, to the waters of Big Mom's Toto land kingdom. The combat strategy of naval headquarters is to reap the benefits of the fishermen, or to say that the mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind. But obviously, this matter will not develop as expected by the world government and naval headquarters. What will happen if the 2 sea emperors reach a cooperation? Obviously, this is a problem that the world government and naval headquarters will not think about at all, because from the perspective of the whole world, this is an absolutely impossible problem. It is impossible for the sea emperors to cooperate. On the other hand, the situation where the Ling Bai pirates set off to Cake Island was also discovered by the red-haired pirates. At this time, the red-haired peacemaker also felt uneasy. Shanks, what's going on? I'm afraid that guy is going to attack Big Mom, and the entire pirate group has come out. It's impossible not to go to war. Phew. This world, since Ling Bai exists, seems to have become more disturbed. It's really disturbing, and in the future, it is very possible that he will attack us. Shanks, are we going to check it out? In the past? Let's forget it. Wait, let's go and see the situation. That lunatic, his current actions have seriously affected this world. In the end, Shanks decided to go to the waters of Cake Island. So at this time, the Red Hair Pirates and Naval Headquarters, representing 2 huge forces on the ocean, set off. For the dispatch of the 3 major forces including the Ling Bai pirates, New World naturally would not be ignorant, and soon, New World panicked. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. The deployment of big forces at the 4 emperors level will often involve the situation in the entire New World. People cannot be unafraid. Even if some people have the idea of reaping the benefits, they are also very clear. Could be them. On the other hand, the Big Mom pirates soon found out about the fact that the Ling Bai pirates were coming to their side. It was only a little behind Naval Headquarters. The reason why Naval Headquarters was able to know the situation first was that because they have eyes watching all this. And the Big Mom pirates, as the intelligence community claims to be the #1 existence in the industry, the Ling Bai pirates are coming to their side. How could they not know? That kid. It's coming to war, right? Now the Ling Bai pirates are getting closer and closer to the waters of all nations, and they are coming out in full force. And Bullet, how does it exist? And it's that madman Ling Bai. Any fool knows that the Ling pirates are going to fight the Big Mom pirates. Even Katakuri was a little uneasy. At this time, Big Mom is sitting on her throne, looking down on her children and the powerful leaders of Big Mom pirates. She said with a ferocious face, "Since we want to start a war, let's start a war. Everyone has been preparing for me for a long time. Even so, it is impossible for him to deal with Ling Bai. If Katakuri is a genius, then Bullet is a monster. Katakuri, as the first member of the Charlotte family other than Big Mom, will be the star people." At this moment, the Charlotte family couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. At this time, the ant was angry and the entire Charlotte family gathered together. A lot of pressure. The person he's really dealing with is Bullet. No one expected that the Ling Bai pirates were going to attack. He's no match for Bullet. After all, they are now facing terrorist forces at the Four Emperors level. And it's undeniable that even Katakuri couldn't deny it. Chapter 134. Big Mom manipulating the tsunami. This is a shocking day for Cake Island. They received the news that Ling Bai is going to attack them, and now their entire pirate group has been dispatched. Apparently a war is about to start. One Four Emperors pirates fighting another Four Emperors pirates? This is obviously the most serious thing since the era of great pirates, except for the Summit War. Because since the era of great pirates, the pirate emperors of New World have always been in a delicate balance. Even if there are occasional conflicts, it is definitely not the kind of conflict that the emperors meet, but the little ones their conflict. Now, Mai Bai, who is the emperor of Tianhai, is dispatched. Sun Prometheus, Thundercloud Zeus, Two-Horned Napoleon. The ant shouted. It was the three super weapons that called her. "Mom, here I come." Thundercloud Zeus and the others answered, 677, in unison. In addition to the hat Napoleon wearing on the ant's head, Thundercloud Zeus and Prometheus the sun, who came out of a fairy tale, also flew over, a white cloud, around of the sun. The common denominator is very cute. "Are you ready? That guy should be here soon." That brat. He became so arrogant not long after becoming Four Emperors. ****. At this moment, the ant had a ferocious old face. She. Angry to ultimate. After all, this could almost be said to be the first time in her life that she had been provoked. "Mom, we're ready. Dessert will star, Katakuri, smoothie, cracker they have already prepared." Behind Katakuri and the others are the other sons and daughters of the Charlotte family, as well as forces belonging to the Big Mom pirates. At this time, a mighty pair followed behind Big Mom, came out of the Cake Castle. Mom and the others are also dispatched. Awful. I've lived in Cake Island for 20 years, never seen anything like it. Call, it's like a nightmare. What's terrible is that this nightmare is about to begin. Mommy will beat him, Mom will definitely win. In the towns of Cake Island, people watched the procession in horror. The whole Big Mom pirates are here. The townspeople were terrified. Advertisement. They have heard that the Ling Bai pirates are about to attack Cake Island. It's hard not to be afraid. A war between two kings. As ordinary people, can they not be afraid of that kind of terrifying war between gods? Katakuri and the others followed Big Mom and went to the coast where the Ling Bai pirates came. HMPH. Do those people think that our Big Mom pirates are just small forces that want to compete for Whitebeard's territory? Is it too easy to think of us? Come on all, beat the shit out of them. Big Mom pirates. Don't be insulted. Ling Bai pirates, go to hell. Smoothie and the others were very angry, shouting one after another. Each one seemed to be filled with righteous indignation. As for Katakuri, he told himself in his heart that no matter what enemy he faced, him, Katakuri, can't be defeated. He must do his best to protect his younger brothers and sisters. He must protect the Charlotte family. Soon, Big Mom and the others came to a coast. This direction was facing the route where the Ling Bai pirates were. At this time, they will be here, ready to fight. On the other side, the senior undercover sent by the world government, CPO member Stussy. Last time she met Ling Bai in the paradise. At this moment, she is here. With the phone bug in my hand, I quickly contacted the 5 elders. Master 5 elders, the Big Mom pirates are ready. Soon as the Ling Bai pirates show up, they will probably go to war. It should be a war, Stussy was reporting, while the 5 elders on the other side were in the meeting room. After Stussy finished speaking, 5 elders also began to order Stussy to report important situations at any time. The pressure is really great. I thought it would be the same as before, with the 4 emperors balance pattern, but now this pattern. It seems to be broken by that Ling Bai. What a wayward little boy. But it's also a complete lunatic, a monster. After finishing the call, Stussy let out a sigh of relief, feeling stressed. She had a premonition that Cake Island might be destroyed. Advertisement after all, how could a mere Cake Island withstand the collision of 2 4 emperors pirates? On the other side, as time passed, while Big Mom and the others were waiting. In the distant sea area, a black spot finally appeared. At this point, night has fallen. Coming, Smoothie, who was holding the binoculars, exclaimed, and other members of the Charlotte family who were holding binoculars also saw the Ling Bai pirates. 3 ships, all bearing the flag of the Ling Bai pirates. And on the boat in the middle, the person standing at the bow is Ling Bai. Mom, here they come. It's really here. I feel like my blood is boiling. What an exciting time. This level of battle is still the first time for us in the era of the Great Pirate. To be honest, I'm a little scared in my heart, wondering if I will die in battle? Go, crush him. P.S. Because the world doesn't know about Im's existence, it is generally believed that Big Mom is the strongest woman. Here I assume that I am as a woman, very powerful, and has not really appeared yet. As a mother's son, fear is a great shame. If it were me, I might as well just hit him to death. Here we come. The strongest woman in the world. Our mother, Yuan Luo Linlin. Mom is going to shoot. Zero seeing her, several souls were released directly, and the souls poured into the calm seawater in front of her. Big Mom let out a loud roar, and a tsunami with 3 faces shouted mommy at the same time, and immediately rushed out. And this tsunami, on the side facing Ling Bai, there are 3 evil faces. It was also at this time that the calm sea immediately oscillated. At this moment, in the eyes of people, the ant took several steps forward. Boom. At that moment, the sea area trembled. Yes, I'm also afraid, after all, I haven't married a wife yet. Like the transformed thundercloud Zeus and sun Prometheus. A huge wave rises, and in just a few seconds 5.6 minutes, it has formed a huge tsunami. Like a tsunami created by Whitebeard with shock fruit. As for Big Mom, she directly puts her soul into the seawater, making the seawater form a homies, with the same nature as her thundercloud Zeus, and then manipulates the seawater. Chapter 135 The collision of the sword. At this moment, the originally calm sea area has already started to shake. A tsunami with a length of several kilometers and a height of hundreds of meters swept across a large area of the sea, crushing towards Ling Bai and their ships. A large area of sea is shaking violently, and on this huge tsunami, facing Ling Bai and the others, there are 3 extremely evil-looking faces. This is really the soul creature, homies, created by Big Mom using the ability of the soul fruit. Like Lion Zeus, or another personality of Big Mom, they are extremely evil. The tsunami is coming. What is shocking is that this tsunami has 3 faces. 3 evil-looking faces that deserve a punch, manipulating the tsunami. Is this the ability of that woman? That crazy woman's soul fruit ability has probably been awakened. Everyone in the Ling Bai pirates revealed different degrees of surprise. After all, the tsunami looked extremely scary, especially at night, under the watchful eyes of such evil and terrifying faces. Some useless people. The sea area was shaking, and a huge tsunami was constantly approaching rapidly, and Ling Bai and their ships couldn't help but bumped. If the pirate group is not strong, it will only end up being completely crushed in the face of this kind of pressure. However, Ling Bai and the others are different. At this time, Ling Bai stood on the bow of the ship, and pulled out Tianyu Yuzhan and Yan Mo. When holding the 2 famous knives in his hands, Ling Bai's whole temperament changed, and the terrifying aura of the big sword hero rushed out immediately. Out. The surging airwaves spread out in all directions with Ling Bai as the center, which made Bullet and the others on the boat feel a gust of wind. Is the captain going to play double knife style? And both knives are famous knives? Isn't it obvious? What a terrifying aura. Behind him, I'm like an ant. It's time to make a move. Everyone looked at Ling Bai in shock, and Ling Bai stretched out the 2 famous knives to the back. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Ling Bai swung the 2 famous knives at the same time, and suddenly, 2 tornado-like fighting forces rushed out. Moving forward, Fang's tsunami rushed away. Mother. Eat them. The 3 faces on the tsunami were extremely evil, and their voices were also extremely evil. However, when Ling Bai's 2 combat forces collided with them, they could only be completely disintegrated amidst the screams. And with the disappearance of the 3 faces, the tsunami also lost its life immediately, falling apart in place. Advertisement. However, the slashing didn't stop because of this, but rushed towards Cake Island after destroying the tsunami. And in this direction, there is no doubt that the 2 slashes aimed at Big Mom. Thundercloud Zeus. Bicorn Napoleon. The ant shouted twice, and Napoleon and Zeus responded to the ant with one voice, and the former turned into a giant sword, and the latter turned into a black thundercloud. Both weapons have the same evil face. Big Mom jumped directly on top of Thundercloud Zeus. Widewo. At this time, the ant held the giant sword Napoleon in both hands, and slashed out with a sword, followed by a terrifying slash. This is the ultimate move of the giants, which is comparable to the legendary Hikoku, but for a monster like Big Mom who can defeat the strong giants at the age of 5, its power is even more terrifying. At that moment, the powerful slash directly tore open the sea, just like the slash of a great swordsman. Amidst the shock of the entire Charlotte family, Big Mom's slash collided with Ling Bai's slash. Boom! After an earth-shattering loud noise, a huge crater was blown out in the sea between Ling Bai and Dama, and the terrifying waves were thrown up hundreds of meters high. The waves pushed in all directions, just like the earth was pushed directly. It's the same. It's about to start. Desert General Star and the others looked serious. The members of the Charlotte family behind them were excited just now, but they couldn't help but feel a little dignified seeing the collision of the 2 monsters. After a special noise, the calm sea of the pirate was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. Let's start. Ling Bai turned around and said, "You don't need to be beaten to death. Of course you should also pay attention not to be beaten to death. What Ling Bai and the others have to do to attack Big Mom this time is to subdue them, not to kill them. Of course it doesn't matter if some of the young people are dead. In the Big Mom Pirates, what Ling Bai wants is to establish a cooperative relationship, and to cooperate, Big Mom must be defeated and subdued. It is impossible for such a powerful monster to sit down and talk about cooperation slowly. Of course, I will slowly let her become Ling Bai's subordinate. Advertisement. This is the purpose of Ling Bai, therefore, this operation is to defeat Big Mom, not kill Big Mom. After dealing with Big Mom, and then destroying the Red Hair Pirates, this is what Ling Bai will do. Big Mom doesn't have to die, the redhead must die. Ling Bai left the ship directly. The sea below had been completely frozen, and the entire sea area around Cake Island was frozen. Of course, Ling Bai's ship was not within the frozen range. Using Moonwalk, which was so powerful as ultimate, Ling Bai rushed towards Big Mom as if flying in the air. On the other side, the ant on the other side, holding a giant sword Napoleon, trampled on Thundercloud Zeus, and the sun Prometheus turned into fire and attached to her hair. A very evil old witch came. At that moment, the demon in Ling Bai's hands trembled. Little devil. Here I come. Well. Ling Bai slashed out again, and Ling Bai also went forward with a slash. Layer crushed. Boom. Although the number of people on Ling Bai's side is quite different, the people on Ling Bai's side have a lot more high-end combat power than Big Mom's side. After all, she was born from a normal human being, but now, she has become such a terrifying existence. Big Mom laughed loudly and frighteningly, and Lei and Zeus and their three weapons also showed evil smiles. It is undeniable that Yanma is definitely a monster. With a loud noise, Yan Mo on Ling Bai's right hand collided with Big Mom's giant sword, and suddenly an astonishing wave of wind and waves swept out. Immediately afterwards, the two confronted fiercely in the air. So, he was excited, but even if you are strong, I'm not that easy to deal with. Ling Bai is full of fighting spirit, you know, at his current level, there are not many opponents. Not long after, the Bai pirates headed by Bullet collided directly with the Big Mom pirates headed by Katakuri. And the forces of both sides rushed into the ice. As expected of a woman with the strongest physical talent. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to attack me. Chapter 136. The powers of the two sides are fighting fiercely. Are you Big Mom's strongest son? Bullet directly held the trident stabbed by Katakuri with one hand. The powerful force made Katakuri look like a child facing an adult, and he is a child. So strong. Katakuri naturally also knows who Bullet is, and the other party should exist at the same level as his mother, right? Katakuri's face was solemn, and he didn't answer Bullet's words. After taking 3 steps back, he stabbed Bullet again, but his strength must have been stronger. Bullet punched out with one punch, and when he didn't cover armament hockey with his fist, he directly collided with the opponent's trident, and even opened the main fork. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Bullet stepped forward, and at the same time the ground under his feet collapsed, the whole person disappeared in place. In the next instant, Bullet appeared on Katakuri's face. Punch it out. So fast. And Katakuri's complexion changed drastically, but he didn't panic, and immediately used his ability and used his knowledge to foresee the future. Bullet's punch was undoubtedly very fierce, aiming at Katakuri's mouth, but it passed directly through the hole that appeared in Katakuri's mouth. Special Paramecia. Waxy Fruit. Katakuri combined this ability with the ability to foresee the future, and was able to make a hole in the part of his body that was about to be attacked in advance to dodge. The ability of the Waxy Fruit gives Katakuri's body an elemental effect similar to that of Lobia, which is quite similar to the ability of the Golden Fruit, which is also a special Paramecia. And I have to say, Katakuri is a genius. His ability has been awakened. Interesting. Bullet moved his fist away, and at this moment, Katakuri's long legs swept towards him, creating a wave of wind and waves in the air, with terrifying speed and power. Boom. However, with a muffled sound, it was still easily picked up by Bullet. Let me warm up, Bullet laughed, as you wish. With a calm face, Katakuri rushed towards Bullet. Advertisement on the other side, Smoothie became the opponent of Shiryu of the Rain, with Smoothie's ability and some kendo moves. At this time, in the battle with Shiryu of the Rain, Smoothie was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away. This woman is interesting. Shiryu of the Rain was holding a cigar in his mouth, and a thunderstorm swept in with a sword in his hand. Hateful. Smoothie directly slashed with a weapon, collided with the opponent's demon knife, and immediately there was a gust of wind. Room. Slaughterhouse. Luo directly released the operating space, waved the long knife in his hand and cried ghostly, and dismembered Yibo Ant's younger brother. Desert Vajra Sword. In the other direction, Lao Sha, who had rushed into the crowd, had already fought against Charlotte Owen. The ice surface was cut open at this moment, and a sharp and huge blade gathered by the sand rushed forward. Klockedar. Facing the desert blade that hit at this time, Owen, who has the hot fruit ability, the air that has been heated already formed an extremely hot whirlwind, colliding with the desert blade. Boom. The two forces formed a huge explosion in midair. Someone actually played with biscuits, which opened my eyes. At this moment, facing dozens of biscuit men made by Cracker, Burndy didn't panic at all, and directly swung the long knife. Moreover, the power and speed are increased by 100 times. With a loud noise, under the astonishing power, such a biscuit man was directly disintegrated. A biscuit man of your level is almost meaningless to this old man. Burndy let out a laugh. In the original book, such biscuit people made the giants troublesome 2 years later, but it's not a big deal here in Burndy. Hateful. Cracker's complexion was not very good, because just now, he was hit by Burndy on his stomach, and he almost vomited blood on the first floor. Hey, do children even have to go to the battlefield these days? Wouldn't there be no one in the Ling Bai pirates? At this moment, the sugar mixed into the battlefield was ridiculed by the young men of the Big Mom pirates. Then the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. Advertisement with one small hand of Shoutong, releasing the power, it directly turned more than a dozen younger brothers into toys, and at this moment, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Look down on me, I'm not a child, Sugar is very angry. So, the consequences are serious, scary ability. Yeroge, the broken monk who was being beaten, couldn't help but feel ashamed. After all, he was turned into a toy by Sugar a few days ago. And now, Yeroge is being beaten by Charlotte Cavalier, a strong man with agility. The strong man was beating Yeroge continuously. Of course, it was just that Yeroge let him beat him up. His ability to bear part of the strength became stronger and then exploded. Doesn't this guy hurt? Charlotte Cavalier feels that facing Yeroge, who is also a strong man, is a pervert, the kind of pervert who enjoys being beaten. For example, Yeroge was smiling while being beaten. Okay, brother of the Big Mom Pirates, this is cause and effect. Facing Charlotte Cavalier, Yeroge pointed his palm at the opponent, and before he touched the opponent, a shockwave rushed out of his palm. Immediately afterwards, under this force, Charlotte Cavalier was severely knocked into the air. In the next second, Yeroge naturally pursued the victory. On the other side, Reiju has already fought Garrett, one of Big Mom's daughters. Both women showed great strength, but, no matter what, as a woman trained by Ling Bai, Reiju's strength is naturally stronger than her original. Garrett was also suppressed, and in Garrett's horror, she was beaten back by the beautiful woman in front of her. Bonnie terrified the people on Big Mom Pirate's side. When she touched her casually, they didn't expect that the original young guy would directly become a Mediterranean, and the woman would become a wrinkled old woman. This kind of ability, which is comparable to that of a big mother, made them dare not even get close to Bonnie. Holding a mace, Yamato releases the normal version of Thunder 8 trigrams, sweeping all directions. As Kaido's daughter, although her strength is not as strong as the three disasters, she is at the level of the 6 cells, so she can deal with Big Mom Pirates. The regiment also swept across like a war weapon. Not to be outdone, the baby turned into various hot weapons, sweeping away in all directions. The women who follow Ling Bai are not weak, and each one is more brutal than the other. Nearly 20 minutes passed quickly, and the forces of both sides were colliding fiercely. And the battle between Big Mom in the air and Ling Bai is the most terrifying. Chapter 137, Fighting Big Mom with a deafening explosion. Ling Ri's Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzan collided with Big Mom's giant sword Napoleon at the same time. The terrifying collision of this blow made the conqueror's haki of both of them naturally attached it. And at that moment, the sky turned black, and the clouds gathered in an instant, and a huge crack appeared in the middle, and the tumbling black clouds were constantly swept in, making this crack like Uzumaki. The sky gives people a feeling that it has been cracked. This is the collision of the world's top monsters. The residents of Cake Island, watching this scene, some people's legs are weak, some people are trembling all over, some are too scared to speak, and some people have already been scared to pee. For ordinary people, the collision between the two pirate groups at this time, especially the confrontation between Big Mom and Ling Bai, is like a fight between gods, shaking constantly under the impact. Two monsters. The undercover agent Stussy shook her head, watching the ant fighting Ling Bai. She felt a little creepy in her heart. If she was allowed to fight one of the monsters, it would be fine if she could last 10 minutes. Waiguo. Big Mom let out a loud roar, but that extremely bloated body was extremely agile. Thundercloud Zeus under her feet was extremely fast, and Big Mom rushed to Ling Bai. As for Big Mom, with a wave of the giant sword, a huge slash immediately appeared, attacking Ling Bai. The air twisted, sweeping a huge shockwave. At this time, Ling Bai also swung two knives at the same time, and the two intersecting huge slashes rushed towards Big Mom's Waiguo. The two forces finally collided, and instantly set off a powerful explosion that swept in all directions. A large area of ice was exploded, and the two pirates were also swept out. The impacting wind and waves, like the eruption of a prehistoric flood, pushed mountains and seas towards the Cake Island, and even lifted a layer of ice in the ground of the Cake Island. Boom! Amidst the shock of countless people, there was another dull collision sound. Obviously, this was another impact from Big Mom and Ling Bai. For them, it is also painless. Ling Bai's physique is not inferior to Kaido's, and Auntie's physical talent can also be said to be the strongest in the world. Kaido, that's Devil Fruit's ability endowed him with super strong physical defense, while Big Mom is a monster born of ordinary people, a born king. Advertisement. Even though she fought all her life, the ant's body was not injured at all. If it is said that she has never encountered a powerful enemy, Ling Bai would not believe it. After all, this woman was able to instantly kill a strong man of the giant race when she was 5 years old. So it can be seen that the ant is strong. Little devil, do you want to defeat me and annex my territory? With Cake Island as the center, dozens of surrounding islands are all my kingdoms. And hearing what the ant said, Ling Bai smiled disdainfully. I'm not interested in your territory at all. Of course, I just want to beat you hard now. Ling Bai rushed towards Auntie, and then kicked her bloated belly fiercely. The terrifying force was attached to Ling Bai's right leg. This kick was enough to destroy an entire island up. As for Ant, who is more than 8 meters tall and her bloated body makes her look like a target, she was easily hit by Ling Bai's kick. Boom! Big Mom's belly sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Ling Bai felt the defensive power of Big Mom's belly at the same time. This body, what amazing resilience, isn't it a monster with the strongest physical talent? In the next second, Big Mom was kicked away, her huge body was fired like a rocket launcher. As well as Thundercloud Zeus under her feet were kicked out. Few people in BDCI can bear Ling Bai's kick now, but Ling Bai knows that Big Mom is the one who can defend his kick. The ice surface in the distance exploded, and a large crater with a radius of tens of meters appeared. It was the location where Big Mom bombed, and Ling Bai also rushed in this direction. It hurts a bit. In the smoky ice, a black figure was shaking his head. It was Big Mom. Just a little pain. What a monster. Ling Bai was a little surprised, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the opponent's defense. Advertisement. It seems that Kaido is the younger brother to the ant. At this time, Ling Bai, holding two famous knives, slashed down at the ant from above at the same time. As for Big Mom, she also instinctively used her huge sword to slash up horizontally to defend. Seeing Ling Bai being brutalized by his own thunderbolt, Thundercloud Zeus became excited. The ant laughed, "Little ghost, you make me feel very interesting. Come and please me to your heart's content." Of course he's not afraid of thunder and lightning, because he can control thunder and lightning in the first place. This kind of battle, the top battle, is useless and easy to end. Auntie took advantage of Ling Bai's electric shock to break away from Ling Bai's two famous knives, and quickly backed away more than 20 meters. At this time, the ant stepped on her foot, and the ice surface under her feet was shattered on the spot, and the ant rushed out with her strength. "Mom, here I come. Look at me, Mom, he doesn't seem to be afraid of thunder and lightning." Boom. In the air, Big Mom's hands rotated 180 degrees, and she slashed out with a sword. In the collision with Ling Bai, a wave of wind and waves swept in all directions again. "Zeus, it's too early to be happy, Thundercloud Zeus." In the eyes of the ant, Ling Bai and the thunder and lightning did not appear in the struggling scene she was familiar with in the past, but as if enjoying a bath in it, and even the ant could clearly see a smile on the corner of Ling Bai's mouth. "Mom, haha. Let this disrespectful guy be punished." A huge wave of lightning poured fiercely on Ling Bai like a reservoir erupting. Immediately after the loud noise, the ice under Auntie's feet also collapsed further, and a more terrifying big pit appeared, and countless cracks were torn open in this big pit. Thundercloud Zeus was stunned, and with an explosion, the lightning that entangled Ling Bai was directly destroyed by the explosion, and Ling Bai who came out of it was unexpectedly unscathed. At this time, Big Mom let out a loud roar, and Thundercloud Zeus behind Big Mom immediately understood. A huge thunderbolt burst out instantly, and shot at Ling Bai. Chapter 138 Red Hair Pirates, Naval Headquarters appear. Another hour later, in the distant sea area, the warship of Naval Headquarters has arrived here. Has it started yet? Shiryu Vice Admiral used a telescope to see the frozen sea outside Cake Island. The first thing I saw was Auntie and Ling Bai, who were on the nearest warship. These two monsters are currently fighting an extremely terrifying battle. The two had been fighting for more than an hour, and the thick ice that had been frozen out was already broken. At this time, Sengoku was also here. On this warship, Crane, Sengoku, Akainu, and Green Bull are all here. Of course, although the highest combat powers are not all there, after all, there are other evil pirate forces that need Marines' powerful combat power to suppress. However, such a lineup is also extremely terrifying. The current strategy of Naval Headquarters is just waiting to catch the leak. After all, this is not the first time they have done this kind of thing. It's right here, about 2 kilometers away from that piece of ice is enough. Akainu waved an order, and the other warships also understood, and soon the 8 warships stopped. After all, in this kind of battle, you can't get too close. Those two guys, it's better to lose both, so that we Naval Headquarters can catch them all. Akainu hates all pirates, including Shichibukai. It's not that easy. The Green Bull shook his head. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, but Naval Headquarters has not confronted this monster for many years. Since the era of great pirates, pirate emperors have come to New World one after another. As a result, Naval Headquarters has become more difficult to assess the strength of a natural monster like Big Mom. After all, 20 years have passed since the era of great pirates. It might take at least 2 Marine Admirals to suppress Big Mom. A Marine Admiral, it's fine if you don't suffer, and with the influence of the 4 emperors, it is even more complicated. Call out. At this moment, a dark red slash directly tore through the sea and came towards the warship. Coming. Akainu's complexion changed, and this is the reason why warships can't get too close. If an ordinary Marine encounters this kind of slash, the warship will be torn to pieces. The weak Marines became even more frightened, and lost their positions all of a sudden. Let me do it. Sengoku became serious at this time. Amidst the horror of countless Marines, the golden light shone, and Sengoku was transformed into a giant Buddha-like existence. Sengoku, the Buddha standing in front of the warship, has a hill-like body that makes the warship tilt. The golden light and huge body gave Marine an endless sense of security. Advertisement shockwave. While slashing the warship that was about to tear them apart, a golden shockwave was released from Sengoku's right palm, colliding with the dark red slash that tore through the sea. Boom. This sea area exploded on the spot, and the waves soared into the sky, turning into torrents of rain and falling on the warships. At the same time, all the warships shook together with the seawater. Buddha's Sengoku. Watching Sengoku use this legendary ability again. Too strong. The Marines were horrified by Sengoku's attack, and only the senior management looked calm. What about the great swordsman slash? Sengoku quickly returned to his normal posture, looking at Big Mom and the others in the distance. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Sengoku make a move. The ability of the Buddha Sengoku is indeed a legendary ability. The Green Bull was also shaken in his heart. Shiryu Vice Admiral. I don't know how long those two monsters will fight. No matter how long the fight is, it is best to be able to catch everything. Of course, we can wait. As long as they continue to fight and consume a lot of energy, it will be easier for us to achieve our goals. Akainu is staring at Ling Bai closely. For Ling Bai, Akainu can be said to be full of resentment. Ling Bai, who seriously provoked justice, killed simultaneous stomach difficulty and seriously injured Akainu. Akainu has 10,000 reasons to kill Ling Bai. Of course, Ling Bai's strength lies there. If he just wants to kill Ling Bai, Akainu alone cannot do it. This is also what makes naval headquarters and world government feel extremely tricky. Hey, this is horrible. The red hair pirates are coming too. Marshal Akainu. It's the red hair pirates who have appeared. That's the Red Force. How is this possible? At this moment, with the noise of Marines, all Marines looked in another direction. Akainu, Sengoku and other high-level executives looked in the direction the Marines were pointing at, and they saw the left side of their warship, and a very imposing pirate ship appeared. It is Red Force. Red hair pirates. Those guys, have they appeared again? Advertisement. Akainu frowned even more. In the previous Summit War, he was seriously injured by Ling Bai and passed out, so he didn't know about major events such as Aokiji's death in battle and Whitebeard's death. Summit War, the red-haired peacemaker also appeared. He took away the bodies of Whitebeard and Firefist Ace. Asking for flowers. Now, redheads are back. This guy with red hair is everywhere. Akainu clenched his fist, and the fist that turned into lava released bursts of white-hot steam. This also means that Akainu is annoyed at this time. At this time, the Marines saw that the red hair was standing at the forefront of the ship on the Red Force near here. The emergence of red hair pirates may make our plans difficult. Green Bull expressed his concerns. Suru Vice Admiral's complexion also became serious, and he didn't speak. Sengoku frowned. If Ling Bai and Big Mom are both injured, or one is injured and the other is seriously injured, our naval headquarters will arrest them. Now that the red hair pirates appear, it will be even more complicated. The red-haired complexion is also dignified. None of them expected that both naval headquarters and red hair pirates would appear. The Ant and Ling Bai on the other side were also surprised. The New World and the Four Emperors also check and balance each other. If the naval headquarters came out and planned to destroy one of the Four Emperors' forces, the other Four Emperors' forces would definitely not sit idly by for their own benefit, although they usually have too much conflict. There are many, but when it concerns their own important interests, it is impossible for them to let naval headquarters make a move. Since Ling Bai entered the New World after the Summit War, he has taken down all of Whitebeard's territory. Anyone with a normal mind knows that Ling Bai's ambition must be huge. The red hair pirates on the other side were also shocked to see the Battle of Naval Headquarters. This is not without reason. In this way, the top management of red hair pirates and naval headquarters were suspicious of each other. The reason why the redhead came here was because she wanted to know what kind of plane Ling Bai and the others were planning to make. If Ling Bai can destroy Big Mom, then the next Ling Bai will destroy is his red hair pirates. Beckman. It looks more complicated, Usopp asked behind the redhead. Akainu and the others couldn't help becoming suspicious. Looking at the red hair pirates, Akainu and the others were annoyed and full of fear. And now, the red hair pirates have appeared. Can the red hair sit idly by and ignore naval headquarters? Unexpectedly, naval headquarters also appeared. Shanks, what should we do? I don't know. Now we can only wait and see. Naval headquarters appeared, and with this lineup, it seems that they want to take the opportunity to eliminate Big Mom and Ling Bai. For their own safety, it is impossible for the red hair pirates to sit idly by. Chapter 139. The Big Mom who was knocked away. The appearance of naval headquarters and red hair pirates made Ling Bai and Da Ma feel a little unexpected. However, in Ling Bai's mind, this is a situation where the crane and the clam are likely to compete for the fisherman's benefit, and it is impossible for naval headquarters not to come, and with Akainu's temperament, Ling Bai guesses that he would dream of cutting Ling Bai to pieces thousands of paragraphs. However, if Ling Bai is not sure, how could he come here? Even though it is difficult for naval headquarters to estimate the current strength of Big Mom, Ling Bai, who is familiar with the original work, knows very well that in Wano Kuni, Big Mom and Kaido fought for a day and a night, and finally reconciled to a tie. To put it bluntly, Big Mom's strength is on par with Kaido's. And Ling Bai was able to beat Kaido, so naturally, Ling Bai was able to beat Big Mom. As for the appearance of peacemakers like Red Hair, Ling Bai wasn't too surprised. Where there is a 683 fight, there will be Red Hair. Redhead is just a peacemaker. After a while, Ling Bai will definitely let the redhead go down to meet Luo Jia. Boom. At this time, Ling Bai's right leg came down from the sky like a battle axe, and slashed at Big Mom, who blocked it with her left hand. A gust of wind and waves spread in all directions, dispelling all the dust in the surrounding air in an instant. The ice below was also inevitably crushed partly. And under this huge force, Lei Zeus, who was carrying the ant, felt very strenuous. Mother, Lei Zeus felt a little miserable. Originally, the weight of the ant was beyond imagination, and coupled with the strength of Ling Bai's kick. It made Lei Zeus feel that the mountain was overwhelmed. It feels like the body is about to be crushed. To shut up. Big Mom doesn't care about Thundercloud Zeus. The kid, naval headquarters, and the redheads are here, well. Even if they come, it doesn't prevent me from beating you up first. As Ling Bai said, he flipped suddenly, and let his right leg strike like a battle axe again. With a muffled sound, Big Mom and Lei Zeus were chopped down on the ice. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent explosion, and thick smoke filled the air. It's not that Big Mom can't resist Ling Bai's kick, but Lei Zeus can't resist Ling Bai's kick. Advertisement: the evil Lei Zeus, no matter who he faces, never hesitates. But after this hour of horrific battle between Big Mom and Ling Bai, Lei Zeus is going to be scared. Shoot Big Mom off the ice, and under the thick smoke, there is a huge ice pit. Ling Bai uses moonwalk to stay in the air. At this moment, amidst the thick smoke, a huge flame whip rushed straight up. Almost forgot Ant's ability. Facing the huge and terrifying flame whip, Ling Bai didn't dodge. Instead, in the form of two famous knives intersecting, let the intersecting place defend against this flame whip. There was a muffled sound, and the huge whips formed by the flames could not rise any further when they collided with Ling Bai's two famous knives. They could only scatter in all directions after the collision was fruitless. At this time, the air has become extremely hot. This kind of flame seems to be stronger than the flame of Mera Mera fruit. Ling Bai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. You know, Big Mom can use the ability of Soul Fruit to manipulate various natural elements such as flames and lightning. For example, not long ago, the ant manipulated the tsunami. If the ant wanted to use the tsunami to destroy an island, it would be a piece of cake. At this time, the extremely hot flames continued to impact on Ling Bai's Tianyu Yuzan and Yanmo, so Ling Bai's two knives began to become scorching hot. ZZ. At this moment, an electric arc was released from Ling Bai's hands and quickly wrapped around the two famous knives. Boom! Suddenly, this electric arc exploded, forming a thunderstorm almost instantly, destroying the flame whip and crushing it down. Compared to thunder and lightning with me, below, the ant's long hair and clothes surged, and her eyes became extremely terrifying. Inserting the giant sword Napoleon on the ice, the ant grasped Thundercloud Zeus with her left hand, and tore it into the air with her right hand. Rumbling. An extremely huge thunderbolt burst out, impacting with Ling Bai's lightning. The deafening explosion sounded for thousands of meters, and the scene of two thunderbolts colliding exploded even more. Advertisement: the surrounding ice is constantly being torn apart by lightning. A large number of thunderlights almost changed the color of the sky. Two monsters. Are those existences that can be defeated? It's terrible. If I get close to them, those lightning bolts will tear me apart. Even if you look at it from a distance, it makes your body weak. Ordinary Marines feel terrified, even if they are fighting 2 kilometers apart. In their view, a bolt of lightning can be sent at any time, which is enough to tear them to pieces. Not being afraid is false. Akainu and the others were silent, they were just waiting for the opportunity. Both sides are injured, exhausted, or one party is killed and the other exhausted. With these two results, Marine will be able to benefit from it if the 2-4 Emperor's forces can be eradicated in one fell swoop. So at this moment, Big Mom was blown away tens of meters. Straightforward, one attack, and it's best for the redheads to come here with the attitude of watching a show. Shiryu smiled cruelly and rushed out the next second. At this moment, in the thunder and lightning collision between Big Mom and Ling Bai, the bloated body fell hard on the ice, and the weight of its body crushed the ice even more. You must know that Ling Bai's instinct is to play thunder and lightning are just one of the derivative skills here, and it is only by Thundercloud Zeus that he can control thunder and lightning. If Ling Bai destroys Thundercloud Zeus, and he can't control it, lightning strikes. But no matter what, Ling Bai's electric shock user, super electromagnetic gun, its power as 4.6 bow is unmatched by Thunderfruit. In the end, he was slammed into the air, and Shiryu's demon sword has already struck, so he won't be distracted by the opponent. Seeing his mother being shot into the air and black smoke coming out of her body, Smoothie yelled instinctively, her tone full of worry. Of course, it is best to follow their ideas. Mind wandering is not a good habit. Danger. Definitely good for naval headquarters. In the end, Big Mom was blown out. Mother. Smoothie's complexion changed drastically, and he tried to block the opponent's attack with his weapon at the critical moment, but it was still a step too late. Chapter 140. Katakuri crushed by bullet. At the moment Big Mom was blown away, Katakuri couldn't help frowning. 4 Emperor's Ling Bai is more than 20 years younger than me, but his strength may be higher than that of my mother. For Ling Bai's strength, Katakuri was extremely horrified. After all, the power displayed by Ling Bai is too strong. And he, Katakuri, can't even deal with Bullet. Boom. At this time, Bullet's fist had already landed on Katakuri's stomach, and precisely attacked Katakuri's stomach. Even if Katakuri can predict the future and know Bullet's next attack, he can carry out a defense similar to Logia's elementalization. However, what makes Katakuri afraid is that he is not the only one who can predict the future. Bullet is also able to use Future C. Predicting the future is just the use of color Nanchi. This shouldn't be a problem for the Bullet, or anyone with an advanced observation hockey. So when Katakuri predicted Bullet's next move to defend or dodge, Bullet also predicted Katakuri's further move. This punch landed on Katakuri's stomach without reservation. When the overwhelming pain came, Katakuri's complexion changed, and he almost felt a rush of heat in his throat. Next second, Katakuri was blasted out. However, just as his back was about to touch the ice, Katakuri slammed his right hand, forcibly turned his body around, and made himself kneel on one knee. Huh? Can't you let your back fall to the ground? This wasn't the first time Bullet had seen Katakuri like this, but the third. Bullet naturally noticed. It's a disgrace for a man to land on his back. Katakuri panted heavily, his back must never fall to the ground. Like Whitebeard's back, without any scars from running away. Not far away is Bullet, who is about the same age as him, but Bullet's talent is even more terrifying, so his strength is also stronger than his. Advertisement. As for the degree of hard work, there is nothing to compare the two. In terms of talent, Bullet's talent is naturally above Katakuri. And unlike Katakuri, who actually fought for half his life, Bullet has been imprisoned in Impel down for 20 years in the middle of his life, although he never stopped exercising during these 20 years. But no matter what, that level of exercise cannot be compared with real fighting. Compared to Katakuri, Bullet is the real monster. It's a disgrace for a man to fall on his back. At this moment, Bullet has a little admiration for Katakuri as an opponent. But no matter what, you will be defeated by me today. With a smile on Bullet's face, a large number of weapons such as guns and knives gathered in his right hand, forming a huge fist. Similar to the ability of Kid's magnetic fruit, of course Bullet is the use of the ability of the combined fruit. His combined fruit has been awakened some time ago, when Ling Bai went to Wano Kuni. However, Bullet has never used the real awakening ability. At least here, it's not necessary. The huge weapon fist is much bigger than Bullet's upper body, and Bullet also let this huge fist cover armament hockey. Go ahead, Charlotte Tech Katakuri. With one step, Bullet was thrown out. I can't be defeated. Katakuri looked dignified and also clenched his fist, using the glutinous fruit on the fist, and the fist of his right hand became as huge as Bullet's weapon fist, and similarly, it covered armament hockey. In the next second, Katakuri also rushed over. In the end, the two huge fists collided together, and with the loud explosion of a bomb, the ice surface within a radius of 30 meters was shattered on the spot. Get up and throw it hard into the air. Katakuri big brother. Many members of the Charlotte family who were close to Katakuri and Bullet could feel the violent impact of the storm, and some of them almost lost their standing, and at the same time they were inevitably forced to retreat a certain distance. Gusts of wind continued to spread. At this moment, part of Katakuri's feet had sunk into the ice, and they kept moving back under the powerful impact force of Bullet. Katakuri also frowned. Obviously his own strength couldn't compete with a monster like Bullet. My strength shouldn't be a problem against Big Mom, but as her son, it's normal that you can't beat me. Advertisement. Bullet laughed. Katakuri did not speak. He is the undefeated Katakuri, the Katakuri who will always protect his younger siblings and family members. He cannot be defeated. Boom. But in the end, even if Katakuri struggled to support him, he still couldn't resist the power of botching. Like a stone being thrown, Katakuri couldn't control his body and was blasted out. It's kind of interesting, with such a strong belief, as a strong person, you are proud enough. Under Bullet's gaze, Katakuri, who was pale in the air, still forcibly supported himself, forced himself to stop tens of meters away, staggered several steps and stopped his body. Didn't let the back land. Boom. At this moment, just as Katakuri stood firm, Bullet struck again, also punching down hard, and landed on Katakuri's head. The next moment, Katakuri felt that the mountain was pressing down on him, and his body couldn't support him under the terrifying force. In the end, Katakuri knelt down on one knee uncontrollably, and the ice layer under him shattered on the spot. While the shattered ice was being shaken up, Katakuri finally vomited blood uncontrollably, and his complexion became further pale. Fortunately, it was covered by his towel. Your strength is not enough to compete with me. Of course, not an opponent worthy of my approval. It took less than 2 hours to fight. Obviously this is not enough for Bullet, and in Ling Bai's plan, it doesn't matter how many little people of the Big Mom pirates die, but the key strength, he means it is unnecessary kill. After all, it is to establish cooperation with the Big Mom pirates, which means that the battle strength of the Big Mom pirates will be used by Ling Bai in the future, and the elite battle strength will naturally be retained. So even though the power gap between Bullet and Katakuri was a bit big, Bullet didn't try his best. Play with you. Katakuri's face was pale. He knew that there was a gap between his own strength and a monster like Bullet, and he didn't expect such a big gap at first. He can barely beat Bullet. And insidious tricks are also impossible for Katakuri. No matter what opponent he faces, he will fight calmly. The next moment, Bullet twisted his fist and punched Katakuri across. The bullet that landed steadily on the ground and the injured Katakuri, who was almost lying on the ground in the distance. In the eyes of the Big Mom pirates and the people watching the battle on Cake Island in the distance, they were extremely shocking. That legendary Katakuri was actually crushed. This is hard to swallow. Chapter 141. Desert General Stars lose. At the same time, Smoothie was suppressed by Shiryu of the Rain, members of the same desert star as Katakuri. Facing Shiryu of the Rain, he ranked third in strength among the Ling Bai pirates, while the original in the movie, he is also the Queen's deputy of the Blackbeard pirates. Smoothie's strength is barely enough to fight against him, and he can resist the opponent's offensive in the early stage. But as time went by, Smoothie could only be suppressed and beaten. After all, Shiryu of the Rain is too powerful. If Ling Bai hadn't said that they would ally with the Big Mom pirates, if the main combat power of a general like Smoothie couldn't be killed, Shiryu of the Rain wouldn't mind killed it. Even if the other party is a woman, of course in Shiryu's eyes, no matter whether it is a man or a woman, as long as it is an enemy, Shiryu will use consistent bloody methods to deal with it. It can't be killed, but there is no problem with serious injuries. Shiryu attacked Smoothie, the demon knife entwined with a strange purple aura, and slashed purple strings through the air with a shaped slash at the injured Smoothie. Seeing this, Smoothie quickly used his long sword to resist. At the cost of being forced to take 5 or 6 steps back, he forcibly pushed away this strange crescent-shaped slash. However, Shiryu, who had already attacked at this time, immediately slashed down with a volley. Smoothie could only attack, and finally with a crisp sound. Smoothie's sword naturally broke in two, Ghost Slash. Shiryu of the Rain gave a low cry. This is the name of a powerful move for him. The strange purple aura surged to ultimate, cutting Smoothie's weapon in two. And this is also normal. What? My weapon. At this moment, Smoothie's complexion changed drastically, and her weapon broke. For her, it was very fatal, especially when facing the sword master of Shiryu's level. And the next moment, the powerful saber energy finally punched Smoothie out, and a shocking wound was torn open on her right waist, and bright red blood sprayed out. On the other hand, Burndee had ended his battle with Cracker long ago. Although he is the third person among the desert generals, there is no doubt about the strength of Li Jia. However, the enemy he faces is the restored young world destroyer Burndee. After barely holding on for the better part of an hour, Cracker finally fell to the ground under the bombardment of Burndee's cannon. Facing an old superpower, Cracker is obviously too young. Advertisement so Burndee has started attacking other members of the Charlotte family. Such as Peros and Dafu, these two people are powerful combat forces under Dama's command. But no matter what, their strength, even if they join forces to deal with Burndee, will be extremely difficult. Since Ling Bai asked Bonnie to regress Burndee's age for more than 30 years, Burndee has recovered to about 40 years old. With the recovery of physical functions, the combat power of the peak period has finally returned. So, how can Peros and the others deal with Burndee, an old-time powerhouse? The same can only end up being pressed and beaten. As for the weakest person among the desert generals, you must know this timeline, or after Ling Bai's influence, there are still 4 desert generals today, and the 4th general in the original book, Charlotte Snag, was relapsed. The monk was blown up, so he was removed from the list, and there were only 3 sweet generals left. Now, Charlotte Snag, the Minister of Explosives, just like the original book, met Uroge, a monk who broke the precepts, just like fate. It seems that this is all cause and effect, brother of the Charlotte family backquote. Uroge gave the opponent a standard monk gesture, and he just picked up a member of the Charlotte family not long ago. And this Snug, as one of the desert stars, should be stronger. So Uroge didn't care too much, and directly went up to fight. Damn Ling Bai pirates. Looking at the Big Mom pirates, who had been suffering almost all the time in this battle, Snug was extremely annoyed. Why is the opponent's combat power so terrifying? You know they are the Big Mom pirates, however, being suppressed like this. With a roar, Snug rushed to Uroge, grabbing the air at the same time. Eventually collided with Uroge. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing explosion swept across the surroundings. The ability of the general named Minister of Explosives, Snag, is a kind of explosive ability, which is somewhat similar to that of one of Lao Sha's previous explosive men. After the explosion, Uroge couldn't help but take 3 steps back. However, as a causal fruit ability user, Uroge can absorb the opponent's attack and transform it into his own power, commonly known as the more he is beaten, the stronger he is. Of course, this is within the range that Uroge can bear. If the ant stabs him, Uroge will also burp. Advertisement at this moment, Uroge rushed forward again, facing Snug. Uroge is fearless. As for the final result, it is also the same as the original. Snag was defeated by Uroge. Of course, Uroge inevitably pays some price. In the other half, time goes back to the moment when Big Mom was blown up. Of course it was 3 minutes ago. As for Ling Bai, an electric arc was wrapped around his body at this time, and the intense lightning seemed to erupt at any time to give him chills. Of course, the ant at the moment is indeed very angry. Standing in front of the ant who was emitting black smoke at this time looked the same as her clothes, without the slightest injury. With a height of more than 8 meters, she stood in front of Ling Bai, looking down at Ling Bai like a giant. So, don't let your clothes rot. At this time, Ling Bai had returned the 2 famous knives. Clenching his fists, Ling Bai quickly appeared on top of the ant who was covered in black smoke. As good as Kaido, possibly even above Kaido. Ling Bai looked at the ant's skirt, and honestly, if she saw a fat woman with a bloated figure, her clothes were torn. For Ling Bai, it was indeed unbearable to look directly at. Thunderbolt Strike. And Ant's nickname is Steel Balloon, the existence of a real physical monster. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the 2 Sea Emperors. Big Mom, looking down at Ling Bai, swung out her fist with a frightening momentum, entwined with arcs and flames, and punched Ling Bai forcefully. This dress is really resistant to fighting. So at this time, even though Big Mom has already been beaten by Ling Bai, Big Mom is still not injured. As the ant with the strongest physical talent in the world, her defense, Zhao defense is also extremely amazing. Clothes and hair covered with dust are fluttering. 5 IE Chapter 142 The Suppressed Big Mom, who can manipulate fire and lightning. Thunderfire Crit is an extremely powerful move among many skills and moves, which combines flame and lightning. At this time, Big Mom's fist wrapped in a lot of flames and lightning smashed down on Ling Bai. It's still far away from defeating me. You shined in Marineford are only as good as you were just now. While shaking her fist, the ant did not forget to release some provocative words. In particular, she also thought of the Fishman Island that Ling Bai had robbed her of before. Grandma gritted her teeth even more. Faced with Big Mom's oncoming punch, even the air was distorted by the flames. Try and you'll see what I am, old woman. Ling Bai was also bombarded with Thunder's fist. The gap between the 2 fists was indeed a bit big. But when the 2 fists collided, the thick flames turned into a sea of fire and thunder and lightning shot out in all directions. ZZ. The sound of violent arcing spread in all directions, centered on Dama and Ling Bai, and soon the area with a radius of hundreds of meters was covered by a huge power grid. But this is not the thunder and lightning of the ant. After all, the thunder and lightning of the ant is just like it. It can make lightning release such a long distance. This is the ability of Ling 840 Bai. As for the flame, Ling Bai ignored it directly. Although this level of flame is more lethal than the flame of the Fire Fist Ace, it is obviously not a problem for Ling Bai. After all, Ling Bai is capable of manipulating the power of ice, and the chill released from his body is enough to make such a flame unable to approach Ling Bai, or even be extinguished directly. When colliding with Big Mom's lightning, Ling Bai took advantage of the situation and released his own lightning to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! There was a loud bang. Even Ant's suppressed fist was directly shaken away, and Ant staggered back uncontrollably for several steps before barely stopping. At this moment, the Ant only felt that her right fist was numb, and the lightning was like a whip hitting the skinny and tender child hard, and whipping again and again. That kind of pain is definitely not good. Fortunately, the Ant who is a steel balloon has defense power beyond imagination. If the defense power of the body is average, the flesh and blood will be directly bruised. Flame jet. Before she could stabilize her body, and even her whole body was still being struck by a lot of lightning, Big Mom directly released a huge flame whip, hitting Ling Bai. Poof! BDBH. And at this moment, a huge icicle rose from the ground, rushed towards Big Mom's flame whip, and pushed it back at once. Advertisement: the flames finally landed on Big Mom unexpectedly, and together with the huge icicles, they hit Big Mom's meaty belly. Immediately afterwards, Big Mom was knocked into the air again. What? Shouting and roaring. Of course, there was a sharp pain in my stomach due to the impact of the giant icicle. Although the defense was not broken, the severe pain was real. What a monster. The Green Bull watching the battle from a distance was shocked. Now, Ling Bai, how long will this kind of battle last? Akainu kept frowning. Suru Vice Admiral said, if it is suppressed, it will end in a few hours, and if it is a tie, it will not be a problem for a few days or nights. A few days and nights are obviously extremely difficult for those who wait. Of course, this is not the first time for Marine. After all, Garp and the Red Earl, who had exhausted their physical strength, also waited for 10 days. I'm afraid that everything will be beyond our expectations. Sengoku, who was used to being unruly, had to be serious at this time. In the distance, the strength collision between the two sides over there is still quite fierce. Especially the battle between Big Mom and Ling Bai was extremely terrifying. A range of more than 100 meters is covered by a large number of terrifying lightning, and this area has become a minefield that people dare not approach. In the distance, the red-haired people watched all this in shock. The whole world knows about Ling Bai's strength, but the redheads have never seen Ling Bai's battle and his powerful performance with their own eyes. And at this moment, the power displayed by Ling Bai is too frightening. Manipulating ice and lightning, coupled with the powerful swordsmanship, is indeed unimaginable. I don't know who cultivated this kind of monster. Maybe, I have come here by myself. But no matter what, he is a monster with superior strength. Compared with the Ant who is already in her 60s, it is not surprising that he belongs to the era of Ling Bai. It's only just getting started. At this time, the red hair looked dignified. The same goes for the Beckmans around them. Compared with the redheads who like freedom and adventure, Ling Bai, Big Mom and Kaido are more keen to dominate the world and bring more violent turmoil to this already chaotic and turbulent world. Ling Bai is definitely a dangerous person. In the eyes of the redheads, Ling Bai is a more terrifying and dangerous element than Big Mom and Kaido. Because, even Big Mom and Kaido are unable to control the existence of Bullet, the descendant of the devil, and world destroyer Bundy World. Advertisement: but Ling Bai, he can. Why? The redhead couldn't figure it out. Just because, Ling Bai is strong, but the redhead felt that it should be more than that. So this makes the redhead feel very thoughtful, and this proves without a doubt that the existence of Ling Bai is more dangerous and terrifying. On the other side, at the moment when Big Mom was blown away again, Ant's stomach was still suffering from the severe pain caused by the strong blow of Ling Bai's giant icicle. And this, Ling Bai did not give up the opportunity to pursue the victory. His speed is as fast as lightning. It appeared in the sky above Big Mom almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's right leg slammed down with terrifying force. With a terrifying power enough to cause the air to twist violently, finally, under the watchful eyes of the Ant, it fell like a battle axe on the still hurting stomach of the Ant. Call out. There was a muffled sound, followed by the sound of air friction. Under the power of Ling Bai's foot, Ant's body fell like a meteorite falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed and destructive force. In the end, or in the next second, Big Mom fell into the thick ice. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded within a radius of several kilometers in an instant. Cake Island, the entire ice surface, and the naval headquarters and Red Hair Pirates could hear the explosion clearly enough. Moreover, in the terrifying explosion, the shattered ice was lifted tens of meters high, and the frozen area with a radius of more than 100 meters was shattered. And the entire ice surface vibrated violently because of this. In the sea area beyond the ice surface, the seawater also seemed to be a little turbulent. This is Ling Bai's hit, and this kind of attack is just a conventional destructive power for the top combat power. After all, the battle of the top combat power, the fluctuation of the battle can destroy an island, and this is nothing. What's more, such an ice surface is only about 3 kilometers in radius, and it's not even as big as the Cake Island. But at this moment, it seems that Big Mom has been suppressed. This can't help but make people's scalp tingle. Chapter 143 Big Mom Pirates, morale takes a hit. The strength of Ling Bai's kick may not be a big deal to him. But for other people, especially those who are not top-level fighters, it can be said that it is completely frightening and terrifying. The ice surface was shaking and fragmented at the same time, and countless pieces of ice were blown up. The shocking explosion sound reached the people on Cake Island in the ears of ordinary Marines. Of course, they witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and the huge wind and waves that rushed towards them lifted people's hair up. Naturally, it also raised people's emotions to another level. It was an emotion of great fear. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, who would have imagined that the battle between the pirate emperors would be so terrifying? It would be terrifying for an ordinary person to kick a fist-sized stone with bare hands. But now, in front of them, the real scene, 4 emperors Ling Bai, with the power of just one kick, caused the entire ice surface to vibrate, shattered a large piece of ice, shook the surrounding sea area, and swept this area with a gust of wind. The power that is like a god makes people tremble. It is hard to believe. Is this the power that human beings can have? God, what is it? Perhaps, this is the power of the gods. And they, mortals who are ants, are so insignificant. Even the shocking wind and waves generated by the collision of the 4 emperors made them retreat uncontrollably. However, they obviously felt terrified, but as ants, they couldn't help but watch all this. Marines, I hope that those 2 monsters and the forces behind them will lose, or in another form, they can be arrested by their Marines and get rid of them anyway. After all, this can be said to be the expectation of almost all Marines. As world government proclaimed, some at war, Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, carrying Luoji's extremely evil blood, died in battle. Both world government and naval headquarters have achieved their first major victory in the era of great pirates. And for a period of time after that, and until now, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have disappeared. This is the first major victory of their marine and world government in the era of great pirates. This is what the world government announced to the outside world, and ordinary Marines naturally believed it to be true. As for the people on Cake Island, they don't expect anything to happen to Big Mom like Marine does. They just want Big Mom to win. And, it's scary, although they will regularly extract their souls. But where can they go besides Cake Island and even Big Mom's entire Toto Land world? Could it be that I am sheltered by the world government? Obviously this is impossible. Advertisement: if everyone in this world can get the protection of the world government and Marine, there will be no such thing as people looking for protection from big pirates. So, no one on Cake Island wants Big Mom to be defeated, except for Stussy, who is an undercover agent for the world government. That guy grew up too fast. Akainu, who hated Ling Bai so much, had to admit that Ling Bai's growth was so fast that even the top executives of naval headquarters felt their scalps tingling. They didn't understand, how could a kid at such an age possess such unimaginable power? Indeed, it has been less than half a year since he was born out of nowhere. His mysterious origin makes people wonder where he is a monster. At the beginning, it appeared in Impel Down out of thin air. I didn't even know that Impel Down was invaded from the outside world. Such a guy, I don't know when I can deal with it. Sengoku and the others also had a lot of headaches. As a Marine, there is no justice in their hearts. And no matter what justice is, what they have in common is to get rid of all evil pirates as the goal. At this moment, the Marine executives are all waiting. They are eager for an opportunity to completely wipe out this monster Ling Bai. Even at the command of the 5 elders, Ling Bai cannot be imprisoned in Impel Down, but to be able to kill him immediately, this is the best choice. It also fully proves how difficult Ling Bai's danger is for the world government. It is said that the information received by a few high-level officials such as Akainu is the will of the most mysterious existence in the depths of Mariajoy. The mysterious existence that makes the 5 elders have to obey. It is so mysterious that even Kong has only seen each other once, and it was a back view, and Sengoku has never even seen him, let alone Akainu. This is the essence of celestial dragons. On the other side, the battle is still going on. The Big Mom pirates have already been retreating steadily, especially Big Mom seems to be suppressed by Ling Bai one after another, which makes the Charlotte family's mentality unstable. Moreover, even if there are more people on the side of the Big Mom pirates and fewer people on the side of the Ling Bai pirates, the people on Ling Bai's side are much more elite than them, not to mention that they will be powerless to fight back. With the passage of time, it is also retreating steadily, and more family members have fallen, and it is difficult to continue fighting. Mother, that guy actually suppressed Mom. What should I do? If this continues, something will happen to my mother. Damn Ling Bai pirates. The members of the Big Mom pirates resented endlessly. Their hearts were burning with anger, but they couldn't do anything about it. My lord is indeed invincible. Advertisement. Looking at Ling Bai, who continued to suppress the ant in the distance, Bonnie couldn't help but feel complacent at the moment. After all, his man is so powerful. As his woman, how could Bonnie be unhappy? At this moment, Bonnie looked at Ling Bai distractedly, ignoring the danger behind. One of the ant's daughters, a woman with very long legs, slashed at her with a big knife in anger. Bonnie didn't even know about it. Die, people of the Ling Bai pirates. A daughter who inherited the bloated figure of the ant today. The rough voice scared Bonnie, and Bonnie only reacted at this time. Point zero. And at this moment, at the critical moment, Reiju attacked and directly killed the ant's daughter. Anyway, she didn't know the other person's name, and Reiju kicked him hard. You idiot, don't you pay attention to the dangers around you? Reiju cursed. Owen's face turned pale. I don't need you to save me. This kind of sneak attack is not dangerous to me at all. In addition, Judge, Luo, Lao Sha, and Weibo are all very powerful without exception, or their abilities are extremely difficult for Big Mom. Bonnie is on fire. Reiju, this week, adults are mine. Of course, Klockedar was also injured at this time. After all, the Ling Bai pirates have top combat powers like Bullet and Burndi, and Shiryu of the Rain, who is at the Emperor's deputy level. This made their morale hit even more. In this kind of battle, it is enough to crush the powerful combat power of most Big Mom pirates. In this regard, the members of the Yinma pirates were very upset. On the other side, Lao Sha unleashed his ultimate move with a Desert Vajra Saber, knocking out Charlotte Owen, and leaving a shocking wound on the opponent's stomach. Reiju, you think beautifully. Especially on the other side, their mother was suppressed by Ling Bai many times. Although the reward offered by Charlotte Owen is not high, it is undeniable that he is very strong. Of course, Owen's injury is more serious in comparison. Therefore, when Lao Sha fights with the opponent, he will inevitably suffer losses. At this time, the Big Mom pirates are at a disadvantage as a whole. Chapter 144 The Strongest Impact, the Big Mom who was blown away. At this time, the Big Mom pirates were almost unilaterally suppressed. Although Big Mom has many children, plus some annexing forces, the strength of Big Mom pirates is beyond doubt. However, facing the relatively weak pirate group, the strength of the Big Mom pirate group is naturally overwhelming. Now facing the incomparably elite Ling Bai pirates, the Big Mom pirates and the others are somewhat struggling. Even Big Mom is like that. Ling Bai, at this moment, the ant roared angrily. Soul Spell. He wanted to release the Soul Spell move on Ling Bai, but Ling Bai on the other side was extremely calm. Old woman, have you forgotten that you want to deprive me of my life? The premise is that I have fear of you, but can you make me fear you? There was sarcasm in Ling Bai's tone, expressing disdain for the ant's attempt to deprive him of his lifespan. And Big Mom's Soul Spell is a big move that can drain other people's life at will, but the previous 767 mentioned that this person must have fear of Big Mom. Otherwise, the Soul Spell will be invalid. In any case, the Soul Incantation and Soul Deterrence that ant usually tried repeatedly are obviously useless to Ling Bai. In other words, it is useless to deal with any top powerhouse. Hateful. The ant frowned, as if she had been stunned. She didn't think of the triggering conditions for her ability. There was a clear sense of pain coming from her body. This is what the ant said for so many years, she rarely felt pain. After all, she was nicknamed the Steel Balloon, and she herself had super high defense power. Incomparably terrifying defensive power. Even when my aunt was very young, she would have nothing to do if she was bombarded by Marines' warship cannons, and there would be no pain. Now that Ling Bai can make her feel pain, even severe pain, one can imagine the power of Ling Bai. In the nearly 2 hours of fighting just now, Big Mom has been attacked by Ling Bai countless times, although Ling Bai is also attacked by Big Sister. But aunts like this kind of meat target, with a huge body, are beaten more. Mom, let's get started. In the next second, Ling Bai swung his fist, with a flickering arc of right fist, pushing a huge thunderbolt towards Da Ma. Big Mom is invincible. At this time, the ant was very angry, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki was released immediately. In an instant, Ultimate's Conqueror's Haki covered the entire ice surface, followed by Cake Island, marine warships, and red hair pirates. In other words, wherever there are people in this sea area, they are covered by Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement: the ice surface was immediately crushed by a powerful force, further fragmented, reaching the top-level Conqueror's Haki. The destructive power is naturally astonishing. And above the night sky, the originally calm clouds were blown apart on the spot, like boiling water. As for the Conqueror's Haki, the result of this Conqueror's Haki can be imagined for the people present. The weak ones were stunned on the spot. Most of the people who didn't faint had trembled, feeling that every cell in their bodies was being washed away, and felt the incomparable deterrent force, which made their souls tremble. Only the strong can be calm in this Conqueror's Haki. This is Big Mom, unwittingly releasing Conqueror's Haki, the ultimate expression of her fury. At this moment, Big Mom has Thundercloud Zeus in her left hand and Prometheus in her right hand. Two evil faces are facing Ling Bai. Facing the attack ahead, the thunderstorm released by Ling Bai came. It was an extremely huge thunderstorm. Not to be outdone, Big Mom manipulated the two superweapons Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus, similarly releasing a huge sea of thunder and fire, trying to collide with Ling Bai's thunderstorm. In the next second, amidst people's horror, Ling Bai's thunderstorm collided with Big Mom's sea of thunder and fire. A violent collision sound rushed into the sky in an instant. The ice layer was torn apart inch by inch because it couldn't bear the impact of the two terrifying forces, and it continued to spread to the farther ice area. At the same time, the two released the Conqueror's Haki at the same time. Immediately afterwards, in addition to the impact of the two forces of Big Mom and Ling Bai, there were also two Conqueror's Haki domains colliding among the spectators. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew up, shaking the sea area. The Supreme Spirit crushed it, covering an area of several thousand meters in an instant. Some people managed not to faint in Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki just now, but at this moment, when two terrifying ultimate powers appeared again, the weak ones could no longer hold on. That kind of bold force washes over every cell of everyone, making the heart beat faster and the soul tremble. Those present, even the top powerhouses, can calm down. Even an existence like Katakuri felt horrified, being covered in two kinds of Conqueror's Haki that was so powerful as ultimate. It was like being looked down by two ancient super beasts. In people's hearts, fear is unconsciously born. The sky is cracked again. A member of Charlotte's family exclaimed. Of course someone has already looked to the sky. At this time, the sky has been completely cracked. When the four emperors collide, it is no problem to open the sky. This is the power of the top powerhouse, making countless people feel like ants. Advertisement: Is this the monster of monsters? Terrible? The ice surface is about to be shattered, we have to retreat to the Cake Island to have a place to stand. Mom, there is still the power of that monster. Angry Big Mom is invincible. The people on the other side, the naval headquarters and the red hair pirates, were also horrified to watch. Weak people have been stunned by the Conqueror's haki, while those who have no nose are feeling the horrific scene. Two monsters. If both sides suffer, nature is the best. It's too exaggerated, this kind of power, and naturally needless to say, that guy, born a monster, but Ling Bai. Even at the age of Big Mom and Whitebeard, it is impossible to have the power of Ling Bai. Both of them should not appear in this world. Akainu and the others looked serious. The 8 warships were full of fainted marines, but Akainu and the others were not in the mood to take this into consideration at this time. The red hair pirates on the other side also had a dignified expression. At this time, the sea areas where the two forces are located are violently shaking, so that their ships are bumping and agitating. Ling Bai and Big Mom collided with too powerful force, causing almost the entire ice surface to be torn apart. Conqueror's field collides, and Ling Bai's Conqueror's field is bigger. Obviously Ling Bai's Conqueror's haki is stronger than Big Mom's. At the same time, 3.9 Ling Bai released a thunderstorm and collided with the sea of thunder and fire on Big Mom's side. Both sides are continuously injecting strength. And the thunderstorm on Ling Bai's side is even stronger, and it is already rolling over to Big Mom's side. Moreover, Big Mom's Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus are already howling. After all, the power on Ling Bai's side is too terrifying. The ice under Big Mom's feet has been shattered, and the flames released by Big Mom melted the ice. And Big Mom's body is also sinking, unlike Ling Bai who can release cold air, so that a piece of ice under her feet will not melt. 3 minutes later, there was a sound like thunder and lightning smashing the sky. Big Mom was blasted out fiercely and sprinkled a piece of blood in the air. The huge body was blasted hundreds of meters away with a parabolic trajectory. In the end, it just happened to land in the Cake Island, causing the Cake Island to be smashed into a big pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Chapter 145 The Defeated Big Mom, Alliance? Ant, is that woman defeated? Now, how is the battle going? I don't know. Big Mom was blown out, and even the sharp-eyed Akainu and the others saw Big Mom spilling blood in the air. I just don't know if it's vomiting blood or if there is a wound on my body. And, that's a lot, Green Bull, maybe not what we want. The Green Bull pointed to the smoky broken ice. At this time, Ling Bai came out of it. Sengoku, holding a telescope, quickly shifted his gaze to Ling Bai. It doesn't appear to be injured, Sengoku said solemnly, and at the same time said, Big Mom seems to be defeated. That kind of lightning directly defeated Big Mom, and it's not an ordinary lightning. Akainu also said with lingering fear. That kind of thunder and lightning is indeed terrifying. Although I suspect that he may be a thunderfruit-capable user. As we all know, multi-fruit-capable users do not exist, and I don't know what his freezing ability is. Akainu, after all, has experienced Ling Bai's thunder and lightning, and he has lingering fears about Ling Bai's thunder and lightning that is so violent that it can be said to be ultimate. As for the serious injury at the time, even though it has been more than 2 months, Akainu still feels a dull pain. And now, is Yin Ma defeated by my Bai? And Ling Bai came out of the thick smoke. Doesn't seem to be hurt. This is definitely not what Akainu they want to see. What they wanted to see was that not only did Ling Bai defeat Big Mom, but Ling Bai himself was also injured, and it was a serious injury. Now, where is Bai hurt? It doesn't even look like he has any consumption. The body seems to be only torn with clothes. How is this possible? He sighed. Every member of the 4 emperors is, without exception, a monster among monsters, and now, if anyone is the most perverted, Ling Bai is without a doubt. At this moment, Ling Bai didn't seem to be injured, which made he and the others feel extremely terrified. And the red hair pirates on the other side also felt creepy. Advertisement Usopp said in disbelief. That guy, did you beat Big Mom? Beckman. It's hard to say, but Big Mom, maybe if we continue to fight, it seems that the final result will be the same. 4 emperors Ling Bai is too strong, unless Big Mom uses dirty tricks, and Ling Bai can also fall into this kind of dirty tricks. Pure force collision, 4 emperors Ling Bai is even better. The red-haired complexion is also extremely dignified, he is too strong. Beckman. That guy wants to snatch Big Mom's territory after defeating Big Mom. After all, Cake Island and even Big Mom's so-called Toto Land, in the New World, this sea area and islands are extremely important islands. Maybe. The redhead was thoughtful, and how could they possibly think? Ling Bai came here to defeat Big Mom, so as to deter the other party and reach a better cooperation. Then, attack their red hair pirates, and destroy the entire red hair pirates in one fell swoop. If Ling Bai could sit down and negotiate directly to reach a cooperation, Ling Bai would not have to go to war with the Big Mom pirates. But you must know that negotiating with the Ant is impossible. How can it be possible to cooperate with this crazy woman with just a few words? Moreover, is Ling Bai simply cooperating? Cooperation is just a cover. What Ling Bai really wants to do is to annex the entire Big Mom pirates and make them a force under his command. However, Red Hair Pirates is destined to become a stepping stone on the way forward for Ling Bai. On the other side, Ibai skipped the 2 pirates. Because of Big Mom's current situation, the assignments of the 2 pirate groups were suspended for a short time, especially the members of Big Mom's pirate group have fallen into a burst of consternation. Their mom was blown away again, and horribly, this time their mom didn't get back on her feet quickly again. Instead, he has not come out of the big pit that was smashed out. Ling Bai walked all the way to the big pit where Big Mom was. Along the way, none of the Big Mom pirates could stop Ling Bai. Or, who dares to stop him? Now on the edge of the big pit, Ling Bai saw that in the deep pit, the ant was standing tremblingly. It should be that she just stood up just now. A large area of the clothes on his body has been dyed red. Have you finally broken through your defense? Ace Kaido's defense, Big Mom's natural defense, is the most terrifying. Kaido's defensive power is entirely derived from his Phantom Beast ability. Auntie is born with it. Moreover, today's ant is not only bleeding from her body, but also has a bloodline on the corner of her mouth. Obviously, the ant not only suffered external injuries, but also suffered internal injuries. Now this kind of embarrassment of standing tremblingly hits. Probably this is the first time in my life. Advertisement. You must know that Ling Bai used nearly 900 million unique lightning bolts just now, which is the strongest lightning bolt that Ling Bai has used so far. Although Ling Bai has not yet used the strength of the whole card level. But after all, he started the war with Big Mom this time, not to kill the other party, but to deter the other party, and never established an alliance relationship. The current deterrence should be enough, right, Ling Bai? The ant looked at Ling Bai angrily in the deep pit, and now she is being looked down by Ling Bai, which makes the ant very upset. However, the intense pain clearly coming from her body was telling her she lost, and Ling Bai is really too strong. Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus were directly beaten back to their prototypes, and when they resisted Ling Bai just now. Call out, alliance? As for the people on Naval Headquarters, Red Hair Pirates and Cake Island who didn't pass out, I don't know what Ling Bai talked about. Immediately felt horrified. Next, what happens? He knew that his mother had been injured, and the injury was serious. Bignum, what do you think? How about an alliance between our two pirate groups? This. Impossible. These two 723 pieces of Big Mom's super weapons retreated because of excessive fear. What does he want to do? How is this possible? An alliance of 4 emperors. Impossible. It's just that in the eyes of everyone, the forces of the two sides seem to be confronting each other. Dragging his body seriously injured by bullet, Katakuri is trying to get close to Ling Bai. If Ling Bai kills their mother later, Katakuri will try his best to cover his mother. Everyone couldn't believe it, but the Ling Bai pirates already knew about Ling Bai's plan, so Bullet and the others were extremely calm. On the other hand, when Katakuri and other members of the Big Mom pirates heard Ling Bai's words, they just froze for a moment. Ling Bai's violent power told them that if they resisted any longer, they would definitely be wiped out. Ling Bai looked down at the ant and said the purpose of his trip to Cake Island. Chapter 146. 4 Emperors allied. Katakuri and the others, the members of the Big Mom pirates who were not fainted or died, when they heard Ling Bai's words. They all feel terrified, or unbelievable, alliance. Such words are extremely terrifying to them, and it is also an unimaginable thing. Now, Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, actually said that he would form an alliance with their mother? What did you say? When the ant who was involved heard Ling Bai's words, she even forgot the severe pain in her body. Even she couldn't believe it. I even thought I heard it wrong. Allied, plus you, and of course Kaido. Ling Bai said these words lightly. Not to mention Katakuri and the others were taken aback, even Big Mom herself. Everyone who heard Ling Bai's words, except the Ling Bai pirates, was frightened. Ling Bai, not only does he want to form an alliance with Big Mom, but there is even Kaido of the Beasts in this alliance? Is this really a joke? Alliance, you said that you not only want to form an alliance with me, but also with C? Ant was terrified. To Katakuri and the others, turbulent waves had already set off in their hearts. It's really scary. Ling Bai's so-called alliance includes 3 of the 4 emperors today. You know, if this kind of alliance is established, the whole world will tremble, maybe, the whole world will become their possession. The 4 emperors have always been independent, and each of the 4 emperors represents a huge power. How terrifying would it be if the 4 emperors were to form an alliance? Perhaps, the world government will be easily flattened. Now, Ling Bai wants to form a 4 emperors alliance? 4 emperors: Ling Bai, Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts. 3 monsters, forming an alliance. In this alliance, just imagine how terrifying it will be. Big Mom frowned. What do you want to do? You, me, and Kaido, do you also want to bring in Red Hair to form a real 4 emperors faction? Backquote? For Ling Bai's words of alliance, the ant is also ashamed of herself. She has never had this kind of thought. I have to say, this simple mouth does not dare to look like a daughter-in-law. Ling Bai shook his head and said, no, in this alliance, there are only me, you, and Kaido, with red hair. I want to send him down to meet Luo Jia. Simply put, the entire Red Hair Pirates are wiped out. What do you think? Advertisement. Kill the Red Hair Pirates. Big Mom exclaimed, while Katakuri and the others were so frightened that their breathing and heartbeat accelerated. Ling Bai smiled and said, of course, before killing the Red Hair, we must first establish an alliance. Charlotte Linlin, what do you think? Kaido, you have already joined. Strictly speaking, Kaido did not join, but Ling Bai helped him join without his knowledge. Ling Bai has abducted his daughter now. Kaido probably will have to toss and turn at night. For Ling Bai, it is estimated that Kaido is also gnashing his teeth. However, you know, if Big Mom joins, Kaido will definitely join too. And now, Kaido also intends to cooperate with Ling Bai. But Kaido would never have imagined that Ling Bai would drag Dama into it. This is undoubtedly terrible. This kind of alliance is terrible. The ant shook her head. Usually she was a complete lunatic, but now, she is sober, the most sober ever. Really? Ling Bai was silent, but nodded. Who's the boss? Ling Bai said. Both you and Kaido can't beat me, so naturally I'm the boss. Ant was speechless. She really couldn't beat Ling Bai. Ling Bai. Of course, this alliance, after overthrowing the world government and getting rid of all the celestial dragons, this alliance will naturally be disbanded, and of course you can choose not to disband. Ling Bai once asked the system when he is strong enough to rule the world, or when he becomes the king of the world. At that time, he can go to other dimensional worlds. That is to say, he will not just stay in One Piece world, or, for Ling Bai, One Piece world is just the beginning. When he has the power to become the king of the world, is he still afraid that he will not be able to restrain Big Mom? Obviously it doesn't matter. This world will be in his pocket from now on, and this is just the beginning. Are you going to kill the world government and the celestial dragons? The ant also felt very horrified by this sentence. Don't you want to? Ling Bai also asked the other side. Ling Bai. Rather than being on New World's side for the rest of my life, it's better to do something big, right? Charlotte Linlin. At this time, the ant fell silent, and Ling Bai believes that Big Mom will definitely form an alliance. In the original book, Big Mom is allied with Kaido. Advertisement. Sure enough, after nearly a minute, Yinma finally spoke. Okay, I agree to form an alliance. You're welcome to join. Ling Bai laughed, and the members of Big Mom Pirates exclaimed in disbelief. Among them, there is no black person who can calm down. Their mother, allied with 4 emperors. Ling Bai? That's it, agreed to form an alliance. How is this possible? But again, this is what the ant personally agreed to. The facts are right in front of you. On the other side, Stussy in the distance is watching Ling Bai and Big Mom with a telescope. As an undercover agent sent here by the world government. Now he is also ordered to monitor the battle. Now the fighting has stopped, but what is the situation now? It was too far away. She didn't know what Ling Bai and Dama were talking about. But it should be a very important thing. It can be seen in the reactions of the Charlotte family, Zhao Haohao. This reaction made Stussy feel uneasy. Of course, it was impossible for her to think that these 2 4 emperors monsters would form an alliance. And, what is even more frightening is that Kaido appears in this alliance. And before long, they're going to kill the redheads. At the same time, the naval headquarters and red hair pirates in the distance looked at Ling Bai and the others suspiciously. And with their vision, they couldn't see the ant in the deep pit. I don't even know what's going on now. When Ling Bai is talking, he must be talking to Dama. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were shocked. This made Akainu and the others faintly feel a sense of uneasiness. Ling Bai and the others, what are they doing? It's really disturbing. Crane Vice Admiral frowned and muttered to himself. Chapter 147 Provoking Naval Headquarters. The battle between Ling Bai and Big Mom, the battle between the 2 pirate groups. It all stopped at the moment. This had to make Naval Headquarters feel a little uneasy. It seems that the script is wrong. After all, in their original idea, the 2 pirate groups would fight to the death. And the 2 monsters, Ling Bai and Big Mom, will also fight for the victory, and in the end both will lose or one will die and the other will be injured. But now, the development of the plot seems to have exceeded their expectations. That's right, that's it. What happened? Akainu frowned, puzzled. And Sengoku them, naturally. They want to know, what exactly is Ling Bai talking to Dama? Why did the war stop all of a sudden? As a result, the battle between these 2 monsters did not meet their expectations at all. Even, they will probably make a trip in vain. Wait, he seems to be coming to visit. Crane, let me remind you, everyone saw Ling Bai looking towards them. At this time, the distance between the 2 sides reached more than 3 kilometers. However, Ling Bai's moving speed is very fast, just like teleportation. Brush. The next moment, Ling Bai had already crossed a sea area and appeared in front of their warship. At this time, an icicle directly rose from the sea surface under Ling Bai's feet, and Ling Bai stood on it. In such a position, 137 Ling Bai just looked down at the crowd. That's right, looking down at the top brass at Naval Headquarters. Everyone, long time no see. Ling Bai stood on the icicle, watching everyone. Akainu and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and the ordinary marine, who was stunned by the conqueror's haki and now woke up, was trembling even more. Now, a sea emperor is in front of them. Ling Bai opened the mouth and said, "Just now, our 2 forces are just competing with each other. I don't know what is the purpose of your coming here. Could it be that you want to take the opportunity to arrest us?" Ling Bai smiled, with a meaningful smile. Compete? Akainu and the others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. How could it be a competition? Just sparring. Advertisement. What about liars? Today, however, there is apparently a truce. Even, Ling Bai was right in front of them. Isn't it just provoking them? Akainu said in a low voice, "Just now, what did you say to Big Mom?" Akainu's question, Sengoku, they also want to know the answer. And Ling Bai looked at Akainu and saw that his fists were clenched, and the red lava was releasing a large amount of hot steam. At this moment, Akainu was so angry that he was going to have a heart attack, right? In the original book, Akainu was provoked in various ways, by pirates, by marine, by 5 elders, and by Lucci. I don't know how many years his lifespan has been reduced invisibly. Now, probably about the same, however, facing Akainu's question, Ling Bai's smile became more meaningful. Ling Bai said, "Just now, I just exchanged combat experience with Ant, after all we are sparring, right? You, impossible." Akainu's anger was instantly released, and he jumped up, clenched his fists and charged at Ling Bai, punching out. Sakazuki. Sengoku and the others exclaimed, but unexpectedly Akainu shot directly. As for Ling Bai, he punched him fiercely, and this punch directly collided with the opponent's lava fist. In the next second, Akainu felt a sharp pain in his fist, and he was blasted back by Ling Bai's punch. Akainu fell on the warship like a cannonball. At this time, part of the deck of the warship was also smashed, and the warship also shook due to the large impact force. Just when Akainu wanted to continue to fight back, Sengoku put his right hand on his shoulder, signaling him not to be impulsive. "Sakazuki, don't be impulsive. Obviously, now is not the time for them to be impulsive. There is no way Naval Headquarters will fight Ling Bai here. Otherwise don't say never come back, but at least the Marine will not have a hard time. You must know that because of the previous Summit War, Marine's vitality was seriously injured, and now he has finally regained his vitality through the world conscription. And now, the battle between Ling Bai and Big Mom has hardly met their Naval Headquarters expectations. Today, Naval Headquarters is even less available, BDBA. What is disturbing is, what exactly were Ling Bai and Dama talking about just now? Compete? Exchange combat experience? How is this possible? Impossible. Kill Kuzan, sooner or later, you will have to pay the price, pirate. Advertisement, Akainu said viciously, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger. However, he could only endure it, and Sengoku and Crane also suppressed a wave of anger in their hearts. Ling Bai smiled and said, "Akainu, do you think you can beat me? I could seriously injure you or even kill you before, but now I can also be your Marine Marshal honestly, isn't it good? After all, cherish the days left, right? Also, there are some things that you can't stop, right? You." Everyone was furious. At this time, Ling Bai looked at the Green Bull. "Are you the monster who is as famous as Fujitora? It is said that you are all existences with extraordinary strength, Green Bull? Have the ability to revive all things?" "Don't dare to be," Green Bull replied with a smile. Of course, it's a smile to everyone, an unruly smile. But it gives people a very powerful feeling. In fact, Green Bull is full of jealousy towards Ling Bai. Ling Bai clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, let's leave." "You," Suru Vice Admiral said, "what is the relationship between Vince Mo K family and you?" Vince Mo K and the others are behind the Germa Kingdom, which is a member country of the world government. But now, as the ruler, the 5 members of the Vince Mo K family are working hard for Ling Bai. Employment relationship, you know it, they are mercenaries, they have to earn money, they can't be supported by the world government. In fact, the entire Vince Mo K family now reads Ling Bai's fate. Needless to say, Reiju is absolutely devoted to Ling Bai. And Ji, father and son, have been absolutely controlled by Ling Bai. The entire Germa Kingdom is for Ling Bai to use, hire. Obviously this was not the answer Suru Vice Admiral wanted, and after Ling Bai finished speaking, he went to the Cake Island. People like Naval Headquarters will never pass Cake Island. Ling Bai knew that they didn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, on their 8 warships, it is estimated that there will not be more than 10 Marines who can survive. They dare not. Of course, they also know that Ling Bai is too strong. Naval Headquarters, again provoked by Ling Bai, hateful. Watching Ling Bai leave, Akainu, who was so angry that Ultimate almost vomited blood. Vince Mo K's group. Damn it. Ask the 5 elders, maybe they're going to expel the Germa Kingdom from the franchise. I want to know what 5 elders thinks about the current problems of these 2 forces. The problem will not be simple, how could it be a competition? Chapter 148 Ask Big Mom a question. At this time, the phone of the Holy Land Mariajoy, 5 elders was connected. In fact, they have been paying attention to all this since the battle between Ling Bai and Big Mom has not even started. Waiting for the latest report from Stussy. However, when Stussy's report came, it was not the news 5 elders wanted. The battle is actually over. Moreover, the Ling Bai pirates, that group of people, entered the Cake Island together with Big Mom, and finally arrived in the Cake Castle. As for Stussy, it is definitely not possible to enter the Cake Castle. What happened? At this moment, 5 elders only felt terrified and felt that the script had gone wrong. Those 2 monsters, shouldn't they fight to the death? Now, what's going on? Amid doubts, Akainu's call also came. The 5 elders also learned from Akainu's angry dictation. Ling Bai and Ant, just sparring? A battle between the 2 4 Emperor's pirates? How is this possible? Moreover, Ling Bai had a mysterious conversation with Big Mom, and this conversation shocked Big Mom pirates. What was it talking about? Akainu they don't know. After the call ended, 5 elders fell into deeper contemplation and anxiety. They couldn't figure out what Ling Bai and the others were doing. Such a big battle, it is impossible to learn from each other, but now the 2 forces are reconciled? How is this possible? The 4 emperors are almost inseparable, in a state of incompatibility. Even the previous red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates were the same. There are more or less contradictions. And now, what happened to the Ling Bai pirates and the Big Mom pirates? Before, Ling Bai also went to Wano-kuni. Although none of us were on Wano-kuni, what is certain is that Ling Bai did not conflict with Kaido. The 2 4 emperors meet, and, don't forget, before the Summit War, Ling Bai and Kaido had a big fight, so there will definitely be no shortage of conflicts between the two, but, in Wano-kuni. The 5 elders all frowned, and Ling Bai's series of actions had already made these old men more and more uneasy. Advertisement and Judge, what did they do? Have you joined Ling Bai now? Judge, the king of Germa Kingdom, one of the countries that joined the world government, has been mixed with Ling Bai now, and seems to be working for him. The 5 elders were very angry about this. It's necessary to ask him what's going on. At that time, I don't mind kicking the kingdom of Germa out of the ranks of the joining countries of the world government. Meanwhile, Cake Castle is king. The Charlotte family couldn't believe it. At this time, Auntie and Ling Bai are in the meeting room, discussing the issue of alliance. 2 sea emperors form an alliance. Katakuri and the others didn't know what Big Mom and Ling Bai were discussing. But, you must know that over the years, no one has ever been able to sit face to face with Big Mom on an equal footing. Not even the other pirate emperors have ever sat face to face with Big Mom like this. Facing the huge body of the ant, Ling Bai naturally seemed small. However, in terms of strength, although Katakuri and the others are unwilling to admit it, it is clear that Ling Bai is stronger than their mother. Ling Ri is too strong. Now, Ling Bai is going to cooperate with Dama, that is, to establish an alliance. And, this alliance also includes Kaido, a terrorist alliance with 3 members of the 4 emperors. And what does such an alliance mean to the world? Once the alliance is confirmed, it will not be a problem for them to win the entire new world by then. Even just thinking about it, the Charlotte family felt their scalps go numb. At this time, the ant looked at Ling Bai. She finally knew why Ling Bai came to attack them this time. This is to intimidate her Charlotte Linlin. Then build an alliance, and this is an alliance with Ling Bai as the boss. However, what is even more angry is that Ling Bai's power between her. It is not easy for me to defeat Ling Bai, form alliances. That be ******** D Kaido, has he already joined the group? And, according to what Ling Bai said, he went to Wano-kuni before and had already helped Kaido to take down the whole Wano-kuni. Advertisement in Big Mom's opinion, Kaido is an ***** hole. Of course, Big Mom doesn't have too many hostile views on Kaido. You must know that if she hadn't given Kaido the Phantom Beast fruit back then, it would be hard to say that 4 emperors would have a place for Kaido now. Seeking flowers. 0 But Kaido has always regarded Big Mom as an enemy. In addition, Ling Bai also mentioned one thing that even the ant can't calm down. He has mastered 3 historical texts of signposts, and Ling Bai, who has the ability to listen to all things, can interpret the historical texts. Hear everything. This ability is the pinnacle use of knowledge and color. Big Mom only knows that 3 people have the ability to hear everything. One is Locks. The other 2 are Luo Jia and Kazuki Oden. Today, Ling Bai actually has the ability to listen to everything. Ling Bai laughed. At this time, Ling Bai didn't directly answer the question of the ant, but threw another question to the ant. Add to that the ability to go to Raftel soon, and One Piece is nothing but an easy title. By then, he will be the 2nd Pirate King. P.S. The protagonist and the ant are in a conference room, and other people don't know what the protagonist and the ant are talking about. But now that is to say, as long as Ling Bai finds the last historical text of the road sign, then he can go to Raftel. However, after all, Big Mom has been on the Locks ship for a while, so she naturally knows that the purpose of Ling Bai's alliance now cannot be just to become the One Piece. Ant naturally knows too. The ant who has always been crazy is now a rare sober head. Facing Ling Bai, she felt extraordinarily dignified. Does he want to be the king of the world? One Piece? I'm not interested in this thing. Let Ant, very puzzled question. With strong doubts, the ant said, build an alliance, and then destroy the red hair in them. What is your ultimate goal? It's not just to conquer the new world and become the so-called One Piece, right? In other words, with his current strength and the forces he leads, he is already the strongest pirate group in the world. At this time, the conversation between Ling Bai and Ant had already started for half an hour. Charlotte Linlin, do you think this world is the only one? Faintly, he guessed Ling Bai's terrifying purpose. It is no secret that the use of the ability to hear all things can decipher the text of history. Chapter 149 The Big Mom who was bluffed. Do you think this world is unique? Ling Bai's question baffled Auntie. This world is naturally the only one. Are there other worlds? Ling Bai, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Ling Bai smiled and said, is this world really the only one? Charlotte Linlin, have you ever thought that there are other worlds besides the one you are familiar with? Are there other worlds? Ant was a little dazed, but she was stopped by Ling Bai's question for a while. How could there be other worlds? The ant couldn't help shaking her head, expressing her disbelief in Ling Bai's statement that there is still the world. However, at this time, the ant's attitude has obviously changed. From the mouth of a person of Ling Bai's level, Dama unconsciously withdrew her opinion. The ant was suspicious of 100. Ling Bai, what do you want to say? Just say it clearly. Does Ling Bai seem to know something? At this time, Ling Bai laughed and said, I come from a world with real gods. Of course, the gods I am talking about are not rubbish like celestial dragons. For example, the kingdom of gods where I was born has more than 5,000 gods. A country with a history of 1 year, and the world government, how many years? What? 5,000 years? The kingdom of God? How is it possible? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? The ant was frightened immediately. She obviously didn't believe what Ling Bai said at this time, and felt that it was nonsense. After all, such words are too unbelievable. A country with a history of 5,000 years is too unacceptable for Ant's inherent cognition. The world government has been established for 800 years, and there are other countries with a history of thousands of years in this world. Dama has never heard of such an exaggerated existence as Ling Bai said at this time. Beyond 5,000 years? Ling Bai was indeed talking nonsense with his eyes open. The kingdom of God is all nonsense. However, the purpose of Ling Bai's words is to calm down Dama. Ling Bai said, "Have you ever seen someone my age who is so powerful? You know, with your strength, you can't defeat me, but this kind of strength is just the beginning for me. Charlotte Linlin, you probably haven't met someone at my level but at my age, have you?" In fact, Ling Bai is just deceiving the ant, but if he can yell at the ant through this kind of deception, it is not a bad idea, and Ling Bai will definitely go to other worlds in the future, the world of pirates, just start. As for what Ling Bai said now, Auntie was also asked for a while. Advertisement. Yes, Aunt is now in her 60s, almost a standard old woman. She has seen countless storms and waves in her life, and naturally she has seen all kinds of geniuses and monsters, but Auntie has never seen Ling Bai who is so young but has such terrifying strength. Ling Bai's strength is already the strongest of the 4 emperors. So at this time, the ant began to express doubts about Ling Bai's words. Ling Bai. I can only say, whether you believe it or not, there are other worlds besides this world. After all, I am a person who grew up in other worlds, and I just came to this world by accident. This? Ant can't believe it, it's really like what Ling Bai said, there are other worlds in this world. After all, this has broken Ant's inherent concept. Ling Bai, from another world? He grew up in a kingdom of gods whose history has surpassed 5,000 years? And Ling Bai's strength is not a big problem for this world, but such strength, coupled with his age, is very exaggerated. According to my aunt, it is impossible for a person who is not 20 years old to have such strength beyond her current level. And is this just the beginning for Ling Bai? And if he really came from another world, a kingdom of gods? Does it mean that Ling Bai has the blood of the gods? If he is the existence of the blood of the gods, then his current strength is nothing. And many more. Auntie looked at Ling Bai in horror and doubt. Ling Bai, are you demon fruit power? Aunt estimates that Ling Bai is not some kind of demon fruit power. Because, for example, although she can manipulate flames and lightning, she is not as exaggerated as Ling Bai. The soul fruit is very powerful and can allow Dama to manipulate multiple elements, but it is not as exaggerated as Ling Bai. Ling Bai is real, and seems to be a fruitful ability user. Ling Bai's ice is more exaggerated than Aokiji's frozen fruit, and his thunderbolt is also playing with Zeus's thunderbolt. As an existence capable of manipulating multiple elements, it is even more difficult for Auntie to think that Ling Bai is a capable person. You can try sea stone handcuffs. Ling Bai laughed, and didn't give the answer directly to the ant, but just asked the ant to try it with sea stone. The meaning is obvious, sea stone is useless to Ling Bai. Advertisement. And in this world, it is impossible for anyone with abilities not to be restrained by sea stone. He, Ling Bai, is not a capable person. This is his own ability. At this moment, the ant began to make crazy brain supplements. If the world where Ling Bai is located, there really is a god, or he himself has the blood of a god. It seems that he has some kind of ability, is it nothing? I understand. P.S. If I write about other worlds, I will bring monsters like Big Mom to invade other worlds, such as directly attacking Hokage, flattening Konoha and so on. Ling Bai thinks that 3.1 is enough. Slowly, she began to accept what Ling Bai said. Besides the world of pirates, there are other things in the world. Ling Bai said solemnly, although it is exaggerated, but it is true. And, no matter what, Big Mom is stunned now. After all, even the world of pirates exists, isn't there any other dimensional world? He wants to bluff Big Mom completely and make it his subordinate. At that time, he will also lead Kaido and others, and red-haired Mariajoy. He has reason to believe that Mariajoy has an existence beyond everything. Moreover, the worldview has collapsed a lot. Now Ling Bai also knows that if he wants to attack that place, he must not be fully prepared. Auntie, too, didn't doubt anything about it. She no longer doubted Ling Bai's words. Mom is not calm anymore. Big Mom. Besides this world, and the world you are in, are there many other worlds? Ling Bai doesn't talk much, but the amount of information is too much. With Ling Bai's strength, he shouldn't bother telling lies. Of course, in this world, for example, Whitebeard, who was once known as the strongest man in the world, may not even have the qualifications to resist in a more advanced world. Others can kill him with one finger. Of course, for you and me, this kind of world is a bit exaggerated, but this kind of world really exists. At this time, after hearing Ling Bai's words, the ant was also frightened and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 150 Discussion about the Valley of the Gods. Ling Bai's words have already exceeded the imagination of the ant, even though she has seen countless strong winds and waves in her life. But Big Mom was still uncontrollably shocked. At this moment, she couldn't help but have a question. How to get to other worlds? Today is probably the most sober and normal time for my aunt. Even in this world, Aunt is already a top-level person, but she can't control her inner curiosity about the mysterious and unknown. Raftel, what if art compared to other worlds? She can think that no one in this world can resist the temptation to other worlds, right? And Ling Bai, from another world, Aunt's heart can no longer be calm. After I finish dealing with the affairs of this world, I can open the world channel and go to other worlds. This is not Ling Bai's nonsense, but what the system told him. But he can rule this world and get in touch with the origin of this world. At that time, he can randomly open the world channel and reach another world. That is, to be king of the world. To Raftel, to rule these 13 worlds is naturally to become the king of the world, nothing more than to overthrow the world government, eliminate all opposition forces, or directly make them surrender and so on. But what is the origin of the world? This gets complicated. But for Ling Bai, for now, let's talk about the king of the world first. Rule the world, the king of the world. Your strength should have surpassed the previous one. He also wanted to become the king of the world, but there were too many reasons behind him, so he was beheaded. Locks. Ling Bai mentioned a name. The ant couldn't help being surprised. She didn't expect Ling Bai to know this name, and everything about this person has been wiped out. The older generation may not know this person, let alone the young people. With my strength, and with your joining, it can be said that it is easy to dominate the world, unless the world government has a particularly powerful force. Of course, even if the world government has an existence beyond imagination, it will not be too strong for us. More. Advertisement, I don't know, but the world government is very mysterious, and it's hard to say what the hidden combat power is. However, if we have an alliance of 3-4 emperors, overthrowing them won't be a big problem. Ant actually became more interested in other worlds. As for going to Raftel, Ling Bai already has 3 historical texts, and since they are in an alliance, they must go together. And in the previous conversation, Ling Bai had already said that they would go together. After all, Ling Bai isn't interested in being what One Piece is. Even for uncovering the so-called blank 100 years of history, Ling Bai is not very interested, just doing it conveniently. To put it bluntly, Ling Bai is able to go to other worlds, when the world of pirates is not the only one that exists. It's not that important. Anyway, in the end, Ling Bai will become the king who dominates everything in this world, or in other words, it is not an exaggeration to become a god. Now, with the addition of Big Mom and Kaido, not to mention, Ling Bai has a way to calm them down. Ling Bai then said, a month later, we will get rid of the red hair, and this is just the beginning. Kill the red hair. Have to say, this is a pretty crazy thing. Big Mom couldn't help but be a little shocked. If Big Mom's pirates were to attack the red hair pirates, no matter what, they would lose both sides. After all, the strength of the 2 pirate groups is basically not much different, and the power of the King of the Sea is almost the same, balanced. Of course, this has to exclude the former Whitebeard and the current Ling Bai. Moreover, Ling Bai's strength may be stronger than that of Whitebeard at his peak. This is my mom's opinion. The end is to overthrow the world government, get rid of the celestial dragons, and establish a new order. Ling Bai reckons that the 20 kings who established the so-called world government and later claimed to be creators will not be glamorous people in the blank 100 years of history. God knows what they have done to shame people and act. For example, why are they trying their best to cover up the so-called blank 100 years of history? Guilty conscience. Advertisement in this world, an important truth told Ling Bai is that the winner is king, the winner is justice, and the winner defines everything. In this meeting, Ling Bai and Andy went on for more than an hour, discussing some terrible issues that would shock the world if they got out. It is worth mentioning that Ling Bai also asked Da Ma about the Valley of Gods. He wants to know why Locks went to the Valley of the Gods, and what is the Valley of the Gods? The ant's answer surprised Ling Bai very much. The Valley of the Gods is the cemetery where celestial dragons are buried, and it is also the place where celestial dragons worship. At the beginning, when Locks led his men to attack the Valley of the Gods, it happened that many important celestial dragons were offering sacrifices in the Valley of the Gods. In Locke's thinking, after destroying this group of celestial dragons, the world government is not far from being overthrown. It was as if a country had lost its king and royal family, and so had the Valley of the Gods. In addition, there is Intelligence 887, Uranus, one of the ancient weapons, in the Valley of the Gods. Of course Locks didn't succeed in the end, but Mom mentioned that the Valley of the Gods should have just been wiped off the map. Ling Bai also felt that since it was the cemetery of the celestial dragons and also a place of worship, how could it be possible to erase this island? This island, to the celestial dragons, cannot be unimportant. It can only be hidden, there is no reason to destroy it. Moreover, the ant also said that to go to the Valley of the Gods, you must have that special permanent pointer. This kind of permanent pointer is impossible to buy in the market. As for how Locks got it in the first place, Mom doesn't know either. Therefore, the island where Ling Bai and the others are going, the Valley of the Gods is also included. Now, is there an ancient weapon in the Valley of the Gods? Regardless of whether he is here or not, Ling Bai must go there once. Charlotte Linlin, we have to discuss today, don't let it out, of course, I believe you don't bother to tell anyone. Of course. After the meeting, Ling Bai left the meeting room and started to summon the system. After all, when he entered the cake castle just now, the system reminded Ling Bai that he could sign in here, but Ling Bai didn't sign in immediately. Chapter 151 New Sign In, a banquet at Cake Castle? Host, found a special check-in location, do you want to check in? Sign in. Successful sign in, reward. Power increase, double, devil fruit side effects eliminated. After successfully signing in, with the emergence of new information in his mind, Ling Bai also understood the role of the latest sign-in rewards. The so-called double power increase, such as Ling Bai's current strength, can be doubled after the strength increase, just like Luffy's second gear. Under the double power increase, the destructive power of all Ling Bai's abilities can be doubled. This is the frightening thing about the strength increase. Compared with Ling Bai simply gaining abilities, this kind of strength increase is obviously better. After all, this is the ability that makes him stronger. And the side effects of devil fruit are eliminated. Of course, Ling Bai won't eat any devil fruit, but if he encounters some good devil fruit in the future, Ling Bai doesn't mind giving it to his wife after eliminating the side effects. You must know that people like Aokiji, Blackbeard, Whitebeard, and Ace are dead now, so their devil fruit has naturally been reborn. In the future, if Ling Bai can get these devil fruits, it would be good for his own women to eat. After all, as her own woman, it is undoubtedly a rigid requirement of Ling Bai to keep becoming stronger, even if it is as a means of self-protection for them. In this world, the most direct and fastest way for people to gain powerful power is devil fruit. Although devil fruit also needs to be developed, it is much better than swordsmanship and physical skills that require more effort to practice. Especially the devil fruit, which is very powerful in itself. And now, Ling Bai can also eliminate the side effects of devil fruit, which is not perfect. After eliminating the side effects, the devil fruit no longer needs to be restricted by seawater and sea stone. The new ability that Ling Bai has now is naturally very practical. It's shock fruit, not necessarily suitable for women. But now, these devil fruits don't know where they are. Perhaps the world government has already sent people out to search for a long time. After all, such a powerful devil fruit, the world government is unlikely to let it go. In the original book, Mera Mera fruit was obtained by Doflamingo, and later used as a dual reward in the arena. The sign and rewards at Andy's place seemed to be pretty good. Ling Bai was in a happy mood. Coming out of the conference room, everyone looked at Ling Bai. Advertisement. Everyone was also curious about what Ling Bai and Ant were talking about just now. Of course, neither Ling Bai nor Ant would say anything. However, when Ling Bai came out, he still mentioned something to the two pirates. Not surprisingly, after a month, troops were dispatched to destroy the Red Hair and the others. The Ling Bai pirates already knew about the plan, so it wasn't a surprise. As for the Big Mom pirates and the others, they were shocked, although I heard the conversation between Ling Bai and Big Mom not long ago. After forming an alliance, go to kill the Red Hair. It was shocking at the time, but listening to it again now, it is equally shocking. Katakuri asked in a serious tone. Just to ask, are you allied with our mother? Smoothie and the others were also full of curiosity. After all, such a thing as an alliance between the four emperors is still very scary. It is unimaginable to even sit together and drink tea together, let alone forming an alliance. Allied, including Kaido. Ling Bai is no nonsense. Katakuri and the others were immediately shocked. The four emperors form an alliance, and the members include Ling Bai, Big Mom, and Kaido. And a month later, they're going to kill the redheads. The shock is also conceivable. If such an alliance lineup is spread, the world will tremble. Also, this might be something scarier than Summit War. The Summit War, in fact, did not change the New World much, but the four emperors formed an alliance. At that time, the entire New World will also be boiling for it, and the original New World pattern and even the pattern of the world will be changed for it. Everyone, it's hard to imagine the scene of four emperors working together. The era of great pirates has developed to the present. There have been such terrifying scenes for pirates. Katakuri and the others looked at each other. They could see the horror in each other's eyes. In the hearts of the people, stormy waves have already been set off. Shortly after the meeting, Advertisement Cake Castle is preparing for a large banquet for the Ling Bai pirates. Of course, this kind of banquet will not be held until tomorrow. After all, it is already late at night, but all kinds of work are going on. In this regard, Stussy, who is a queen of the Pleasure District and world government agent, is very horrified on Pleasure Street beyond the Cake Town. Ant, are you going to hold a banquet in the Cake Castle? And now in the Cake Castle, who is there? Isn't it the Ling Bai pirates? Who else? And this is scary. Because of the unexpected banquet at Cake Island, Stussy was completely confused. She lurks in Cake Island just to carry out the task given by 5 elders, and this morning, she has already gained the trust of the ant, and she can even directly call the ant, Ling. But one thing we can know is that there is no contradiction between the Ling Bai pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Ling Bai watched from above the roof. Between the four emperors, conflicts have always been fierce, and it would be fine if there were no conflicts of interest. Good job. Today's banquet is something that the whole world can't even imagine. Kaido-ji. But now, is it going to happen? That's right, there are no conflicts, otherwise how could there be a banquet? Stussy couldn't figure out what happened for a while, and of course the others couldn't figure it out either. In a deserted alley, but she didn't notice the roof behind her. You must know that in this world, the only person who can call Big Mom Linlin is the head chef besides her in Cake Island, right? At this time, in the middle of the night, Stussy established a call with 5 elders again. It can be seen that the ant has trust in her, Ling. Auntie, invite the Ling Bai pirates? Stussy was feeling uneasy. Chapter 152 Control Stussy and play dirty with 5 elders. Stussy, a powerful special. In the original, she is able to kill enemies at 1,000 meters with the finger pistol of the 6 styles. It has to be said that this is already extremely powerful. After all, as a member of the CPO, the difference will not be too bad. It is impossible for Ling Bai not to pay attention to this woman. The ant doesn't even know that she is a secret agent sent here by the world government, an undercover agent. But Ling Bai knew it, and when Ling Bai went to Paradise Island for the first time, this woman was still there. At that time, Ling Bai did not kill her, but thought that this woman would be useful in the future. Of course, Stussy's beauty is naturally there, but Ling Bai is not interested. After all, he has no shortage of women. Moreover, although Stussy looks very young on the surface, his real age may be even taller than his aunt. To put it bluntly, she is already an old woman. However, her identity is of great value to Ling Bai. Today, Stussy is on the phone at Five Elders, with Ling Bai listening on the roof behind her. Although Stussy didn't speak loudly, but with Ling Bai's hearing ability, it was more than 10 meters away. This distance is enough. Ling Bai is also the first time to hear the voice of 657 to Five Elders. And what Stussy and Five Elders talked about was about Dama holding a banquet for Ling Bai and the others. But Five Elders hope that Stussy can enter the banquet and understand the situation. After all, the aunt trusts Stussy very much. The call ended not long after. Just as Stussy was about to leave the alley, Ling Bai's voice sounded. "Beauty, are you talking to Five Elders?" Under the night, Stussy saw the face with a harmless smile on the roof. Advertisement immediately, Stussy's complexion changed in surprise, and fear even arose in his heart immediately. "Kr." Before Stussy could finish speaking, Ling Bai appeared in front of her. Immediately afterwards, before Stussy could make a move, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. In the next second, Stussy was about to be blown away by a huge impact. However, Ling Bai's speed was extremely fast, and BDFI immediately appeared behind her, landed on her shoulder with one foot, and then pressed her to the ground. Boom! The ground was shaken up with dust, and a large pit appeared, and the ground was also cracked. VR. The pain on her body made Stussy feel fear in her heart, but of course this was nothing to her at all. However, the person she is facing now is Four Emperors Ling Bai. Five Elders have admitted that Ling Bai is the strongest existence of Four Emperors. Stussy also knew that he could never be Ling Bai's opponent. At this time, Ling Bai squatted on the ground, holding Stussy's chin so that the other party looked at him. As a secret agent of the world government, a member of the CPO, Stussy, in fact, I knew your identity a long time ago, so I didn't kill you when I was on Hive Island, which is now Paradise Island. Do you know why? Ling Bai is smiling and looks harmless to humans and animals, but it makes Stussy feel that the other party is a devil. You. How could it be? Stussy also didn't understand. How did Ling Bai know her identity? It can be said to be very mysterious to know her identity. Look at me. Ling Bai stared into Stussy's eyes, and of course Stussy just instinctively looked into Ling Ri's eyes. But at this moment, the absolute command is released. Soon, Ling Bai gained absolute control over Stussy. Nothing else, this woman is behind the world government, and she can even directly contact the Five Elders, which is not insignificant in terms of Ling Bai's use value. Advertisement however, it is worth mentioning that it took a lot of time for Ling Bai to issue absolute orders to Stussy, and it is the longest time Ling Bai has spent so far. Doflamingo, Judge, and Yamato didn't let Ling Bai use it for so long. 20 full seconds. Even Ling Bai just now clearly felt the opponent's strong will to resist. Be my servant, Stussy, and call me king hereafter. Also, if Five Elders has any missions or important actions related to me in the future, please let me know. Why didn't the Five Elders realize that their right-hand man, Stussy, was already controlled by Ling Bai? Wong, the world government owns a copy of Devil Fruit, which is collected by Five Elders. I don't know the specific location. It also shows that Stussy is an extremely powerful woman. Looking at the respectful Stussy, Ling Bai was very satisfied, and the Five Elders would not have imagined that they, who are good at intrigues, would also be played by Ling Bai. It's just that in his mind, there are already many absolute instructions that must obey Ling Bai's will. Stussy's strength, in the CPO organization, is ranked 3rd, it can be said to be extremely strong, and in addition to strength, his personal business ability is also excellent, and he is one of the very capable assistants of Five Elders. Okay, King. Ling Bai asked a question. It is said that there are only a few copies of the Devil Fruit illustrated book in the world, and no more than 5 copies anyway. Stussy, world government, does it have a Devil Fruit illustrated book? Therefore, it is necessary to create a Devil Fruit illustrated book. Now that Ling Bai has the ability to eliminate the side effects of Devil Fruit, it is natural to start searching for Devil Fruit. Okay. My king. But now, Ling Bai has completely controlled Stussy. Stussy knelt in front of Ling Bai, respectfully, his originally slack eyes returned to normal after a long time. Then you can look it up later, I need this illustrated book, of course it would be the best if you can get it. Stronger than anyone Ling Bai currently controls. Chapter 153 Next stop, Golden City. After returning to Cake Island again, Ling Bai did not forget that he asked Pudding, who has the ability to modify memories, to modify Ayu's ability. The operation is also very simple, just ask Pudding to delete all the memories about Fire Fist Ace in Ayu's mind. Of course, this is just a small episode. Soon, the banquet of the Cake Castle began. Naval headquarters also couldn't calm down after knowing that Big Mom was hosting a banquet for Ling Bai. Why did Ling Bai and Dama, who were still in fierce conflict before this, reconcile now? It's simply too abnormal. According to the information at the beginning, Ling Bai and Dama are both competing for the Fishman Island, and the two have already become enmity, but now. Indeed, it's so abnormal and disturbing. Damn. Are these two guys going to cooperate in some way? It is difficult for Akainu and others to suppress their inner anxiety. Suru said. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Maybe they're making some kind of deal that we don't know about. I don't know, but it's not necessarily impossible. After the Summit War, many things have been beyond imagination. With endless guesses, in the end the 8 warships of naval headquarters had no choice but to retreat. The same goes for the Red Hair Pirates. After all, Red hair pirates can't enter Cake Island either. And these days, whether it's the red hair pirates or the naval headquarters, it's uneasy. Ling Bai and Ant, what are they doing? Vaguely, they already have some guesses. Ling Bai and Dama, are they working together? That thought, for both the redheads and the naval headquarters brass, was scary. But such reservations cannot be denied. Maybe, really could happen, maybe. On the other side, the banquet at Cake Castle begins, which is comparable to the wedding banquet at Cake Island in the original book. Advertisement seeing the two sea emperors talking and laughing, the entire Charlotte family couldn't believe it. You must know that since the era of the Great Pirate, since the existence of the Great Sea King, there has never been a situation where two pirate emperors have united. And, to be precise, the three pirate emperors to unite. As for the fourth pirate emperor, Red Hair, is the one to be eliminated. So, thinking about this kind of thing makes people feel extremely scary. This banquet lasted for most of the day, until late at night, the Ling Bai pirates were finally leaving Cake Island. Charlotte, Lin, it's agreed. After a month, if nothing happens, we will go back to attack the red hair pirates. Of course, I will notify you when the time comes. Well, I'm looking forward to it, the ant laughed, and returned to the attitude of a crazy woman again. Half an hour later, the Ling Bai pirates left Cake Island. Shortly after boarding the ship, Ling Bai also contacted Doflamingo via phone bug. In addition to looking for the last road sign history text, let him find out the news of Mara fruit, shock fruit, dark fruit, and frozen fruit. Doflamingo, who was already Ling Bai's servant, naturally sent someone to inquire about the news immediately. Doflamingo's intelligence network is absolutely huge. Ling Bai believes that his intelligence capabilities will soon be able to find out specific information. In addition, what Ling Bai doesn't know is that the world government is also looking for the whereabouts of these 4 devil fruits. After all, 3 extremely powerful Logia devil fruits, and the strongest Paramecia shock fruit. Even the world government can't help but be moved. The huge intelligence system of the world government has already started to operate. As for now, the Ling Bai pirates are going back to paradise. Captain, in addition to the red hair pirates, the Revolutionary Army and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, we must also pay attention. Shiryu of the Rain said to Ling Bai. This is natural. Recently, someone has to find out where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is. Lao Sha. At that time, the Revolutionary Army will be wiped out. Advertisement. This is natural, otherwise, it would be very annoying to make small moves in secret. As for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, of course, we will destroy them after we deal with the red hair pirates. Ling Bai believes that, no matter what, the Revolutionary Army and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates will come to trouble him sooner or later. After all, Ling Bai killed their most important person with his own hands, and it is impossible not to take revenge. However, Ling Bai is not afraid of them. After all, they are no match for Ling Bai. Long, by the way, I want to compete with you again. But the purpose of the Golden City is to eat, drink and have fun, and there is also this guy Tezzolo. Wait for me to come back, there will be plenty of time then. Ling Bai suddenly thought of this. This morning, he had already asked the ant and them, and Ling Bai also got Tezzolo's contact information. Ling Bai is planning to go to the Golden City for a few days. This made Reiju and Bonnie so happy that they were able to travel with Ling Bai. Tezzolo's strength is similar to that of Doflamingo, and he is also an awakened ability. The Golden Emperor Grande Solo is a supergiant ship sailing in the New World without a fixed location. It's that simple. Of course, Ling Bai also brought Zheng and Bonnie along. Therefore, if the location of the ship cannot be known in advance, Ling Bai will not be able to reach the ship for a while. Ling Bai also wants to control this guy. By the way, I'm going to visit the Golden City, so I won't go back to paradise. Half an hour later, Ling Bai was separated from Bullet and the others on a single boat. Zero Bullet, who has awakened Devil Fruit's ability, is a little excited. Others return to paradise. After all, he is also a talent A8. Chapter 154 Landing in the Golden City. At this time, it was Ling Bai's way to the Golden City. Reiju and Bonnie were very happy. After all, there were no idlers around, so they could live a good life with Ling Bai. That is, both Reiju and Bonnie want to live a 2-person world with Ling Bai. But now, only 3 people can live in the world. The hearts of the 2 women were naturally unhappy. Of course, this kind of unhappiness is not the kind of enemy, it's just pure jealousy. At this time, Reiju was peeling apples for Ling Bai, while Bonnie was behind Ling Bai and gently patted Ling Bai's back. 2 people who are no different from good wives and loving mothers. Don't talk yet, let me ask where the Golden City is. The 2 women nodded, and at this time, Ling Bai had already used the phone bug to contact 457 in the Golden City. The contact information was given by the ant. As for whether it is the Golden Emperor himself, Ling Bai is not sure. However, the title of Golden Emperor makes Ling Bai feel quite interesting. Soon, the phone was connected, and the person who answered the phone was a charming and seductive voice. Just listening to this voice gives people the feeling that this woman is a sexy big beauty. Ling Bai, who is familiar with the original work, naturally knows who this woman is. That is, one of Tezzolo's subordinates, the Paramecia Lucky Fruit ability user, Bakula, is a beautiful woman. Beauty, I want to know which sea area the Grand Tesoro is in now. Ling Bai is also no nonsense. Yo, is the voice a handsome boy? Heh. The voice was very charming and provocative. Of course Ling Bai wasn't interested. He's not going to accept a woman every time he sees one. Where is the Grand Tesoro? Ling Bai still asked quietly, and Bakula also reported a location. Bakula. I don't know if you are a pirate, or a marine, or someone else. The tone remained the same. Most men would probably be overwhelmed. Of course Ling Bai had already hung up the phone. Bakura on the other side was dumbfounded, but she didn't expect to be hung up. Advertisement, my lord, this kind of woman sounds like a vixen. Bonnie behind Ling Bai said. That's right, that voice sounds more than just a vixen, and it's definitely ugly. Reiju also shook his head and said. Ling Bai shook his head and said, not interested. Bakura, he is really not interested, maybe it is not necessarily because he has been played by Tezzolo, just like Violet under Doflamingo. Moreover, what is the use of that woman's ability? Lucky fruit. Could it be that he brought Bakula with him, so that he could find the historical text and the real facts of the signposts he wanted to find? Obviously impossible. In terms of beauty, it is not very beautiful. If you want to say that there is no woman with special abilities around Ling Bai, Kazuki Hiyori is the only one. After all, she is also among the peerless beauties. Bakula, who was talking to Ling Bai just now, made Reiju and Bonnie a little uneasy. God knows if Ling Bai will continue to attract bees and butterflies when he goes to the Golden City. Just like today, in paradise, there is Kazuki Hiyori, there is Momosagi who is away, and there is another one, the Snake Princess who is obedient to Ling Bai. And there are two women, which cannot be ignored. Yamato and Baby 5 are both beautiful, it depends on whether their adults will accept them when. God knows. The competition is intense. 2 days passed quickly, and Ling Bai's ship finally saw the supergiant ship in the distance. Golden City Grand Desolo. This is a supergiant ship pulled by 2 giant sea turtles, the hull is only 10 kilometers long, it can be called a super city on the sea. This city, its degree of luxury, also surpassed any other country. For many people, the Golden City is like a paradise or beyond paradise. Is this the Golden City? It looks so beautiful? Yes, it is still a sea city that can move freely. Both Bonnie and Reiju felt surprised. Advertisement. It's beautiful inside the Golden City. Ling Bai, who stood between the two, laughed. 10 minutes later, their ships entered the port and moored. Seeing the ship with the flag of Ling Bai's pirate group, the other pirate ships felt the shock of ultimate, and some even trembled. This is the ship of the 4 emperors Ling Bai, and who will be on this ship? It should be a cadre. Hey, let's stay away. The pirates who saw Ling Bai's ship have already started to retreat. After all, the strongest pirate group recognized by the New World is the Ling Bai pirate group. Who dares to provoke them? 2 days ago, there was news that Ling Bai and Big Mom went to war, and the news that Big Mom's pirates were defeated in the end. Although more important information has not been released. But this also reveals a message to people. The Ling Bai pirates should already be the strongest pirates, right? After all, the only pirate forces that have not fought against the Ling Bai pirates today are the Red Hair pirates. Wait, that's 4 emperors Ling Bai. I saw it. It turned out that the 4 emperors Ling Bai came in person. This is terrible. It's that boy who came to the Golden City in person. When Ling Bai appeared in everyone's sight, everyone was taken aback. The people present were in an uproar. But Ling Bai was not interested in paying attention to these people, and landed with Reiju and Bonnie, formally stepping into the Golden City. Of course, at 1.7 before entering the Golden City, a large amount of golden powder was scattered from the sky at this time. The golden powder was sprinkled from the sky, giving off an incomparably dreamy feeling, as if it was snowing. Of course, it's golden. Reiju and Bonnie also want to catch such gold dust. However, the Conqueror's Haki released by Ling Bai in a small area shook away all the gold dust that was about to fall on them. Reiju and the others were very surprised by this. After Ling Bai explained a bit, the 2 girls suddenly understood. It turned out that this was Tezzolo's method to control everyone on the giant ship, infiltrating the gold powder into the human body without anyone noticing. Countless people who came to the Golden City also became wretches and slaves manipulated by Tezzolo. Naturally, Ling Bai didn't believe that Tezzolo dared to attack him. Of course Ling Bai didn't want to touch these gold powders either. Chapter 155 Tezzolo's Horror. Golden City meets Momosagi again. This man is 4 emperors Ling Bai. At this time, in the huge monitoring room of the Golden City, Ling Bai's figure appeared on the monitoring at the port of the Golden City. The monitors were also stunned. Notify Master Tezzolo. Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, has come to Impel down. Soon, one of Tezzolo's men rushed to inform Tezzolo. On the other side, Tezzolo is making a huge bet with a gambler. Of course, with Bakula around, it is impossible for others to win a penny from Tezzolo. Bakula, she can rob everyone's luck. While Tezzolo was having fun, one of his subordinates had already whispered about the 4 emperors Ling Bai's arrival in the Golden City. At this moment, Tezzolo was also frightened. Unexpectedly, 4 emperors Ling Bai is here. Tezzolo was very shocked, and quickly asked Mr. Tanaka, who owns the piercing fruit, to teleport him to the monitoring room. Sure enough, he saw Ling Bai on a big screen 13, and Ling Bai was accompanied by 2 women. That's his female subordinate, right? Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that Ling Bai actually came. It has been built in the Golden City for so many years. It can be said that there has never been a big pirate like the 4 emperors on this ship. The appearance of Ling Bai naturally surprised Tezzolo. Master Tezzolo, what's the matter? Bakara beside her was quite horrified by the appearance of Ling Bai. At this time, she couldn't help but think of a call 2 days ago, which was a little voice. If nothing else, that boy is Ling Bai. Unexpectedly, she actually had a call with 4 emperors Ling Bai. Of course, Bakula also understood that Ling Bai didn't care about this matter at all. Perhaps, even Ling Bai, the owner of the Golden City, the Golden Emperor Tezolo, one of the 4 emperors, might not pay attention. Bakara, go and meet this man. He should be inviting them to the King of Gold Hotel, and I will personally entertain him. Advertisement. Tezolo thought for a moment, then spoke to Bakula. After all, Bakula is an excellent courtesan, and when important people come to the Golden City, Tezolo also asks Bakula to welcome them. As for this time, the appearance of 4 emperors Ling Bai, this is already the most important figure in the history of the Golden City. Celestial dragons. Compared to 4 emperors Ling Bai, what a fart. Yes, Tezolo. The pirates that are usually entertained, although there are also big pirates among them, but it is not like this time, such a heavyweight big pirate. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Bai is the most powerful existence in the entire New World today. So, just thinking about it, Bakula felt her body trembling slightly. Some dare not go, but Tezolo's order cannot be disobeyed. In the end, Bakula could only bite the bullet and set off. And Tezolo arrived at the entire Golden City and even the top floor of the most luxurious hotel in the world, the King of Gold Hotel, under the teleportation of the person with the ability to wear fruit. The most luxurious hotel boxes are here. Tezolo is waiting for Ling Bai here, and at the same time has ordered the staff here to start preparing some expensive food and fine wine. Soon, Ling Bai will appear here, although Tezolo has indeed come into contact with a lot of bigwigs. But now that he is about to face a figure of the 4 emperors level, Tezolo is still somewhat uneasy. Having been in New World for many years, he can also understand how far his own strength is from those few monsters. Although his own strength is also very good, he is even a devil fruit awakener. But facing Ling Bai. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others have already entered the normal area of the Golden City. Both Reiju and Bonnie were attracted by the beauty of the Golden City, and of course Ling Bai would tell them that the high-end district would be more beautiful. After walking for a while, Ling Bai and the others unexpectedly met a woman. Sister Gion, I didn't expect to see Gion-san here. Reiju and Bonnie were very surprised. That's right, the big beauty in casual clothes that appeared in front of me is Momosagi. Advertisement is Ling Bai's women. Ling Bai's demands on them are naturally harmonious. So all 3 of them are called sisters. Reiju, Bonnie, you. Momosagi was also surprised to see them. Of course, the appearance of Ling Bai, in particular, was what surprised Momosagi the most. Ling Bai. Long time no see. Momosagi hugged Ling Bai directly, as if he hadn't seen each other for decades. It seems to be thinner, Sister Gion, why are you here? Momosagi looked at Ling Bai distressed-edly, while pinching his body, he always felt a little bit. It can be said that it is not an amazing fate, it seems to be called the Spider Pirates. Ling Bai reminded. Go get something to eat. Reiju also suddenly realized. This made Momosagi feel very surprised. At the same time, since there is no mission left, she can also accompany Ling Bai in the Golden City. Momosagi couldn't help being a little surprised. She didn't expect that the target she wanted to arrest had already been solved by Ling Bai. Bonnie was surprised. It seems that we ran into it yesterday, and then the whole army was wiped out by the adults. I'm here to arrest a pirate group. What is it called? The Wolf Spider Pirate Group. The leader is an evil pirate with a reward of 400 million Baileys. The intelligence shows that he will go to the Golden City, so I came here. I didn't expect to meet you all. Momosagi jokingly said. Just say that 4 Emperors Ling Bai is very horny and wants to chase me, and then I will approach you for the mission of Marine. Reiju couldn't help being curious. After all, in such a big new world, and without any prior notice, he was able to meet Momosagi. Of course, Ling Bai ordered a car powered by a bunch of muscle turtles. Ling Bai ignored Momosagi's joke, but greeted her, and then set off for the high-end area with the 3 women. Momosagi's face was full of surprise. Doesn't that mean that I don't need to carry out this task? Don't expose it, at least not for now. Chapter 156 Daily Life with Women and Girls. After entering the high-end area, the prosperity and beauty of the Golden City completely caught everyone's eyes. It has to be said that in this world, there should not be a more beautiful and prosperous city than the Golden City. Reiju and Bonnie were amazed all the way, and Momosagi was very calm because she had come earlier. It was already night, and under the night scene, it was the most beautiful time for the Golden City. Soon, Ling Bai took Momosagi and the others into a super luxurious restaurant. After entering this restaurant, Ling Bai's eyes also brightened, because this restaurant has the feeling of a modern restaurant in his previous life. Of course, it's just a slight feeling. On the contrary, Ling Bai has experienced many things, so his heart is more calm. As for Momosagi and the others, because they were able to have dinner with Ling Bai outside, the 3 daughters were also extremely happy. Normally, he would be more or less jealous because of Ling Bai, but not now. Momosagi is here, and Reiju and Bonnie also see her as a sister. After all, in terms of age, Momosagi is much older than them, her temperament is more mature, and her strength is also the strongest among all the girls. The food was served soon. Ling Bai and the others ordered a lot of expensive dishes 040. While Ling Bai and the others were eating, Bakula, who was ordered to welcome Ling Bai, was looking for Ling Bai and the others. Although there are many surveillance cameras in the Golden City, they are not everywhere. For example, there is no surveillance in the restaurant. Bakula can only look for Ling Bai and the others in a general area. As for the time when Bakula met Ling Bai and the others, it was already more than an hour later, and Tezulo on the other side was already a little out of breath at this time. I didn't expect that Bakula would take so long to find someone. At this time, it was Ling Bai and the others who came out of the restaurant after eating and drinking. Of course, the next step is to find a place to stay. As for the night, Momosagi and the others are there. The three Momosagi girls are also very clear about what they have to face. Bakara finally met Ling Bai and the others. A big beauty made Bakara's eyes shine. As the three Momosagi girls who have had a life exchange with Ling Bai, their beauty is even more incredible. They are much prettier than they were before, and their temperament has also been developed. And the three women are all women of good strength, especially Momosagi, who bears the power of a great swordsman and is also the alternate woman admiral of naval headquarters, naturally has an extremely powerful aura. However, I have to say that Momosagi is also very low-key. Now she is wearing casual clothes, and Bakula didn't recognize her as Marine. Advertisement originally, she wanted to use her beauty to tease Ling Bai's Bakula, but when she saw Momosagi and the other three women who were more beautiful than her, she was also defeated. Honorable Lord 4 Emperors Ling Bai, my boss Tezulo wants to invite you as a guest, but I don't know you. Bakula originally wanted to call Tezulo Lord Tezulo, but thinking that he already called Ling Bai Lord Ling Bai, he didn't dare to add these two words. But before Bakula finished speaking, she was interrupted by Ling Bai. Let's talk about it tomorrow, I'm tired tonight. After all, Ling Bai led the three daughters around Bakula, regardless of how she felt. Bakara was shocked, being rejected by the other party. Normally, she would have been annoyed in her heart, but now, she is facing the most powerful existence in New World. Give her 10,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to get angry. Going up, people think they are shrinking back, so in the end, she could only bite the bullet and go back to report the situation to Tezulo. Besides, Ling Bai, he came to Golden City to stay for a few days. It is impossible to come only for 1 or 2 days. Soon, Ling Bai and the others lived in a hotel. After all, this is a high-end area, so this hotel is extremely luxurious and expensive. The night is beautiful. For Momosagi and the others, it will be another sleepless, BDDF, night from now on. Of course Ling Bai will not let them go, although they are also happy. My lord, how long will we stay in the Golden City? During the period, Momosagi couldn't help asking Ling Bai. After all, it's been a long time since I saw Ling Bai. Before today, Momosagi was full of Ling Bai. To say that she had already had the idea of leaving Marine and staying with Ling Bai forever, but Ling Bai refused to let her do so. Seeing Ling Bai again now is a hard-won surprise for Momosagi. If we break up, I don't know when we will meet again next time. 4 or 5 days. 5 days, yes, Momosagi beamed with joy, and immediately worked harder for Ling Bai. Advertisement Reiju on the side also said, then we can have a good walk in the Golden City. Bonnie. It is said that this ship is 10 kilometers long. The width is also 1 kilometer. That is enough for us to go for a long time. Ling Bai. Do you like Golden City? I like it, as long as. Ling Bai. Ling Bai likes the place, I like it. It was Momosagi who spoke, and after Momosagi finished speaking, Reiju and Bonnie also said the same thing as Momosagi said. If you like it, the Golden City will be ours from now on. Real. Here, it's that guy named Tezulo's, an evil-looking guy. Don't worry, I'm here. For Ling Bai, it is right to follow the same pattern as Tezulo and Doflamingo. If he wanted Tezulo to be used by him, an absolute order could not be more suitable. This kind of guy would not sincerely submit to him. On the contrary, if Ling Bai completely controlled Tezulo, it would be equivalent to Ling Bai's owning the Golden City in the future. Compared with Whitebeard's territory, the value of the Golden City is not known how many times greater. So Ling Bai already had the idea of Tezulo and this giant ship. Of course, Tezulo would never have imagined that he would have to face such an ambitious 4 emperors. It was a sleepless night, and a long exchange of life was going on. The next morning, Ling Bai greeted the sleeping Momosagi and the others, and then left. This time, it was natural to go to Tezulo. On the other side, Bakula has been waiting for a long time. After all, it has been waiting from the dawn until the sun is rising. According to what Tezulo said, the etiquette to Ling Bai cannot be less. If Ling Bai is not happy, maybe the Golden City will suffer a catastrophe. Tezulo, who has been in the New World for many years, knows the horror of those few monsters. At least treat Ling Bai well without breaking your face. Chapter 157 Tezulo. Everything follows the king's will. Bakara, who led Ling Bai to see Tezulo, felt a lot of pressure in her heart. I have tried to strike up a conversation several times, but Ling Bai always looks very cold and ignores her. At this time, Ling Bai really didn't bother to talk to Bakula. Although the other party is indeed a beautiful woman, Ling Bai will not be hungry. So Bakula can only have an awkward chat all the way. What Tezulo meant was to take good care of Ling Bai no matter what he asked for. So Bakula naturally didn't dare to neglect anything. In a car powered by muscle turtles, they soon arrived at the Golden King Hotel. Afterwards, Mr. Tanaka, who has the ability to wear fruit, teleported Ling Bai and the others to Tezulo's location. A super luxurious box. At this time, seeing Ling Bai's arrival, Tezulo, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately got up to greet him. As expected of the strongest person in New World, the aura on his body is too terrifying. Tezulo was surprised. At this time, Ling Bai exuded an extremely frightening aura invisible, which made people fearful, and even made people surrender. For example, Mr. Bakla and Mr. Tanaka, who followed Ling Bai all the way, felt this way. In fact, even when others face Big Mom, Kaido and the others, it is the same. As the most advantageous people in New World, Ling Bai will naturally exude this kind of temperament. Awe-inspiring and submissive. That is to say, Momosagi and the others have been intimate with Ling Bai for a long time, so they don't feel too much of a problem. Moreover, coupled with the deep knowledge of Ling Bai's horror, Tezzolo is even more in awe of Ling Bai. I have heard the name of 4 Emperors Ling Bai for a long time, and now I see you. After a while of courteous words, Tezzolo asked Ling Bai to sit down on Ultimate's comfortable sofa. At this moment, Tezzolo looked at Ling Bai. He didn't know what Ling Bai was here for, and Tezzolo invited Ling Bai here, purely to get familiar, trying to deal with this new world monster. However, when Tezzolo was looking at Ling Bai, who was also looking at Tezzolo, had already issued an absolute command. Advertisement. Tezzolo, who was about the same strength as Doflamingo, quickly accepted Ling Bai's absolute control. Tezzolo, who was stunned for a few seconds, quickly returned to normal, and Mr. Bakla and Mr. Tanaka, who were present, did not notice what had happened. Song Shi immediately called Tezzolo to leave here. The two naturally didn't say anything, and immediately left the luxury box and closed the door. At this time, Tezzolo was already under control. It has to be said that the command of absolute control is very useful, so that some people with some impressive strengths who are also very useful can easily become Ling Bai's subordinates. Ling Bai was extremely satisfied with this. Recently, will anyone come to the Golden City? I said important people, and in the future, they will address me. Wang, understand? Ling Bai asked about the other party. And Tezzolo said respectfully, okay, Wang, tonight, there will be 4 celestial dragons coming here to play. Tianlong. Ling Bai frowned, nothing else, what he hates the most is celestial dragons. There are usually only 2 places where celestial dragons go out to play, one is the Sabaody Archipelago in the back garden, and the other is the Golden City. And the Golden City was recognized by the world government because celestial dragons like it here. This is a real luxury place. This afternoon, I will kill all the celestial dragons who came to the Golden City, and you have to announce that you, the Golden Emperor Tezzolo, have surrendered to 4 Emperors Ling Bai. The Golden City is the territory of 4 Emperors Ling Bai, celestial dragons, don't step inside. Good. My king. Tezzolo's tone was extremely respectful. Ling Bai. Also, the Golden City belongs to me, and you are just the steward in charge of the Golden City. Tezzolo. All listen to the king. Ling Bai. Also, I don't like slaves. I released those slaves, ordinary people. As for the vicious and evil pirates, I killed them all. In the Golden City, there are a large number of people who are in debt and controlled by Tezzolo with the Golden Fruit ability, and they are reduced to slaves for Tezzolo as cattle and horses, and their lives are so miserable that ultimate. It's not that Ling Bai pities them, it's just that Ling Bai simply hates the appearance of slaves. Although Ling Bai is also completely in control of Doflamingo and Tezzolo, but Ling Bai only regards them as his subordinates, and he will not let them be his slaves. Asking for flowers. There is a big difference between a slave and a servant. Advertisement. After all, Ling Bai also has principles and bottom lines. Tezzolo hated slaves because of what happened in his youth, and he himself was a slave of the celestial dragons. But now he wants to see the face of celestial dragons, which is ironic enough. After all, the Golden City also needs the recognition of the world government. As for the Golden City, if there is no recognition from the world government, 5 elders will definitely not be able to keep this guy who controls 20% of the world's wealth. At that time, Buster Call will serve, and it will be enough to put Tezzolo into Impel down. However, unlike other people who had experienced slavery, he longed for no more slaves in the world, but went to the other extreme and became a slave producer. 0. Commonly known as slave master. After all, in the Golden City, I don't know how many people became slaves. Okay, everything will follow the king's will. In addition, after explaining some things, Ling Bai will leave here. Ling Bai, who was about to get up, suddenly thought of something. This is because Ling Bai thought of that substance because Tezzolo was a golden fruit capable person. By the way, have you ever heard of pure gold? In this world, there is a substance that is pure gold. As for the function of this substance, it prolongs life. After Ling Bai knew this kind of pure gold, he was quite surprised. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen anything like pure gold. After that, try to look for it. I want to see what pure gold is. In this regard, Ling Bai feels a little regretful, although there is already Bonnie around him who has the ability to prolong life. But Ling Bai really wanted to see the substance of pure gold, just out of curiosity. Then, after thinking about it, Ling Bai had nothing to say, so he left the Golden King Hotel. Next, wait for the celestial dragons to come. Ling Bai controls Tezzolo, which means that Ling Bai also controls 20% of the world's wealth. Can 5 elders sit still? Ling Bai expressed no fear to the 5 elders, or they would come here from Mariajoy if they were shrinking turtles. Chapter 158 Daily Life of Women and Girls, Celestial Dragons are coming. At this time, the 3 girls taking a bath in the luxurious hotel were chatting about their daily life. Last night's routine was over, and I have to say, it almost killed them. My husband, where did he go? In private, they still call Ling Bai their husband. As for other times, especially when other people are around, they just call Ling Bai an adult. When he was sleeping, he was very beautiful. I saw his eyebrows moved, and then he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Okay, Reiju, do you still have the strength to open your eyes? Reiju. No, I just woke up earlier. By the way, Bonnie, rub my back for me. Roll. Momosagi said at this time. Recently, we have another sister joining the group? Reiju. That's right, the cake has become smaller again. May 13th, compared Ling Bai to a cake. Originally, the three of them shared the cake, but now, there is an extra Kazuki Hiyori. It won't even take long, maybe Snake Princess will also enter the arena. Bonnie. A woman named Kazuki Hiyori, but fortunately, she is a good person. It seems that there is nothing useful except for her beauty? Is it only beauty? Momosagi was curious. Reiju opened the mouth and said, beautiful, prettier than all of us, comparable to Boa Hancock, but don't forget, my husband favors us not only because of our good looks, but also because of our ability. We can play a role in his career, and can become a strong and gentle safe haven behind him. Momosagi. If it's just a vase, it's nothing to worry about. Bonnie. Besides her, there are other people. That pirate queen, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, came to the paradise on her own initiative that day. I don't know when her husband hooked up with her. That woman can't wait to put herself. I gave it to my husband. Reiju said with lingering fear. He is a strong enemy. Compared with Hiyori's threat level, it is hundreds of times higher. Boa Hancock. Momosagi was surprised. Momosagi. I knew that my husband would never let her go, sure enough. Bonnie. I have to say, this woman is simply too beautiful, and she is very powerful. Reiju. In today's world, the only woman who owns Conqueror's Hockey. She is a born king. When it comes to Conqueror's Hockey, she must be tied with Big Mom. Momosagi. Oh, indeed this kind of woman is too good. Reiju. However strong is strong, our sister Gion is the strongest. In other words, with her character, she looks at people with her nostrils, she is very arrogant. It is extremely annoying. Bonnie. Indeed, but she is very suitable for adults. She is strong, capable, and good-looking. If I were a man, I would be tempted. Advertisement, makes sense. Oh, my husband is less than 20 now. Reiju. Cover your face. 17, after a while, it will only be 18. Momosagi remembers the most clearly. After all, she is Ling Bai's first woman, and she is delicate, mature and gentle, and she also knows Ling Bai best. Not yet 18, Bonnie covered his face too. Momosagi. I don't know when it will end. I want to stay by his side for the rest of my life. Recently, I learned 3 ways to choose. Sister Gion, is she going to evolve into a cook? Just then, Ling Bai came back. After Ling Bai greeted them, the 3 girls quickly tidied up, and each of them was more beautiful than a lotus in the water. They put on beautiful clothes and followed Ling Bai out. The Golden City is very big, with all kinds of streets and alleys. Even if you don't buy anything, you don't know how long you have to walk. Go get something to eat, and then buy some clothes. As his own daughters, Ling Bai naturally regards them as his family members in Otherworld, so it is normal to treat them well. It was almost 12 o'clock at noon, but shopping is definitely very tempting for the 3 women, especially with Ling Bai accompanying them. Half a day passed quickly, and night fell as scheduled. According to what Tezulo said, celestial dragons should be here by this time, right? I heard that celestial dragons are coming. Do you want to see how celestial dragons die? Ling Bai turned around and asked the 3 daughters. Celestial dragons? Dead? The 3 women were shocked, and immediately understood what Ling Bai meant. Going to kill the celestial dragons again? Momosagi can't help worrying, although celestial dragons are really damned and disgusting, but she doesn't want Ling Bai to always take risks. Celestial dragons? It's really not that simple. If Ling Bai kills more people, it will be more serious than killing a marine admiral. Advertisement locks used to touch too many taboos, and then there's no after that. Momosagi also knows the secret of his naval headquarters, and also heard from Crane Vice Admiral. Because of touching taboos that shouldn't be touched many times, they even slaughtered celestial dragons wantonly. The final outcome is also embarrassing. Go shopping well, and suddenly lose interest. Momosagi thinks this way, and so does Reiju and Bonnie. Seeing Ling Bai at this time, they bared their fangs. Bought a mask for Momosagi on the street and put it on for Momosagi. It's not good to be recognized by Marine, Momosagi nodded, then fell silent. Ling Bai Ping looked at Momosagi quietly for a few seconds, and the latter was shocked. Knowing that Ling Bai might be angry, as his woman, she should support him. Then Ling Bai hailed a car and set off to the place Tezulo had said in advance, where the Yinlong people appeared. On the other side, at the port of the Golden City, a large warship has already entered. It is the warship where the 4 celestial dragons are located, and behind this warship, there are 3 more warships. 4 celestial dragons travel all at once, which is naturally motivating the 5.2 division. The pirates and other ships that had just entered also retreated one after another. They saw the figure of the celestial dragons, so it's no wonder they weren't afraid. But here, as a port, is also separate. Celestial dragons, naturally there are ports that belong only to celestial dragons. Just as celestial dragons do not breathe the dirty air that so-called mortals breathe, the port must also have special characteristics that cannot be with mortals. 4 celestial dragons, 3 men and 1 woman, a family of 4, and a group of slaves. At this time, above the port, Tezulo was already waiting here. In the past, Tezulo didn't need to meet the celestial dragons in person, but this time is different. Because Ling Bai agreed that he would kill the 4 celestial dragons, and then Tezulo announced that the Golden City belonged to 4 emperors Ling Bai, and celestial dragons were not allowed to enter. Chapter 159 Let Momosagi Kill Celestial Dragons? On the frontmost warship, 4 celestial dragons are standing at the bow. Golden City, we have finally arrived here. The celestial dragons at the front were very excited, and so were the other 3 celestial dragons. The members of the CPO are standing behind them. If Ling Bai sees these CPO members, he will find that one of them is Rob Lucci. Of course, to Ling Bai, Rob Lucci is just a little guy. Also, there are the celestial dragons' own guards and a bunch of Kong. Under Tezzolo's gaze, the celestial dragons landed at the port, and at this moment, they were about to officially enter the Golden City. Are you Tezzolo? As the only female celestial dragons present, this woman is indeed ugly enough, and she weighs more than 300 catties by visual estimation. Tezzolo looked calm. I am Tezzolo. Is our tribute ready? Another celestial dragons asked. 13 before this, Tezzolo had to hand over a lot of gold, silver and jewelry, which was the so-called tribute. It is equivalent to the gold in the sky, but the amount of gold in the sky is much more terrifying than the so-called gold in the sky. And the wealth controlled by Tezzolo is no longer as simple as being invincible. Tezzolo, who controls 20% of the world's wealth, is also a golden fruit-capable person. It can be said that he has already controlled this world. The economic lifeline of the world. The world government is afraid of him. After all, Taizuo can control too much wealth. There's no need to prepare. Tezzolo was smiling, this kind of smile, with a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Bakula and Mr. Tanaka behind were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed. Master Tezzolo, what are you doing? No need to prepare. What does this mean? Here are the celestial dragons. Tezzolo, what are you talking about? There is no need to prepare a tribute. Didn't you prepare a tribute? Mere mortals, if you know that I am waiting for the tribute from the celestial dragons, do you dare to neglect it? Tezzolo, kneel down. Tezzolo's words made the 4 celestial dragons angry. However, Tezzolo was unmoved at this time. The guards and CPO members behind celestial dragons have already frowned. They don't know what Tezzolo is going to play at this time. At that time, celestial dragons only needs to give an order, and Tezzolo, who doesn't know what to do, will be directly rubbed on the ground. Advertisement at this time, the people at the port, the pirates, marine and others all looked over. At the same time, Bai came over with the fish. As for Reiju and Bonnie, they were among the crowd at the back. At this time, Momosagi, with long hair like a waterfall, was wearing casual clothes and a mask, so she couldn't be recognized by anyone. And who would have thought that a marine admiral was with an ocean emperor? Husband, tell Gion to follow. What are you going to do? Do not know. Reiju and Bonnie looked at Ling Bai and Momosagi with some doubts. At this moment, Ling Bai embraced Momosagi's perfect waist. Wait, kill the celestial dragons with me, okay, Gion? Ling Bai said. Momosagi's heart trembled, and Ling Bai's smile at this time was a little sickly. Momosagi seems to have seen the time when Ling Bai first possessed her. Now, Ling Bai wants her to kill celestial dragons. That's right, just kill the celestial dragons, either 1, 2, or even all of them. Anyway, today, she has to kill the celestial dragons. Ling Bai, are you angry? She does not know. Killing the celestial dragons, Momosagi never thought about it, but now, she's about to face it. Don't let me down, you know, Gion, after all, among several women, I dote on you the most, right? Honey, you dote on me the most. Momosagi was shocked all of a sudden. Indeed, Ling Bai is the one who dotes on her the most. At the same time, Ling Bai gave her another signal. The meaning of this sentence is that he dotes on himself the most, and in the same way, he doesn't have to dote on himself, and he can completely neglect himself from now on. Momosagi knows what it means. I will not let my husband down. Advertisement isn't that just celestial dragons. Momosagi has one eye and a firm gaze. And the celestial dragons are ahead. Holding Momosagi's waist, Ling Bai walked over leisurely. At this time, as Ling Bai approached, many people immediately recognized Ling Bai's identity. Whether pirates or marines or others, that is, 4 emperors Ling Bai. My god, how did he appear here? He's walking the celestial dragons. Could it be that he wants to do something to the celestial dragons? How is that possible? Celestial dragons. Wait, just a few months ago, he beheaded 3 celestial dragons himself, and it was live. The appearance of Ling Bai shocked thousands of people present, especially Ling Bai still has a celestial dragon's life in his hand. Now that Ling Bai is approaching celestial dragons, the writing has to make people guess that Ling Bai is going to attack celestial dragons again. My distinguished celestial dragons, be careful. Seeing Ling Bai's appearance, the CPO members headed by Rob Lucci were naturally the first to bear the brunt, and immediately stood in front of the 4 celestial dragons. Rob Lucci and the others are also under great pressure. Knowing the horror of Ling Bai, it is difficult without pressure, and everyone knows that Ling Bai has killed 3 celestial dragons. Now if he wants to kill a few more celestial dragons, Rob Lucci they don't doubt it at all. But if something happens to the celestial dragons here, they might not have to go back as guardians. In particular, Rob Lucci was exceptionally promoted from the pursuit, and he cherished the hard-won opportunity to rise. It doesn't matter if he's the dog of the celestial dragons, all he wants is power, and the celestial dragons can give him pretty much everything he wants. Tezzolo turned around and bowed respectfully to Ling Bai, and at the same time said the word, King. Both Bakula and Mr. Tanaka's complexions changed again, and their already tense nerves were now confused and nervous. Tezzolo, what is this for? Surrender to 4 emperors Ling Bai? Calling Ling Bai the king. And this kind of respectful attitude is really not pretended, and with Tezzolo's usual arrogance, would he pretend? Even surrender? Bakula and the others felt very unbelievable, but the truth is here again. And now, 4 Emperors Ling Bai appears here, with his horrible deed of killing 3 celestial dragons. Now he wants to kill a few more celestial dragons? Bakula was already trembling. I don't understand what 4 Emperors Ling Bai is going to do, but I have vaguely guessed something. Chapter 160 Miserable Celestial Dragons, Horrified People. See the people in white suits and masks in front of you, who are they not members of the CPO? And the one in front with a white dove on his shoulder is not Rob Lucci? Ling Bai naturally recognized Rob Lucci, but only recognized him and didn't take him seriously. As a weak person, there is really no need to pay attention to it. Pirate, behind me are the noble celestial dragons. Rob Lucci, the leader of the CPO, took the lead in speaking. Seeing that Ling Bai has not stopped yet, it makes people feel euphoric. This guy, does he really want to move celestial dragons again? Mere mortals. Do you want to offend our noble celestial dragons? Kill him, and capture the masked woman next to him? At this time, the extremely obese female celestial dragons was angry, and Momosagi, who saw Ling Bai next to her, whose figure was perfect to ultimate, although wearing a mask, a woman with such an impeccable figure couldn't be less beautiful. This can't help but make the female celestial dragons, who is less than 1.7 meters tall and weighs more than 300 catties, feel jealous and angry. As the noble celestial dragons, the descendants of the gods, in this world, no one should be more beautiful than her, and her figure should not be better than her. Female celestial dragons, angry and extremely jealous. So, she's going to capture Momosagi and destroy her completely. Ling Bai remained calm. However, at this moment, on the ground in front of the female celestial dragons, 2 extremely sharp ice picks rose from the ground, rushing towards the female celestial dragon's thighs. People have not noticed this yet. Just with a scream, the female celestial dragon's legs were cut off on the spot. That's right, they were cut off directly. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. As for the female celestial dragons, her lower body fell to the ground in a bloody mess, and she began to howl miserably. The sound of killing a pig stunned the thousands of people who were watching, and immediately afterward, people became terrified. Terrified, trembling all over. The accident of the celestial dragons made many pirates present panic. There was no way, some concepts were already deeply ingrained in the pirates. Marine Admiral will come. Suppress all pirates. So many pirates ran away immediately, of course, more out of fear and curiosity, because the matter is not over yet. 4 Emperors Ling Bai has already killed celestial dragons, and now it is just amputating the legs of celestial dragons. This is the beginning. Marine was on the warship, and even Vice Admiral was here, but he froze in place, not daring to make a move. That is 4 Emperors Ling Bai, the strongest existence in the new world. Who dares to touch him? Advertisement: getting close to the opponent is likely to lose your life. Everyone looked at Ling Bai, their breathing and heartbeat accelerated, and they couldn't imagine that Ling Bai would actually make a move. And with celestial dragons, the shot is as crisp as it is with other pirates. Such a shot made people both startled and frightened. People, afraid to come out, and also celestial dragons, are going crazy. The screaming female celestial dragons lost her legs, was bloody, and couldn't stop at all. She could only scream, fear and anger, and sometimes scream to kill Ling Bai and kill everyone here. At the same time, he asked the guards to save her quickly. Rob Lucci and other CPO members have already taken action, and facing Ling Bai, naturally, they are attacking with all their strength. Boom! With a loud noise, Ling Bai landed a heavy punch on Rob Lucci's stomach. This punch was so close to ultimate, so fast that even if Rob Lucci caught Ling Bai's attack, he couldn't defend against it. Moreover, this force is too strong. Rob Lucci felt like his body was going to be pierced by this punch. Obviously he is already using his leopard human form, but the pain is still so strong. In the next second, he was blasted out by the terrifying impact, and spit out a few mouthfuls of thick blood in the air. Kill him. Ants who offend celestial dragons, damn it. The celestial dragons on the other side roared the moment the female celestial dragons were attacked. They never imagined that this mortal would dare to attack celestial dragons. He did it. Celestial dragons didn't know that the 3 celestial dragons who died before were ridden by Ling Bai. At this moment, the 3 uninjured celestial dragons were hiding behind the slaves and guards, screaming in fear and anger. The marines who were yelled by the celestial dragons to capture Ling Bai did not dare to approach, because they knew better than the celestial dragons what Ling Bai was. But when Ling Bai swept away the CPO members and celestial dragons guards, Naval Headquarters emergency call was connected. As for what to say, Ling Bai didn't know, and he wasn't interested in paying attention. Marine Admiral came to no avail. Tezzolo, who was already Ling Bai's loyal subordinate, also made a move, responsible for killing the guards of celestial dragons. The members of the CPO were also quickly killed in vain. As for the last Rob Lucci, he barely resisted Ling Bai for 2 minutes before being shot in the head by Ling Bai. Of course, if Ling Bai hit with all his strength, he would have been gone long ago. But the end result is death. Advertisement: many people who were already present at Bakula were stupefied. Looking at everything in front of them, people just feel suffocated. The protectors of the celestial dragons had already been dealt with, and the marine who was about to attack was stopped after Ling Bai glanced at it, too frightened to land at all. And the vice admiral in it is not the vice admiral of the headquarters, but the vice admiral of the branch. You should know that the vice admiral of marine also has the difference between the headquarters and the branch. Generally speaking, the vice admiral of the headquarters is stronger than the branch, except for some cases. As for the naval headquarters, it was also notified that in the Golden City, the celestial dragons were attacked by the four emperors Ling Bai. Today's naval headquarters, Akainu nearly knocked his desk over. Even Ling Bai could hear the roaring anger. Ling Bai was unmoved by this, and even deliberately stimulated Akainu. Ling Bai is going to attack the celestial dragons again. No, he has already attacked the celestial dragons. When we get there, we can only collect the corpses of celestial dragons, right? Because not only their hoods were blown off, but everyone's right leg was nailed with nails made of ice. The severe pain made their scalps numb, and they were extremely frightened. Come over. Kneeling to Ling Bai in full view, Crane. There is no need to doubt. But this is useless. Ling Bai greeted Momoshage, who was not far behind, and the latter also understood Ling Bai's meaning and trotted over quickly. It will take at least 2 days for naval headquarters to depart from the Golden City, and the bodies of celestial dragons will be cold. Ling Bai's cruelty has long been known to everyone. At this time, an ice skate appeared in Ling Bai's hand, and Ling Bai slashed at the oldest celestial dragons. Immediately, his head was thrown up, and before it even landed on the ground, Ling Bai slammed it into the air. Leaping, kicking out, like kicking a ball, kicking the heads of the celestial dragons onto the largest warship with a flowing movement. And right now on the other side, the 3 male celestial dragons whose hoods had been blown off by Ling Bai were kneeling in front of Ling Bai. The warship was in an uproar immediately, and the emotion of fear was raised several levels again. Some marines even collapsed directly on the deck. All of this was witnessed by people, and they felt chills behind them. The severe pain also made them bow their heads in the end, and they had to, demo Zhao, not to beg Ling Bai for mercy. As for the other female celestial dragons, because she kept saying all kinds of vicious words, Ling Bai smashed her teeth with a stick, and the female celestial dragons with blood in her mouth felt boundless pain, drunk all the time. It can be said that life is better than death, Kizaru said helplessly. Gulu Gulu swallowed his saliva, unconsciously his feet became weak. Their bodies were also trembling. They, who had been scorning Ling Bai just now, did not dare to say a word at this moment. Chapter 161 Momoshage, who killed 3 celestial dragons. At this moment, after seeing the head of a celestial dragons flying up and being kicked out by Ling Bai, I don't know how many people were scared and paralyzed. Even Momoshage was shocked by this scene. In fact, Momoshage is Ling Bai's first woman, but she is still following Ling Bai for the first time. Regarding Ling Bai's brutal behavior at the moment, Momoshage felt helpless, but she didn't want to say anything. Think about being a woman of Ling Bai, she should support Ling Bai to fight her own world, right? At this moment, Ling Bai handed the knife in his hand to Tiao Yi. Pick one yourself. Ling Bai pointed to the 3 celestial dragons who had fallen into extreme fear. The headless celestial dragon's body has fallen down, a large amount of blood gushes out from the neck, and the remaining 3 celestial dragons are scared to pee. This is truly freaking out. Before this, they never dared to imagine that someone would dare to kill celestial dragons, and kill them by beheading them. If you can turn back time and space, you won't come to the Golden City if you kill them. The 3 celestial dragons begged for mercy with endless fear, and the miserable voice even made people feel a little sympathetic. Of course, people who hate celestial dragons couldn't help being excited. Although afraid of Ling Bai's cruelty, who wouldn't want to see the scene of killing celestial dragons? Compared to the 4 emperors' pirates, the celestial dragons are actually more feared by people. 800 years of rule has made people's fear of celestial dragons deeply rooted. The 4 emperors only appeared in the 20 years since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Just like people in the original book did to the Doflamingo family, the world fears the celestial dragons, as if facing a nightmare. Of course, people also think that they can destroy the celestial dragons and kill the celestial dragons. This is human nature. Even many marines have this idea. Ling Bai ignored it. Tetsuro looked at everything with a smile. Bakula and the others were already trembling. Reiju and Bonnie watched from a distance, and finally knew what Ling Bai wanted Momoshage to do. He wants Momoshage to kill the celestial dragons. And just now, he has already done a demonstration. The 2 women couldn't help trembling, they couldn't imagine that Ling Bai would do this. At this time, Momoshage had already taken over the skate from Ling Bai. Glancing at Ling Bai, his eyes were fixed and determined, and then he swung out a knife. As a powerful swordsman, Leaping Rabbit can still slash with swords even with ice blades. So at this moment, Momoshage swung his sword, and immediately it was a half-moon-shaped slash. During this slash, the 3 celestial dragons begging for mercy were cut in half in an instant. Advertisement: all 3 were dismembered. Momoshage, on the other hand, hates the god, BDCH, dragon people too. Ling Bai asked her to pick 1 celestial dragons to kill, but Momoshage killed them all without saying a word. This is the realization of being a Ling Bai woman. Ling Bai has high hopes for her, so she can't let Ling Bai down. She will become the most important woman in Ling Bai's heart forever. And, nothing more than celestial dragons. In fact, what's the difference between removing their identities and killing other people? Ling Bai was surprised. He didn't expect Momoshage to be so straightforward. Ling Bai thought that Momoshage would not do anything, but unexpectedly, Momoshage not only did it, but also killed 3 people directly. And as the 3 celestial dragons were cut to pieces, the huge port, people suffocated on the spot, almost everyone's faces were filled with shock. Celestial dragons, divided. The end result is that the dead can no longer die. Killed by a mysterious masked woman next to 4 emperors Ling Bai. Boom. At this moment, Ling Bai released the Conqueror's Haki directly, and the terrifying power swept across the entire port in an instant, stunning almost 99% of the people. The port, which was about to become noisy, suddenly fell silent again. Tezzolo, I will leave the rest to you. Please convey my will. From now on, the Golden City will never allow celestial dragons to enter. Everything follows the will of the king. Tezzolo was respectful. Afterwards, Ling Bai took Momosagi and turned around to go inside the Golden City, along with Reiju and Bonnie of course. As for the port, there are only a group of fainted people left, and there are not many people who cannot be affected by Ling Bai's Conqueror's Haki, but they have already fallen into a sluggish state. The bodies of 4 celestial dragons lie in the harbor, 3 dismembered and 1 headless. Shocking. Although in this world of fighting and killing, death is very normal, but the people who died now are celestial dragons, so it's strange that people can still calm down. Tezzolo is still here, but he's not collecting the corpses of the celestial dragons. It's just here to convey Ling Bai's will to Marine. He, Tezzolo, surrendered to Ling Bai, and later, the Golden City belongs to the 4 Ling Bai. And, celestial dragons are never allowed to set foot in the Golden City again. Of course, the celestial dragons did not exist for long. The 4 celestial dragons who died now are just a warm-up for Ling Bai. Just don't know how Mariojoy will react. On the other side, Ibai and the others quickly returned to their residence. Advertisement. When Ling Bai went to take a shower, Reiju and Bonnie, who were full of curiosity, finally found a chance to ask Momosagi. In the scene just now, it seems that Ling Bai forced Momosagi to kill celestial dragons. This made Reiju and the others feel very scared. He couldn't help feeling afraid of Ling Bai. However, today's Momosagi, like a normal person, with a calm face, as always. Today, she killed 3 celestial dragons with 1 blow. Is there no reaction at all? Facing the curiosity of the 2 women, Momosagi shook his head without saying anything. But now, Momosagi is happy inside, but he doesn't show it. She could feel that, in Ling Bai's heart, the place that belonged to her was a little deeper. Ling Bai is also impressed by Momosagi. I asked Momosagi to kill celestial dragons, but I thought Momosagi didn't dare to kill them. As a result, Momosagi directly cut 3. Since the age of great pirates, the second person to kill celestial dragons has appeared. The first person, Ling Bai, killed 4 days, and Momosagi, killed 3. So Ling Bai was also very surprised. She is indeed the strongest and most beloved woman by his side. While Reiju and the others were talking, Ling Bai, who was taking a bath, called Momosagi to come in. Momosagi naturally went in without hesitation. Soon, Reiju and the others heard a unique and rhythmic voice. Time passed quickly. Late in the night, news of the death of the 4 celestial dragons naturally reached Mariojoy. Immediately, Mariojoy was furious. After knowing that it was Ling Bai who did it, even the 5 elders could only remain silent. But something more troublesome happened. Tezzolo, who controls 20% of the world's astonishing wealth, declares his surrender to Ling Bai, and the Golden City no longer allows celestial dragons to enter. This is Tezzolo's official breakup with the world government. Of course, the world government will not know that Tezzolo is already under control. As for Ling Bai's subordinates, he will also add another strong general. Tezzolo can become Ling Bai's right-hand man in controlling finances. Tezzolo became Ling Bai's command, which made the world government quite disturbed. They also knew how amazing the wealth Tezzolo controlled and how terrifying the influence was. Now that Tezzolo has become Ling Bai's subordinate, doesn't it mean that Ling Bai has indirectly controlled this huge amount of wealth? Chapter 162. 5 Elders, Lord I Am. World Government, 5 Elders meeting place. The 5 old men were furious, and of course they were deeply disturbed. Furious at Ling Bai beheaded 4 celestial dragons. Of course the masked woman killed 3 celestial dragons. This should also be counted on Ling Bai's head. Now Ling Bai is seriously provoking the world government again. This time it was 4 more celestial dragons, and 6 more CPOs, including the promising Rob Lucci. No wonder the 5 elders were not furious. At this time, Mariojoy naturally exploded. All celestial dragons, thousands of celestial dragons are angry. As the descendants of the Creator, they are the supreme gods of this world, and now, their sacred authority has been seriously challenged again. And so far, 7 celestial dragons have died because of Ling Bai, and, tragically, all celestial dragons rage, so they collectively went to the 5 elders to petition to destroy Ling Bai. As for the 5 elders, they are also very irritated. They can easily eliminate Ling Bai, so they are still needed. Are you irritated here? To the dismay of the 5 elders, Tezzolo surrendered to Ling Bai. This incident made 5 elders feel deeply uneasy. Tezzolo, who was extremely arrogant, would actually submit to Ling Bai. What kind of medicine did Ling Bai put on him? There is no doubt that the power of the 4 emperors transiting the sun is stronger. Also, there may be a cooperation between him and the ant. Although there is no result of the investigation, if we speculate, we can roughly conclude that they may have established a cooperation or even formed an alliance. It's not impossible to form an alliance. Although the 4 emperors are incompatible with each other, don't forget that as long as there are enough interests, it is not impossible for them to form an alliance. 4 emperors Ling Bai. How should we deal with it? This kind of guy is getting more and more disturbing. Sooner or later, he'll be more dangerous than that Locks guy. Advertisement, perhaps, have already surpassed Locks. At present, what should I do? It is meaningless to continue to increase his reward. New world, who can win his head? Now, he has begun to be considered the strongest man in the New World, and this view is constantly increasing. It doesn't matter what New World thinks of him, but New World is the strongest, and he really is. During this time, let celestial dragons not leave Mariojoy. Don't run into that crazy guy and risk your life. Unless the power of the entire naval headquarters is used to attack Paradise Island, maybe he can be wiped out in one fell swoop. But, if so, how much will we have to pay? Maybe lose more than half of the naval headquarters, or even the entire naval headquarters. Even if naval headquarters can win, it still needs to pay a huge price, but when the power of naval headquarters is weak, other pirate forces will be even crazier. Take advantage of the situation and rise up. This is a huge game, and don't forget, if Big Mom has formed an alliance with Ling Bai, then Big Mom can't stand by. So, if we let the naval headquarters attack Paradise Island, Akainu and the others will face 2-4 Emperor's pirates. In this kind of battle, our chances of winning will become smaller or even impossible. Ling Bai alone is too powerful. According to Akainu's report, it took Ling Bai nearly 2 hours to defeat Big Mom, but he himself was not injured at all. During the Summit War, his strength was also the most powerful in the world. It is obvious to all, he is probably the strongest pirate in history. Nowadays, it is obviously unrealistic to let the naval headquarters attack the Paradise rashly. By then, our world is likely to lose such military power as the naval headquarters, and the gain outweighs the loss. The two most important institutions of the world government, one Impel down, the other naval headquarters, especially the naval headquarters. Once the naval headquarters are destroyed, or even weakened to a low point, it will be terrible for the world government. Not to mention that the pirate forces will become more rampant. It may not be easy to attack Mariojoy by then. The 5 elders were very disturbed. They originally planned to let the naval headquarters all attack the Paradise, but after weighing the pros and cons, the 5 elders finally gave up on this idea. At least not now. Asking for flowers. Shortly after the meeting, the 5 elders rushed to where the Void Throne was. According to the latest notice, Lord I Am summoned them. At this time, the 5 elders were trembling all over, and they didn't expect Lord I Am to summon them. Advertisement instinctively, everyone was very resistant and uneasy. What is the reason for the Supreme Being who lives deep on the throne to summon them now? 5 elders reckoned that Lord I Am was furious. After all, this time, Ling Bai killed the celestial dragons again. The crime of killing celestial dragons, for celestial dragons, is even more serious than killing Marine Admiral or even Marshal Marine. After all, in the eyes of celestial dragons, to put it nicely, Marine is their subordinate, but to put it badly, Marine is their dog. But being the dog of the descendants of the Creator is also their supreme honor. Soon, the 5 elders arrived at the majestic building where the Void Throne was. The Void Throne, formerly known as the Vacant Throne, means that no one is allowed to sit on it, so as to represent equality and democracy. Of course, the later situation also developed the so-called celestial dragons. Equality and democracy are just empty words. The celestial dragons who enjoy all the privileges prove that the vacant throne is nothing but a false lie. And on this throne, it was I Am who was sitting, and the 5 elders saluted respectfully, and at the same time shouted in unison. Greetings, Lord I Am. At this moment, a woman is sitting on the Void Throne. A woman, visually estimated to be around 30 years old, with extremely sharp eyes, naturally exudes the supreme aura of a superior person, extremely majestic. As for appearance, she is a beautiful woman, but she is not very good looking, and belongs to the above average level. But appearance, to I Am, is naturally unimportant. At this moment, I Am looked down from the Void Throne, and as far as his eyes could see, was the 5 elders. At this moment, 5 elders was very disturbed. Chapter 163 I Am's Worries, Important Sacrifice. Looking up at I Am, the 5 elders were also waiting for their king to speak. Even if you live in the celestial dragons in Mariojoy, you may not be able to see the mysterious master I Am. I Am can no longer be said to be reclusive. She is the most mysterious existence in this world. There are still 4 months before the sacrifice, and I don't want anything to affect the sacrifice during this time. At this time, I Am finally spoke. His tone was calm, but naturally with the majesty of a superior. Although it was not loud, it was enough for 5 elders to hear. Sacrifice. It dawned on the 5 elders that sacrifices were indeed important, even the most important. It can be said that if there is a conflict between the time of Summit War and the sacrifice should be given priority. No matter what is important, it is not as important as offering sacrifices. The sacrifice in the mouth of 050 is to go to a mysterious island. Now this island has not been recorded on any map circulating in the world today, and only the 5 elders have the secrets. In it, there is the permanent pointer to the island, as well as the ancient map. This island is the Valley of the Gods. The tomb where the creators are buried is also the tomb of the celestial dragons of the past, and the legendary ancient weapon, Uranus. It is also the location of the cult of the celestial dragons. Back then, Lox and the others attacked the Valley of the Gods, but they were terminated before they reached the depths of the Valley of the Gods. In fact, the Valley of the Gods has always been very mysterious. At that time, Lox discovered the Valley of the Gods. After the incident of the Valley of the Gods, the Celestial Dragons executives ordered the world government to erase all information about the Valley of the Gods after a meeting. After all, this island hides too many secrets and is too important to Celestial Dragons to allow any mistakes. So even Sengoku, who had been to the Valley of the Gods, thought that the Valley of the Gods had been sunk by the world government. In fact, it was not. Even the top Marines were not qualified to know the secrets of the Valley of the Gods. Of course, for Sengoku and the others, the Valley of the Gods is also a secret. Now, I am said that there are still 4 months before the sacrifice, and the 5 elders understood what I am was going to say. Recently, the world is in turmoil, such as Ling Bai, these 4 emperors pirates, and some other big pirates or revolutionary army are also active. Of course Ling Bai should be highly valued. Absolutely not during this period of time, any event that affects the sacrifice. Advertisement 5 elders. Master I am, we will never let the priest make any mistakes. I am continued to speak. That brat, Ling Bai. At that time, the opportunity is gone, and if necessary, use that weapon. That weapon, of course, that weapon, does not refer to Uranus, although it is not as perverted as Uranus, it is also terrifying. This is the super weapon hidden in Mariojoy. If there is an existence in history that cannot be erased by naval headquarters, this weapon will naturally be used. For I am, this is the historical cleansing of turning off the lights. That brat, Lox, is nothing compared to him. I am expressionless. She was extremely angry at Ling Bai, who had repeatedly provoked the celestial dragon's rule, although she did not directly express such extremely angry feelings. Lox, it really can't be compared. 5 elders thought about it, and indeed it was. The person who defeated Lox was the combination of Garp and Luogia at that time. And Ling Bai's power, even if Luogia and Garp joined forces at that time, they couldn't be defeated. The danger of Ling Bai has surpassed that of Luogia and Lox. And Mr. IM said that since he had already said that he would use that mysterious weapon, it was enough to prove that Ling Bai was powerful. You must know that neither Lox nor Luogia is qualified to let Mr. IM say that he wants to use the mysterious weapon hidden in Mariojoy. IM. Also, Poseidon is about to be revived, and Pluto, the ancient weapon buried in the deepest sea, but if Poseidon wants to take out this ancient weapon, it will be easy. Poseidon, the mermaid princess of this generation. Thinking of Poseidon made even IM uneasy. In the Great War that year, the ancient weapon Pluton manufactured by that super ancient country was finally buried in the deep sea by the mermaid princess at that time, Poseidon after the war. This ancient weapon, I am well aware, is indestructible, even if it is buried in the deep sea for more than 800 years, it cannot be destroyed. This is ancient weapon. Although the manufacturing blueprints have been destroyed now, I am knows that as long as this generation of Poseidon knows the existence of Pluton, sea kings can completely drag this ancient weapon out of the deepest sea. Advertisement, Poseidon, Pluto. 5 elders became even more uneasy when they heard these 2 names. Has Poseidon revived? It should be time, the time in the prophecy? A prophecy. Is this prophecy necessarily true? Or is it the mistakes of the ancestors who predicted the future? Do not know. A prophecy about this world that only a handful of people including 5 elders and I am know about. In this era, there will be a war that will overturn the world. If celestial dragons can survive this war, they will naturally be able to maintain their rule. Miserable. Anyway, this is what I am and the others don't want to see. Even the era when Poseidon appeared seems to confirm the authenticity of this prophecy even more. Every hundreds of years, there will be a mermaid princess who does not have the power of Poseidon, and the previous generation was already 800 years ago. And Poseidon, the era when Poseidon appears, will certainly not be peaceful. I am is also uneasy about this. Poseidon, the power of Poseidon is to command all sea kings, even all Poseidon animals, if the mermaid princess with the power of Poseidon wants to do so in 4.8. It is absolutely possible to order all Poseidon animals to bulldoze the entire world government. Now, what disturbs I am is that Ling Bai controls the Fishman Island, and sooner or later he will know the existence of Poseidon. Just like 800 years ago, a super ancient country was overthrown, and the existence of that country was longer than the 800 years ruled by celestial dragons today. However, almost all traces of history have been eliminated, starting from 800 years ago, which is the time when this world started. This is the result of a lengthy effort by the world government. Erase everything and prevent the world from knowing the truth of everything. At this time, the conversation between 5 elders and I am was still going on, and Ling Bai on the other side didn't know about it. But at this time, Doflamingo contacted Ling Bai, saying that there was news of Mara fruit. Chapter 164 Give the Mara fruit to Momosagi. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo has news about Mara fruit. This had to surprise Ling Bai. A few days ago, Ling Bai asked Doflamingo to inquire about the news about Mara fruit, shock fruit, dark fruit and frozen fruit. Now, within a few days, there's news about Mara fruit. I have to say that Doflamingo's business ability is very strong. However, thanks to Ling Bai's absolute command, Doflamingo has absolute loyalty. Generally speaking, Doflamingo will not work hard for Ling Bai like he is now. What Ling Bai doesn't know is that now Doflamingo has almost given up most of its business to ask people to check the desired devil fruit and road sign history text in the port. Doflamingo, where is the Mara fruit now? King, I will bring the Mara fruit back to Dressrosa, and then hand it over to you. 3 days. Even 2 days I can get the Mara fruit. That's all. After that, Ling Bai ended the call with Doflamingo. Did you just say, Mara fruit? Reiju, who was rubbing Ling Bai's shoulders, was also puzzled. Mara fruit was once the ability of Fire Fist Ace, of course, Logia Mara fruit is still extremely powerful. That's right. Let me see, let any of you eat Mara fruit. We eat Mara fruit. Bonnie doesn't need it, she is a capable person herself, it's you and Momosagi, let's see who eats the Mara fruit. Reiju. Where's Hiyori? Hiyori, we'll talk about it later. To be honest, Ling Bai's current attitude towards Kazuki Hiyori is just playing around. After all, he has killed her retainers and big brother. This woman should be subdued first. Ling Bai didn't need to give absolute instructions, but slowly convinced her. However, with Mara fruit's powerful ability, after erasing all side effects, its power is naturally needless to say. Ling Bai still intends to give the Mara fruit to Momosagi or Reiju. On the other side, Momosagi is cooking in the kitchen, and Bonnie is assisting. Especially Momosagi, with her long hair wrapped in an apron, she looks like a good wife and mother. The woman Ling Bai is most satisfied with is naturally Momosagi. So he is more inclined to give the Mara fruit to Momosagi, and Ling Bai also thinks that the Mara fruit is still very suitable for Momosagi. Combine that with no side effects and it's perfect. Reiju. Then it's just me and Gion-san. Husband, let's give the Mara fruit to Gion-san. Reiju is also understanding, knowing that Momosagi is the most important thing in Ling Bai's heart. And in Reiju's view, the combination of flames and kendo is perfect for Momosagi. Ling Bai touched Reiju's head, admiring her humility. Ling Bai hates open and secret fighting in the harem the most, but now it is obvious that his harem does not have this kind of situation. I'll give it to you when there are other powerful devil fruits. I asked Doflamingo to find frozen fruits. Real? Reiju was pleasantly surprised. Do you like it? Reiju likes all the presents from my husband. Reiju laughed. Then I will reward you. In the kitchen, Momosagi was cooking, and at this moment, he heard a sound with a unique rhythm coming from outside. Both Momosagi and Bonnie blushed. Through the transparent glass window in the kitchen, Ling Bai and Reiju are hard at work. HMPH, little villain, Momosagi blinked and continued cooking. Soon, delicious dry dishes were put on the table, the aroma of vegetables spread throughout the house. Advertisement. It's time to start, Ling Bai, Momosagi said hello. At this time, Ling Bai's work is far from over, but Ling Bai let Reiju go. As for Reiju's strength seems to be drained. Sitting on a stool at the dining table, seeing Reiju like this, Bonnie could only serve her a bowl of rice. Reiju, it's okay, I won't feed you, after all, you are not a child anymore. It's not necessary. Reiju gave her a weak look, and then looked at Ling Bai helplessly. She fights alone, she can't satisfy Ling Bai. Gion's cooking skills seem to have improved again? Ling Bai was amazed. Obviously the aroma and color of the food this time was very good. Just like the meals they made at the Golden City's top chefs in the past 2 days. Of course, Sister Gion, for the sake of her husband, is working hard to learn how to do this well. Bonnie replied. Ling Bai walked to Momosagi, and the latter also understood what the other party meant, and immediately squatted down. She knew that she was going to eat bird's nest again. Soon, breakfast begins. It has to be said that Momosagi's culinary skills have naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Ling Bai also quite enjoyed this delicacy. This kind of life is really pleasant. I have to say that Ling Bai has been very happy these few days. There is no fighting or killing. After executing the 4 celestial dragons, neither the world government nor the naval headquarters made trouble for themselves. So Ling Bai is also very peaceful these days. Counting the time, there are still more than 20 days before Ling Bai will set out to attack Hongfa. At that time, it will officially begin to subvert the world, and the red hair is just the beginning. In addition, Ling Bai did not forget the 2 forces of the Whitebeard Remnant Party in the Revolutionary Army. Sooner or later, they will all come to trouble Ling Bai. There is no doubt that the remnants of Whitebeard in the Revolutionary Army have a place in Ling Bai's must-kill list. If only I could loot devil fruit. Ling Bai hopes that the future sign-in rewards will have the ability to plunder. Not only to plunder devil fruit, but also to join him to go to other worlds in the future. If he has the ability to plunder, he will naturally also want to plunder the abilities of strong people in other worlds. In this way, it will be even more perfect. Even if you don't have to sign in all the time, Ling Bai can continue to become stronger. Moreover, it is best to be able to distribute this ability to subordinates or people who are important to him. It's not like Ling Bai needs any ability. Assuming he can plunder Marco's Phoenix ability, it would be good to transfer it to his own woman. So this way, it's perfect. 2 days passed quickly. At this time, Ling Bai and the others who had packed up had already boarded their own ship, and left the Golden City under the watchful eye of Tezzolo. Now Tezzolo is Ling Bai's subordinate. When Ling Bai needs him, he will naturally be on call. At this time, Momosagi also followed Ling Bai. The sun is shining on the deck, and it is not a hot day today. Ling Bai was lying on the deck, pillowing Momosagi's lap, enjoying the peace with his eyes closed. Originally, Momosagi was going to break up with Ling Bai. After all, as a marine, she couldn't stay by Ling Bai's side all the time. Now Ling Bai still needs her to work. Momosagi can stay with Ling Bai only when Ling Bai and the world government completely turn their faces. At that time, Ling Bai and the world government will be in full swing. What justice, what marine, is not important to Momosagi today. As for Ling Bai taking her now, he wants to give her the Mara fruit. Advertisement. Doflamingo has already got the Mara fruit. According to Ling Bai, his ability can eliminate the side effects of Mara fruit. Give this mighty devil fruit to Momosagi. In this regard, Momosagi is also very moved. It's not that she really wants to have the ability of this devil fruit, but that this is the first time Ling Bai gave her a gift. Therefore, it is difficult to overlook the rabbit. For Momosagi today, even if Ling Bai says sweet words to her, Momosagi will be happy for a long time. Of course Ling Bai never said sweet words. Looking at Ling Bai with her eyes closed now, Momosagi is also feeling this tranquility, and at the same time can't help but think in her heart. How good would it be if Ling Bai belonged to her alone? Of course, this can only be imagined, and it is obviously unrealistic. But what makes Momosagi happy is that in Ling Bai's heart, she is the most important. In this regard, Momosagi has decided in her heart that she wants to be the woman behind Ling Bai, work hard for Ling Bai, and assist him to achieve his great career. Time keeps passing, and Doflamingo also contacted Ling Bai again, agreeing to meet on an island. Doflamingo is going to give the Mera fruit to Ling Bai. At night, when Ling Bai was about to start working with Momosagi, the system sounds suddenly sounded. Naturally, I signed in again. Ling Bai was a little surprised, not knowing how the system triggered the sign in. Sign in. Successful sign in, reward, mutual promotion of physique. Hearing the name of the reward, Ling Bai was stunned for a moment, but when some information came into Ling Bai's mind, Ling Bai finally knew what this so-called mutual promotion physique was. To put it bluntly, it is double shoe. As long as Ling Bai works with his daughters, they can promote each other. Not only Ling Bai himself will become stronger, but Momosagi and the others will also continue to become stronger. Although the improvement may be average for Ling Bai himself, but for Momosagi and the others, the improvement is huge. It's like, Ling Bai can make them stronger. In time, Ling Bai is likely to let Momosagi and the others have powers comparable to Big Mom's. Even stronger than Big Mom. This is scary, but after the three girls of Momosagi communicated, they found that all three of them were in the same situation. Soon, the time came to the next day. P.S. It's a bit self-indulgent, it's almost time to fight and kill, and the daily description is over here. These chapters are more self-indulgent. The three daughters of Momosagi followed Ling Bai with doubts. This is a secret, don't tell it, or by then, women all over the world will pursue me. The result is of course remarkable. Ling Bai couldn't help laughing, and immediately, Ling Bai and the girls entered the experimental state. After Ling Bai said it, they all blushed. This made them feel quite strange. Ling Bai was smiling. On the other side, Doflamingo with Mera fruit and several subordinates are already waiting here. Momosagi scolded. Shameless. This is not an illusion. If it is a person, it is reasonable to say that it is an illusion. Overnight, they always feel that their strength seems to have become stronger, although it is not particularly obvious, they feel that their bodies are very powerful. At this time, Ling Bai and the others have arrived at the island agreed with Doflamingo. It's a bit foul, but I like it. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Mera fruit, fusion of Kendo and Mera fruit. Seeing Ling Bai's arrival, Doflamingo was also in awe. As Ling Bai's subordinate, he naturally had to be respectful. And Doflamingo's subordinates also became respectful. At the same time, I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that even Doflamingo, who is usually rebellious, is now respectful. As expected of 4 emperors Ling Bai, at this time, everyone saw only 4 emperors Ling Bai, and behind him were 3 women, one of whom was wearing a mask. But the other 2 women are all beauties, and the masked one is not bad either. And Ling Bai's powerful aura is also awe-inspiring. King. Doflamingo saluted respectfully. Devil fruit? Ling Bai is no nonsense either. At this time, Ling Bai also asked one of the subordinates behind him to hand him a box, and Doflamingo took it and handed the box to Ling Bai. This is Mera fruit. After Ling Bai opened the box, he saw a devil fruit with flame patterns. Same as seen in the original. Are you sure it's Mera fruit? It's absolutely true, King. You can rest assured. Doflamingo sighed. That's fine. After finishing speaking, Ling Bai thought for a while, then continued. By the way, Doflamingo, have you heard of the Devil Fruit Illustrated book? I've heard of it, but the Devil Fruit Illustrated book can be said to be a legend. At present, I know only 2, one is in the world government, and the other is in the hands of Whitebeard. I don't know now. Maybe the Whitebeard pirates can buy it. Take the text chart ship. That's it, Doflamingo, let's continue to find the Devil Fruit I want in the piece of history text. Everything follows the king's will. When there is news, you will be able to tell the king. Ling Bai nodded. Seeing Doflamingo's current appearance, he couldn't help admiring the power of the absolute command again. Doflamingo, you can leave if it's okay, it is good. After being ordered to evict guests by Ling Bai, Doflamingo naturally retreated with his subordinates. As for his subordinates, they also followed Doflamingo with deep doubts. Unexpectedly, the extremely proud Doflamingo would be so respectful to 4 emperors Ling Bai. This kind of respect is not fake at all. This also had to shock them. Ling Bai, Doflamingo, why does he respect you so much? Momoshage was very surprised. After all, Suru Vice Admiral also hunted Doflamingo for many years, knew how arrogant Doflamingo is, but now he respects Ling Bai so much. You guess. Advertisement. Ling Bai smiled and took out the Mera fruit at the same time. Beginning to be unruly again, Momoshage scolded. But Momoshage still hopes that Ling Bai will be more unruly or mischievous as he is now. At least it's not like sometimes, it's aloof and awe-inspiring. Is this Mera fruit? Momoshage's gaze was attracted, and Ling Bai said before that this demon was for her. This is the first gift from Ling Bai to her. Yes, for you. At this time, amidst the curiosity of the 3 girls, Ling Bai held the Mera fruit in his left hand, and covered it with his right hand. A burst of white light flashed, scanning the entire Mara fruit in a circle. This is where the ability to remove the side effects of devil fruit comes into play. Okay, the side effects have been eliminated. Ling Bai handed the Mara fruit to Momoshage. Is this the side effect of removing devil fruit? That is to say, even if Sister Gion eats this devil fruit, she is not afraid of sea stone and seawater? The three women were amazed, but if the side effects were really eliminated, wouldn't it be incredible? And if this is spread, the whole world will be shaken by it, right? The side effects of devil fruit have always existed since devil fruit existed. Secret, this is my ability. Do you want the 5 elders to arrest me for slice research? Ling Bai laughed. In no mood, then I want to eat. Momoshage watched Ling Bai give the gift of the spoon. It is said that the bad fruit is hard to eat. Under the eyes of everyone, Momoshage bit it, and immediately Momoshage turned blue. It's really unpalatable. Momoshage felt bitter in his heart, but thinking that Ling Bai gave it to him, he immediately swallowed the whole Mara fruit in big mouthfuls. It looks so unpalatable. Both Reiju and Bonnie knew it, and they knew it when they saw Momoshage's face. Boom! At this moment, a large flame burst out from Momoshage's body. This can't help but startle the 3 women, including Momoshage himself. Will the clothes be burnt beautiful? Reiju and Bonnie back away. Bonnie said, no way, the ability user's clothes and abilities are assimilated, and it doesn't affect it. Advertisement, it feels like power is coming out of my body. At this moment, Momoshage was shocked by the huge power in his body, even ignoring the taste of devil fruit left in his mouth. And her body was also entwined with gorgeous flames, and the surrounding air was also distorted and the temperature rose rapidly. It's even more perfect to combine Mara fruit's ability with your kendo, Gion. Ling Bai gave Momoshage a way to use his abilities. Generally speaking, if the person who eats devil fruit has strong strength, then eat devil fruit, the starting point for devil fruit development will be very high. In the original book, Blackbeard eats the shock fruit to start the game, and Sabo eats the Mara fruit is also extremely powerful. Now that Momoshage ate the devil fruit, Ling Bai clearly felt that this flame was more fierce than the flame of the Fire Fist ace he faced in Marineford at that time. After all, Momoshage is a woman with admirable combat power, as the world's #1 female swordsman. Needless to say, it is powerful itself, so if you eat Mara fruit now, you will be extremely powerful at the beginning. Mara fruit's ability to merge with my kendo? Momoshage was thoughtful, and also recognized Ling Bai's words in his heart. Ling Bai said, today and tomorrow, we will stay here, waiting for you to familiarize yourself with the new ability. This is an uninhabited island, whatever Momoshage can do. Then I have to work hard to familiarize myself with the new ability. Having high expectations from Ling Bai, Momoshage is even more excited. Soon, she began to explore new abilities. Mara fruit ability, Fusion Kendo. It didn't take long for Momoshage to develop a new ult. With one swing of the knife, the huge slash was wrapped in raging fire, tearing apart the sea, and releasing raging fire all the way. The fierce flames immediately burned a large area of the sea, quickly forming a huge flame barrier. With this knife, the nearby sea kings were frightened. Of course, this is just the beginning. When night fell, the sea boiled. Hundreds of sea kings in this area retreated for hundreds of kilometers because of fear. Okay, Zhao. Very scary. Reiju, who was grilling, felt terrified watching all this. Knowing that Momoshage's strength is terrifying, but until today, she and Reiju have not seen the so-called strength. The sea has been torn apart countless times. Momoshage, who has Mara fruit, seems to have become stronger and more terrifying. The power is released. Ling Bai also watched all this with satisfaction. Not long after eating the Mara fruit, Momoshage has already shown the power of this ability. If Reiju is allowed to eat, obviously it will not be of this level. Of course, Reiju's strength is also very good, and she is also a master of poison, and she is also an existence that is invulnerable to poison. In addition, just a few hours ago, Reiju also informed Ling Bai about the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Her father, Judge, also has a copy. Ling Bai discovered it unexpectedly. He thought it was difficult to find the Devil Fruit illustrated book, but Judge has it. Wasn't it just a matter of just asking him to send it over? Chapter 166 News about the Revolutionary Army. 5 days later, Naval Headquarters. Of course, the Naval Headquarters at this time is already the new Naval Headquarters in New World. Marineford has naturally been rebuilt, but it is already in the past tense. Behind the new Naval Headquarters is the new Marine Town, where many Marines and Marines live. Dependents. At this point, Momoshage is back. Wearing casual clothes, outlining a perfect figure, wearing a cloak of justice, his own powerful momentum, beautiful and moving, but majestic. She is the goddess of countless Marines, but she also daunts countless Marines. Momoshage Alternate Admiral is good. Momoshage Candidate Admiral, so beautiful. Isn't it always beautiful? It's a well-deserved goddess of Naval Headquarters, much better looking than Hina Rear Admiral. It's only natural, and Goddess Momoshage is much stronger than Hina Rear Admiral. Countless Marines were filled with admiration when they saw Momoshage come back, and there are not many people whose eyes do not contain stars. Momoshage, however, ignored it. In the past, Momoshage would still say hello to them, but after becoming Ling Bai's woman, she doesn't even want to talk to men. Also, don't even look at it. It is also more indifferent to the opposite S**X. 5 days ago, after mastering the Mara fruit, Momoshage became stronger, and naturally had more means of fighting. Kendo and Mara fruit fusion. 263 Of course, the Mera fruit is just the beginning for Momoshagi, and naturally there is still a long way to go, but Momoshagi has a very high start and can exert a strong fire destructive power. And now she is able to elementalize, which is an extremely powerful defense method. If it is not armament hockey, she will not be able to hurt her at all. None of the sea stone weapons work, because Ling Bai eliminates the side effects of Mera fruit. Sea stone and seawater have no effect on Momoshagi. This point, Momoshagi also verified it is really useless. Only armament hockey can. In addition, on that island, Ling Bai also taught Momoshagi how to practice emission armament hockey, and the gifted Momoshagi quickly got started. Momoshagi was overjoyed. After all, Ling Bai valued her so much, and it was obvious that she held a heavy place in his heart. Moreover, after Ling Bai fell asleep, he hugged Momoshagi unconsciously and sucked the two great plays, even though Reiju was right next to him. It's a gut reaction. Momoshagi seems to have a heavy responsibility. Advertisement. Naturally, Ling Bai couldn't be disappointed. Soon, we arrived at the new marshal's office. At this time, there are only the old B******** Dikazaru, Marshal Akainu, and Crane Vice Admiral in the office. Gion, are you back? Crane asked about the other party, and she regarded Momoshagi as her younger sister, but they were not related by blood. Yeah, the task is complete, I'll come and report. Soon, Momoshagi reported in front of Akainu that in this trip, she wiped out a total of 4 pirate groups. Taking the captain as the calculation, the highest reward was 630 million Baileys, and the lowest was 420 million Baileys, a total of 2,040 million Baileys. In addition, there are 4 bounties for other members of the pirate group, and the total bounty is conservatively estimated to be at least 3 billion Baileys. Of course, it also includes a pirate group that was destroyed by Ling Bai, but Ling Bai let Momoshagi count it. Momoshagi is also true. As for their corpses, they probably fed sea kings too. Great record, Momoshagi. Akainu couldn't help admiring, but also didn't question the authenticity of it. After all, Momosagi's reputation is still very good among naval headquarters. By the way, Mr. Marshal, has naval headquarters taken any action against that 4 emperors? Ling Bai. After all, he killed celestial dragons again. Momoshagi is here to inquire about the news of the 4 celestial dragons who died in the Golden City. 3 of them were performed by herself. After the celestial dragons incident, neither the world government nor the naval headquarters seemed to take any action, just transported away the body of the celestial dragons. The above said, wait a minute, but to put it bluntly, there is no action. Akainu is also helpless about this. He doesn't understand what the higher-ups of the world government mean. 4 celestial dragons have died. Can the higher-ups feel at ease? Can't you express it? Moreover, Tezzolo announced that he would join Ling Bai and become Ling Bai's subordinate, and the Golden City will reject any celestial dragons from now on. Of course Akainu, as the marshal, BDCA, has no way of knowing the conversation between 5 elders and IM. That's an important conversation. In the next 4 months, the strategy adopted by the world government for the pirates is to temporarily hold back and try to maintain a balanced and stable situation, so as to avoid long-term turmoil that will never affect the upcoming sacrifice. As for the sacrifice, it will be other strategies. That's it. Seeing nothing else, Momoshagi left. Of course Suru Vice Admiral followed suit. Sister He, what's the matter? Advertisement. Momoshagi was a little puzzled. It's nothing, just talking to you. It's been too long since we talked together, right? Gion, as your older sister, I really hope that you will have a family. Don't be like me. For the sake of the marine career, you will spend your whole life, right? Momoshagi suddenly realized that it turned out that the marriage was being urged, and his identity indeed had this qualification. In naval headquarters, the one who treated her best for so many years was naturally he Vice Admiral. But does she need it? Obviously not, after all she already has Ling Bai. Momoshagi is now fighting hard for Ling Bai, help him achieve supremacy. Facing Crane's urging, Momoshagi just said a few perfunctory words, and then talked about other topics. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others have also returned to paradise. As for the first thing Ling Bai has to do, it is to let Judge take out that devil fruit. But this book is not in Judge's possession for the time being, but he does have this illustrated book. After greeting Bullet and the others, Ling Bai returned to his residence. At this time, the girls were also waiting for Ling Bai to come back for dinner. Reiju, Bonnie, Hiyori, Yamato, Baby 5, and 2 children. One is Ayu, and the other is Sato, a child in his 20s. Here, Yamato and Baby 5 are not Ling Bai's women. Staying in this luxurious residence, they are maids and subordinates. The baby's brain circuit is a little too deep, and Yamato, Kaido's daughter, and Ling Bai don't have much desire for her. It was Ling Bai who thought about whether to lift the absolute order and tame Tianhe. After a full meal, this night, Dan Rihei faced Ling Bai alone, which made her feel sad. To get along with a villain who killed someone important to her, the key is that she can't resist, and even in that kind of thing, she still yearns for Ling Bai. Hiyori felt extremely desolate about this. As Reiju said, just stay here, there is no need to think about other things. At this time, after Ling Bai entered the state, Rihei also gained strength because of Ling Bai's mutually promoting 2-day physique. After that, another 3 days passed. At this time, Ling Bai also received the latest news from Doflamingo that the Revolutionary Army is going to liberate a tyrannical country in New World. As for Ling Bai asking Doflamingo to pay attention to the actions of the Revolutionary Army, The reason is that if he wants to find the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, he only needs to capture a group of Revolutionary Army subordinates, and even one is enough for Ling Bai. The Revolutionary Army is not destroyed, Ling Bai is not at ease. Chapter 167. The attacking Revolutionary Army. Ling Bai killed the second in command in the Revolutionary Army, and with Seibo's position in the Revolutionary Army, it is estimated that the Revolutionary Army already hates Ling Bai. Of course, it is impossible for Ling Bai to let them go. The Revolutionary Army is nothing more than a shitstick. With the strength of the Revolutionary Army today, it is tantamount to wishing to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule. After all, the strength of the Revolutionary Army is there. The overall strength of the Revolutionary Army can be compared to the 4 Emperor's pirates, but with the power of the 4 Emperor's pirates, can it overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons? On the same day, Bai led his subordinates to attack. Shiryu, Lao Sha, Weibel, Luo, Broken Monk, Cavendish, and of course hundreds of members of Germa's legion. This trip is not facing Drago, so there is no need for the whole army to attack. The information received was that Dorag was not involved in the overthrow of a certain country's tyranny this time, but only sent 2 army commanders. But even if Drago is around, Ling Bai doesn't think the problem is too big, and it will be fine to just kill it at that time. Ling Bai doesn't think that Drago can have the same strength as him, and Garp doesn't even have it. This is Ling Bai's confidence. On the other side, New World, the Kingdom of Gothia, is the tyrannical kingdom that the Revolutionary Army wants to liberate. At this time, the Kingdom of Gothia was in chaos, and the citizens who had had enough of the king's tyranny, under the instigation of the Revolutionary Army, raised up their flags and rose up to resist. In order to overthrow this tyrannical kingdom and establish a new order, the Revolutionary Army sent 2 Revolutionary Army commanders, such as Commander Molly and Commander Betty. Especially Army Commander Betty, as a person with the ability to encourage the fruit of paramecia, just standing on a high place. A few words can make countless citizens rise up to resist. This is precisely because of her ability, can inspire others, and make people have a great spirit strength and resistance. Therefore, in the Revolutionary Army, Betty's role can also be imagined. It can be called the spiritual responsibility of the Revolutionary Army, fighting spirit, and then continue to contribute to the cause of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the citizens who received Betty's encouragement were already full of fighting spirit and threatened to overthrow the tyranny of the king of this country. And looking at the already seething citizens, Betty has become accustomed to it, and then she waved the flag and shouted, "Go, for freedom and happiness. Call, for freedom and happiness, for freedom and happiness." Thousands of people responded immediately, and tens of thousands of people erupted immediately. The Revolutionary Army looked at all this, and they all showed joyful faces. Today, another tyrannical country is destined to be overthrown by them. In time, their revolutionary military cause will finally win an absolute victory. Almost every Revolutionary Army thought so. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, under the encouragement of Betty, under the leadership of the Revolutionary Army, they began to attack the palace. This is the last bastion of this country. On the other side, the king who has been hiding in the palace has long been trembling. At this moment, he already hates the Revolutionary Army, but what can be done? The strength of the Revolutionary Army is simply not something he can resist. An hour later, the palace was breached, and amidst the cheers of countless people, the heads of the king and the royal family were finally hung high. This tyrannical country has also perished at this point, and at the same time, a new order will be established under the leadership of the Revolutionary Army during this period. Betty, it went well this time. There are no strong people in this country. Molly smiled. Betty said, "That's right, it's really easy. We didn't have many casualties here, but Molly, the Revolutionary Army still has a long way to go." "Yes, we still have a long way to go," Molly agrees. "Is it very long? You don't have much time, do you?" A lazy voice came from Betty and the others. It was the Ling Bai pirates headed by Ling Bai. And Betty and the others followed the sound, and everyone's expressions became terrified almost instantly, just like ordinary people seeing a ghost. Some people even slumped on the ground. It's 4 Emperors Ling Bai. How is it possible? 4 Emperors Ling Bai actually appeared in such a place. It's over. What are they doing here? This is the 4 Emperors coming. Countless people are falling into fear. In this new world, there are hardly many people who are not afraid of the 4 Emperors pirates. They are the existence at the apex of the Great Pirate Era, and Ling Bai is the apex of the apex. Molly and Betty also looked terrified and dignified. The appearance of Ling Bai, even as army commanders, they have to fear. Asking for flowers. Betty, this time we may be in danger. That guy came here to target us. There shouldn't be anything worthy of his attention in this kind of country. Molly frowned, and his mood became heavy. Advertisement. Maybe, but I'm not afraid. That guy is the one who killed Seibo. He is our enemy. Betty frowned and looked at Ling Bai with anger. Let's start having fun. Ling Bai waved his hand, and Lao Sha behind him also understood the meaning. It's time to fight. There are thousands of revolutionary troops ahead. Can you make them happy? Immediately, Lao Sha and the others rushed to the Revolutionary Army in front, and the battle was naturally imminent. 0 in terms of morale. The Revolutionary Army's morale is very poor due to the fear of Ling Bai. Ling Bai also didn't use Conqueror's Hockey, otherwise how many people could support the Revolutionary Army in front? Now, it is naturally time for his subordinates to perform. The Revolutionary Army on the other side had no choice but to fight. However, compared with the Revolutionary Army, the composition of Ling Bai's members obviously has an overwhelming advantage. Damn it. Fight to the death. Betty yelled and launched the power of encouraging fruit, trying to inspire all the revolutionary army. However, in the next second, Betty flew out, being punched in the stomach by Ling Bai. Betty was blasted away like a bazooka. Betty! Commander Morley yelled in panic, but at this time Shiryu and Weibo had already arrived. A Shiryu is not easy, and now he has to face a Weibo. Molly can only die soon. Ling Bai's speed was so fast that Betty didn't notice Ling Bai's arrival at all. Eventually Betty crashes into a building, which is also blown apart. The terrible pain almost made Betty faint. She herself cannot be regarded as a combatant in the Revolutionary Army, her strength is average, and her biggest role is to inspire people's spirits. Ling Bai also used a little bit of strength for this blow, otherwise Betty might be wiped out directly. The reason why Ling Bai didn't kill her directly was because she had great use value. Catch her, and ask directly where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located. Chapter 168 Capture Revolutionary Army Commander Betty. The overall combat strength of Ling Bai's side is not known to be much higher than that of the Revolutionary Army. The powerful Revolutionary Army that came to this island this time is only Mo Li, and the deputy commander has a few who can fight, but how could they be Shiryu's opponents? Molly faced Weibo and Shiryu alone. At the beginning of the battle, it was very fierce, but after 10 minutes, Molly suffered more and more injuries until finally, Shiryu and Weibo cut off his left and right hands respectively. Molly also fell to the ground. Molly, who lost his hands, and with multiple serious injuries on his body, couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. Molly also lost the power to fight back at this time. Looking at Shiryu and the others, their eyes were full of anger, and even the severe pain on their bodies was not as severe as their own. But at the same time, seeing his brothers in the Revolutionary Army fall one after another, Molly couldn't help feeling sad. Will their Revolutionary Army be buried here today? Are you going to kill them all? Molly was very angry. 423 was bleeding profusely in many places on his body, and his complexion became extremely pale. Weibo, do it. Shiryu didn't talk nonsense and let Weibo give Molly the last blow. After Weibo heard Shiryu's words, he waved his sword, and then Molly's head was thrown up, and finally fell heavily on the ground. Die with peace. Blood rush. Do not. Seeing this scene in the distance, Betty's eyes were full of disbelief, and at the same time, her heart was filled with grief. At this time, Betty has been captured by Ling Bai. In Betty's eyes, the Revolutionary Army died one by one. Betty's mood sank to the bottom because of this. Please let them go. I'm willing to do anything you want me to do. In the end, Betty cried, how miserable the Revolutionary Army in front of them was, and they were being harvested by Ling Bai's subordinates one by one. Ling Bai didn't speak, he didn't like to negotiate terms with others. Let her do whatever she wants. Isn't this very simple for Ling Bai? Do you still need to promise? It didn't take long for the Revolutionary Army here, dead or injured, no one could stand up. The citizens who were still deeply involved in the overthrow of tyranny just now, watched all this from a distance, and sat down on the ground in despair. They have just stepped out of the darkness and are about to welcome the light, but now they are once again trapped in the darkness, and this should be an even more terrifying darkness. Advertisement, Lao Sha, you will handle the final work. Ling Bai looked at Lao Sha, who nodded and understood what Ling Bai wanted him to do. After all, he had already explained it before. Ling Bai wanted to bring this place into his territory, so Ling Bai wouldn't destroy the Revolutionary Army here and leave a mess. And in fact, in today's new world, Ling Bai's territory can be said to be the best, most stable and safest, better than Big Mom's territory, and better than the countries that joined the world government. After all, Ling Bai also asked the residents in the site to pay a huge protection fee, and Ling Bai, who was too poor, didn't bother to collect it. Perhaps in the future, after settling down, Ling Bai will develop these sites. The country overthrown by the Revolutionary Army is not necessarily better than Ling Bai's territory today. Lao Sha deserves to be the one who almost took over the entire Alabasta. After the flag of the Ling Bai pirates was planted in this country, he announced that this country was included in the territory of the Ling Bai pirates. At the same time, he also supported a puppet the king goes up. A series of tasks were completed within 2 or 3 hours. As for the corpses of the Revolutionary Army, let this country handle them. So far, Yin Bai's operation is over. It was Ling Bai who took Betty back. This hotly dressed woman attracted everyone's attention. Of course, everyone knows that Ling Bai likes beautiful women, so everyone understands it. Don't think too much, but this woman, I'm going to arrest her and torture her to extract a confession. When the time comes, I'll find out where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is, and I'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Ling Bai smiled at everyone. Indeed, if you want to find the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, it's better to arrest a Revolutionary Army officer and interrogate him. Everyone also suddenly realized. But it is true that Ling Bai not only wants Betty to tell where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is, but also wants to make Betty his own prison. It's also good to find some new women every once in a while. Moreover, Betty's ability is really good. Encouraging fruit, to put it bluntly, is the ability to brainwash, and ordinary people can be brainwashed by Betty in a few clicks. At that time, Ling Bai thinks that he can go directly to a major country that is a member of the world government and let Betty brainwash all the citizens. If it is feasible, that is naturally the best. I can't say that. Betty, who was in extreme anger and grief, couldn't help cursing. She would never say where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was, the island, which was not recorded on the map. It is not that the world government has not arrested the Revolutionary Army for interrogation, trying to find out where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is, but no Revolutionary Army will say that everyone is unyielding. Betty can't even say that no matter how much danger and injury she suffers. She can't even tell it, the dead Revolutionary Army cannot be allowed to die in peace. Thinking of the Revolutionary Army who died today, Betty couldn't help crying again. Advertisement, however, it was obvious that she underestimated Ling Bai. Ling Bai had absolute orders, and when the time came to control her, wouldn't it be easy to find out where Baltigo Island was? In the evening, everyone returned to paradise. And Ling Bai pulled Betty, who was wearing sea-stone shackles with iron chains, and returned to his residence. When the girls saw Betty, they could also predict what would happen to her next. At night, the unique rhythmic sound can be heard endlessly, and there is also the faint sound of Betty crying. Reiju sighed. Go on, sisters. At this time, Reiju, Bonnie, and Rihei, 3 daughters, are playing dodiju, which Ling Bai taught them. In Ling Bai's house, they are still very harmonious. After all, Ling Bai does not allow them to be disharmonious, otherwise the consequences will be serious. The 3 girls were playing dodiju, while Yamato, Baby 5, Ayu and Granos watched beside them. Sister Hiyori, big brother, and that new sister, what are you doing there? The naive and innocent Ayu was very puzzled. After all, the voice that came out was indeed quite loud, but everyone was extremely calm. A huge haze shrouded the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army again. Even an inexperienced person like Yamato knows what Ling Bai is doing, even the young Granos knows it. After all, except for Ayu, who is only 6 years old, everyone present here is in their 20s. Reiju interrupted Hiyori, and then said to Ayu, if you don't obey, you will be taught by big brother, you know? At the very beginning, Ling Bai launched the absolute command, asked Ling Bai for all the information the other party wanted, and then lifted the absolute command. Time passed quickly one night, and Betty was asked by Ling Bai to find out where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was, and there was an island leading to Baltigo. On the other side, that is, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army at this time, once again fell into great grief and anger. For a while, I didn't know how to answer 4.2. Then there was what happened last night when Reiju and the others were landlords. As soon as Ayu said this, all the girls became even more embarrassed. They lost the army commander Molly, and Betty's life and death are unknown. In addition, many brothers and sisters of the Revolutionary Army also lost their lives. Hiyori touched Ayu's little head and said with a smile, big brother, playing a game with that new sister. Oh, I will be obedient. Hearing Ayu's words, all the girls blushed, especially Reiju, and the 3 of them blushed even more. After Betty knew that she had revealed a lot of secrets, she almost collapsed. The next morning, Ling Bai mobilized for a meeting, preparing to set off for Baltigo the day after tomorrow to wipe out the Revolutionary Army. Hiyori, drama teaches bad kids. It has to be said that Ling Bai had a bit of a bad taste this time. Ayu rolled his eyes. Aren't the sisters obedient? Why does it seem like every night, the big brother teaches the sisters a lesson? Chapter 169, The Haze of the Revolutionary Army, Desperate Betty. At this time, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was shrouded in a huge haze. Thousands of Revolutionary Army personnel led by Israeli Army Commander Mali died tragically, especially the Army Commander Mali was not only cut off his hands, but also beheaded. The Army Commander, Betty, has also been captured by Ling Bai and the others, and now his life and death are uncertain. At this time, Dorag and the others looked at the corpses of thousands of revolutionary soldiers including Mo Li who had been smuggled back, and fell into great pain for a while. Mali, even Drago, since Sabo's death last time, is now in tears again. The same is true for other revolutionary armies, and everyone will inevitably fall into great pain and sorrow. Damn it. Ling Bai. It's all him, killed Sabo, and now I want to kill Mali and the others, my brothers and sisters in the Revolutionary Army. I must kill him. Countless revolutionary troops have long been furious to ultimate, and it is not an exaggeration to regard Ling Bai as the enemy who killed her husband. Drago also clenched his fists, and his hands were also bruised. One can imagine the anger in his heart. Drago suppressed his grief and said, I will definitely make him pay the price. Dorag, what about Betty? Knowing that her sister Betty has been kidnapped, and now her life and death are unknown, Koala's heart is extremely heavy and full of worries. Betty has fallen into the hands of the devil, and Koala can't imagine what will happen to her. I will save Betty myself. Even if I break into that island, I will save Betty with my life. Betty is now the light of their revolutionary army. In Dorag's view, Betty is the most important to the revolutionary army, even more important than him as the leader. Drago is only the leader of the revolutionary army. Even if he dies, there can be other leaders. But as the light of the revolutionary army, it is irreplaceable. Betty, she's a member of the revolutionary army. The revolutionary army must not lose her. Now that Betty fell into his hands, Drago couldn't even imagine how she would be treated. In the end, Dorag discussed with everyone, and after holding a funeral for Molly and the others, he went to pack up and set off to attack the paradise and rescue Betty. Of course, Drago prefers to go to paradise alone to rescue Betty. He is well aware of Ling Bai's power and terror, and Drago can't bear to let the brothers of the revolutionary army take risks. Betty, he has to rescue it. On the other side, Naval Headquarters. Advertisement at this time, Naval Headquarters received another important news. The Ling Bai pirates, this time the whole army is attacking again. All of a sudden, Naval Headquarters was shocked. As a result, Akainu held an emergency meeting overnight. In any case, the entire pirate group of the Ling Bai pirate group attacked at this time, and let New World know that it would be shocked and disturbed. Naval headquarters is also always monitored by people in the park. That's why I discovered the Ling Bai pirates dispatch for the first time. I want to know, what's going on? Akainu asked everyone in the conference room. At this moment, there is a group of vice admirals in the conference room, and Sono, Leaping Rabbit, Sengoku, and Crane are all here. Inevitably, there should be a big move. Crane Vice Admiral frowned. Akainu. The latest news is coming from our side. Is this going to attack naval headquarters? Kizaru shook his head. Not at all. It shouldn't be so arrogant as to attack naval headquarters. Momosagi was silent, because Ling Bai said that he would attack the Red Hair Pirates during this period of time, but the direction of travel now is obviously not. And certainly not to touch naval headquarters. For Ling Bai, naval headquarters is associated with the world government, and naval headquarters will only be launched in the final battle. Now naval headquarters is on the side of the red line, and going up is the world government headquarters and the location of Mariajoy. Momosagi guessed that Ling Bai was going to attack his planned revolutionary army or the remnants of Whitebeard. At this time, naval headquarters also became nervous. After all, Ling Bai went to war again. Moreover, 7 ships were attacked this time, more people than the last time they went to Cake Island, so the momentum is huge. Many Marines, even Akainu, are guessing, is Ling Bai going to attack naval headquarters while most of naval headquarters' powerful combat forces are gone? However, Akainu and the others are bound to be nervous. On the other side, among the largest ships of the Ling Bai pirates, Vice Admiral, top cabin. This is where Ling Bai's room is located. At this time, being shocked by Ling Bai, she couldn't believe that she actually told the location of Baldigo Island, which is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Her head was about to explode. This was the most terrifying thing for her, and she couldn't accept it. Advertisement telling the location of the Revolutionary Army is even more terrifying than the experience she is in now. It is foreseeable that what a terrible disaster the Revolutionary Army will suffer next. 4 Emperors Ling Bai, this terrible demon, is now about to attack the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The entire pirate group and combat forces are on the attack. Betty couldn't imagine that the unprepared Revolutionary Army was going to face this powerful army. And, terribly and tragically, she, Betty, a commander of the Revolutionary Army, betrayed the Revolutionary Army. She didn't know how she had revealed the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The rest of the Revolutionary Army, even if they were captured and tortured by the world government, would rather die than surrender in the end, and would never reveal the location of the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Over the years, I don't know how many revolutionary troops have been arrested. But their Revolutionary Army headquarters is still safe and sound. Dorag and the others don't know what kind of danger they're facing, right? Betty shook her head frantically, trying not to listen to Ling Bai's words. These days, she almost collapsed. Betty's body trembled unconsciously. Ling Bai is obviously not a person who is sympathetic to others. What a sad thing it is to struggle in the hands of the devil. Please, let the Revolutionary Army go, will you? But, in Betty's eyes, it was a devil's smile. Ling Bai's words also made Betty feel broken, and also feel hopeless. Now, she, Betty, the commander of Army 930, is regarded as the existence of the light of the Revolutionary Army, and she actually betrayed the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the Revolutionary Army is about to hold a funeral, but they don't know that the Ling Bai pirates are attacking. At this time, she was attacked by Ling Bai, and the psychological defense line in her heart had already been broken. Besides, you were the one who told me the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. What would happen if they found out? Eventually, Betty cried. Ling Bai behind Betty laughed. It was a very sunny smile, harmless to humans and animals, which made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Stop it, please don't, and she, Betty, is the culprit. She knew that a nightmare was coming, and it was a nightmare that the Revolutionary Army would face. Chapter 170. Arrive at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, take action. The first half of the Grand Line, the island of White Clay, Baltigo. This is exactly where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located, a place that even the world government has been unable to discover for many years of investigation. Even the phone bugs here have anti-tapping phone bugs, because no one can find out where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is. This island is located in a very special sea area. The sun cannot shine down for many years, and the sky is also full of dark clouds that linger for many years. But now, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the people with heavy hearts are like dark clouds covering the sky, which is a heavy haze that cannot be dispelled. The Revolutionary Army headed by Dorag, with more than 20,000 revolutionary troops, is holding a funeral. The Revolutionary Army is also in great grief. Even after several days have passed, people still cannot get out of the shadow of losing many Revolutionary Army brothers. And, now, Betty is still in the hands of 4 Emperors Ling Bai. However, at this moment, on the other side, 7 ships had already entered this special sea area 3 kilometers away from Baldigo Island. It was the Ling Bai pirates. A huge ship in the middle, Ling Bai is standing on the bow, looking at an island in the distance. Is that the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army? Shiryu and the others are also curious. After all, the world government has been looking for this place for a long time. Otherwise, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army would have been overturned long ago. Where would they be arrogant? No surprises. Ling Bai opened the mouth and said. You know, this is what he asked Betty to say. After controlling Betty, let her tell the truth, and it will definitely be the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. But later, Ling Bai lifted the absolute command. So much so that today's Betty feels that life is worse than death. At this time, Betty was taking a shower, and after being galloped by Ling Bai, she felt that her body was already dirty to the ultimate level. Ling Bai is a demon, but sadly, Betty not only told the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, but also had a burst of physical reaction under Ling Bai's gallop. As for Ling Bai, he was not a good person, he was already a standard demon, which made Betty tremble, but as time passed, Betty became more and more numb. This period of time has been the darkest moment in Betty's life, and of course, there may be darker moments. Because, Betty has heard voices outside, vaguely, someone said that they saw the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Betty, who was sitting in the bathtub, couldn't help crying. She couldn't imagine what a terrible disaster the Revolutionary Army would face next. At this time, the door was suddenly opened, and it was just coming in. Betty glanced at Reiju, then looked down. These days, Reiju will still treat her well, and of course Betty also understands that Reiju is also Ling Bai's woman. Advertisement, Betty, the Revolutionary Army headquarters has arrived. Reiju sat on a stool by the side of the bathtub and broke the news. He's going to wipe out the Revolutionary Army, isn't he? Betty asked each other. Reiju. Destroy them all, maybe leave no one alive. This, Betty burst into tears again. Reiju, he is very strong. Today's 4 emperors, whether it is Big Mom or Kaido, are not his opponents. In Summit War, he also killed Admiral Aokiji, and almost killed the current Marshal Akainu. He also killing an admiral-level combat force sent by the world government finally ended Whitebeard. There are very few people who are his opponents. Besides, his subordinates are also monsters. What can your Revolutionary Army use to resist him? So. Reiju didn't finish, but the result is self-evident. Betty felt even more desperate inside. Reiju continued. Before, he also killed Sabo, the second in command of your Revolutionary Army, right? You will not forget this hatred, right? Sooner or later, you will go to trouble him. Naturally, my family will not let you for revenge. Of course, what Reiju didn't say was that the Revolutionary Army will definitely hinder Ling Bai's hegemony in the future. He wants to become the emperor of the world and rule the world. No matter what, the Revolutionary Army will not stand idly by. For Ling Bai, nature is the enemy on his way forward, all of them are wiped out. Ling Bai doesn't care what kind of Revolutionary Army you are. He is a demon. Reiju, I think you are also a good girl, how could you be with such a demon? Reiju laughed. I'm not a good girl, I just like my adults. Not only love, but deep love, worship, VR. Betty was speechless, and her face was no longer the same as before. And Reiju also told her, trying to resist Ling Bai? What did Betty use to resist Ling Bai? On the contrary, the more she resisted, the more interesting Ling Bai found it. On the other hand, on today's important day of the funeral, there are no watchmen from the Revolutionary Army, and this place has not been discovered by any enemies for so many years. Today is probably the day when the Revolutionary Army relaxes its vigilance the most. Half an hour later, Ling Bai and the others landed smoothly. And behind Ling Bai, Betty was still following, and it was impossible for Betty to jump away. Advertisement Ling Bai also wanted to defeat Betty's last psychological defense. In Ling Bai's heart, there is also a demon awakening. For Betty who resisted him, Ling Bai wanted to completely defeat her. There is no need to use absolute commands to control, that would be too boring. Now that's the fun. At this time, Betty, who was wearing completely different clothes from before, was forced to follow behind Ling Bai. Looking at the building of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in front of her, she resisted extremely, and her heart was full of fear and anxiety. It was she who revealed this place to Ling Bai. Wait a minute, everyone will know that she betrayed the Revolutionary Army. Betty felt a deep fear, and Ling Bai, facing the huge building of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, stopped, and at the same time, handed Betty to Reiju. It's about to start, today, wipe out the Revolutionary Army. I have to say, this is a feat that even the world government cannot accomplish. Bullet them, are also very excited. Everyone looked at Ling Bai who stopped in front of him, and they also stopped, good Zhao. At this time, Ling Bai was standing in front of the huge building of the Revolutionary Army headquarters. His hands are covering the walls of this building. Everyone knows that Ling Bai is about to make a move. Just use it, let it break. This kind of ability, Ling Bai is quite useful, with the destructive ability of Shock Fruit. Boom! Terrifying Houkai power was released from Ling Bai's hands, and almost instantly, the building that was as huge as the old naval headquarters exploded on the spot and turned into rubble. Hey! This is a power like a nightmare. So strong, as expected of the strongest monster in New World. Bullet they are also shocking. And Betty was even more desperate. Such a huge building was just covered by Ling Bai's 2 hands, and it was smashed to pieces. On the other side, the earth-shattering explosion also completely alarmed Dorag and the others who were still in the funeral in the depths of the island. Chapter 171 Confront the Revolutionary Army, Kill Koala, and Start a War. The sudden earth-shattering terrorist explosion frightened all the revolutionary troops. And along with the explosion came a violent storm and a large amount of dust and gravel. What happened? What's going on here? Why was the headquarters bombed? Wait. Could it be an enemy attack? How could the enemy attack? This island is extremely secretive and impossible to be discovered. It's so windy. What's going on? The Revolutionary Army was alarmed at this time. Dust and gravel were mixed in the wind and waves, rushing towards them, and many people were unable to open their eyes. Dorag, What's the situation? Ivankov was puzzled. He knew that things would not be easy, because Drago's complexion became dignified, which was a sad look during the funeral just now. A powerful enemy is coming, attention everyone. At this time, Dorag yelled, which made people startled. Enemy? How is this possible? Dorag said it, so it must be. Attention everyone. How come at this time? Who is it? The Revolutionary Army shook. Drago also walked to the side facing the headquarters building, which is also in front of all the Revolutionary Army. As for Drago, there are other cadres such as Ivankov. Remarkably, even Nico Robin is here. As a person who can interpret the text of history, Robin may be the only person in this world who can interpret the text of history, and he is the only survivor of the Ohara incident. Therefore, Robin has always been the object of Drago's efforts to recruit. Just 2 months ago, Robin was found by the Revolutionary Army and joined the Revolutionary Army to fight for the cause of the Revolutionary Army. Of course, she is still a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. And will meet with Luffy and the others at the appointed time. Dorag, is it really an enemy attack? Robin was also puzzled, but at this moment, she also noticed that Drago's face was extremely solemn. Drago said in a deep voice. That's right, and there are still very powerful enemies, many enemies. At this moment, the thick smoke and dust in front were suddenly dispersed by a gust of wind, followed by the sound of footsteps, stepping on the gravel on the ground. The dense footsteps were not in a hurry, but with the addition of Dorag's words, it caused a lot of psychological pressure on the Revolutionary Army. Also at this time, under the gaze of the people, Ling Bai and the others appeared. 4 Emperors Ling Bai. How can that be? Commander Betty is here. How did they find us? It can't be Commander Betty. How could it be that Commander Betty betrayed us? Nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how would they find our Revolutionary Army headquarters? Damn it. We were betrayed by our own people. Seeing Ling Bai's appearance, the Revolutionary Army was stunned, apparently in disbelief that the Ling Bai pirates broke into the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The world government has searched for so many years but could not find out the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Why was it so easily found by 4 Emperors Ling Bai? Advertisement now, behind the 4 Emperors Ling Bai, there is still a mighty army, and the members of the Ling Bai pirates are all here. Is this going to war? Betty? Robin was surprised. At this moment, what she saw, Betty was so haggard that she didn't even dare to look at them. And Drago has already clenched his fists. BDBH, Ling Bai was able to find this place, and Drago understood that there must be a high probability that it was Betty who said it, but it was definitely not Betty who said it voluntarily. Now Betty's complexion, the grief and despair on his face, and the haggard look, Drago can also see clearly. What kind of horrible treatment did she suffer? Dorag was incomprehensible. But as everyone knows, 4 Emperors Ling Bai is a lunatic, brutal and dictatorial. Ling Bai, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Drago's fists were rattling, and the veins in his hands were bulging due to excessive force, and he unconsciously exuded a powerful aura. All revolutionary troops, prepare to fight, Drago shouted, but now, for the Revolutionary Army, it is obvious that there is no preparation for combat. After all, they were holding a funeral just now, how could they be carrying weapons at this time? The ability users are fine, but not the Revolutionary Army of ability users, many of them don't even have a knife or a gun on their bodies. This situation made Drago feel a little heavy again, but obviously now, they have to face it, because the Ling Bai pirates on the opposite side, with such a big battle, it is impossible to come here to revolutionize with them. The army is talking and laughing. Moreover, it is impossible for Ling Bai to let them wear weapons, so as to have a fair decisive battle. Of course, don't forget that the headquarters building where a large number of weapons are stored has exploded at this time. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others had already stopped, and Ling Bai, followed by Reiju and Betty, was only 30 meters away from Drago. This distance allowed Betty to clearly hear the arguments of the Revolutionary Army. Betty betrayed them. For this, Betty only felt trembling, her heart became more desperate, and her mind was buzzing even more, almost like it would explode. She didn't understand why she revealed the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army to a demon. And what kind of horror will the Revolutionary Army encounter next? Annihilation. Reiju persuaded Betty in a low voice, letting her accept the fact that everything is irreversible. After all, what is Ling Bai going to do? Who can stop? Gee. Dorag, long time no see, this should be our first official meeting. Ling Bai laughed. And, are you actually having a funeral? Of course, Ling Bai also saw Nico Robin behind Drago. It has to be said that Robin at this time is already 2 years later in the original book. His skin is as white as Ultimate, and his appearance is much better. Meeting Nico Robin here, Ling Bai was quite surprised. However, since I bumped into it here, I will take it back by the way. Ling Bai is a demon. When Robin was glanced at by Ling Bai, he also felt trembling inside, as if being peeped by the king of all beasts. The horror in it can be imagined. B***************. Hand over Betty, Drago roared, and the anger in his heart was burning. Dorag, are you thinking too much? I asked Betty to drive here just to let you see her for the last time. Of course, you will all go to hell later. After all, you will affect my development sooner or later. You, advertisement, Dorag, I'm sorry, Betty said painfully, but the voice was extremely weak, not because Betty was weak, but because she didn't have the courage to speak loudly. I am going to kill you. At this moment, a figure struck, and it was Koala, who had avenged both new and old hatreds. Ling Bai killed her childhood sweetheart Sabo, and now she has captured Betty. She can see that Betty has been treated horribly, and the anger in her heart can no longer be contained. Koala's speed is as fast as its own ultimate, but in Ling Bai's eyes, what is the difference between this speed and a snail? Koala! Drago shouted, his complexion changed instantly. Drago stepped forward on the spot, and when he was about to rush out, Koala, in front of Ling Bai, was already completely frozen by Ling Bai in a swooping posture. Koala, Betty, Drago and other countless revolutionary troops were stunned, and Drago didn't dare to take a step forward. Koala was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Almost none of the revolutionary army was not frightened. Master, please, don't kill her. At this moment, Bei hurriedly called Ling Bai in front as the master, trying to make Ling Bai not kill Koala. Koala, she is her good sister. However, at this time, Ling Bai had already raised his right hand, and Bullet and the others not far behind also understood the meaning of Ling Bai's gesture. As Ling Bai shattered Koala, which had turned into an ice sculpture, at the same time, Ling Bai waved his right hand. War. Koala. Ah. Kill him. Reiju, the woman on the other side, I'll leave it to you, take it back. It's not that once you arrive at Ling Bai's residence, you can become a Ling Bai standard woman. No matter what, since Ling Bai has already set his sights on Robin, Reiju will naturally go there to arrest Robin. On the spot, followed by a deafening explosion, the area with a radius of more than 30 meters was almost instantly shattered, and the intact ground also exploded at this moment. Clear. At the same time, Ling Bai's fist and Drago's fist, which was so angry that it reached Ultimate's fist, collided fiercely. The battle is also on the verge of breaking out. Betty felt deep despair again. At the same time, as soon as Ling Bai signaled to start the war, Bullet and the others rushed towards the revolutionary army at a terrifying speed. Reiju knew that Ling Bai was talking about Robin. Koala is dead. At this time, Ling Bai left a word and rushed towards Dorag. Of course the furious Dorag also rushed towards Ling Bai, and blasted Ling Bai with an angry fist that reached Ultimate. Of course, the women in Ling Bai's family are also divided into two categories. One is Reiju, a pure harem, and the other is maids, such as combat maids, who serve Ling Bai in the daily life of the girls, cooks and the like, such as Baby 5. Koala's death made the revolutionary army feel like it was going crazy, and everyone's anger coins were ignited on the spot. After Bonnie came over, Reiju talked to Bonnie, and Bonnie understood what to do. Do not. Many people were shaken out by the huge shockwave, and some weak people were knocked out on the spot. Betty witnessed Koala's death with her own eyes, and at such a close distance, the sound of shattering, and Koala's face that was shattered into ice, and the right eye that was dying. Chapter 172 Fierce Battle against Dorag. Even if you try your best, I will make you pay the price. Glaring at Ling Bai, Drago roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of bruises. It is conceivable that Drago was angry at this time. Just now, Ling Bai ruthlessly killed Koala, which made Drago's anger no longer containable. At this moment, the fists of the two collided together, and the terrifying destructive force even caused the ground to be overturned. Let me pay the price, then you have to work hard. Ling Bai smiled calmly. How could Drago be his opponent? It's useless if his father came. You know, under normal conditions, Ling Bai is already very strong. Don't forget that he can enter the double boost state of strength, that is, on the basis of his original strength, he has raised another level. Like Luffy's second gear state, but compared to this second gear state, it is naturally much more terrifying. Dorag. What can I get him to pay for? Boom! With a loud noise, the fists of the two people who were holding each other for a short period of time were shaken away by Duolage's fist, and Duolage's body also took several steps back uncontrollably. And Ling Bai, of course, stepped out without the slightest pause, rushed towards Dorag, and swept with his right leg. Boom! With a muffled sound, Drago blocked Ling Bai's heavy blow with his right arm, but his body was also forcibly moved by more than half a meter. Immediately afterwards, Drago was smashed and flew out. The reason is that Ling Bai blesses the power of Honkai on his right leg, causing Dorag to fly out. Boom! At this moment, a burst of madness swept towards Ling Bai, which was the ability released by Drago the moment he was smashed into the air. After all, he is a wind and wind fruit ability user. Manipulating the wind is the ability of Drago. Of course, the extended use of the ability is to control rainfall and lightning. This is the ability to manipulate the wind. It has to be said that this is an extremely powerful ability. Facing the oncoming strong wind, Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense. He pushed a thunderstorm with his right hand and rushed towards the strong wind, and then, the strong wind was destroyed by Ling Bai's thunderstorm. And the thunderstorm, which was comparable to a small tsunami, was crushing towards the revolutionary army. The terrifying lethality directly evaporated many revolutionary army into ashes, without even having a chance to make them scream. Advertisement, Dorag. What storm can you make here today? Ling Bai struck, with a teasing tone, and slashed down from the air with his right leg like a battle axe. At the same time, there was an unimaginable strange force in his right leg. Ling Bai's physical skills are not inferior to Garp, and his physical strength is not inferior to Kaido and Big Mom. Chop off with one leg. Drago, who was on the ground, didn't dodge either. He swung his hands up and rose from the ground with two hurricanes. Such a hurricane is enough to destroy the huge building of the Revolutionary Army headquarters that Ling Bai destroyed before, so its power is naturally extremely powerful. But Ling Bai ignored the two hurricanes, the strength of his right leg, and even directly disintegrated the hurricane, and finally his right leg inevitably fell on Drago's shoulder, and completely crushed him to the ground superior. The seemingly solid ground, at this moment, was as fragile as tofu, and was shattered on the spot. Then there is a huge deep pit, and Drago is in the center of the deep pit. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai swooped down and landed on Drago's hunk. Before Dodge had time to dodge, Ling Bai hit Ling Bai again. You can't even defeat my subordinate Bullet. What defeats me? Dreaming? Ling Bai sneered. During the Summit War, Drago fought Bullet for a while, but the two were tied. Drago couldn't beat Bullet, that was a fact. Therefore, Drago was naturally unable to defeat Ling Bai, who was much stronger than Bullet. Unless Ling Bai stands still and lets Drago attack, but is this possible? Ling Bai's kick made Drago's chest suffer from a violent shock, and the pain can be imagined. Of course, Ling Bai's kick hit his shoulder just now. The shoulders are about to fall apart. Due to Ling Bai's strength, Drago, who was in anger, had to wake up. However, he has no way out. Of course he can escape if he wants to, but he absolutely does not allow him to escape. Asterisk asterisk, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army here, he has an obligation to protect them. Advertisement enemy is strong. Hateful. Drago endured the pain, and activated the ability of the wind and wind fruit. Immediately, the clouds above the sky suddenly flashed with thunder, and then, a huge thunder and lightning ruthlessly tore down from the air, and brought general thunder. It was about to fall on Ling Bai. Ling Bai's expression remained the same. He didn't even look back, he just raised his right hand, releasing a pillar of thunder to go up. This kind of natural thunder and lightning of Drago, even if the thunder fruit ability comes in person, is useless. Their goal is to capture Robin and bring him to Ling Bai's Crystal Palace. The thunderbolts of Dorag, Big Mom, and Enel cannot compare with Ling Bai's thunderbolts. Reiju was surprised by Robin's flower fruit. Robin is also struggling, being suppressed by Reiju and Bonnie, and has been punched many times on his body. But she should be lucky that Reiju didn't use poison, otherwise she would have been limp on the ground long ago. Bonnie snorted coldly. Bonnie said disdainfully, in any case, she is not our opponent. Be obedient and grab it. Therefore, when Ling Bai's lightning pillar collides with the lightning that Duo Lage uses the wind fruit ability to hit, the result is naturally that Duo Lage's lightning is directly disintegrated. And at this time, the other side. In this world, Reiju is the king of poisons. He can use countless poisons, and he is not afraid of any poisons. As for the rest, Reiju and Bonnie don't care. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai didn't stop, and rushed towards Ling Bai again. This woman's ability is really weird, she can conjure so many hands. Ling Bai's lightning, in this world, is definitely the strongest in the world. Reiju and Bonnie teamed up to keep Robin down. At the same time, Drago also broke free from Ling Bai's right foot, exited the deep pit with a dignified expression, and stared at Ling Bai from a distance. Chapter 173 Robin was captured, Ivankov was brutalized. Robin felt targeted and beaten by Reiju and Bonnie. And these two women are too powerful. Obviously, they are not the existence that Robin can deal with today. Moreover, the two of them want to catch themselves. That 4 emperors Ling Bai said just now that she was going to be arrested. In this regard, Robin probably also knows why Ling Bai arrested her. After all, she has been hunted down countless times over the years. The reason is, her bounty, or her survival as Ohara. Presumably Ling Bai wanted to capture her just to get her and interpret the historical text for him? However, if Ling Bai knew what Robin was thinking at this time, it could only be said that she was thinking too much, and Ling Bai didn't need to use her to interpret the historical text. Women, give up resistance. Anyway, your revolutionary army is doomed to perish today. Bonnie sneered and swept towards Robin with a 833 kick. Recently, because of Ling Bai's dual cultivation physique, Bonnie has also become stronger. In the past, Bonnie's combat ability was actually not strong. After all, her ability was not of the combat type. But with Ling Bai around, she can keep getting stronger. Another kick from Bonnie sent Robin falling hard. And Reiju also rushed up, and when Robin just stood up from the ground, Reiju punched Robin. This punch landed on Robin's stomach, making Robin feel a sharp pain in his stomach, and he almost vomited blood. When a woman treats a woman, it's hard to strike. Hateful. Robin felt the pain, apparently feeling uncomfortable, and backed up several meters. There was also the sound of fierce fighting in my ears, and at this time, a large area of the island was reduced to a battlefield. At a glance, there were corpses lying on the ground almost everywhere, and most of them were the corpses of the Revolutionary Army. As for Ling Bai, the side also lost a lot of people. But, don't forget, the little guy on Ling Bai's side is the Germa Legion, a mass-produced soldier of the bloodline factor. To put it bluntly, Ling Bai can have as many as he wants, and these soldiers are actually not much different from robots. Not only brave and good at fighting, but also not afraid of death at all. The Revolutionary Army is doomed to perish today. It doesn't matter whether the little guy dies or not, from the cadre to the leader, everyone must die. Advertisement: the composition of Ling Bai's combat power is also extremely fierce. The configuration of high-end combat power is simply not something that today's Revolutionary Army can deal with. The death of Sabo and Molly, the two important forces, was a huge loss to the Revolutionary Army. Seeing this kind of tragic battle, with endless howls of pain in her ears, Robin felt very uncomfortable. That painful feeling made her very uncomfortable. And Robin, at this time, also had to continue to face Reiju and Bonnie. However, 5 minutes later, Robin was also caught by Reiju and Bonnie. In any case, this result is doomed. After all, the combination of Reiju and Bonnie is too powerful. Even if the strength of the two of them alone is not what Robin can handle today. Unless Robin commits suicide, Robin is absolutely impossible to commit suicide. So she can only be captured. But Robin would not have imagined that after being captured this time, she would never be able to escape for the rest of her life, and even within a few days, she didn't want to escape anymore, and she had no intention of escaping at all. What a Straw Hat Luffy, I will finally forget about it. Poor Luffy lost one of his cherished companions. On the other side, Bullet blasted Ivankov away with one punch, and before Ivankov fell to the ground, he spit 3 mouthfuls of thick blood in midair. It's also because Bullet's power is too terrifying. You know, Ivankov's strength is actually not very good, at most he is a little stronger than Doflamingo, maybe not much. Not to mention facing monsters of Bullet's level. Bullet couldn't find an opponent either. Apart from Drago, the strongest member of the Revolutionary Army here was Ivankov, so Bullet had no choice but to brutalize Ivankov, but he didn't kill him directly. So for Bullet, Ivankov is an experimental guinea mouse, used by Bullet to warm up. Bullet, he definitely didn't try his best, otherwise, Ivankov would have been beaten to death long ago. But at this time, Ivankov is also very uncomfortable. So strong, I'm no match. Ivankov groaned in his heart, obviously the opponent was too powerful, he couldn't face it alone. Galactic winked. Ivankov, who barely stabilized his body on the ground, saw Bullet approaching, and immediately launched a big move. The sound of explosions also sounded, and it was Ivankov's ability that caused invisible shells to bombard Bullet's body. Advertisement however, the frightening thing is that this kind of explosion is nothing to Bullet at all. Bullet also endured Ivankov's bombing while walking over with a smile on his face. Is this level of attack useful to me? Bullet's tone was full of sarcasm, that kind of explosion, even his defense couldn't break through. Bullet's physique is also quite terrifying. Although Devil Fruit is very powerful, Bullet is not the kind of person who relies on Devil Fruit. Bullet is also quite good at practicing physical skills. How can that be? Ivankov's face changed in surprise, he didn't expect his big move to be useless against Bullet. Moreover, Bullet also gave Ivankov a kind of attack, just now his attack was just pressing Mo for Bullet. It's too weak, so I'm not interested, but in the end, you still have to die here. Bullet clenched his fists, with a ferocious smile on his face, and disappeared in the same place in the next second. The speed was so fast that it was ultimate, so fast that it was difficult for Ivankov to catch Barrett's figure. Boom! Ivankov was caught off guard, and was hit hard in the stomach, and it was Bullet. Stomach, just feel overwhelmed. Just as he was about to be blasted out, the very fast Bullet punched down in the sky, with terrifying force. A deep pit was punched under Ivankov 3.6 feet, and Ivankov was in it. The severe pain from the body also gave Ivankov a feeling that his body was about to fall apart. Got punched twice in a row, too strong. Bullet's strength is not something that a person of his level can bear. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, do you only have this level? If that's the case, it seems that you can only be killed. After all, you are too weak and disappointing. Bullet looked down at Ivankov with a disdainful tone, as a fighting madman. At the moment there is no opponent who is equal to or stronger than him. Obviously this makes Bullet extremely painful. Damn it, you've been underestimated. Ivankov was furious inside, but it was undeniable that he was really no match for Bullet. Far from it, can only be pressed and beaten. Chapter 174 The Desperate Revolutionary Army. At this time, Ivankov, who had just stood up from the pit, stared at Bullet solemnly and angrily. I am more than this level. Ivankov's words were an answer to Bullet's disdain for him. Oh. Bullet didn't move his voice, which seemed to mean, you perform well, I'll take a look. And Ivankov directly inserted all his nails into his left and right waists. He is a paramecia hormone fruit capable person, and now he is in the strongest state by injecting medicine. Even this is sublimation at the cost of life consumption. Immediately afterwards, under Bullet's watchful eyes, Ivankov turned into a man with a big head, but a figure not inferior to that of a graceful beauty. This is my strongest S********* form. Suffer. Ivankov yelled, and immediately disappeared in place, several times faster than before. S**********. Bullet sneered. At this time, he punched out, but turned around halfway, and came out with a roundabout punch, which finally hit behind him. Boom. With a muffled sound, Bullet's fist landed on Ivankov's stomach again. Want to sneak attack? But 13, I'm not something you can sneak attack. Bullet smiled playfully and proved that Ivankov's face was green and his eyeballs were bloodshot. From this, we can see the horror of Bullet's punch. Galaxy wink. Hip-hop. Enduring the severe pain, Ivankov released the same move as before at the moment when his body shot out uncontrollably. Of course, this time, the power was much more powerful than before. At this moment, an explosion struck Bullet, hitting his body hard, making Bullet's body tremble repeatedly, and he retreated several meters. Plenty of smoke hung over him, too. Did you make it? Enduring the severe pain, Ivankov knelt alone, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared forward, expecting to hurt Bullet. The strength has increased a lot, but that's all. Throwing away the smoke on his body, Bullet stepped forward with a ferocious smile, and rushed towards Ivankov again. Several Revolutionary Army minions along the way were also blown off their heads by Bullet, which was nothing more than a punch. Damn it, nothing happened. Advertisement. Ivankov was desperate in his heart. He knew that Bullet was far from showing his true strength, and even now, he was not something Ivankov could deal with. As soon as the fierce battle began, Ivankov fought with all his strength helplessly, but was also punched and kicked by Bullet, and the surrounding buildings and ground were smashed to pieces. The scars on Ivankov's body became more and more serious, there were more and more injuries, and the injuries became more and more serious, and he vomited blood again and again. And Bullet, bloody tormenting Ivankov, is getting more and more excited. He's a fighter and a sort of tyrant, like Shiryu. At this moment, Bullet is so excited. Ivankov couldn't even speak, and finally, under Bullet's gaze, Ivankov fell powerlessly to the ground, his body was also stained red with blood, and his strength was drained. Bullet clenched his fist and finally picked up a stick from the ground and gave Ivankov a blow from the heart. Ivankov's life came to an abrupt end immediately, and of course he struggled for half a minute before belching. The most powerful cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov, dies. However, because the location was far from the main battlefield, Ivankov died, and few revolutionary troops knew about it. But this is not important anymore. Anyway, within today, the Revolutionary Army will be completely wiped out. Today, it is just past 10 o'clock in the morning, and there is still a long time before the end of today, and this time is enough for the Revolutionary Army to perish. The Ling Bai pirates have an absolute advantage in combat power, and victory is inevitable. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain, the person who is fighting is Karas, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, a man who can turn his whole body into a crow. Devil fruit should also be the zone crow fruit. The strength is quite strong, but compared with Shiryu, it can only be at a disadvantage. After all, in the original book, Shiryu was also the second in command of the Blackbeard pirates, although now he can only rank third in the Ling Bai pirates. If you count World Destroyer, Shiryu can only rank fourth. It is worth noting that the World Destroyer did not come this time, because this is the attack of the entire Ling Bai pirate group, and Burndi is guarding the Paradise with Judge and his son, so that there will be no trouble at that time. Who knows if naval headquarters will try to hit Paradise? Facing Shiryu, the Crowman also felt extremely strenuous just like Ivankov. It seems that your Revolutionary Army is just like this. Even the commander who is second only to the leader has only this strength. Shiryu's tone was regretful, and he rushed towards the opponent, and the demon sword Thunderstorm entwined with a strange purple aura slashed out, while the Crowman covered armament hockey with the crow's wings as a shield to resist Shiryu's attack. Magnetic card. With a muffled sound, the Crowman's armament hockey was broken by Shiryu, who cut his wings and blood flew across the spot. And the Crowman also flew upside down because of the impact force. Armament hockey, as long as the opponent is strong enough, it can also be broken through. After all, similar armament hockey does not have the hardness of sea stone. The Crowman, the army commander, was also knocked into the air. Advertisement Shiryu also pursued the victory. Before the opponent landed, Shiryu quickly moved to the sky above the Crowman, and launched a very powerful slash of his own. Chopped down from above. The purple crescent-shaped slash is like a lightning strike. In the end, the Crowman's body was torn in half, and when the black feather finally fell to the ground, another commander of the Revolutionary Army was also killed. On the other side, Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army, was finally chopped off by Weibull. So far, all the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, except Betty, have all died in battle. And Betty has already become Ling Bai's captive. As for Betty, she is watching everything now, locked and imprisoned by the seastone shackles. Watching the fall of the Revolutionary Army one by one, Betty sat on the ground weakly. She knew that, as Reiju said, the revolutionary D-33 country would surely perish today. Because, Ling Bai is irresistible. Now, the battle is almost over, and almost all the people the Revolutionary Army can fight have been killed. And this nightmare will end today along with their lives. This is what makes the Revolutionary Army most desperate. In the past, they overthrew countries one by one, and they were almost invincible. Even the world government regarded their Revolutionary Army as the biggest threat. The Revolutionary Army is doomed, they just know what a nightmare is. In addition to the army commander, the deputy army commanders who were dealt with by Lao Sha and the others, such as Betty's deputy Ashel, and cadres such as Lightning, were also beheaded by Lao Sha and the others. Robin also felt hopeless, and now, they are facing the strongest pirate group in New World. And in this battle, because of the funeral, many revolutionary troops did not hold weapons, and were not even qualified to resist. They could only rely on the strength of their fists and feet, but how could they deal with the fully armed Germa Legion? Only Drago is left. Betty's heart was already full of despair. She knew that even if she joined the resistance team of the Revolutionary Army, it would be impossible to prevent Ling Bai from destroying the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, Dorag is also suppressed by Ling Bai. At this time, Reiju and Bonnie escorted Robin over. However, the enemies they faced in the past, even the ones sent by the world government, were harmless opponents. And the strongest four emperors Ling Bai, eventually, Betty held Ronin in pain. It was really a war that made the Revolutionary Army desperate. Chapter 175 Death of Drago. The continuous defeat of the Revolutionary Army is a foregone conclusion. In the distance, the battle between Ling Bai and Drago has also turned from intense heat to an end. In the fierce battle, Drago suffered more and more injuries, getting heavier and heavier. Seeing Uzumaki's Revolutionary Army constantly being defeated and falling into death, Drago was also furious to ultimate, but also extremely sad. Go to hell. Drago let out an angry roar, and swung a fist of wind and waves that set off a strong wind and thunder and lightning. And Ling Bai sneered. This level of attack is not very useful to me. At this time, Ling Bai's top had already been disintegrated during the battle, revealing the muscles that were strong and perfect to the point of ultimate. Ling Bai blasted forward with both fists at the same time, and immediately a thunderstorm swept up, rushing towards the storm of Dorag at the same time as Ling Bai. Thunderstorm versus storm. At this moment, it was as if two moving mountains were colliding head-on. With an earth-shattering explosion, it rushed straight into the sky. Everyone looked towards Ling Bai. The storm and the thunderstorm collided continuously, and the terrifying thunder and lightning shot out in all directions. The ground with a radius of hundreds of meters was directly overturned, and the surface was directly torn to pieces. The flying gravel was also in the collision of the storm and the thunderstorm into dust. At this moment, the impact of Dorag and Ling Bai, to many people present, was like a fight between gods, making them feel deeply hopeless and powerless. As expected of the captain, this kind of power, it's beyond imagination. Shiryu was amazed. Bullet said, he didn't use all his strength, otherwise the battle would have been over. Bullet is the only person in the entire Ling Bai pirate group who has fought against Ling Bai, and he also knows Ling Bai's strength. He knew that Ling Bai had surpassed Luogia. That kind of power deserves to be the strongest in New World. Haven't you tried your best? Lao Sha was also shocked, and of course everyone was too. Bullet. Of course, at his level, it's not interesting to kill the opponent with all his strength at once. After all, there are not many people who can beat him. Advertisement, right. At this moment, the impacting wind and waves swept in all directions, crushing everything overwhelmingly. Incomparable power, the feeling it brings to people, apart from despair, is shock. Betty looked weakly at everything in the distance, the looming figure in the thunder light. The demon who galloped through her body countless times was the complete opposite of his handsome face, whose strength was comparable to a nightmare. Betty had long since despaired in her heart, so desperate that she became a pool of stagnant water. Is the Revolutionary Army really coming to an end? On the other side, the thunderstorm collided with the storm, and in the end the thunderstorm had the upper hand until it completely crushed the Dorag storm, and Dorag, like a kite that was unthreaded, was thrown far away, and in the air, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of old blood, and his face also turned pale. Still, can't beat him. Drago, who flew upside down, felt a little desperate in his heart. Ling Bai is too powerful. If he can't defeat him, who can avenge the Revolutionary Army? Drago, at this moment, felt a sense of sadness in his heart. But at this moment, Ling Bai, who was chasing after the victory, also attacked. Dorag, let's stop here. At this moment, Ling Bai appeared in the sky above Drago, and chopped Drago to the ground with one kick, and immediately the ground was blasted into a deep pit. And Ling Bai also clenched his fist at this moment, mobilizing the strength of his whole body, and gathered it at the fist. At the same time, the fist also blesses the profound meaning of the 6 styles. Moreover, there is also a violent thunder and lightning wrapped around it. Ling Bai swooped down from the air, and finally landed a punch on the mouth of Drago, who was about to stand up but had no time to dodge. Boom! This punch is earth-shattering. The space that Ling Bai's fist passed was also full of thunder, like countless cracks in space. The ground, within a radius of hundreds of meters, was fragmented in an instant, and countless gravel and dust oscillated. The ground shook violently for a few seconds like an earthquake. Advertisement in the power of this punch is extremely terrifying. Many people feel their scalps go numb after seeing it. At the same time, it also made the remaining Revolutionary Army sit or kneel on the ground weakly. Although Ling Bai's power did not attack them directly, it was enough to make them despair. If this punch falls on me, prepare your grave. Seeing Ling Bai's punch, Shiryu felt his heart tremble, and there was a faint fear in the air. Of course, other people also feel panic to varying degrees. After all, Ling Bai's punch is too strong, Bullet said. Don't talk about you, even if it's Drago, it's probably a disaster. The captain has already used a lot of strength for this punch, and it's impossible for Drago to feel better, unless not being hit head-on, otherwise this war should be over. It seems that it's time for this battle to end, and it's impossible for the captain to miss it. Let's wait and see. On the other side, at this time, it was in the ruins of a deep pit filled with dust. Ling Bai drew his fist from Drago's mouth, and shook the flesh and blood on the fist. That's right, Drago's mouth was completely pierced. Drago lay powerlessly on the ground, covered in dust. Ling Bai's punch completely disintegrated his defense, and then pierced through Drago's chest. You and I. Blood was continuously gushing out of Drago's mouth, and in his eyes, there were various emotions such as disbelief, helplessness, pain, struggle, anger and unwillingness. At this moment, he understood that he was defeated, and he would also die. And the Revolutionary Army will also be terminated by Ling Bai. Everything is over. Ling Bai looked down at him with cold eyes. In this state of Drago, it is obviously impossible to survive. It should be me, not you, who will establish a new order in this world. You can't. Drago didn't finish his sentence, but what he wanted to express was that sooner or later someone would make him pay the price. Before he finished speaking, Drago belched directly, and his mouth was pierced directly, and it also affected his heart. Of course, no matter what, Drago would definitely die. At this time, Drago's eyes didn't even close, and he was dying again. Chapter 176 New Sign-In. Looting ability. Looking at the dead Drago, Ling Bai didn't have too many turmoil in his heart at this time. The death of Drago means the complete demise of the Revolutionary Army. In this way, there is one less huge obstacle in Ling Bai's way forward. But Dorag is dead, and Luffy and Garp. Ling Bai didn't forget the two of them, but anyway, he killed Ace in Marineford before, offending Garp and Luffy to death. However, Ling Bai is not afraid of them at all, and, after all, neither Garp nor Luffy will get in his way, and then, both of them, Ling Bai must kill. It is found that the sign-in has been triggered, do you want to sign in? At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Ling Bai's mind. Ling Bai responded to the sign without the slightest hesitation. Sign in successfully, reward. Ability to devour, ability to split soul. Ability to devour, 5 minutes. Ling Bai was puzzled for a moment, and then some information appeared in his mind, and Ling Bai also understood the functions of these two new abilities. To put it simply, ability devouring is plundering ability, and ability splitting soul means that Ling Bai can distribute his own ability to others. Bai will reclaim. Predatory ability. At this time, Ling Bai looked at the dead Dorag, and according to the method of swallowing power, Ling Bai squatted down 803 times, and covered the palm of his right hand on Dorag. Immediately afterwards, a dark red esoteric rune circle appeared and spun around Drago. At this time Ling Bai could also clearly feel that a new power zone was pouring into his body. Wind fruit, which cannot be turned into elements, is it a special paramecia? It should not be Logia. Ling Bai reckons that the wind fruit is a special paramecia, after all Drago cannot be turned into an element, and among Logia, the only ability that cannot be turned into an element is dark fruit. Although wind is a natural element, there are also golden fruits, and gold is also a natural element, but golden fruits are also special paramecia, and the same is true for wind and wind fruits. This ability is quite powerful. The ability to manipulate wind and rain and be swallowed by me will not have any side effects. However, Ling Bai didn't intend to use the ability of Feng fruit, but Ling Bai thought of his own women, and could distribute the ability to a certain woman. Ling Bai's strength, in this world, is already extremely powerful, although the more abilities the better, but Ling Bai also needs to leave a strong self-protection method for his women. Rihei is still a weak woman. During this time Ling Bai also clearly felt the change in Rihei, which made Ling Bai more and more satisfied. Moreover, Ling Bai can also continue to plunder other powerful abilities. After all, Naval Headquarters has a lot of powerful abilities. After that, Ling Bai walked out of the deep pit. As for Drago's body, it seems that no one will collect it for him, so naturally, Drago can only become the fertilizer on this land. Sure enough, it's over. Seeing Ling Bai come out, Bullet and the others understood that this battle was over. Captain, what's the situation with Dorag now? Advertisement. Bullet couldn't help asking, after all, he had fought against Drago before. Pierce through the mouth of the Shang and die. Ling Bai's tone was very flat, giving the impression that killing Dorag was nothing more than an insignificant matter to him. That's right, that's how it feels, the captain is really strong. Killing Dorag is nothing more than that for the captain. Haha, if it were me, I would be able to play for 3 years. When will I have a captain so powerful? It's just a dream. Haha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Drago died, and the remaining revolutionary army became even more desperate, and their mood fell to the bottom and fell into the abyss in an instant. They know it's over. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai also ordered to wipe out all the revolutionary troops here. Therefore, the subordinates also acted quickly. In the next hour, it was Bullet's various raids. And in this hour, the revolutionary army finally went to perish. Under the desperate gaze of Robin and Betty, the revolutionary army they thought was the light of the world completely disappeared. The two women sat slumped on the ground, looking forward weakly, shivering. As for Ling Bai, he was on the side, letting Reiju and Bonnie clean up the dust on his body. After all, BDAF. He had a lot of dust on his body from the fight just now. It's amazing that he wasn't injured, Bonnie murmured to himself. Reiju. Do you want your husband to get hurt? In no mood. My lord is still too powerful. The two girls, Reiju and Bonnie, were astonished. After killing a top powerhouse like Dorag, Ling Bai was still unscathed. Powerful beyond imagination. An hour later, all the fighting was over, and Ling Bai also officially began to retreat after letting his men search for it. As for the island has been torn apart, and the corpses of the revolutionary army are everywhere. Advertisement. It can be said that there are no survivors. So far, the revolutionary army has completely fallen into a state of extinction, and after today, there will be no revolutionary army in this world anymore. 7 ships left this sea area in a mighty way, heading for New World. And in this battle, Ling Bai's side was not without losses. Germa's army lost hundreds of people, but Ling Bai didn't feel sad at all. After all, it was mass-produced. Go back, let's have a celebration banquet. Looking at Bullet and the others who were drinking on another boat, Ling Bai also landed on this boat. The destruction of the revolutionary army is indeed something worth celebrating. Everyone also agrees. Shiryu. After a while, it's time to kill the red hair pirates. Kill the red hair pirates, it's more interesting. Looking at the red hair earlier made me unhappy. It seems that the final victory is getting closer and closer. Ling Bai said. When you go back, contact the Birdman who is in the news, and let him release the news. By the way, the revolutionary army has been wiped out by us. Birdman, the boss of Morgan's News. Now, this Birdman can be regarded as working for Ling Bai. After all, if this guy hadn't worked for Ling Bai, he would have been simmered by Ling Bai long ago. The island where his news headquarters is located is within Ling Bai's sphere of influence. Inside, it is very close to Paradise Island. The news of the demise of the revolutionary army is definitely explosive news, and it will definitely shock the whole world at that time. Its impact will definitely not be lost to that of Whitebeard's death. And how will the great powers of this world react? By the way, tell that Birdman that Drago was killed by me. Ling Bai mentioned it by the way. Does the captain seem to have any purpose? Bullet was curious. He knew that Ling Bai was not the kind of person who liked to show off. Killing Dorag was indeed something worth showing off. But Ling Bai would not advocate such a thing. Speaking of which, in the eyes of his subordinates, Ling Bai was very low-key and very easygoing. Even if he killed a very powerful enemy, he acted as if nothing had happened afterwards. My son is dead. When Garp finds out, he should go mad and come looking for me, right? If he comes, kill him in advance. In this way, when the final battle comes, we will have one less enemy. Makes sense. The captain is still thoughtful. Ha ha. At that time, Garp, who has lost his mind, may not be able to go to the banquet alone. Of course, there's a Luffy. Chapter 177. Attribution of Fung Fung Fruit Ability. At night, Betty was wiping tears in the room, and Robin was next to her to comfort her. Robin was not as sad as Betty, after all, she only worked for the Revolutionary Army for 2 months. And Betty has been there for many years. For her, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is her family, and Dorag and the others are her family. However, today, everything is over. Her home and family were all gone. Betty felt extremely painful in her heart. At this moment, Ling Bai came in, and when Betty saw Ling Bai, infinite fear arose in her heart instead of hatred. Only fear, no hate, and Ling Bai turned out to be Guo. The two of them fainted, so come on. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense either. During the fierce battle just now, both Reiju and Bonnie fainted, and Ling Bai still had more to say. Facing this moment, Betty is okay. After all, she has been galloped by Ling Bai countless times. The moment Ling Bai came in, she knew what she was going to face. Robin, however, turned pale with fright, never expecting to encounter such a terrible thing on the first day he was arrested. Of course, from now on, all resistance is useless. Under the moonlight, Robin was not spared either. For a famous beauty like Robin in the original book, Ling Ri will naturally not let her go. Of course, Ling Bai didn't intend to make her an official member of his Crystal Palace. Robin can only be his own maid, just like Betty, but even the maids, like Momosagi Reiju and others who are members of the Crystal Palace, are Ling Bai's taboo. 2 days passed quickly, and Ling Bai and the others returned to the New World paradise smoothly. Of course, it was also on the day they came back, New World, Morgan's news, the boss, that is, the bird district named by Ling Bai. This evening, he received a call from Lao Sha, who learned that the Revolutionary Army was destroyed by the Ling Bai pirates, and the point was that Dorag had been killed by 4 emperors Ling Bai himself. Birdman lost his drowsiness on the spot, and quickly returned to his office. After going through the details of the battle between the two sides that Lao Sha said, and his embellishments, the super terrifying news that shocked the world was born. It's terrible. 4 emperors Ling Bai, even the Revolutionary Army has been wiped out. You know, over the years, the world government has tried countless times to eliminate the Revolutionary Army, but they have been unable to do so, and they don't even know where the Revolutionary Army's lair is. But now, the Ling Bai pirates have not only found the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, but also wiped out the Revolutionary Army. And the death of Drago means that the Revolutionary Army has completely disappeared. Birdman Morgans was trembling with excitement, but at the same time he felt sincerely that Ling Bai was too scary. After Morgans finished writing the press release, the newspaper also began to print in large quantities overnight. Birdman Morgans can also foresee what kind of shock will be caused when the world reads this newspaper. In the evening, Ling Bai returned to the house. All the girls also stepped forward to greet him, but to everyone's surprise, this time Ling Bai went out and brought back another woman. Advertisement, that's right, it's Robin. At this time, Robin was also helpless. Ling Bai has already told her that she will not be able to return to the Straw Hat Pirates in this life. Of course, Ling Bai didn't tell her that it won't be long before even the Straw Hat Pirates will exist. That night, Ling Bai went to Raiha's room. Hiyori blinked her eyes, blinking, extremely charming. And as a top-notch beauty that is not inferior to Snake Princess, Hiyori in the light is also glamorous to the ultimate. According to Reiju and Bonnie, Hiyori is a vixen, charming to the ultimate. Why, don't you hate me? Ling Bai asked the other party curiously. At this moment, Ling Bai was sitting on the soft bed, while Rihei was kneeling behind him, rubbing Ling Bai's shoulders. Because Hiyori has already figured it out. In fact, it wasn't that Rihei was lying, she really figured it out. Ling Bai is very powerful, possesses unimaginable strength, incomparably handsome appearance, perfect to the ultimate figure. Rihei was conquered without knowing it, and now he can't hate Ling Bai at all. On the contrary, Ling Bai was relieved. By the way, my lord, Reiju and the others, don't they want you to be my husband? Then I call it like this, outside Wano-kuni, women call their husbands, are they all husbands? Ling Bai. There are other names, for example, in my hometown, there is the name husband. Husband? It sounds better than my husband. On that day and in the future, can I be called my lord, my lord? Whatever. Ling Bai didn't care. My lord, that new woman. It's just a maid, just for fun. Ling Bai is also not afraid to tell Rihei. What about me, Reiju, Bonnie, my lord? However, Ling Bai did not answer this question. But in Ling Bai's heart, Momosagi and the others are indeed more important than Robin and Betty. But the common denominator is his taboo. Hiyori blinked her eyes, thinking of her father, Kazuki Oden, who was also extremely romantic back then, and had countless women. Shin finally became loyal to his mother, Mrs. Shi. Therefore, Rihei sees many women in Ling Bai more openly than other women. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. In the end, it is not certain who can capture Ling Bai's heart. By the way, husband, I seem to have become stronger for no reason. I don't know what happened, but my strength has grown a lot. Get stronger. After thinking about it, Ling Bai understood what was going on, and then told Rihei about his physique on weekends. After hearing this, Rihei also blushed extremely. Hyo, I have something for you. At this time, Ling Bai also held Rihei's right hand, and Rihei was also stunned for a moment, not knowing what Ling Bai was going to do, and then, both her and Ling Bai's right hands released a burst of dark red light. Husband, it seems that there is a force pouring into my body from my right hand. No, is it the Lord who passed a force to me? Hiyori was amazed. It was a powerful force. After nearly 20 seconds, the dark red light disappeared, and the transmission of Ling Bai's ability to Rihei also ended. Ability to split souls. This is the first time Ling Bai used it. And Ling Bai passed on the ability of Feng Feng Fruit to Rihei. This power seems to be overflowing from my body. Such a strong power. Hiyori was shocked. You still need to develop it. This is called the Fruit of Wind and Wind. If you develop it in the future, you will be able to control all kinds of wind, rain, and lightning. Is it so powerful? This. Husband. I manipulate all kinds of wind, rain, and lightning? Rai's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that Ling Bai gave her such a strong ability. As for why Ling Bai gave her the ability, Rihei ignored it. The important thing is that Ling Bai gave her such a strong ability. A very precious gift. Hiyori was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes immediately. Her love for Ling Bai was immediately full. This is a means of self-protection. Besides, you are too weak. If something happens, who will protect you? Hyo will definitely work hard to become stronger. Do your part for your husband. Thinking of this time when Ling Bai went to destroy the revolutionary forces, he took Reiju and Bonnie instead of her. Isn't it because she can't help? As long as you know. Immediately, a beautiful night fell, and on this night, Rihei also worked extremely hard for the transit. Of course, in the end, he passed out because he was too tired, and it was Reiju and Bonnie who joined the battle to save the game. On the other hand, with the passage of time, the news about the complete demise of the revolutionary army by Ling Bai and the others quickly spread throughout the world. For a time, the world shook. Chapter 178 The Reaction of the Big Forces. The next morning, Hiyori took Reiju and Bonnie out to the east coast of the park to familiarize himself with his abilities. Especially Bonnie, as a demon fruit power, naturally knows something about the development of devil fruit. Knowing that Ling Bai gave Rihei an ability called Feng Feng Fruit, Reiju and Bonnie were very envious, not because they envied how powerful this ability is, but because they envied Ling Bai for giving Rihei such an expensive gift. Bai does not allow them to be jealous, but in private, the girls will inevitably try to compete for favor. When will my husband give us a gift? Hiyori, who has been familiar with her skills for a long time, sits with Reiju and the others. At this moment, he couldn't help muttering to himself. Bonnie. There are 4 of us. My husband sent a gift to Sister Gion, and Hiyori. There are only 2 of us. There are currently only 4 members of Ling Bai's Crystal Palace. What does that Gion sister look like? How is she? 090. Hiyori also couldn't help being curious, originally thought that Ling Bai only gave her a gift, but in the end there was also a Sister Gion? As for Momosagi, Hiyori has never seen her before. Reiju. One of Admiral's marine candidates, and she's also a great beauty, stronger than that Boa Hancock. Probably in this world, no accident, except for that 4 Emperor's aunt, no woman is stronger than Sister Gion. She, so powerful? Day in shock, of course. Hiyori was worried. Then you two will fight her, right? Bonnie. We're just going to be quick kills. It's so powerful? Rihei was even more shocked, and at the same time made up his mind, he must practice hard and become stronger, otherwise he will really be delayed. And, of course, Reiju and Bonnie are tacitly silent. Momosagi's waves are bigger than her and Bonnie's. And Hiyori is also on the same scale. In the past, Hiyori wore a wide kimono, hiding her perfect and turbulent ultimate figure. Let Reiju and Bonnie are helpless. How can they be so towering? Everyone is a woman. Could it be that Ling Bai saw that the 2 of them are more majestic, so he gave them gifts? It seems that there is some truth. Reiju and Bonnie were also a little helpless. It's hard to guess what Ling Bai was thinking. Of course, they are not easy to ask. What if Ling Bai gets angry? Although Ling Bai has never been angry. By the way, that Boa Hancock will also become our sister? Advertisement. Hiyori was a little apprehensive. After all, Snake Princess was so beautiful and, moreover, too powerful, a woman known as the Pirate Empress. He also has the aptitude of a king who is said to have 1 man in a million. Hiyori was very afraid, and of course, Reiju and the others were also very afraid. It should be long ago. Reiju replied. Bonnie. I guess it's already been, it's just that she's not in paradise. Hiyori. My husband is so charming. Reiju. Which woman doesn't like that man? It seems to be 2. At the same time, news about the demise of the Revolutionary Army and the Ling Bai pirates spread throughout New World immediately, followed by the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas. Immediately, the world shook. After seeing the news, Auntie and Kaido stared wide-eyed. It is also separated by a large sea area, and in the case of no contact at all, the 2 of them have the same opinion, that is, fortunately, they are not the enemy of Ling Bai, they are, and it is estimated that they are not far from being wiped out up. Because, the strength of the Revolutionary Army is not inferior to the 4 Emperor's pirates. Of course, this is not inferior to the original 4 Emperor's pirates, not counting the current Ling Bai pirates. After all, the Ling Bai pirates, to be stronger. The fact that Ling Bai was able to lead his subordinates to wipe out the entire Revolutionary Army force meant that they could do it if they wanted to wipe out the other 4 emperors. And the ant has a deep understanding. After all, almost half a month ago, Ling Bai led his troops to Cake Island. For Ling Bai's power, even the ant still has lingering fears. Yes, too strong, beyond imagination. On the other side, the Red Hair pirates, at this time, the Red Hair looked solemn. Unexpectedly, the Revolutionary Army was wiped out. Moreover, Ling Bai personally killed Drago. Sure enough, the monster's actions are also out of the ordinary. So, who will he attack next? Thinking of Ling Bai's next move, the redhead felt faintly uneasy. He understands that it is impossible for Ling Bai to stop. He will just rest for a while and then continue to shoot. Shanks, I think his next move is probably us. Beckman, who is the existence of the mind of the Red Hair pirates, suddenly spoke. Isn't it? Is it possible? Usopp and the others were shocked, but also a little unbelievable. Advertisement, but the Red Hair shook his head and said, I think what Beckman said makes sense. Maybe, the next thing he wants to kill is us. After all, before, according to the intelligence, Ling Bai went to Wano Kuni, and Wano Kuni, we all know that that is Kaido's territory, but it is said that they did not have any conflicts. Moreover, when Ling Bai went to Wano Kuni, there were only a few subordinates, but they stayed for several days. What happened these days? Who knows? And more recently, after Ling Bai and Dama fought fiercely, nothing happened, and Dama even held the top banquet for Ling Bai. Why is that? This, when the redhead spoke, everyone fell silent. Beckman. So, if Ling Bai has the next move, what is certain is that he will not attack Big Mom and Kaido. It should be very possible to attack our Red Hair pirates. In this way, it does make sense. That monster is too arrogant, however, with his strength, he does have the capital to be arrogant. The evil man is doing his best, but I believe that sooner or later someone will take care of him. But don't forget, we Red Hair pirates are not easy to bully, but we are known as the Iron Wall pirates. That's right, the Iron Wall pirates. Everyone in the Red Hair pirates also identified themselves. At this time, Legilu said, but, Shanks, Drago, he is Luffy's father, right? His death, for Luffy. Thinking of Luffy, the redhead fell silent. The Revolutionary Army was wiped out, and for their naval headquarters, it wasn't necessarily something to be happy about. At this time, Naval Headquarters, who was in a state of unease, had already held an emergency meeting as soon as possible. People from Red Hair Pirates also know that because of Ace's death, Luffy had a mental breakdown and it took a long time to get out. And the Ling Bai pirates returned to the paradise safe and sound. On the other hand, Naval Headquarters, the senior officials of the headquarters who knew the demise of the Revolutionary Army in 2.8 were not happy because of the demise of the Revolutionary Army. Even, Garp led the team. At this time, Naval Headquarters has sent someone to check the situation. In addition, the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army has been announced in the news, and the route to Baldigo Island has also been revealed. And the people at the meeting also had dignified faces. Now, his father is also dead. What kind of blow is it to Luffy? After a long time, the red hair finally opened his mouth and said, I hope that after he knows about this, he can also overcome this difficulty. Luffy. After Garp knew that his son had died, he couldn't believe it, but he felt like the sky was falling. But the current situation is that the Ling Bai pirates have wiped out the Revolutionary Army, although they also tried every means to destroy the Revolutionary Army. In the tone, is full of helplessness. They know that things are not easy. 6 IE Chapter 179 Naval Headquarters, The Restlessness of the Five Elders. Crane Vice Admiral, now that the Revolutionary Army has been wiped out, isn't it a good thing for our naval headquarters and the world government? At this time, Naval Headquarters is about to hold an important meeting, and all general-level Marines, as long as they are in Naval Headquarters, must participate. Including Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Alternate Admiral, Admirals. The person who asked Crane Vice Admiral was Hina Rear Admiral. And this meeting is very important. Not only Hina was puzzled, but many people were also puzzled. After all, the big troubles of the Revolutionary Army have been completely eliminated, but the high-level people are not happy, which makes people puzzled. Hina, it's easy for you to think. Crane shook his head and continued. Although the Ling Bai pirates were completely wiped out, the problem is that they were wiped out by the Ling Bai pirates. After the Revolutionary Army is wiped out, it is impossible for the Ling Bai pirates to stop their actions, so, next, what will he do? This. Hina instantly understood the seriousness of it. Furthermore, the Ling Bai pirates were able to completely wipe out the Revolutionary Army, but now they seem to have returned to paradise unharmed. How unimaginably powerful are they? If next, he takes advantage of the trend to attack other major cities in New World power, the problem we have to face is even more serious, but in fact, the problem today is very serious. Crane's complexion is also dignified. The higher-ups, except for Momoshagi, all have a dignified complexion. At this time, many high-level officials are present, Akainu, Crane, Kizaru, Green Bull and others. Ling Bai wiped out the Revolutionary Army, and the problems involved were very serious, which made them very disturbed. At this time, the person above the podium is Akainu, and the people below the stage are all the participants, all the general-level Marines who are now in Naval Headquarters. Akainu's complexion is also very bad. This meeting is indeed very serious. The focus of the meeting is to welcome the next war that is likely to come. Quiet. At this time, Akainu shouted, and the marine generals who were discussing below also fell silent instantly. And Akainu, also at this moment, began to speak. Our meeting, I believe everyone understands why it started. The Revolutionary Army was wiped out, which surprised us, but although the Revolutionary Army, which was a serious concern to us, was wiped out, this matter is not something we should be happy about. 4 Emperors Ling Bai led his subordinates to wipe out all the revolutionary troops. However, just yesterday, they had returned to their old lair in New World without incident. It seems that there is no loss of combat power. Advertisement. The powerful forces of the Revolutionary Army have been wiped out by them. With that guy's ambition, the destruction of the Revolutionary Army may be just the beginning. Akainu looked at the generals below and continued to say, yes, it may be a beginning. Everyone understands that the Revolutionary Army is powerful, but they were wiped out without paying any price. This shows the strength of the Ling Bai pirates, and before, we went to watch the battle in the sea area of Cake Island, and we also witnessed the strength of that pirate group. Now, everyone thinks, what will be the next move of that monster with huge ambitions? What's the next move? The marine generals also discussed this issue at this moment. The other 4 emperors, or naval headquarters. It was Hina who spoke. In fact, with her rear admiral status, her status in this meeting room is average. Speaking of it, this world, apart from the other 4 emperors, naval headquarters, and world government, doesn't have much strength and can compete with that pirate group. Mole Vice Admiral said, frowning. Other marine generals also agreed. But at this time, Sengoku stood up. As the former marine marshal, Sengoku's prestige was naturally huge, and the marine generals immediately fell silent. I have a bold guess. Of course, this guess is also very scary. As for the authenticity, I dare not say how true it is. Before, Ling Bai went to Wanokuni, there should be no conflict. Later, after the battle with Big Mom, we saw them discussing from a distance, and later, the Ant held a banquet for Ling Bai and them. Ling Bai has the power to defeat Big Mom and Kaido, and Ling Bai's power can also destroy Big Mom's pirate group and Kaido's pirate group. I guess, Ling Bai will not attack Big Mom and Kaido in the next step. Maybe it's the red hair pirates in us, and, what's more frightening, maybe, Ling Bai has already reached some kind of cooperation with Dama and Kaido. This is the scariest thing. It's very likely that there will be a terrible situation where the 3-4 emperors join forces. Sengoku said with a serious face. Immediately, the scene was in an uproar, and the Marines were also shocked. Even Marine, who expressed disbelief, somewhat agreed with this statement in his heart. If the 3-4 emperors join forces, can we deal with this kind of opponent? Maybe, we can knock down naval headquarters and rush to Mariajoy. Although it is a terrible guess, it may become a reality. That time when the Ant invited 4 emperors Ling Bai, it was very strange. 2 4 emperors banquets, I can't imagine. You know, before that, there had never been 2 of 4 emperors of the witches. Maybe, they have already reached some kind of interest cooperation. This is too scary. Crane. Ling Bai's action now is to eradicate all the forces that hinder him. The Revolutionary Army has been wiped out by him. It is really beyond imagination. The Summit War is really just the beginning. The big men are all taking action. There was too much helplessness in the tone. In the meeting that followed, Akainu discussed the recent mission of naval headquarters. Perhaps, they will soon face the Ling Bai pirates, and, according to the terrible speculation, perhaps Ling Bai has reached an agreement with Big Mom and Kaido, guys. Advertisement of course, in reality, Ling Bai has reached an alliance with Big Mom and Kaido. And the leader of the alliance is Ling Bai. Ling Bai, Commander-in-Chief and Kaido are 2 monsters. What will the battle be like then? Akainu they were just guessing and didn't even guess half of it. Of course, Ling Bai's next move was to attack the redhead. Although he is a pirate and has become one of the 4 emperors, but in his body, after all, lies the noble blood of our celestial dragons. Naval headquarters, just stay to the last, capture naval headquarters, you can rush directly to Mariajoy. What people didn't expect is that Ling Bai not only dug out the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, but also wiped them out. Such a difficult and huge force disappeared in this history, and now. Because the Revolutionary Army is all based on the slogan and goal of overthrowing the rule of celestial dragons and establishing a new order. How strong is Ling Bai and the pirate group behind him? On the other side, the ones who were uneasy at the moment naturally had the 5 elders and the others. The original 4 emperors were all settled in the new world. Although there were actions, they checked and balanced each other after all, and it could be said that they did not threaten the rule of the world government. That kid, it's so disturbing, at a time like this. Ling Bai, however, is different. He has already revealed his great ambition to annex the world. For Lord I Am and his celestial dragons, the sacrifice is undoubtedly the most important, and during this period, nothing can disturb you. If this goes on like this, by then, it is likely to affect the sacrifice. P.S. I said here that the 5 elders are all celestial dragons, and so is the redhead. The original book has not been published, so it is written here. Perhaps we must use that weapon when necessary. And the Revolutionary Army, or rather, the Summit War was just the beginning, and now the Revolutionary Army may only be in Ling Bai's plan. Ling Bai. It's impossible to let him continue to be arrogant. The Revolutionary Army is an absolute worry for the world government represented by the 5 elders, and Drago is also considered by them to be the most vicious criminal in the world, and the Revolutionary Army is also regarded by them as the most evil because, before the Ling Bai pirates, the Revolutionary Army was the only one that could threaten the rule of the 653 world government. His next step, action, what is it? Very likely, the next target is the other four emperors. It's really hard to say now, especially the guy with the red hair. Chapter 180 Luffy in Training, the Praying Straw Hat Pirates. Today, Ling Bai's actions have increasingly made naval headquarters and the world government feel uneasy. Ling Bai's action perfectly interprets what is called, if you don't make a sound, you are done. In the world, the demise of the Revolutionary Army was also extremely shocking. The reputation of the majestic Revolutionary Army is not inferior to that of the Four Emperors' pirates, but now, the Revolutionary Army was so easily wiped out overnight by the Ling Bai pirates. Is the content in the newspaper true? Many people expressed disbelief. After all, it was too sudden, and the incident was extremely terrifying. Just like the Four Emperors pirate group, they are entrenched in New World, and they are almost impossible to be destroyed, and the Whitebeard pirate group is just a special case, but now, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group are still there. A superpower that is comparable to the power of the Four Emperors was wiped out like this? At this time, the world is full of shocks, and during this time, it can be said that the world cannot be peaceful. Many forces are also uneasy about this. They deeply felt the threat of the Four Emperors Ling Bai. The leaders of these forces, it can be said, could hardly sleep peacefully. Reach out to them. And with the power of the Four Emperors Ling Bai, can they resist? What else can they do but surrender? Moreover, the scary thing is that as the leader of a power, it is also the easiest to be killed. Just like other big powers annex other small powers, kill the original leader, and then support an obedient one. The Revolutionary Army, whose strength is not inferior to that of the Four Emperors pirates, was wiped out overnight and was uprooted from this world alive. New World once again deeply experienced the terrifying fangs of Four Emperors Ling Bai. People also realize that Ling Bai is not the same as you, playing the Pirate House game. Four Emperors Ling Bai, perhaps, he is running towards the true overlord of the New World, and even the goal of world domination. That is, what a terrible ambition. Moreover, his terrifying ambition is also supported by his terrifying strength. Therefore, for a while, the leaders of many powerful forces in the New World were trembling in their hearts. But in fact, Ling Bai really has no interest in these forces. However, after everything is over, maybe Ling Bai doesn't mind destroying all these pirate forces. After all, as a great pirate, Ling Bai also has a principle or a steel-like bottom line, that is, he will never touch civilians. Of course, if the civilians are not intentionally implicated, Ling Bai has nothing to do. The change of the times always requires some more or less, big or small sacrifices. Advertisement and the various evil forces in New World are doing evil everywhere. It can be said that except for the sea areas ruled by the Four Emperors, almost all other sea areas are their targets of burning, killing and looting. Ling Bai has long disliked them. So sooner or later, it is inevitable that they will be wiped out by Ling Bai. At this time, the news about the demise of the Revolutionary Army naturally spread to every corner of the world. At this time, the Windmill Village in East Blue is the hometown of Drago. The villagers of Fengchi Village couldn't believe it after reading the newspaper. Dorag, dead? This, after Ace and Sabo, Drago also. Is this Ling Bai again? The villagers couldn't accept the death of Drago. The deaths of Ace and Sabo had made them extremely sad, and it took them a long time to come out. Cannot accept? Windmill Village, the folk customs are simple and honest, and the villagers are friendly, especially everyone has been taken care of by the Monkey D family. As the marine hero, Garp has a great reputation, and East Blue has been in peace for a long time, and countless people have suffered. With the grace of it, especially the Windmill Village. So at this time, the death of Drago made the villagers immediately think of Garp and Luffy. How will they face this nightmare reality? It's for Luffy and for Garp. What will happen to them? What a huge blow this is, surely they will be very sad. At the same time, members of the Straw Hat Pirates scattered in multiple places also saw the news. When they were in the capital of Seven Waters, they already knew that Drago was Luffy's father. Now, with the demise of the Revolutionary Army, the newspapers also clearly reported that Drago was beheaded by Four Emperors Ling Bai. In other words, Luffy's father is dead. The death of Luffy's big brother, Ace, has dealt a huge blow to Luffy, and now, his father is also dead. Luffy, I hope you will take this blow, although I can only mourn at a place far away from you. Advertisement, Luffy, you must get through this difficult time. There is still more than a year, we meet in Paojie Archipelago, I must work hard to improve myself, the future One Piece, wait for me. Zoro and the others could only pray silently for Luffy. They knew that the death of their father would be a huge blow to anyone. They hope, Luffy, must get through this difficult time. After the events of the Summit War and the Paojie Archipelago, Luffy deeply understands how weak his own power is, so weak that he can't even protect his partners and brothers and relatives. With the help of Rayleigh and Seaman Jinbei, Luffy, who has successfully walked out of the shadow of Ace and Sabo's death, is cultivating desperately every day on this island full of giant beasts. And at the same time, let Zoro and the villagers of Windmill Village worry about Luffy. He, right now, is working hard to cultivate. Rayleigh understands how terrible such news is for Luffy, and maybe he will fall into a mental breakdown again. Also, it was Rayleigh who brought him here. What would he do if he heard the bad news of his father's death again this time? Rayleigh didn't want to think about it. On the other side, when Luffy was fighting the beasts in the forest of this island, on the far shore, Rayleigh completely tore up the newspapers he had finished reading, and then threw them into the sea again. Rayleigh understands that Luffy's potential is extremely huge. At this moment of cultivation that is very important to him, he must not let anything interfere with him, otherwise, all previous efforts may be in vain. Luffy also passed half of the previous collapse. Moon came out. Therefore, he is cultivating desperately now, so that one day, when he and his partners encounter huge disasters and enemies, his power will be able to protect them. That was the news about the demise of the Revolutionary Army and the death of Dorag. Moreover, he is the man who is going to become the One Piece. This is an island where ferocious beasts crawl and wreak havoc, but it is not the island where he went to practice for 2 years in the original book, but another island. After all, there are quite a few altars in this world. Lee Mo's, on this kind of island. Because he is the captain? Absolutely not. Therefore, Rayleigh doesn't want to let Luffy know this bad news now. Maybe, one day, when Luffy becomes stronger, Rayleigh will tell him again. He will never be defeated again. Captain, isn't it a matter of course to protect your partner? Chapter 181 Luffy who didn't know his father was dead. During this period of time, Rayleigh has seen the potential in Luffy, such as his talent. Rayleigh understands that with this talent, coupled with Luffy's hard work, he can reach the ranks of top powerhouses. Of course, this is only a matter of time, that's all. Moreover, Rayleigh also discovered that Luffy also possesses the aptitude of a king, 1 in a million, and the unawakened conqueror's haki is sleeping in his body. This surprised Rayleigh, but thinking about it, after all, his father is like that, and Luffy is naturally not bad. And this power was also stimulated by Rayleigh teaching him a month ago. Although he is not proficient, in time, Luffy can also master conqueror's haki proficiently. Kind of haki. What's more, in Luffy, Rayleigh saw the figure of Luogia in the past. Rayleigh understands that he needs to teach Luffy at all costs and let him grow. With his current strength, he is too weak, and entering the new world is almost like cannon fodder. New world, that is a real sea area ruled by monsters. But after reading the latest newspaper, Rayleigh also fell silent, sitting on a big rock by the sea, smoking a cigarette. His wrinkled face also had a deep and dignified look. That news must not be seen by the current Luffy of 943. Let's tell him after the training is over. Alas, the old man understands that this kind of thing is too terrible for him. Garp may not be able to accept it. Not to mention Luffy, the old man only hopes that he can spend this time of training well. That monster has been acting frequently recently. Besides, his strength is too strong. Even after 2 years of training, Luffy can't deal with monsters of this level. Even, Luffy may have to grow up for 10 years or more, even if he is very talented. At that time, the old man will also warn Luffy, don't touch that monster before you don't have enough strength. And, that monster, what's the next move? It's really disturbing. This world is so unfair recently. On the other side, Luffy is in the primeval forest, fighting all kinds of powerful beasts, but at this moment, Luffy's eyes are covered with black cloth, that is to say, he cannot see those who are trying to devour and tear Luffy into pieces of beasts. This is exactly the way Rayleigh taught him, observation haki's way of training. Advertisement at this time, a giant snake swung its tail suddenly, BDAA, directly sent Luffy flying for hundreds of meters with a force beyond imagination for Luffy, and finally completely shattered a part of a cliff. Damn it, I will definitely blow you monsters away. I want to become stronger and stronger, I want revenge for Sabo and Ace. I will definitely become the One Piece. The belief in his heart was like a raging fire, and then, Luffy rushed up again, confronting the group of beasts that ruled this virgin forest. But at this time, how would Luffy know that his father, Drago, was dead, and he also died at the hands of Ling Bai who killed Ace and Sabo, if he knew about it? So what? But what he didn't know was that Ling Bai still wished that Luffy knew about it. It has to be said that Ling Bai had a bit of a bad taste. Today's Ling Bai has captured Robin. In this life, Robin doesn't need to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. Of course, how long can the Straw Hat Pirates survive? In addition, even if he sees the Straw Hat Pirates again, will Luo Yi still have any feelings for them? On this day, Ling Bai took Robin to see the historical texts of the 3 road signs. When he saw the 3 legendary historical texts, Robin was also shocked to ultimate. You must know that this kind of historical text, even if you have 1 piece, it is very scary, but Ling Bai is lucky, he actually has 3 pieces, and even, Ling Bai also mentioned that the last piece should come to him soon. Robin was shocked. It was also at the moment when he saw the historical text of these 3 road signs, Robin started Shikai to read the text. Of course, Ling Bai also wants her to interpret the historical text of these 3 road signs, and confirm whether there is any deviation or error in the content he interpreted with observation haki's ability to listen to everything. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Advertisement. Of course, it is unrealistic to get along with Ling Bai a lot. After all, in Ling Bai's eyes, she is just a tool or thing, and even Robin himself understands this. Robin was shocked by this, but he couldn't understand the highest level of observation haki. Of course, fortunately, the women and girls in the mansion are very friendly. Robin also understands one thing, she probably won't have to go back to the Straw Hat Pirates in her life. It's simply impossible to escape from Ling Bai's clutches, and secretly, she also enjoys the feeling of being caught in Ling Bai's clutches, unknowingly unable to extricate themselves in the mud. At this time, just like in the original book, Nami also went to the weather island and studied various weathers with a group of old men who studied weather. P.S. If you write about Nami, you will take it all at once. Nami in this timeline can be captured directly, otherwise, Robin will be arrested, and Nami will also be captured by the way. The author still writes this book well, but his ability is limited, and there is nothing he can do if he is not satisfied. After being written by Ling Bai countless times, Robin doesn't know his feelings for Ling Bai anymore. The hatred and anger seem to be more and more blurred, and Robin even vaguely looks forward to getting along with Ling Bai. After all, Ling Bai is the only one who broke through the man who entered her inner world. The unimaginable violent attack penetrated the body, and went straight to the depths of the heart and soul. I asked Ling Bai curiously, and Ling Bai told her that it is the highest level of observation haki, listening to the words of the historical text stone tablet. In the end, Ling Bai also checked with her, and finally confirmed that there was nothing wrong. And Robin was surprised that Ling Bai actually knew the content of the historical text. She understood that Ling Bai seemed to be able to interpret it. What will happen when Luffy finds out that both Robin and Nami have been captured by his worst enemy? In addition, after eating Robin to the bone, Ling Bai also had an idea, whether it is necessary to take Nami as a prisoner. Of course, it is impossible for Nami to become a member of Ling Bai's Crystal Palace, just a maid. The impact on Robin was huge. At this time, she didn't know that she was being targeted by a demon, and she didn't even know that Robin was also captured by the other party. One day later, Garp, who knew the bad news of his son's death, finally arrived at the island of Baldigo Baitu, which had already been fragmented by this time. But speaking of it, even the old man Golden Lion is very impressed by Nami's navigation ability. Ling Bai is thinking that at that time, going to Raftel may require strong navigation ability, because when interpreting the historical text of road signs, Ling Bai had a vague feeling that going to the final island would not be easy, and he might have to face an extremely dangerous sea area. It's kind of like wanting to P***s off Luffy. Chapter 182 Garp's Grief, Wordless Rage. At this time, Garp finally arrived at Baldigo Island, and a group of Marines including Doberman, Vice Admiral and Kebi came together. Garp and the others came here in the name of inspecting the real situation. After all, there is not even a single picture in the newspaper, but as for why people are willing to believe the authenticity of the news, as long as it comes from Morgan's, they naturally don't add it. You must know that Morgan's news is also the existence of the fishing boats that monopolize the world, and it is a complete overlord in the news and fishing boat circles. But when Garp came here, only a few Marines probably knew that he was just to see Drago, and of course to see Drago's body. That's the son facing the father, the white-haired man facing the black-haired man. When the Marines landed on this island, they could faintly smell the stench of rotting corpses. At the same time, they also saw that on the ruins of the island, there were all sorts of people lying on the ground in various postures. Corpse. It has been dead for several days. Doberman Vice Admiral frowned. At this time, in the sight of everyone, Garp had rushed into the island, with an anxious look on his face, looking around for something. It was time to find Drago's body. The corpse of Karas, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, it is him. Although the body is already corroded, it can still be seen that he is the commander of the Northern Army. It seems that the person who died here is the Revolutionary Army. That's right. I found out. Confederate commander, the one with the blue hair in the distance, is that Ivankov? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect that I could see the scene of the perishing of the Revolutionary Army in my lifetime. 4 Emperors Ling Bai, it's terrible. Although I didn't witness this war with my own eyes, the battle traces on this island and the corpses all over the ground are scary enough. There are still many corpses of the German Legion. Among 4 Emperors Ling Bai's subordinates, except for the members, they are not like the other 3 members of the 4 Emperors Pirates. Attack. It is said that the German Legion is about to be expelled from the countries that joined the world government. Vince Mo-K's family seems to be getting too close to the 4 Emperors Ling Bai. At this moment, Marine, who had penetrated into the island, exclaimed again and again. The corpses all over the ground made them excited about the demise of the Revolutionary Army, but also fearful of the 4 Emperors Ling Bai. Advertisement. It can be said that the Marines are shocked, scared and happy at this time, with complicated emotions intertwined. And Garp finally saw Drago's body in a huge deep pit at this time. Compared with the corpses of other Revolutionary Army, Dorag's corpse is too miserable. The whole body is covered with dry bloodline, and the part of the mouth is the shocking blood hole, which is almost as big as Garp's fist, and Garp, who is a master of physical arts, understands that this kind of blood hole was directly punched out by the fist. The huge force forcefully smashed the mouth open, shattered the bones, and then pierced through, crushing the internal organs. With injuries like that, Whitebeard couldn't live, not anyone else. By this time, Drago's body, along with the others outside, had begun to rot and stink, but Garp didn't care about the smell one bit. This is his son, Garp. At this time, he was kneeling weakly beside Drago, looking at the dying Drago. For him, an old man, tears burst out of his eyes uncontrollably in an instant, and then flowed down the folds. The cheeks flowed down to the chin, and finally dripped to the ground, swallowed by the dust. Dorag. Garp, who was so sad that he was ultimate at the moment, cried out silently on the spot, and at the same time closed Dorag's eyes filled with multiple emotions such as anger, pain, struggle, unsweetness, and guilt. Drago is dead. This old man is really a father who failed completely. In Garp's heart, there was deep helplessness and self-blame. How much he wished that this moment was a nightmare, and he could wake up from the nightmare at this moment, but obviously, this is not a nightmare, but the most real, bloody reality. His son is dead. Even the corpses have a tendency to rot, and they already smell bad. This old man failed too much. Luffy and Ace became pirates, and you ended up on the road of becoming a Revolutionary Army. This old man is really a father who failed to the extreme, a father who is not qualified at all. The old man just wants you to become a great Marine. Garp, at this moment, is saddened to ultimate. Drago's death, for him, was almost the same as the sky falling. Advertisement. Ask for flowers 0090012513 Filu 0942333101. It was just as painful as that time with Ace. Behind Garp, Kabi and Bellamybo also did not make a sound. They knew that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, was Garp's own son. The pain of bereavement, the two of them can probably feel the pain of bereavement. At this moment, they can only silent. But Garp didn't know that Ling Bai deliberately asked Lao Sha to focus on the information that he had killed Dorag, and told Birdman Morgans to focus on writing this information. They understand that they cannot speak out. Doberman Vice Admiral probably understood what Garp meant, so he just ordered those Marines not to say anything, and just do their own work. Now, there is no talk of rationality or irrationality. Kill that arrogant Ling Bai at all costs. At least 10 obstacles can be reduced. Now that the naval headquarters has a strong combat power, it is natural that every death counts as one. When the time comes, it will be even easier to completely destroy the Celestial Dragon's rule. Ling Bai's purpose is to hope that Garp will come to the paradise to take revenge. At that time, Ling Bai will get rid of Garp in advance. On this day, under the doubts of many Marines, Garp carried Drago's body to the warship. Marine thought he was going to bring Drago's body back to naval headquarters. Naval headquarters, perhaps it can be said that the strongest existence is Garp, which is very possible. Garp has decided in his heart that after Dorag is buried, he will go to paradise to take revenge. Ling Bai, before that, also killed Ace. In fact, Garp wanted to bring Drago's body back to East Blue Windmill Village for a proper burial. Now, it's new hatred and old hatred. The grief and hatred of losing important relatives twice has completely intensified the hatred and anger in Garp's heart at this moment. In his life, he has experienced countless wars and faced countless powerful enemies, but he has never been afraid. For Garp, it was good that he didn't go crazy and lose his mind when his son died. After the grief, Garp sat on the deck of the warship, silent for a long time, and the whole person was in a state of not thinking about food and drink. But no one knew that Garp was suppressing a huge anger in his heart at this time, and that was the anger towards Chapter 183, the arrival of the Red Earl. On the other hand, Ling Bai didn't know that Garp went to Baldigo Island and met Dorag, who had been dead for a long time, and Garp also wanted to bring Dorag's body back to East Blue for burial. Of course, Garp will come to the park soon. Ling Bai's life in the past 2 days is still very comfortable. At the same time, Ling Bai also held a celebration banquet. Except for the members of the pirates, Ling Bai and the others are also responsible for today's food and drink on the island. That is to say, for others, the cost of food and drink is free. Of course, only for food and drink. Under Ling Bai's rule, the Aborigines in paradise are also trembling, but of course the overall situation is good. As for the end of the banquet, Ling Bai returned to his residence, and naturally spent his days with the girls. For Ling Bai, after the battle, it is a period of rest before starting the next round of action. On the night of 160, not long after night fell, Ling Bai and all the girls took a hot spring bath in their big house. In the hot spring pool, white hot steam rose, and in the hot spring, those incomparably beautiful figures made this place feel like a fairyland. Ling Bai's mansion is also extremely huge, with an overall area of 3,000 mu of land. Of course, it wasn't so big at the beginning, but it was only after continuous expansion during this period of time that it has such an area. And Ling Bai's house, for other people, is also an absolute forbidden zone, but he didn't sleep. As for breaking into Ling Bai's residence, it is even more impossible. After all, who dare to break into the 4 emperors' residence when they're tired of work? At this time, Ling Bai was naturally among the people soaking in the hot spring. Ling Bai is like an emperor, enjoying the warm life after eliminating the Revolutionary Army. Of course, in Ling Bai's mansion, Ayu and Granu are not allowed to soak in hot springs at this time. After all, it is not good to teach bad children. Although Granos is a girl in her 20s, she has the appearance and body of a child, which is very embarrassing. Ling Bai always assumes that she is a child. Let her take care of Ayu. Ayu is Ling Bai here, the real child, only 6 years old, the time when the innocence reaches the ultimate level. Ayu's ability, although she is just a child, in fact, she is very powerful. Ling Bai reckons that if he finishes his trip to the world of One Piece, if he can go to Hokage for the next stop, then he can directly let Ayu tame the tailed beast. But when Ayu grows up a bit, let her tame the beasts in the pirate world and attack other worlds, it will be perfect. You know, there are beasts in the pirate world, not ordinary animals. But all the monsters that can be called beasts in the world of pirates all start at the size of a truck, let alone sea kings. Advertisement: the sea kings that Shirahoshi can command are all over 5 kilometers in length. With a length of 5 kilometers, human beings are really the size of ants in front of it. Ayu is indeed a talent here at Ling Bai. At this time, the hot springs are surrounded by clouds and mist. Except for Granu and Ayu, all her daughters are here. Here, Baby 5 and Yamato, who had never been touched by Ling Bai before, also let Ling Bai directly access his soul and heart this night. Although Yamato is the daughter of a rough man and muscular monster like Kaido of the Beasts, but Yamato has nothing to inherit except his double horns. Yamato is a total beauty. Of course, the figure is also top-notch. But if Kaido knew that his daughter was moved by Ling Bai, maybe he would have the heart to kill Ling Ri. Of course Ling Bai would never mention this to Kaido. But to be honest, Kaido can't beat Ling Bai. Of course, although Ling Bai moved her daughter, it doesn't mean that Kaido is Ling Bai's father-in-law. Ling Bai can be said to be a dictator. He is more of an emperor than the ancient emperors in his previous life. It is not a problem to have countless crystal palaces. And Ling Bai, with his own strength, the original desire is naturally very strong. Of course, the combat power is also extremely terrifying. Even if Reiju and other 7 people join forces, they can't shake Ling Bai at all. Moreover, Ling Bai's 2-day physique actually has a great effect on Reiju and the others to improve their own strength, which is much better than their hard work. In the current hot spring, Ling Bai is the emperor. As for Granu and Ayu, they were outside, and the 2 children were playing chess while eating candy. Ayu also listened to the voice and was very puzzled, thinking that Ling Bai was bullying the sisters again, and only after asking about the sugar did I find out that Ling Bai was trying to become stronger with Reiju and the others. This is a white lie of Shoutong, but it actually deceived Ayu. Advertisement. As for Granu, she was extremely fortunate. If she hadn't been a child, she might have been brutally murdered. But to be honest, apart from this point, Ling Bai doesn't have any flaws, and he is usually very easygoing. At noon the next day, Ling Bai was notified that the Red Earl had arrived at Paradise Island. Ling Bai was very surprised by this. He hadn't forgotten about the Red Earl. Before, the Red Earl was looking for the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit that could make him young and return to the peak of his strength. Bat Fruit, Vampire Form. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Bai met the Red Earl, and at this time, including Burndi, they were all here. Everyone was naturally shocked by the reappearance of the Red Earl. After all, no matter what, the Red Earl was a powerful existence beyond imagination in the old days. And now, the Red Earl is also, he has really regained his youth. Before that, he looked like a skinny old man in his 90s, and he could be said to have half of his body buried in the ground. However, today's Red Earl has regained his youth. He is about 40 years old, full of energy, and for people in this world, it is generally the time when his strength is at its peak and his body is in the best condition. And the Red Earl has not only regained his youth, but now he exudes an extremely powerful aura of 2.1, which is the invisible aura of a strong man. Bullet and the others were also shocked by the appearance of the Red Earl. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, but now it has become like this. What happened? It feels too strong, worthy of being a strong man from the old era. Everyone is curious. Ryder, have you found the Devil Fruit yet? Burndi asked each other. Although Burndi has also recovered his youth, he is not so pure as Ryder, and his strength makes Burndi feel very afraid. But Burndi, after all, is Bonnie's immature ability to restore youth and recover some body functions, but it is not ultimate. Looks like I found it. The only Devil Fruit that Ling Bai could think of to make the Red Earl change back to this shape was the Phantom Beast. Chapter 184. Earl Red talks about the Valley of Gods. Zone, Phantom Beast species, Bat Fruit, Vampire Form. This is how the Red Earl got the Devil Fruit now, just like in the original book. Anyway, the Phantom Beasts that appear in this world, currently known to Ling Bai, such as Sengoku's Buddha form, Marco's Phoenix, and Kaido's Phantom Beast Qinglong, are all very strong without exception. Of course, there is also a Yamada no Orochi that is holding back, but Ling Bai reckons that Kurozumi Orochi is too useless, and has not fully developed the power of this Phantom Beast. Just like the useless caribou of Logia Marsh Fruit, it has wasted a moment of mighty Logia Devil Fruit. Ling Bai has an idea. After all, now that he has the ability to devour, he can directly plunder the Marsh Fruit. Of course, he didn't use it by himself this time, let alone let his women use it. After all, although Marsh Fruit is powerful, it's a bit disgusting to use its true ability. However, Ling Bai can give it to the crew. Maybe then see if there is any Devil Fruit. A new crew of abilities has been added. Of course, Shiryu of the Rain doesn't have Devil Fruit yet. For his loyalty, Ling Bai doesn't mind adding a powerful ability to him. The Marsh Fruit in Shiryu's place is likely to be much better than the Invisible Fruit he got in the original book. The Invisible Fruit is extremely tasteless, but anyone with strong observation haki can discover the so-called Invisible Fruit. Is it the Phantom Beast that the captain mentioned? At this time, Bullet also asked the Red Earl. That's right. The silent Red Earl also spoke. I found this Devil Fruit in South Blue, and after that, it not only restored my youth, but also brought my strength back to its peak. In this way, it is indeed terrifying. Not only regained youth, but also restored strength. The Red Earl's peak strength is comparable to the 4 emperors of today. However, the 4 emperors may not have the captain's strength is also beyond imagination. Except for Ling Bai, everyone was also amazed. For a powerhouse of Red Earl's level, restoring youth and peak strength is tantamount to resurrecting Whitebeard with full blood. This is indeed shocking. Red Earl, that is a well-known top powerhouse in the old days. According to the legend, the existence of keeping pace with Whitebeard and Luogia by one's own strength, of course, this kind of keeping pace would also includes the forces behind Luogia and Whitebeard. Advertisement. Although it was a bit exaggerated and maybe not necessarily true, it was a great recognition of the Red Earl by the world at that time. Later, he defeated Kong and was arrested after exhausting his strength. Ling Bai, now you have wiped out the Revolutionary Army, so what's your next plan? Does it include overthrowing the world government? At this time, the Red Earl ignored Bullet and the others. After all, the Red Earl was still the lonely Red who disdained to be with anyone, still extremely arrogant and withdrawn to the point of ultimate, but Ling Bai was in his approval. In the past few days, he also heard that Mai Bai led his men to destroy the Revolutionary Army. So the Revolutionary Army was a product of the Red Earl after he was imprisoned in Impel down, but the Red Earl also understood that the strength of the Revolutionary Army was definitely not weak. Destroy the world government, that is the final battle. Ling Bai, who was sitting on the main seat, said, the next step is to destroy the Red Hair Pirates. The Red Hair is just a peacemaker. I think there is a high probability that he is the Celestial Dragons, or someone who has mastered the world government. Man of great secrets. Destroy red hair? The Red Earl was surprised, but Bullet and the others had already known about Ling Bai's plan, so they didn't react. That's right. Ling Bai nodded. As the four emperors, he is the Celestial Dragons, or has some secret. The Red Earl was very surprised by this. After all, he is a pirate who can be personally interviewed by the five elders, but we don't have this kind of treatment. Ling Bai laughed. The old man seems to understand a little bit. The Red Earl said, "At this time, I will stay on your Paradise Island. At that time, the world government will be wiped out, and I don't mind taking action. I shouldn't need the old man to kill the red hair now, right? Of course, it's not necessary, but after that, we'll go to Raftel. I wonder if you're interested." Ling Bai looked at the Red Earl. To Raftel? The Red Earl's eyes were fixed, and he was also surprised. Advertisement Ling Bai. I have already mastered the historical texts of 3 road signs, and of course interpretation is not a problem. It is estimated that the last historical text of road signs will be found soon. Since you're going to Raftel, take the old man with you. Ling Bai. Nature is as you wish. By the way, Earl Red, have you heard of the Valley of the Gods? Suddenly thinking of the Valley of the Gods, and the Red Earl is from that era, Ling Bai couldn't help but ask. As for Burndi is also from that era, but although he has heard of it, he doesn't know the location of the island and more rumors. The Valley of the Gods? Lox and the others have been to this island before? The Red Earl frowned and said something. Do you seem to know something? Bullet was surprised. Everyone also looked at the Red Earl. At this time, the Red Earl continued. The Valley of the Gods is the mysterious island where the celestial dragons worship. The island named after the gods is enough to show the arrogance of those celestial dragons. Of course, the celestial dragons are just a group of animals. For God, they are insulting God. Where are the celestial dragons worshipped? After everyone heard it, they were even more surprised, and at the same time showed surprise. And Ling Bai had heard from his aunt, so he was still relatively calm, but he wanted to know more secrets. Red Earl. In addition to the place of sacrifice, it is also the cemetery where celestial dragons are buried after death. Therefore, in the depths of the Valley of Gods, there is also a place known as the 097 Tomb of the Gods. War is declaring war on an ancient empire, so the Valley of the Gods is of great significance to celestial dragons. Of course, I don't know much about it. After all, the Valley of the Gods was a secret existence in the old man's time. Except for the transiting sun, everyone was also shocked when they heard it. Of course, there are more shocking ones. The Red Earl continued. Probably, Uranus, one of the ancient weapons, is also in the Valley of the Gods. This ancient weapon is rather special. Pluton is a supergiant ship, Poseidon is said to be a mermaid princess, and Uranus seems to be a sleeping but immortal super-ancient creature. After all, Poseidon can command all the sea kings, Pluton destroys an island with one shot, the power of ancient weapon can also be imagined, and Uranus is known as the strongest of the 3 ancient weapons, but this is ancient but very few people know the legend, but I don't know whether it is true or not. Uranus, could it be an ultra-ancient creature? Let alone Bullet and the others, Ling Bai was shocked. Although Ling Bai heard from the ant before that Uranus might be sleeping in the Valley of Gods, the ant doesn't know what Uranus is. Now, the Red Earl, who is a generation older than Whitebeard, actually knows such an important secret, let alone tell the truth, but it is shocking enough. Chapter 185 The Horrible Background of World Government. Red Earl. Uranus may be an ultra-ancient creature. Of course, at least the old man has never seen it with his own eyes. What he said now is just hearsay. Burndi shook his head. Although it is a rumor, it is shocking enough, but speaking of it, if it is true, then an ancient weapon that is not inferior to Pluto and Poseidon, a simple super-ancient creature, then how horrible should it be? Shiryu of the Rain. The background of the world government is indeed too terrifying. That's right, but it's no wonder that the celestial dragons have been able to rule the world for 800 years. After all, in the past 800 years, in terms of the brutal rule of the celestial dragons, it is impossible that there has not been a force of resistance, and it is impossible to say that the past for 800 years, those strong men are weaker than the strong men of our era, and there may even have been unimaginably powerful beings, but the celestial dragon's rule is still unshakable. Everyone was shocked. At this time, Lao Sha thought for a while, and asked in doubt. Then, does this so-called Valley of Gods still exist? Red Earl. Whoever is wiped out of all information by the world government has also wiped off the traces of this island on the map, and there is no record of this island in the permanent pointer, unless it is a special permanent pointer held by the world government. Only the location record of the Valley of the Gods is there. After all, they will go to the Valley of the Gods to worship every once in a while. It is said that it is once every 10 years. It is regarded as the most important thing by the celestial dragons. Of course, it is also extremely secretive. Maybe Martial Marine they don't necessarily know. It is rumored that the high-level celestial dragons have completely destroyed the Valley of the Gods in order to eliminate the secrets of the Valley of the Gods. However, that important place cannot be destroyed, it can only be hidden. Really? Ling Bai also nodded. I have a senior undercover agent at the CPO, and I can ask her to check if she can find out the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. By then, it would be even better to get Uranus. Undercover, CPO, the Red Earl, as well as others, were also surprised. But Bullet and the others quickly realized that, after all, everyone knows that now Naval Headquarters, the alternate girl Admiral Momosagi is Ling Bai's woman, and the world government has Ling Bai's undercover agents, so it doesn't seem too surprising. Ling Bai. If it's a CPO, it's still very easy to get close to the secret of celestial dragons. Valley of the Gods, I'm going to make a decision. The monk who broke the precepts smiled and said, the captain is still brilliant, even the world government has us. Everyone also laughed, feeling that Ling Bai is still ahead of him. Ling Bai said, it's still very cool to play dirty with celestial dragons. At this time, the Red Earl thought for a while, and then continued. As for the world government, it is said that apart from the background of Uranus, there seems to be a superweapon in Mariajoy. Advertisement, a superweapon? Including Ling Bai, everyone was attracted attention again. That's right, this superweapon is said to be the secret weapon used by the owner of the Void Throne to cleanse history. The Red Earl frowned. Historical cleansing? What does it mean? Sounds not easy. Everyone was surprised and full of doubts. Red Earl. It can be said that in the past Lox and Luogia, the influence of the two of them was greater than that of the four emperors today, but not enough to allow the celestial dragons to use this super weapon. It is said that once the world unbalanced, when the celestial dragons are in a disadvantageous situation, or when there is an enemy that cannot be dealt with by naval headquarters and world government experts, the owner of the Void Throne will use this super weapon to clean up history. In human terms, it is also called extinguishing. In short, if it is an extremely powerful enemy, beyond Lox, Luogia, Whitebeard and others who are stronger, and really threaten the rule of the celestial dragons, this super weapon. It is also time to be used. There is such a terrifying weapon? Everyone was shocked, even Ling Bai frowned. Ling Bai. It seems that the world government is really not easy. After all, it can stand in this world of the jungle for 800 years. Really, after the shock, everyone was also a little silent. Red Earl. Celestial dragons are not all trash, there are also masters among them. After all, there are grades among celestial dragons, among them, like 5 elders, they are high-ranking celestial dragons, and those who often go out to Mariajoy can almost be said to be a waste among the celestial dragons. Advertisement Ling Bai. So to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule by then, we must gather a strong enough force. Everyone also nodded in approval, and Ling Bai continued. In fact, I can say that I have mastered Poseidon now. The mermaid princess of the Fishman Island is exactly this generation of Poseidon. There is no need to be too afraid of their background, after all, our background is also very scary. Poseidon. This. Captain, what's going on here? The captain has given us another surprise. By the way, Captain, what's the matter? Haha, could it be that the captain's charm also hooked up the mermaid princess by the way? Everyone knows very well that Ling Bai is surrounded by all kinds of top-notch beauties, and it can be said that he is the envy of others. The Red Earl said solemnly, if there is Poseidon, the odds of winning against Mariajoy will be even greater. Of course, if Pluton is added, it will be the best. Ling Bai shook his head. Pluton's design drawings have been burned by a pirate group called the Straw Hats. And even if we get Pluton's design drawings, we probably won't be able to design that super battleship, it's too huge, and it will take a lot of manpower and material resources. It's also unimaginable, and although I can provide enough manpower and material resources, it is not realistic to go to the capital of 7 waters for shipbuilding, and to do it under the eyes of the world government. In addition, Xian Wangchao, time and in other words, it is estimated that it will not be possible to build it in 3 to 5 years. After everyone listened, they also expressed their approval. Burndy. However, having Poseidon is terrible, Pluton is really unrealistic, and it can be completely ignored. The Red Earl said, the actual Pluton, that is, this super battleship, is said to have been sunk into the deepest sea area by the original mermaid princess, Poseidon, and the deepest sea area is a sea area with a depth of at least 20,000 meters. Only sea kings can be dragged up, Pluto should not be destroyed. And this thing? Ling Bai and the others were amazed again. Burndy. Ryder, you old man, how many secrets do you know? Chapter 186 The Mysterious and Unimaginable I Am. The Red Earl's words shocked everyone, and they were also curious, how many secrets does he still know? As expected of an old man of old times. Ling Bai. If Pluto cannot be destroyed, that is to say, Pluto is now sleeping in the so-called deepest sea? The Fishman Island is at the bottom of the red line at a depth of 10,000 meters, and if the Sea Kings are more than 5,000 meters in size, it can be said that they can easily rush out of the sea. This is the first time Ling Bai has heard of sea areas with a depth of more than 20,000 meters. I have to say, the world is really big, not to mention, even the Sea Kings have bodies over 5 kilometers in size. How terrifying is that scale? And Tezulo's Golden City Grande Solo, with a body length of 10 kilometers, is already extremely huge, but for New World, this supergiant ship is just a drop in the ocean. Pluton, as a legendary super warship, Ling Bai believes that its hull will definitely not be small. After all, as an ancient weapon, Pluton must also be comparable to the existence of Poseidon, so naturally it is not bad. The Red Earl nodded. Pluton, it is indeed possible that it does not exist. Burndy frowned. The deepest sea area is very far behind New World. The 760 sea area there is too dangerous. Not to mention all kinds of terrible weather, the various sea areas Uzumaki, and the sea area far exceeds the calm belt. The number of Sea Kings, of course, this kind of Sea Kings is not the ordinary ones in the first half of the Grand Line. In short, the danger in the deepest sea area is unimaginable. Burndy, do you know anything about that sea too? Ling Bai was a little surprised. Burndy said with lingering fear. I approached once, then left, and did not enter directly, but to be honest, if you want to become One Piece, you must go through this sea area, otherwise you will not be able to reach the back of the New World. It is said that Raftel is there, but if you want to go to Raftel, you must also have those 4 road signs. For the New World, no matter what island it is an extremely small existence in comparison. Without road signs, you can't reach your goal at all, land. Red Earl. This is this sea area. Although the old man has never been there, he has heard about it back then. Almost no ships can pass through that sea area. And even if the ships pass through that sea area, the only ones who come back are Luojiahai. Pirates, it can be said that except for the Luojia pirates, everyone who went to that sea area must be dead. Has Bullet been there too? Shiryu looked at Bullet. Bullet shook his head. Although I joined the Luogia pirates, I disembarked halfway and have never been to Raftel, and I have never been to the deepest sea mentioned here. Advertisement, that would be a pity. There was regret in Lao Sha's tone. Cavendish said, so, to get the Pluton that may still exist now, you need the power of Poseidon, right? After all, it is impossible for human beings to enter the sea with a depth of more than 20,000 meters. Even if the ship goes down, it will be completely destroyed by the terrifying water pressure, or even if it is not destroyed, it will not be able to break through that water pressure and return to the sea. Hawkins nodded. It seems so. Burndy also said, it is indeed impossible for human beings to go down, and to take a step back, even if there are strong humans who can go down, it is impossible to drag Pluton up, and even you can't find it. Ling Bai thought for a moment, then said, well, I will find a way. Ling Bai thought of Shirahoshi, and it seems that the time has come for Shirahoshi to make a move. Of course, Shirahoshi's power, it can be said, has not yet awakened. Ling Bai felt a little helpless about this. He wondered if it would be possible for Shirahoshi to fully awaken that power ahead of time. Otherwise, I don't know that it will be the year of the monkey. After all, 2 years later in the original book, Shirahoshi didn't know that he could command the Sea Kings, and he couldn't even use it. It's like the owner of Conqueror's Hockey. At the beginning, he couldn't grasp that power at all, even the release of this power is unintentional. I want to know, is the so-called King of Celestial Dragons, the owner of the Void Throne, a man or woman? And, is this person a very ancient person? Ling Bai also expressed his biggest doubt at this time. And Ling Bai's question also, BDFD, instantly attracted everyone's attention. The Red Earl thought for a while before opening his mouth and said, it's a woman who once went to the Valley of the Gods during the Valley of the Gods incident. Back then, it was said that after Lox was defeated, he didn't die immediately. There are rumors that Lox was eventually beheaded by a certain celestial dragon's figure. Maybe it was this woman. What is her name? I don't know. As for her age, she may be a very ancient person with the ability to live forever, because in those days, when some history had not been erased, there were still some legends about this woman, and she was a very ancient person. A woman? Ling Bai muttered to himself, which confirmed his guess. Then, according to what the Red Earl said, I am is not only a woman, but also a very powerful woman, which is absolutely beyond imagination. A woman rules the world? Advertisement, female celestial dragons, to be precise. The ability to live forever? Op Fruit's immortality surgery? Everyone was shocked. Burndy. Probably so, after all, the value of Op Fruit, priced at 5 billion Baileys by the world government, can be called the value of Whitebeard's head. Uncertain. The Red Earl shook his head. It's not that only Op Fruits have the so-called immortality surgery. You must know that some devil fruits are not recorded in the devil fruit illustration book. The legend I heard back then is that, the woman who occasionally leaves traces in history, the devil fruit who owns the devil fruit illustrated book that has not been recorded. However, it is also possible that she has been used the immortal surgery, but in fact, the old man feels that it is hard to say whether the immortal surgery is a lie or a truth. Just imagine, since the Op Fruit capable person can perform the immortal surgery, why can't the capable person himself give yourself immortality? But if the Op Fruit ability user is controlled by the world government and is forced to perform the immortality operation on whom, I don't say anything. Makes sense. This woman, the King of Celestial Dragons, is too mysterious, we don't even know her name. So, she is also an extremely powerful woman, absolutely surpass Big Mom. Ling Bai. This woman is named Yimu, and the 5 elders call it, Lord Yimu. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Ling Bai to know the woman's name, but Ling Bai only knew the name. Before that, he only knew Im's name, but not her gender. However, Ling Ri tended to guess Yim's name. Tom is a woman. And this conversation lasted about 2 hours before it ended. It has to be said that today, the Red Earl, the taciturn old man, shocked Ling Bai and the others too much. As for him being able to settle in Paradise Island, Ling Bai naturally strongly welcomes him. After all, he is also a powerful man with terrifying strength. The appearance of the Red Earl was a surprise to Ling Bai, and he also revealed a lot of important information to Ling Bai and the others. Today can also be said to be a bumper day for Ling Bai. At night, Ling Bai returned to his residence, and the girls were already waiting for Ling Bai. Chapter 187 Departure from Nine Snake Island. It's time to eat again, and I have to say, Baby 5 and Yamato's cooking skills are really strong. They're indeed qualified maids. But if Kaido knew that his daughter was not only arranged by Ling Bai, but also Ling Bai's maid, maybe Kaido would tear Ling Bai's heart apart. After dinner and drink, Ling Bai went back to bed. Tonight, still here at Rihei. Every night, Ling Bai is like a flop of cards. He goes to that girl's room when he sees his interest. Ling Bai is too lazy to decorate the room for himself. Although this house is indeed very large, Hiyori thought that Ling Bai was going to enter the experimental state with her again, but it didn't happen tonight. I sighed happily in my heart, knowing that my husband is very powerful. It is useless for 7 people to join forces. If she is alone, she must be crazy. Hayo, go out with me tomorrow. Ling Bai, who was lying on the bed, said suddenly. Before falling asleep, Ling Bai suddenly had the idea of going to Snake Girl, and by the way, take Rihei with him. Of course, you must bring a woman when you travel. And this is not a war, and Ling Bai only thinks that he is on vacation. In addition, by the way, she helped Snake G's 2 younger sisters to remove the Celestial Dragon's slave marks on their backs. Before this, Snake G had also asked Ling Bai. Ling Bai also felt that it was time for him to go to 9 Snake Island and take Snake Princess away. Is this how Hiyori can live a 2-person world with her husband? Immediately, Hiyori felt a huge surprise. A world for 2? Our trip is going to 9 Snake Island. 9 Snake Island? Why does Hiyori seem to have heard of it somewhere? 9 Snake Island is indeed somewhat familiar to Hiyori, but she just can't remember it for a while. A woman named Boa Hancock, who was here last time. It turned out to be her. Knowing what 9 Snake Island represents, Hiyori looked at Ling Bai with resentment. Unexpectedly, my husband would take me to meet that beautiful and extremely powerful woman. Hiyori didn't know what to say, but Ling Bai didn't see Raiha's resentful eyes. Ling Bai. By the way, I will take you to develop your abilities. Right now, among the women in Reiju and the others, you are the weakest. In this way, Hiyori will definitely double. No, it's going to be 10 times and 100 times harder. Rihei understands that the women Ling Bai refers to Reiju, Bonnie, Momosagi, and maybe Boa Hancock. Advertisement after all, the other daughters, Ling Bai, are all working as maids or something. But those who have official titles are with Reiju and the others. The next day, Ling Bai took Hiyori and set off on a large ship under the watchful eyes of Reiju and the others. And Ling Bai also reminded Bullet to pay attention to Marine recently, maybe they have some actions. Ling Bai reckons that neither the naval headquarters nor the world government will be at ease if he destroys the Revolutionary Army himself. At this time, looking at the scenery outside on the boat, Hiyori felt extremely comfortable. You know, in paradise, it is very difficult to find even a chance to be alone with Ling Bai. Now, she can actually spend the 2-person world with Ling Bai. Naturally, the more days like this, the better. But what makes Hiyori helpless is that in a few days, they will arrive at 9 Snake Island, and then they will meet that extremely beautiful and powerful woman. In the whole world, there are only 2 women who own Conqueror's Hockey. One is Charlotte Linlin, the 4 Emperor's aunt who can sit on an equal footing with Ling Bai Ping, and the other is Snake Princess. With the passage of time, Hiyori's heart also became uneasy, and he felt a huge psychological pressure invisibly. Naturally, there would be no harm if there was no comparison, and she instinctively compared with Snake Fairy. That's the only way she could do it. After all, it is difficult for a woman who is equally as good-looking as herself in terms of beauty, and it is difficult for Hiyori, who is very competitive, not to compare. A day passed quickly, and at this time, Ling Bai's ship had successfully passed through the passage under the sea from New World, arrived at the first half of the Grand Line, passed the Sabaody Archipelago, and finally entered the calm belt where 9 Snakes Island is located. As for the reason why Ling Bai's ship can be so fast, it is because Ling Bai encountered the giant octopus from before in the undersea channel. Under Ling Bai's signal, he protected Ling Bai's biography and quickly headed for 9 Snake Island. After another 2 hours, Ling Ri successfully reached the side of 9 Snake Island. Afterwards, Ling Bai hugged Hiyori and used moonwalk to enter the interior of 9 Snake Island from above. As for the boat, it was guarded by the big octopus outside. It is determined to become Ling Bai's subordinates. Facing a powerful existence, animals are actually easier to surrender than humans. They are more afraid of being powerful. Is this the 9 Snake Island? Looking down from the sky, Hiyori found it incredible that Snake Island was different from the islands she had ever seen, like a mountain suspended above the sea, or like a volcano. The interior is where the town of 9 Snake Island is located. My lord, are there only women on this island? That's right. Then, how do they give birth to children? It seems that the reproduction problem in nature requires both sexes. That. Asking for flowers. This question, Ling Bai was also asked. Advertisement, but how did he know? Therefore, Ling Bai shook his head, expressing that he didn't know, or didn't want to answer this question. At this time, it was already the time when night fell. And in the Imperial Palace on 9 Snake Island, the snake girl who had just finished bathing was still looking at her smooth and fair back in the mirror with endless interest. Before, the large area of branding on this back has been eliminated by Ling Bai. Now, every inch of her skin is perfect to ultimate. Regarding this, Snake G smiled more every day, and even lost a little bit of arrogance. And her mind is full of Ling Bai's figure. On that day, she finally met Master Ling Bai, and Master Ling Bai personally removed the brand for her. Snake Girl couldn't believe it, that desperate brand could be eliminated. 0. And there are no traces at all. It's incredible. After returning to 9 Snake Island, Grandma Zha and Shiji's 2 younger sisters couldn't believe it when they found out. If they hadn't witnessed Shiji's perfect and fair back with their own eyes, they would have thought that Shiji was playing a show. The result was that the brand mark was actually eliminated. The nightmare that has dominated Snake for many years has been uprooted. No wonder Snake is so happy now. That snake princess who was so proud to be ultimate in front of outsiders, is actually smug in front of the mirror at this moment, which almost subverts Granny Zaw and the three of them's cognition of snake princess. A concubine is indeed the most beautiful, and the woman on the side of the adult is not as beautiful as a concubine? As a concubine, do you stay with the adults? At this time, Snake G, who was wearing a pink and white tight pajama skirt, began to commit a nympho in front of Grandma Zaw and her two younger sisters again. But as mother-in-laws, the three of them have long been used to it. In this regard, Grandma Zaw is also helpless, knowing that Snake G has fallen in love with the four emperors Ling Bai deeply. Of course, it can be said that Grandma Zaw agrees with both hands and feet. After all, that man is four emperors Bai. Snake Princess followed him, which seemed to be very good. Although Nine Snake Island has express regulations, the ruler of Nine Snake Island and even all women are absolutely not allowed to like outside men. But in the past, the rulers of Nine Snake Island who died of lovesickness and the men they liked, what kind of stinky fish and rotten shrimp? Compared with Ling Bai, it is really a white cloud in the sky, and there is a gap between it and the harmony in the cesspit. However, at this time, how could the women in the palace think that Ling Bai had already reached the sky above the palace and was about to land 5? Chapter 188 The Shock of Snake Lady turned out to be an adult. At this time, in the palace, when Snake G was about to explain some important matters to her two younger sisters, Ling Bai came in, and Rihei followed behind him. Snake G, who just raised her head, also saw Ling Bai at this moment, thought her eyes were blurred, and rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but after rubbing her eyes, she still saw Ling Bai. This. Master Ling Bai. How can that be? I am a concubine, so I plan to go to New World to find adults tomorrow. Shiji rushed up and rushed towards Ling Bai. Her speed was as if facing a formidable enemy that suddenly appeared, extremely fast. Just today, Snake G led the 9 snake pirates back from the journey of destroying the 3 pirates and looting their treasures. She also plans to enter the New World with her 2 younger sisters tomorrow, and go to the paradise to find Ling Bai for the 2. The 2 sisters remove the celestial dragon slave brand behind them. And of course to meet Master Ling Bai. But at this moment, 907, she has been thinking about all the time, and the Lord Ling Bai whom she always dreamed of, unexpectedly appeared in front of her at this moment. Could this be the legendary dream come true? Shiji couldn't believe it. Ling Bai appeared in front of her, making her feel like a dream. As for Grandma Zaw and Snake G's 2 younger sisters, they were also extremely shocked when they witnessed Ling Bai's appearance. Today, 4 emperors Ling Bai came to 9 Snake Island in person, and the 3 of them, Grandma Zaw, didn't know what to say for a while. Everything was caught off guard. What happened? They just stood there with shock on their faces. Just now, they also mentioned 4 emperors Ling Bai, but at this moment, 4 emperors Ling Bai appeared in front of them. I came to 9 Snakes Island, do you have any objections? Ling Bai looked at Granny Zaw and Snake Princess's sisters with a flat tone. Ling Bai knew that Snake would definitely welcome him warmly, and even expected Ling Bai to stay on 9 Snake Island for the rest of his life. On the other hand, Ling Bai entered 9 Snake Island from the air instead of breaking in by force, so as to avoid trouble. Now he has directly arrived at the palace of 9 Snakes Island, and saw the women in front of him who were the most prestigious in 9 Snakes Island. No comments at all. It was Snake Girl who spoke, and at this moment, she had already rushed forward, like a shy little girl standing in front of Ling Bai, without her usual arrogance at all, as if she had just changed herself. I have no opinion at all. Advertisement Grandma Zaw also talked nonsense, what can she say? The Revolutionary Army was directly fired by his subordinates within a day. If Ling Bai gets angry at that time, it will not be a problem at all to sink 9 Snake Island directly into the sea. Or if her mother-in-law dares to speak out, will she be thrown to feed sea kings? Ling Bai is very powerful, powerful beyond imagination, and it is said that he is also a very brutal existence. The news may not be true, but his status as the strongest 4 emperors is absolutely undisputed. At present, Ling Bai has killed 7 balances, and in recent months, the person who has paid the most attention is 4 emperors Ling Bai. Seeing how shy Snake G is standing in front of Ling Bai now, Granny Zaw also has some headaches, but at this moment, she should be silent, just watch quietly. Of course, at the same time, Granny Zaw and the others also noticed the beautiful woman behind Ling Bai. It's as beautiful as Hancock, what a beautiful woman. This is as beautiful as my sister. It's really hard to tell the difference between 2 people, who is more beautiful. In this world, there is a woman who is as beautiful as my elder sister. This woman is too beautiful. Rihei, Grandma Zaw and the 3 of them were shocked. After all, Shiji had already been recognized as the most beautiful woman in the world before this, and they also felt that no woman could be more beautiful than Shiji. Does not exist, but at this moment, the facts tell them. The woman behind Ling Bai is no worse than Shiji. As for Hiyori also staring at Snake, I have to say that Hiyori was also very surprised to see Snake again. After all, the other party is too beautiful, and especially Snake's appearance has just finished bathing, which is more beautiful than water lotus. It's also beautiful, and the fragrance can be smelled by the sun and nature. Thinking that this woman is also his sister, the pressure in Hiyori's heart is even greater. What a formidable enemy. As for Snake Girl, she has also seen Rihei, and in her heart, she is also afraid of Rihei. Ever since she went to Paradise Island, Snake Girl knows that there are those women in Ling Bai's house, and Ling Bai is with her. They live together, and so does the woman behind Ling Bai. What is the relationship between her and Master Ling Bai? Wife, T. Hancock, I'm here, stay for 2 or 3 days, and remove the brand on your sisters' backs by the way. Ling Bai said at this time, after all, this is easy work. What? Advertisement Shiji and the others were also flattered. The next thing is that Ling Bai will remove the brand behind Snake Ji's 2 younger sisters. Using the hand of elimination, Ling Bai easily erased all the marks on their backs. Grandma Za and the others who witnessed this scene were all shocked, even Snake Ji was the same. After all, when Ling Bai erased the marks on her before, she couldn't see it. Those who have seen the process, and now can see the process, it is difficult not to be shocked. In an instant, the large area of branding on the back was completely gone. Looking at all this, Hiyori was puzzled and surprised in his heart. The large area of scars on his back was directly branded by the big red hot iron body. What a terrible injury this is to a woman, and who is so cruel. In his heart, when he sympathized with Shiji's sisters, he also cursed the person who made such a horrible mark thousands of times. But Hiyori understands that although she sympathizes with the Snake Girl sisters, she doesn't say it out loud, so she can't expose their scars, right? Because she just discovered that when Snake Ji's sisters showed Ling Bai the brand marks on their backs, their bodies were trembling violently, and their faces and eyes were full of fear. Rihei understands that obviously it can't be that they are afraid of Ling Bai, but they are afraid of a large area of branding on their backs. After confirming that the brand was removed, the 2 women prostrated themselves on the ground, thanking Ling Bai with great respect, and even both women cried. Shiji and Grandma Za also thanked Ling Bai. Ling Bai didn't care about that. Later, under the reminder of Za Po 1.5 Po, Snake Ji quickly ordered her subordinates to cook the best food in 9 Snake Island to entertain Ling Bai. As for the maid who finally saw Ling Bai as a man appearing in Lord Shiji's palace, she was also extremely shocked, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, Snake Princess has the final say here. Of course, even if the news of the man's appearance on 9 Snake Island will soon spread throughout 9 Snake Island, Snake Princess doesn't care. For Snake, Ling Bai is unique. Those men in the world are just a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimps, but Ling Bai is different. In Snake's eyes, Ling Bai is a god in the sky. How can he be regarded as those dirty men? Even though he knew that he was once a slave of celestial dragons, he didn't despise himself and eliminated that terrible brand for himself. With this alone, Snake Ji's psychological defense was completely defeated. In other words, it has completely fallen. Chapter 189. About to infiltrate Mariojoy. After dinner, there were only Shiji, Rihei and Ling Bai in Shiji's bedroom. At this time, Ling Bai was resting on Raiha's legs and rubbing Ling Bai's temples, while Shiji was feeding Ling Bai grapes. Now, with 2 peerless beauties serving him, Ling Bai felt quite a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Rihei and Snake, these 2 kings of jealousy, it's no wonder they don't compete for coolness at this time. Of course, they can only reveal the deep hostility in their eyes, how dare they tell Ling Bai. And Hiyori understands that sooner or later she will have a cooperation with Snake. In my heart, I couldn't help sighing. She understands that it is highly likely to be impossible to occupy Ling Bai by herself. Around Ling Bai, there is never a shortage of top beauties. Did your lord kill 4 celestial dragons last time in that place called the Golden City? Shiji thought of this, and she was also a little excited at the moment. Ling Bai killed 4 celestial dragons, but nothing happened now, and he could even imagine how majestic Ling was at that time. Does he slay the celestial dragons with his sword, with his fists, or with his feet? Celestial dragons. She couldn't imagine the scene where the celestial dragons were killed. Do you want to kill celestial dragons? In the future, I will take you to Mariojoy to kill celestial dragons. Ling Bai said this in a flat tone, as if killing celestial dragons was as simple as drinking water for him. And Snake mentioned that he killed 4 celestial dragons in the Golden City, although 3 of them were killed by Momosagi wearing a mask and pulling his hair up, but later it was announced that Ling Bai killed 4 celestial dragons. Why? Because the news is published by Morgan's, and Morgan's news is enough to monopolize the world's fishing boats, just like the world government news. What Morgan's news says is naturally what it is. And, most importantly, Morgan's news, in fact, works for Ling Bai. The 3 celestial dragons killed by Momosagi, Ling Bai also let Morgan's news about the Birdman, and the news came out that he had killed 4 celestial dragons. Of course, it doesn't matter. The world government has no problem seeing that Ling Bai is responsible for the deaths of the 4 celestial dragons. Not as arrogant as Ling Bai, how dare his subordinates touch a hair of celestial dragons? Take my concubine to Mariojoy, to kill the celestial dragons? At this moment, upon hearing Ling Bai's words, Snake Ji's mind seemed about to explode with a buzzing sound. This. My lord. Snake Girl couldn't believe it, and what's more, Ling Bai's flat tone. Advertisement. At that time, we attack Mariojoy, you just follow. For Ling Bai, celestial dragons must be extinct. This is true even for babies. Celestial dragons, who bear the heinous sins of the entire history, will not be innocent because the baby did nothing, and the crimes that cannot be repaid by the death of the ancestors will naturally be repaid by the younger generations. In fact, any celestial dragons who lose their honor and status and leave Mariojoy will be brutally killed by others, which is the case with the Doflamingo family. After all, for 800 years, the celestial dragons have done too much cruelty to this world. Although Ling Bai and the celestial dragons do not have any deep hatred, but this does not affect, Ling Bai will destroy them all. He wants to rule the world, and these old rulers must be eradicated. Also, slavery must be eradicated. In this world, What Ling Bai hates the most is the slavery system in this world. Celestial dragons took the lead, and countless nobles and rich people or some people followed suit. One of the busiest auctions in the Paojie archipelago is, without a doubt, the slave auction. Shiji nodded heavily, feeling very excited inside. But when it comes to killing celestial dragons, does Ling Bai take her to Paojie? Shiji didn't dare to imagine, and was even faintly afraid, but full of expectations. Her heart is so contradictory. At this moment, when Ling Bai mentioned Paojie, he also thought of one thing. About the perpetual pointer to the Valley of the Gods. He wants to get it from Paojie, or rather, let Momosagi steal. No, asking Momosagi to take such a risk is obviously impossible for Ling Bai to let her do it. On the contrary, Ling Bai and Stussy, an important member of the CPO. Even if Stussy is discovered and the world government wants to kill Stussy, Ling Bai will not care. Soon, Ling Bai came up with a plan, that is, let Stussy give the CPO special clothing, and there will be standard CPO member masks at that time, so he can sneak into Paojie, and it couldn't be easier. After all, Stussy can lead the way. Speaking of which, Ling Bai really wants to go to Paojie. Taking the so-called secret, or the background of the world government, he wants to find out for himself. It's not about going to war, Ling Bai is just going to investigate some important things. Therefore, Ling Bai kept things on hold until the next day, and immediately contacted Stussy who was far away on Cake Island with a phone bug. Advertisement like Momosagi, Ling Bai gave her tiny phone bugs for special contact. After Ling Bai revealed his purpose, Stussy, who was loyal to Ling Bai, knew what to do. Although she is absolutely controlled by Ling Bai, this does not mean that her IQ has dropped. In fact, nothing has changed except to obey Ling Bai. Soon, Stussy left Cake Island with a set of white cloaks and CPO exclusive masks that were hurriedly made in Cake Island Pedestrian Street. As for the five elders, they never thought that Ling Bai would sneak into Paojie soon. From New World to the first half of the Grand Line, it is easiest to take the road above the Red Line, which is equivalent to climbing a mountain. Of course, this is not an ordinary mountain. The city of Paojie is almost touching the clouds, so one can imagine how high it is. After all, this is the pinnacle of the Red Line. Of course, this is something for later. This night, the battle begins. Of course, Snake Princess will join forces with Rihei. But with Rihei, Snake G couldn't let go at all at first, but seeing that Rihei was able to let go like this. Snake G, who is so competitive that she is ultimate, is unwilling to show weakness even when she is jealous, so in the end she also merged into this fierce battle. At 983 when the sun was about to rise, Snake Girl and Hiyori fell into a deep sleep one after another. But Ling Bai is still full of energy. For a strong person like Ling Bai, he doesn't even need to sleep every day. Nowadays, for Ling Bai, sleep is often just a habit. Fighting overnight, the consumption of Ling Bai is almost equal to zero. Nonsense, both Akainu and Aokiji can fight for 10 days and 10 nights before exhausting their energy. The physical functions of the top powerhouses are terrifying, and Ling Bai is beyond imagination. Entering the state of cultivation with women and girls, the output and consumption of Ling Bai are indeed minimal. Ling Bai's body may be the strongest in the world. After many battles with top powerhouses, Ling Bai's physical strength is not constant, but is constantly improving. Obviously, but if things go on like this, Ling Bai obviously feels stronger. But at this time, Hiyori and Shiji were all surrounded by a dark red halo. This is the credit of Ling Bai. Ling Bai's physique can make them stronger gradually, stronger unconsciously. Of course, Ling Bai also benefited, but only slightly. For the next 2 days or so, Ling Bai stayed on Nine Snake Island, and Ling Bai lived happily. In addition, Ling Bai also asked Shiji to lead Rihei to develop Devil Fruit's ability. After all, Shiji is indeed a genius. This woman is not only powerful in Devil Fruit, but also strong in physical skills. Hiyori learned from Snake, and it was no problem. And Hiyori's aptitude is not a problem, after all. His father is Kazuki Oden, and his daughter is naturally not bad. Chapter 190 Information about the five elders. At this time, in the forest of Nine Snake Island, a tornado suddenly appeared, and the tornado circled violently, the ground was torn apart inch by inch, and countless gravel and dust were also swept up. It seems that I have become stronger, right? Looking at this tornado from a distance, Rihei was extremely excited. That was exactly her ability. The ability is very strong, it's just that someone's head is very stupid. Shiji sneered, not forgetting to provoke Hiyori at this moment. Hiyori also snorted coldly, and Shiji was right next to her, and during these 2 days of getting along, the sisterhood between the two has soared rapidly, and now they're just fighting each other. Did my lord leave just now? On this day, Hiyori has been able to use a real tornado, which means that she has made a further step in the development of her abilities. The person Hiyori wanted to tell the most was Ling Bai, but at this time the confession had already left Nine Snakes Island. An hour ago. Thinking that Ling Bai had left Nine Snake Island, Snake G was also extremely lost. Ling Bai is going to Paojie this time, that is, sneaking into that place. In this regard, the two women could not help but worry. As for Ling Bai, he has already explained that Rihei should stay on Nine Snake Island during this time and practice with Hancock. So the two women were quite disappointed. On the other side, after 3 hours, Ling Bai reached the passage to the top of the Red Line. As for him being so fast, it was also thanks to the little big octopus. Ling Bai stood on top of its head, and the octopus head was out of the sea, soaring all the way, and soon reached the passage where Ling Bai was at this time. Not even a drop of water got on Ling Bai's clothes. Ling Bai saw Stussy at the first time, but it was also a secret meeting at this time, and then Ling Bai put on a white cloak, which is a kind of cloak that covers the neck and down, and put on a mask, put on a hat. Then Ling Bai followed behind Stussy, and no one knew that this person pretending to be a CPO member was 4 Emperor's Ling Bai. Moreover, Ling Bai also tried to hide his powerful aura as much as possible. In this way, without anyone knowing it, after half an hour, Ling Bai arrived at Mariojoy and directly entered the city where the celestial dragons were. Advertisement in the world government is here. However, what Ling Bai is going to is not a world government. Ling Bai's purpose is also very clear. Find the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. If you can get it easily, it is naturally the best. After all, for Ling Bai, no matter what, he must go to the Valley of the Gods. At this time, in Ling Bai's heart, the position of the Valley of Gods is as important as Raftel. If the ancient weapon Uranus really exists in the Valley of the Gods, Ling Bai may not be unable to try to seize it. Mariojoy, as the residence of the celestial dragons, is also the so-called paradise of the gods. This city is very large. The buildings are also huge, and all kinds of buildings are solemn and sacred. Of course, as the so-called paradise where the gods live, the security here is not bad. From Ling Bai's first glance, there are hundreds of guards on any street. Ling Bai also knows that this is just a superficial guard. Only when something happens here, then naturally all the masters will come out. Stussy, what is Mariojoy's so-called mysterious instrument? Ling Bai, who was beside Stussy, asked, and Stussy immediately replied, I don't know, although I have worked for the world government for more than 40 years, I have not obtained information about this weapon, but this weapon does exist. Stussy, don't look at her young and beautiful, but in fact this woman is 60 years old this year. Where are the 5 elders? What is their strength? What are their abilities? How old are they? Ling Bai continued to ask, in fact, 5 elders should also be a master. Regarding the 5 elders, Ling Bai did have a lot of questions. Stussy, the 5 elders are all masters. They belong to the high-ranking celestial dragons among the celestial dragons. The privileges of other celestial dragons, 5 elders is this kind. The most elite celestial dragons can be qualified for the elders of celestial dragons, and 5 elders are selected among the elders. As for their abilities, I don't know, but according to some information I have learned, 5 elders has a great swordsman, a physical master, and 3 ability users. In terms of strength, they are all about the same strength as Marines admirals. Tied, but maybe now their strength may have regressed due to age. In addition, their ages, 3 of them are over 100 years old, but definitely not over 120 years old, and the other 2 are over 90 years old. No more than 120 years old. Ling Bai was surprised. He thought the 5 elders were people from 800 years ago. Are you sure this is true? Advertisement. Ling Bai asked Stussy again. True. Ling Bai thought too much. After all, Stussy was absolutely loyal to her. Ling Bai's questions, Stussy's answers were unreserved. Moreover, Ling Bai was also surprised that the strength of the 5 elders was also at the level of Marine Admiral. Of course, Ling Bai was not surprised that they were so strong. Ling Bai also estimated that the 5 elders were ancient characters, and they were very strong. But now it seems that Ling Bai is thinking too much. The fear of 5 elders also dissipated immediately. The background of celestial dragons is also true, somewhat beyond Ling Bai's expectations. In addition, there is still a Ling Bai that needs attention nowadays, the elite celestial dragons elders? And it was only many years ago that she was tasked with protecting the celestial dragons before she was eligible to go to the Valley of the Gods. According to Ling Bai's request, Stussy also revealed the building where the permanent pointer might be hidden. Stussy mentioned that this is Punk's lab, and Stussy's answer is that she has been to the Valley of the Gods, but she can only wait outside the ancient forest of the Valley of the Gods, and is not allowed to go through the forest to enter the depths of the Valley of the Gods, and the so-called depths of the Valley of the Gods, only celestial dragons can enter. It seems that it is not simple because of people. Of course, this is also possible. Really, Vegapunk? Later, Ling Bai asked Stussy some questions. For example, had she ever been to the Valley of the Gods? Stussy's answer did not come as expected this time. It is an island in a very special sea area in New World, more dangerous than Combelt. Is a very mysterious existence, from 800 years ago. In the process of walking towards the building, Ling Bai saw a building with a sense of technology. But there must be that special permanent pointer, otherwise I can't go there. So, only I is an ancient character, right? If the 5 elders are all the so-called elite celestial dragons with the strength of Admiral, then such elite celestial dragons will definitely not be the only 5 of them. Chapter 191. Entering the God's Vessel. Vegapunk? Ling Bai's eyes flickered. Vegapunk is now the Queen's scientist of the world government, possessing scientific research capabilities that claim to surpass this world by 500 years. For example, what is his current success? Artificial devil fruit. Lineage factor. Pacifist. Human giant experiment. This is what Ling Bai knew from the original book, but Ling Bai knows that this may only be part of Vegapunk's scientific research results. The bloodline factor that Judge uses today has a huge power of Vegapunk. And the scientists in this world, Judge, Guy, the 2 of them, compared with Vegapunk, are estimated to be 1 dimension behind. If I can master Vegapunk, that's definitely a good thing for me. At this time, Ling Bai already had an idea in his heart. Originally, he planned to recruit Guy from Doflamingo, but now, he is outside Vegapunk's laboratory. Geisa is really far from Vegapunk. Vegapunk is like a piece of gold, but guys can only be regarded as broken copper and iron. Even the experiment of man-made Devil 443 fruit, what guy played, was nothing more than the rest of Vegapunk. Moreover, where guy spreads it, artificial devil fruit can only be artificial zone, but Logia and Paramecia can't be achieved, but what if, in Vegapunk? In addition, Ling Bai still remembers that Vegapunk also has an experiment about devil fruit, which is to let weapons eat devil fruit, and this has already been realized by Vegapunk. This is the scientific research ability of Vegapunk. It may be an exaggeration to say that a scientist who has been leading the technology of this world for 500 years, but there is no doubt that in the field of science, Vegapunk can no longer be simply described as a genius or a monster, but should become a god-like existence. At this moment, Ibai couldn't help thinking of Vegapunk. However, in order to avoid alarming others, Ling Bai did not step into this building. Advertisement. Moreover, the guards here are indeed not so strong. When you leave, do it again. Ling Bai has already made a decision in his heart, Vegapunk, he can't let it go, and since they all came to Paojie this time, of course, Paojie didn't leave empty-handed. He wants to get the permanent pointer to the Valley of Gods. And Vegapunk, he needs to master too. After taking a deep look at the building, Ling Bai turned around, and Stussy continued to lead the way. Here at Paojie, the portion of Stussy is quite high. In other words, the weight of CPO is very high, and along the way, there are no guards to hinder them, even passing through some important areas. At this time, it was already nightfall. In some buildings, there are also various voices of celestial dragons abusing slaves. On the streets, celestial dragons also pull slaves out, and celestial dragons sit on the backs of slaves, riding like cattle and horses. The slaves were also trembling, or they were going to serve the celestial dragons like walking dead. Ling Bai felt a little turmoil in his heart. Celestial dragons, he has always been extremely upset. If not for this important matter to do, Ling Bai will definitely kill them. Of course, considering the mysterious background of celestial dragons, Ling Bai also intends to investigate clearly first. Since the 5 elders came from the so-called elders group, there should be no shortage of powerful celestial dragons in this elders group. And the current 5 elders have at least 40 or 50 years of incumbent history, right? Soon, Ling Bai arrived at the back of the building in the depths of Paojie, and at this moment, after Stussy named this building, Stussy pointed out the building more than 200 meters away, and then Ling Bai let you left here. After all, Stussy will still play a big role in the future, and there is no need for Stussy to continue leading him now. Exposure is bad, and Ling Bai can escape completely. Also, Paojie doesn't have any surveillance, because celestial dragons don't like surveillance. So there are a lot of guards, and this also provides convenience for Ling Bai. As long as he doesn't take off his mask, no one will suspect him of Ling Bai. At that time, even if the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods was stolen, celestial dragons would not know that it was his handwriting. Advertisement. There are more guards on the street near this building, especially the guards guarding this building, and they clearly and obviously feel that they are stronger than the guards patrolling other places. Soon, Ling Bai entered the building, and concealed his aura, and even the frequency of breathing slowed down a lot. This building, so-called, is where the elite celestial dragons meet. Elite celestial dragons, here in Paojie, can be said to be high-ranking celestial dragons. As Stussy said, the 5 elders were selected from among them. 5 elders are not immortals, but old men with a slightly longer life. But the strength is unquestionable, and there are also some so-called elite celestial dragons, and the so-called elders. Celestial dragons, it's not easy. Such as Doflamingo, is a celestial dragons with the aptitude of king. This building is a majestic building called God's House. Ling Bai sneaked in easily, naturally not through the main entrance, and Ling Bai also hid himself as much as possible. After sneaking inside from the top of the building, Ling Bai released the observation hockey, and in an instant, Ling Bai caught a breath. According to Stussy, this is where the treasure house of celestial dragons is located, and it is also where the elders of celestial dragons meet, and the elders of celestial dragons do not live here. This breath is old, but not strong. In that case, I'm not going to be polite. Celestial dragons, that permanent pointer. However, it doesn't have to be here. Soon, Ling Bai found the location of that aura, a celestial dragon's dozing off. Its strength, to Ling Bai's feeling, was stronger than many elite vice admirals. The celestial dragons are like custodians at the library. Ling Bai's right hand was covering his head. At the moment he was awakened, Ling Bai's hand suddenly exerted force, and the head of this old celestial dragons was pulled out immediately. Blood splashed instantly, jet out. Without monitoring, even if I do it, celestial dragons will not know who I am. In the darkness, Ling Bai's smile looked very strange, and then he walked towards the huge treasure house. Chapter 192. The Secret of the Celestial Dragon's Treasure House, Pure Gold. At this time, after killing the celestial dragons who were guarding the night here, Ling Bai walked towards the treasure house. But on the way, he passed a hall that should be a meeting room. The oval table has a total of 22 positions. Should this be the so-called group of elders? There are 22 positions, so it means that there are 22 people in the group of elders. Not surprisingly, most of the group of elders are experts, and even all of them are masters. Master. After all, the 5 elders were selected from it. According to Stussy, this session of 5 elders is already the 46th session of 5 elders since the establishment of world government, and it is also the longest session. Every 5 elders is the elite among the celestial dragons, that is, the high-ranking celestial dragons. This is exactly what shows that celestial dragons rule the world. Ling Bai had some guesses in his mind. It was only after Mariojoy came that she discovered that celestial dragons were not as simple as Ling Bai thought. However, now that Ling Bai is going deep into the enemy camp, he has investigated some information about the celestial dragons in advance, which will be more conducive to his future operations. Know thyself, ever victorious. 20 minutes later, Ling Bai pushed open the huge door of the treasure house. This is a huge door made of a lot of gold and various jewels. How huge is it? It is 50 meters high, 15 meters wide, and the two doors are 7.5 meters apart. With a gate of this size, one can imagine how huge the building is. Ling Bai pushed the door open and entered. It's really heavy, it's really not a treasure house that ordinary people can open. A thief wants to steal something, he has to have great strength. This door does not know how many tons. When Ling Bai pushed it open, he also understood the thickness of this door. It is actually 2 or 3 meters thick, not to mention the weight. When the door opened, a resplendent world greeted Ling Bai. The first thing I saw was all kinds of gold jewels, which had already piled up like a mountain, comparable to the huge treasure house under Tezulo's Golden City. So Ling Bai was not surprised by the various luxurious lights emitting from it. Ling Bai ignored these things without any disturbance in his heart. After all, his purpose is not these things. Of course, this is just the hall of the treasure house, and there are several treasure rooms in it. What surprised Ling Bai was the words above these rooms. Advertisement: Devil Fruit. Pure Gold. Special Collections. It even has pure gold. Devil Fruit was placed in a separate room. Ling Bai was not surprised, but the appearance of pure gold surprised Ling Bai. According to Ling Bai's understanding, pure gold is used to prolong life. Although it will not reach immortality, it is enough to allow those who don't want to die to live for a while. In this world, there should be no real immortality. Even the 5 elders are not immortal. In Mariojoy, there should be only I Am who existed 800 years ago. Ling Bai pushed away the treasure room where the pure gold was. Similarly, it is a huge room, but in the middle of the room, there is a large cauldron with a height of 10 meters. Beyond that, there's this treasure room, too. Is this pure gold? Ling Bai used moonwalk to temporarily stay in the air, and was at a higher position than the cauldron, and he also saw the objects in the cauldron. It is a golden liquid. That's right, it's pure liquid, just like the gold after being melted by high temperature. Exudes a golden light. After getting close, Ling Bai found that these liquids were at normal temperature, but they did not solidify. According to his common sense, metal liquids can only become liquid or remain liquid when they are at high temperature. So pure gold is a kind of liquid gold. Tezulo can also control gold to become a liquid at will. As for this, it's really unbelievable. However, it's a pity that I can't take it away. How many tons of pure gold are here? In the world, many people are struggling to find the so-called pure gold, trying to prolong their lifespan, but the world government is lucky to have tons of pure gold directly. How many celestial dragons can prolong their lives with such pure gold holdings? Of course, Ling Bai didn't know that celestial dragons were not eligible for the right to use pure gold. When it came time to die, celestial dragons would also die. Even they don't know that there is pure gold used to prolong life. Advertisement. Seeking flowers. In addition, Ling Bai didn't know that the so-called celestial dragon's tomb in the Valley of Gods wasn't just any celestial dragons eligible to be buried in that sacred place. One can imagine the level of celestial dragons. Seeing so much pure gold, it's hard for Ling Bai not to be tempted, but he definitely won't be able to take it away. But Ling Bai already had an idea in his heart. In the future, attacking Mariojoy, this building is on the list that must be kept. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai opened the treasure room where the devil fruit was stored. Among them, there are only 10 devil fruits and they are stored in a treasure chest. These devil fruits shouldn't be easy. Point 0. Ling Bai frowned. After all, thinking that in the original book, celestial dragons could perform for the slaves to be more exciting, and would casually throw devil fruits to the slaves to eat. In other words, there may be a lot of devil fruit in Mariojoy. Probably, every household has devil fruit. But there are 10 devil fruits stored here, which is really not easy. Maybe, it's a very powerful devil fruit. However, unfortunately, I can't take it with me. So Ling Bai also planned to keep these devil fruits for now, and later attacked Mariojoy. This treasure house must be searched. Next, Ling Bai entered the treasure room where the special collection was located. It also surprised Ling Bai. The first thing he saw was a dragon's skull, and the box next to it was still full of black scales and dragon horns. This kind of dragon is exactly the kind of dragon that Kaido can transform into, not a dinosaur. Legend has it that Ryoma, the swordsman of Wano Kuni, once slayed dragons in history. I don't know if it's a person with abilities like Kaido, or a real dragon. Then, Ling Bai also saw many strange but extremely precious collections. For example, because there are 2 sharp knives included. But it's not the supreme sword, otherwise Ling Bai would have taken it directly. What surprised Ling Bai the most was the Devil Fruit illustrated book. It is much thicker than the Devil Fruit illustrated book that Ling Bai asked Judge to give. Chapter 193 Permanent Pointer. New check-in. Explosion Magic. The Devil Fruit illustrated book that Judge showed to Ling Bai was only a little over 5 centimeters, less than 6 centimeters thick. However, the devil fruit that Ling Bai held in his hand was 1 centimeter thicker than the one that Ling Bai held today, that is, it was 10 centimeters thicker overall. And that's not because the paper in this devil fruit illustrated book is thicker. After Ling Bai looked through it casually, he found that it recorded Judge's devil fruit that didn't exist in the first place. For example, the first of Paramesha devil fruit is domain fruit, and then there are life fruit, soul fruit and so on. In short, some devil fruits that Ling Bai didn't record in Judge's Devil Fruit Illustrated book appeared. Moreover, the records of devil fruit's ability are also more detailed. For example, the fruit of life, after the ability is awakened, can increase the lifespan of the ability user by at least 1000 years. And the fruit of the 697 operation, the so-called immortality operation, can actually only make people live about 200 years longer. It is not immortality in the true sense, it is better to say it is longevity, and it can only be used once for each person, and after the ability user himself uses this ability, he will also pay a considerable price. Most importantly, the immortal surgery can only be used after awakening. Op fruit is not what I thought it was. In fact, Ling Bai recalled that Mrs. Shi's time fruit did not exist in Judge's Devil Fruit Illustrated book, but in this illustrated book, there was a record of time fruit, and the next devil fruit, it is the fruit of space. And Mrs. Shi's ability can only travel to the future, not the past, so this ability seems very tasteless. After all, the future is unknown, but it is recorded in this illustrated book that the fruit of time after awakening can travel to the past, and even if they are not awakened, they can still allow the ability user to play with time, such as creating a time domain in a small area, and within this domain, time can be made faster or slower. Perhaps, Mrs. Shi is too weak to develop the fruit of time. This illustrated book should be the most complete devil fruit illustrated book in the world. Ling Bai took it away unceremoniously. It was just a book, if it couldn't be easier. However, this booklet is indeed very important. Afterwards, Ling Bai entered other treasure rooms and confirmed that every treasure room was searched. But even so, Ling Bai did not find the so-called permanent pointer. However, just when Ling Bai left early, inadvertently saw the wall, there is a special depression. A hollow in the palm of your hand. Advertisement. This is not directly punched out with strength, it is more like the activation and unlocking of a secret door. What about the agency? Ling Bai covered it with his palm, but there was no reaction. Maybe, with the hands of the celestial dragons. Suddenly thought of something. 5 minutes later, Ling Bai brought back the arm that had been torn off. It was the right hand of the old celestial dragons he killed just now. Then, Ling Bai covered the palm of the severed arm. It was also at this place that the golden wall, which had no abnormality, unexpectedly bangs and opens a door. Among them, there is a piece that looks like it has a certain age, but it has extremely delicate permanent hands. Moreover, the material of this permanent pointer is also made of multiple precious materials such as gold, emerald and even jewelry. It should be this piece. Ling Bai picked up the permanent pointer, only to find that this permanent pointer, in addition to the material it is made of, has a rather special feature, that is, there are 5 pointers on the dial of this permanent pointer. According to Ling Bai's understanding, all the permanent pointers and dials in New World have 3 pointers, but this one has 5. Very different indeed. Ling Bai didn't think much, and then put the permanent pointer into the pocket minister. If nothing else, this permanent pointer is the permanent pointer leading to the Valley of Gods. After achieving his goal, Ling Bai will also retreat. Just as he was about to leave, a wicked idea suddenly appeared in Ling Bai's mind. Immediately, he picked up the severed arm and wrote a line of words on the wall with the blood on it. Thank you for the hospitality, I am very grateful, come again when you are free, guess who I am. I don't know what will happen to the elders of celestial dragons, 5 elders, and even I am when they see this. I guess I'm going to vomit blood. Then check strictly, but they will find that they can't find out who is here. But Ling Bai also needs to make Stussy pay attention, after all, Stussy still plays a very important role nowadays. But there is another problem, even if Stussy is arrested and tortured in various ways, it is impossible for her to confess to Ling Bai, because Ling Bai is her master. Advertisement. Ling Bai then left the building. But when Ling Bai left, 2 celestial dragons also came in. The breath is not very strong, probably equivalent to the level of Marine Rear Admiral, 1 male and 1 female. Ling Bai killed them along the way, cutting the corpses in half with a knife. Celestial dragons with strength, I have seen 3 of them today, and they are different from those celestial dragons who only walk slaves like dogs. There are not many people with real abilities. Ling Bai muttered to himself and disappeared into the night. Every slave is a ferocious guy, and his eyes are completely red in the fight at the moment. Every slave is covered with blood, and there are hundreds of corpses on the ground, with various broken limbs among them. In C. As night falls, it's time for the fun at celestial dragons. Quote exclamation mark quote. Feeling the power that seemed to be gushing out of his body, when Ling Bai raised his hand, a crimson circular magic circle appeared in his hand, and a lot of power surged in the magic circle. Ling Bai believes that as long as he wants to release it with one thought, this magic circle can release an explosion magic stronger than that of the original heroine. As such an important place, Mariajoy can naturally trigger the check-in, and Ling Bai estimates that this will not be the last time that Mariajoy can trigger the check-in. Explosion magic. And the celestial dragons, also in the auditorium, shouted excitedly. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai used his new flying ability to reach a place in the air, below which was a dual field. At this time, Mariajoy is not quiet. Best wishes to the world. Explosion magic in the world is not only terrifying in power, but also extremely horrifying. 20 or so celestial dragons are watching with great interest dozens of slaves fighting inhumanely. Successful sign in. Rewards. Flight. Explosion magic. Best wishes to the world. Ding. Found that the sign-in has been triggered. Is the host going to sign in? Ling Bai looked down from the sky. The crimson magic circle on his right hand had been activated and was gathering strength. Is this the celestial dragon's show? This new ability made Ling Bai a little excited. After all, explosion is a man's romance, and explosion is also an art. Chapter 194 The Horror of Explosion Magic. Mariajoy Chaos. This bloody performance can be said to be extremely cruel. However, the more than 20 celestial dragons here are extremely excited, enjoying the feast of killing, shouting heartily in the auditorium. But the celestial dragons have no sympathy or mercy. It's like eating pork, and you don't feel any pity for the pigs. Celestial dragons is that sentiment for people who aren't celestial dragons. The guards of celestial dragons watched all this silently, although the scene was extremely bloody, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. However, here, no one will sympathize with the slaves, because everyone is used to it, even if everyone is human. This is the program of celestial dragons. As long as the program can make celestial dragons happy, no matter how bloody it is, they can appear in Mariajoy. Please enjoy celestial dragons. In fact, for celestial dragons, except for their group of celestial dragons, others are extremely lowly creatures. And they celestial dragons, but the gods of this world. They are the descendants of the Creator. They have all the privileges and can kill all living beings. However, at this moment, the celestial dragons, who were shouting, did not see that above the sky, the magic circle shining with crimson light was spinning. It is Ling Bai. 13. And under Ling Bai's feet, there is also a red magic circle. Boom. At this moment, a huge crimson energy shock wave burst out from the magic circle in Ling Bai's right hand. The huge energy seemed to tear apart the space and rush straight to the arena in the market. At this moment, the dazzling crimson light made the celestial dragons raise their heads subconsciously. However, before they even had time to scream, just 2 seconds later, they were engulfed by a terrifying explosion, turning into muddy flesh and even ashes. With an earth-shattering explosion, the crimson hemisphere fluctuated, covering a range of more than 300 meters in an instant, and within this range, any objects were wiped out. All celestial dragons, guards, slaves, buildings, and more, were reduced to ashes. And it will inevitably leave a terrible pit in place. And the time during this is just a few seconds. That kind of explosion sound even caused the eardrums of people not far away to be shattered on the spot. And the wind and waves that set off in it pushed in all directions for nearly 1,000 meters. Like a tsunami, flatten everything. Explosion magic. In the original book, Wei Wei's magic, but here in Ling Bai, not only does it not need to perform magic chant, but its power is even more terrifying. And this, you must know, is not the explosion magic launched by Ling Bai with all his strength. Advertisement. It's just like releasing it casually, it's like punching an ordinary punch. As this explosion magic, Ling Bai's smile couldn't help enjoying it morbidly. The power of explosion magic is so terrifying, and it's just released casually. He enjoys the feeling of destroying everything with a single blow. At this moment, besides the explosion that Ling Bai also heard, those people who were shaken out by the impact of the wind and waves, it doesn't matter who they are, anyway, Ling Bai heard their screams. Ling Bai, there is no wave in his heart. Even though these are very sad slaves, Ling Bai never thought about saving them. After all, he is not a saint. He wasn't going to go to the trouble of freeing the slaves. At this time, the ground that was exploded was already burning with raging fire, the temperature became extremely hot, and the night sky was also dyed red by the fire. On the ground, people were in a mess, and they didn't understand what happened for a while. However, within the next minute, Ling Bai released 3 more powerful explosion magics in succession. Of course, Ling Bai will not release the explosion magic to the building he entered just now. Moreover, here, Mariajoy, the so-called paradise of the gods, is a huge city. It can barely be said to be a square city, with a side length of 60 to 70 kilometers. It is conceivable that even if Ling Bai releases the burst magic, the explosion range is only a circular area with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. Of course, this is also a terrible loss for Mariajoy. God knows how many celestial dragons will die. 3 more powerful explosion magics continued. Mariajoy was still immersed in the shock and fear of the first explosion magic, but there were 3 more. Immediately afterwards, there were 3 earth-shattering explosions, and the 5 elders and many celestial dragons elders who had just rushed out saw 3 huge hemisphere crimson energy waves appear in the distance. In the energy wave, there are countless blown-up figures and rubble, which were reduced to ashes. Countless people heard heart-piercing screams. There are also countless celestial dragons, guards, slaves, handmaidens, etc., who died in this power that can be called a god. Not even the corpses can be left behind, and even the best dead ones are the ones with no family left. When I come to Mariajoy again, here, it will be razed to the ground. Then, build my own empire. Or, it belongs to me, the kingdom of God. Advertisement. Transiting sun, high in the sky, smiled. He heard more screams, but there was no disturbance in Ling Bai's heart. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared into the sky. He knows, Mariajoy, those important big shots are coming out. Right now, Ling Bai doesn't want to get in touch with those people. After all, he's just warming up Mariajoy these days. Who the hell? Block Mariajoy immediately. A powerful enemy has invaded. 5 elders and many celestial dragons elders are angry and panicked. In fact, the entire Mariajoy quickly became a mess, and the World Government 587 was also completely in chaos. And Mariajoy is in the building called Between Flowers. That woman, she was angry. And in an instant, that gorgeous sea of flowers withered in an instant. And the butterflies hovering in the sky also fell to the ground that had completely lost their vitality. Immediately afterwards, I am left Wahian. At this time, at the place where Ling Bai exploded with the explosion magic, the luxurious buildings were reduced to ashes, and the original place was not even counted as ruins, but a deep pit was formed, and the flames shot up into the sky, and the air was completely shattered due to the extremely high temperature. Distortion. A large number of celestial dragons guards are sent out to patrol. The marine and army of the world government were dispatched one after another. Celestial dragons masters, world government masters, Mariajoy and other masters all dispatched quickly one after another. Moreover, naval headquarters was also brought up by Night City. Countless pacifists are also dispatched one after another. Everyone was shocked. However, Ling Bai, who is the culprit, has entered Vegapunk's laboratory at this time. No matter how chaotic it is outside, it is calm here. Vegapunk is conducting the final experiment of complete living weapon for Tyrant Bear. Chapter 195 Mysterious Vegapunk. At this time, a laboratory full of science fiction. Vegapunk, a tall, thin, unkempt man in his 40s or 50s, with messy hair, wearing white scientific research clothes. As for the appearance, it is not good looking, it just looks like a lunatic, especially the eyes, which release the light of wisdom and madness. And his experimental subject, Tyrant Bear, has been completely removed from his human consciousness. In other words, the Tyrant Bear at this time no longer exists. All he has left is a shell. Invisibly, the Revolutionary Army has been completely fired. Because, Tyrant Bear is the last Revolutionary Army. Unless Vegapunk transforms him back. But this is impossible. The Tyrant Bear is just a guinea pig for Vegapunk. Now, the last fully living human weapon, I declare, success. Vegapunk is very excited. In this way, after a while, a new stage of experiments can be carried out. At that time, human weapons stronger than pacifists will be born from my hands. This kind of weapon, mass-produced, will definitely be invincible. Vegapunk, muttering to himself, with pleasure on his face. As for the disturbing sound outside and the terrifying sound just now, he naturally heard it, but it didn't matter to him. He is passionate about scientific research and likes all kinds of crazy experiments. Apart from science, everything else has nothing to do with him. He is not interested and cannot influence him. As for the rebellion outside, Vegapunk estimates that, similar to the Murloc Tiger incident many years ago, the world government will eventually deal with it. So he doesn't need to care. Moreover, this laboratory is also a super fortress. Even if Kizaru bombards it for half an hour, this giant laboratory will not be damaged. Because, Kizaru was indeed hired by Vegapunk to do this. This is a super lab transformed by Vegapunk, so Vegapunk doesn't have to worry about what happens to Mariajoy. This fortress-like laboratory is very strong. Unless, world government is destroyed. But is it possible? According to Vegapunk, this is impossible. The reign of celestial dragons will continue, extending to a very long history. Go ahead and experiment. I'll figure out how to proceed to the next step. Advertisement. Vegapunk fell into thinking again, his mind was spinning rapidly, and crazy ideas burst out one after another. And he didn't know that it was right behind him. Ling Bai is here. Outside, there are experimenters who don't even know how they died. Are you, Vegapunk? Ling Bai sat on a stool, raised his legs casually, and smiled playfully. As for Vegapunk, he only heard a young voice, and at the same time clearly felt a dangerous aura behind him. Thinking was interrupted. Vegapunk turned around, but saw a boy sitting on his stool with his legs crossed. 4 Emperors Ling Bai. Vegapunk's expression changed, and he exclaimed on the spot, but here, only Ling Bai could hear his voice, and Ling Bai killed the others long ago. That's right, 4 Emperors Ling Bai himself. That kind of terrifying deterrence is coming. Just like when he faced IM in the past. Vegapunk's face was full of panic and shock. He recognized Ling Bai the first time he saw Ling Bai. It is the famous 4 Emperors Ling Bai. The reason why Vegapunk recognizes Ling Bai is precisely because, since the Summit War, Vegapunk has paid special attention to Ling Bai. The reason is, 4 Emperors Ling Bai, a complete monster. His appearance is beyond Vegapunk's imagination, because Ling Bai is really too strong. Possesses the kind of power that surpasses the cognition of this world, but he is only less than 20 years old. He is just a teenager. Why is he so powerful? Simply, too foul. Why is he so powerful? And, what ability does he have? According to Vegapunk's analysis, Ling Bai definitely has more than 2 abilities. Except gymnastics and kendo. Even, Vegapunk also believes that Ling Bai is the legendary multi-fruit ability user. This kind of person naturally does not exist in the cognition of ordinary people. But Vegapunk, as a scientist, has seen too many incredible things and done many crazy experiments. Therefore, he believes that there are people with multi-fruit abilities. But Ling Bai is so young, but has such a powerful force, a force beyond imagination, Vegapunk, it is impossible not to pay attention. Advertisement. He even wanted to draw Ling Bai's blood for research. In the original book, Vegapunk took the blood of Kaido of the beasts, and then made a man-made devil fruit, which is the man-made devil fruit eaten by Momonosuke in the original book, which can turn him into a dragon. Of course, in the original book, Vegapunk believes that this is a failure. Dragons, which are difficult to create, are not like other normal animals. Of course, Momonosuke has been completely defeated by Ling Bai now. In fact, the artificial devil fruit created with Kaido's blood sample is still in progress, but Momonosuke has been destroyed. At this time, seeing four emperors Ling Bai approaching in person, Vegapunk was full of shock, as well as trepidation. He is just a scientist, but facing the strongest existence among the four emperors now, it is really stressful. Although he also has strength, it is obviously not enough to face Ling Bai. The last time I faced Kaido, it was because Kaido was caught. This time, it's different. No pressure is fake. Therefore, Vegapunk unconsciously took several steps back, and then, there was no way to retreat. However, Vegapunk is now leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. After all, working here, he has too many experimental resources, which allows him to carry out various crazy experiments to his heart's content. He is also a person who has seen strong winds and waves, and was even able to be received by IM in person. As a scientist, Vegapunk is transforming the world invisibly. Regarding this, Ling Bai's biggest idea is to grasp the enemy's trump card. Vegapunk, work for me, how? So at this moment, Vegapunk's heart quickly calmed down. Come here, Ling Bai is to make Vegapunk work for him. Although Vegapunk was also arrested by the world government, and then forced to stay in Mariajoy to work for the celestial dragons. Vegapunk, who was in a state of fear and shock, also thought that the other party would not kill him. After all, if the other party wanted to kill him, he should have done it long ago. Vegapunk is also one of the super cards held by celestial dragons. Such as man-made devil fruit and pacifist are all written by him, and Ling Bai estimates that Vegapunk definitely has other important experimental results. He possesses scientific wisdom that claims to surpass this world for 500 years. Quote. So Vegapunk looks like this, but you are really one of the most mysterious existences in this world. Of the original scientific research team, only Judge escaped and took away the experimental results of the blood factor. Countless celestial dragons have never seen this creator, who is still alive in this world. Judge and Guy, who are both scientists, are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Vegapunk also calmed down. Facing Ling Bai, who has a great and fierce reputation, he also faced it calmly at this time. I don't know what your purpose is for coming here. You also caused a commotion outside, right? Chapter 196 Vegapunk's Amazing Experiment. At this time, Ling Bai invited Vegapunk. Of course, Ling Bai made it clear that he wanted Vegapunk to work for him. However, Ling Bai also knew that Vegapunk would definitely not sacrifice his life for himself. Now that the invitation is made, it's just for Ling Bai to show off. If it is soft, it will naturally come to be hard. Working for you? Vegapunk frowned. Ling Bai's words obviously meant that he wanted to work for him. Like the five elders back then, Vegapunk works for the world government. I'm fine with world government. Vegapunk shook his head, that is to say, rejected Ling Bai's words. Volunteering is impossible. In this world, no force can have as many scientific research resources as the world. And, you couldn't be more secure in the world government. He is a mad scientist. Vegapunk is even more unwilling to work for a pirate. Although the celestial dragons are here, it is also extremely dark. But this world, black and white, is nothing more than that. Vegapunk reckons, now that he is absolutely against Ling Bai, the other party is that, if he can't be soft, he can come hard, right? As for Ling Bai, it was also expected that Vegapunk would reject him. After all, the invitation was just to say hello. Ling Bai couldn't be more confident in controlling the Vega 787 punk. Vegapunk, with Ling Bai's current feeling, captures the breath of the other party with the color of knowledge and knowledge. He is still quite a strong person. Probably, judge a lot. After all, as a mad scientist, it is impossible without any strength. But for Ling Bai, it is far from enough. At this time, Ling Bai looked at Vegapunk, and the other party also looked at Ling Bai. The four eyes are facing each other. Vegapunk thought the opponent was going to make a move, so he was also ready to resist. 1. Super Venom. Wait a minute, if there is a commotion, there will naturally be experts coming here. Vegapunk is confident that he will retreat unscathed. Advertisement. But at this moment Ling Bai directly released the absolute command. This is, Vegapunk could never have imagined. Being able to control others is also Mai White Zetsu's secret. As long as the opponent is much weaker than himself, Ling Bai can control whoever he wants to control. The use of absolute instructions is at the cost of consuming mental power, but this is nothing to Ling Bai. At this moment, absolute command, release. In an instant, the Vegapunk who looked into Ling Bai's eyes was hit. After a short 10 seconds of sluggishness, Vegapunk returned to normal, but in his mind, he had to absolutely obey Ling Bai's will, and he looked at Ling Bai with respect. From now on, just call me King. Ling Bai's tone was not as playful as before, but flat and indifferent. High above, impressive. After hearing Ling Bai's words, Vegapunk knelt down on one knee, made a posture suitable for a servant, and said respectfully, "Obey, my lord, I will follow Ren's will." Ling Bai. Vegapunk, what experiments have you been conducting recently? Ling Bai also noticed the tyrant bear lying on the experimental table, and he guessed that this tyrant bear was the real body, not the pacifists. Vegapunk respectfully said, I am conducting experiments on human living weapons, and it has been completed now, but I need to do some more research, and then I can create human weapons that are more powerful than pacifists, so that every pacifist, both have the strength of Marine Rear Admiral. The strength of Marine Rear Admiral. Ling Bai was surprised, or rather, a little shocked. If every pacifist has the strength of Marine Rear Admiral, then the pacifist can be said to be a real human weapon, not a human weapon. How feasible is it? Vegapunk, for me, 100%, it's just a matter of time. Vegapunk, you really deserve to be called a scientist who has surpassed this world for 500 years. Thank you, King, for your compliment. Ling Bai. In addition, do you have any major experiments that are about to be carried out, or have already been carried out, or have been completed? Wang, I also want to carry out an experiment of human giantization recently. If this experiment can be successful, it will not be a problem to create a group of powerful giants by then, although these giants will not have much advantage in dealing with advanced combat power. However, to deal with enemies that are not very powerful, they are godlike existences, but they can also create powerful giants. But this experiment, I have not yet started, but I guess it can be successful. Be deg, because I have already done it to animals. The giantization experiment was carried out, and it succeeded, and the giantization of human beings is about to start. After hearing this, Ling Bai knew that this was the human giant experiment in the original book, and the place of the experiment was today's Punk Hazard Island. But it hasn't started yet, but Ling Bai feels a little surprised. Ling Bai frowned. This kind of experiment is to use the genes of ancient giants, right? Advertisement. That's right, I discovered the genes of the ancient giants, so there was an experiment to make humans gigantic. The ancient giants are extremely powerful and have a long lifespan. They are invincible. Also, briefly tell me about your other experiments. Ling Bai continued with his own question, and then, Ling Bai also learned about other important experiments of Vegapunk. Apply devil fruit to weapons. Man-made devil fruit, and not limited to zone man-made devil fruit. There are also Logia and Paramecia, and there is also a very special phantom beast species, but zone has been successful, but Logia, Paramecia and phantom beast species are not yet feasible. It is also because Vegapunk has to conduct other experiments, so it is temporarily put on hold. Guy is also doing Vegapunk and playing the rest, bloodline factor, but now the experimental results have been taken by Judge, and some important data, Vegapunk does not have. There is another experiment that the 5 elders want to conduct, known as the monster experiment. It is to get the blood of Big Mom, Kaido and Ling Bai, conduct research, and create a real monster. Now, the blood of Kaido of the Beasts has been obtained. After all, Kaido has been arrested many times. As for how to break through his defense and get the blood, Yu and Punk did not elaborate. Kaido is a special race that has disappeared for a long time. Before getting the devil fruit, he was still a monster. He has the blood of the ancient demon race on his body, and he is not a human being. Kaido is right, it is not because he ate devil fruit is only available, but has always been there. For example, strengthening potions, potions that make people extremely powerful in a short period of time, and have no side effects, but this has not been successful, but those with side effects have already been developed. Now that you are here, he has reported to Yu Ling. And Ling Bai, not to mention, is too strong to be human, a more perverted existence than Big Mom and Kaido. Hearing what Vegapunk said, Ling Bai was also quite surprised. Therefore, Vegapunk has been the focus of attention recently. Not to mention those known experiments, there is even a monster production plan using blood samples from him, Big Mom, and Kaido, and an experiment plan using multi-fruit ability users. In addition, Vegapunk also has an experimental plan, that is, the multi-fruit ability user experimental plan. But this is only feasible after obtaining Ling Bai's blood sample. But they are in the category of ordinary people after all, and they have become top powerhouses for cultivation. In addition, there are some small experiments. These are experiments that 5 elders is extremely supportive of. And this matter, only Ling Bai knows. However, for example, Big Mom is born an upgraded monster, and Vegapunk suspects that she has the blood of ancient giants. If the blood samples of these 3 monsters are used for experiments, what kind of monsters might be produced? Because Vegapunk suspects that Ling Bai is the legendary multi-fruit ability user. For example, although Garp is strong, Luo Jia is the next day. Big Mom, Kaido and Ling Bai are all monsters that 5 elders and others think are different from ordinary people. Chapter 197 Celestial Dragon's Mysterious Weapon, Ain's Ability. Vegapunk, you this time, lurk in Mariajoy. Ling Bai was thinking about what task to give Vegapunk. The role of Vegapunk, played very well, will undoubtedly give the entire Celestial Dragons a severe stab or even a few knives. And stabbed from the inside, yes, King. Ling Bai looked at the tyrant bear, frowned, and had an idea in his heart, and said, how many pacifists does the world government have now? Vegapunk. There are already 103, I don't know what is the purpose of the king. Ling Bai thought for a while before saying, you should be able to modify the orders of all the pacifists. At that time, when I attack Mariajoy, let all the pacifists be used by me. King, that's perfectly fine, I can modify the pacifists' executive order to have them counterattack the celestial dragons and the world government then. It is good. Just imagine, at that time, Ling Bai attacked Mariajoy, making more than 100 pacifists, Mariajoy. So, how terrifying is it? The world government would never have thought of this. In addition, during this period of time, I thought of asking you to do something. At that time, I will contact you. Of course, don't expose it. That's all right, King. Suddenly, Ling Bai said, by the way, Do you know about Mariojoy's mysterious weapon? Mysterious weapon? Is that the undead monster? Vegapunk wondered. And Ling Bai was even more puzzled. What do you mean by undead monster? Vegapunk said. That monster, like I'm, came from a blank 100 years of history. It is I'm subordinate, possesses a terrifying power beyond the current admiral, and it is used by I'm to clean up history, the strongest weapon, but it is generally not used because it is difficult to control. It is an undead monster that has no human consciousness at all. 5 elders once asked me to study this monster, trying to find a way to control him more easily, but I couldn't do anything about it. Now, he is imprisoned in the Seastone dungeon deep in Mariojoy. The chains created to seal it, the Celestial Dragon's executives will not easily use this undead monster, but use it to clean up history, because it is easy to release, but it is not easy to suppress, unless IM personally suppresses it. Tell me what you know. Advertisement. Ling Bai's curiosity was thoroughly stimulated. What's the matter with this weapon? And I am involved. Also, undead monsters. What do you mean? Vegapunk said. According to the 5 elders, this undead monster, like I am, came from the blank 100-year history, and was the most loyal and powerful subordinate of I am, who was later granted immortality by I am. Because of this reason, he became completely insane and lost human consciousness, and later became a tool for Yim to rule the world and carry out historical cleansing. Given eternal life by I am? What kind of ability is I am? Ling Bai was quite shocked. This is definitely a big news. Vegapunk shook his head. I don't know, but I am wasn't the one who underwent the immortality surgery. She ate the mysterious devil fruit that wasn't recorded in the devil fruit illustration. I learned this information from the 5 elders. I have made great contributions to the Celestial Dragon's rule, so I can know some important information. To be able to give others eternal life, let alone whether it is true eternal life, but to let a person live for 800 years, even if it is not eternal life, that is terrible. Ling Bai was even more shocked. Im's ability is not recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, that is to say, it is not in the illustrated book he took from the treasure house just now. And what is the power that can bestow eternal life on others? Ling Bai really has the urge to question I am now. Of course, this is just an impulse. He won't really go to see I am. If I am is really too powerful, he will die no matter what. Do not know. Ling Bai. So that monster has been imprisoned in the depths of Mariojoy? Didn't go into any deep sleep? A monster without consciousness at all? Yes, I checked his body, and his physical fitness is terrifying. His body is like a perpetual motion machine, and he only needs to eat once every 3 months. However, the ingredients he needs are human flesh. Human flesh? Ling Bai was stunned for a moment. That's right, it's human flesh, especially human flesh with stronger strength. He prefers it. The Celestial Dragon's executives usually feed slaves. Every 3 months, they will put 100 slaves in and let him eat. 5 elders, and they also, in order to prevent this monster from breaking free from the cage and prevent him from going crazy on vacation, he will not feed the strong, otherwise he will only become stronger and stronger. His body seems to be able to swallow the strength of others, and the strength will become stronger by then. Get rid of all control, otherwise, the criminal of Impel down would have been caught and fed to him long ago. Asking for flowers. After hearing this, Ling Bai couldn't help falling silent. He understands that this weapon is more difficult than those celestial dragons. It is indeed a mysterious weapon for cleaning history. Can you also become stronger by devouring the strong? Advertisement. Feed on human flesh. Ling Bai, it's hard not to be shocked. King, you have to be careful with this weapon. I have no way to control him. If you face this weapon, you can only resist. Ling Bai didn't speak. After nearly 3 minutes, the silent Ling Bai said, Vegapunk, during this time, you should try to find out as much information about I am as possible, and at the same time, don't expose yourself. As for the experimental personnel who died here later, the higher-ups asked. You just said that a mysterious person came in, but you don't know who it is. You should know how to do it. Afterwards, Ling Bai explained some things, and immediately put on a mask and hat, and left here. B is obviously impossible. At this point, all this, Mariojoy, who else knows? The Sea of Flowers is incomparably gorgeous. On the other side, Mariojoy at this time has been completely messed up. No, wherever I am went, there was a Sea of Flowers. However, at this moment, I am, who was alone, stepped into the flames with a blank expression on his face. Suddenly, a large sea of flowers bloomed on the ground, and all the flames were extinguished. As for Ling Bai has already given him the task. When the time comes, Ling Bai will act and attack Mariojoy, and Vegapunk will also cooperate internally and externally to launch a fierce attack on Mariojoy. It is difficult to put out a fire, and there are no ability users who use ice or liquid abilities here. The 5 elders in the distance, as well as the elders of the celestial dragons, were in awe of her, and they, who were usually aloof, didn't dare to say anything right now. Understood. Wong, Rike raps on me. The scorching flames turned into billowing heat waves, and the flames shot up into the sky. Of course, this is only one of them. There are 4 other places. I am also doing the same. However, when she left, the Sea of Flowers disappeared immediately, and the flames no longer existed, but the temperature in the air was still scorching hot, but it was foreseeable that the temperature would quickly drop back to normal. And Aokiji, he's gone. Flames everywhere, easily destroyed by I am. Vegapunk, starting today, has worked for Ling Bai, and at the same time has secretly betrayed the world government. Chapter 198. Worse than the Murloc Tiger incident. The 5 elders and the others know that Lord I am rarely makes a move, and the last time he made a move was decades ago. At this time, the 5 elders and the elders, and of course many other celestial dragons, looked at IM in awe in the distance. Even if they have never met the celestial dragons of IM, they all understand how sacred that woman is. In fact, in Mariojoy, everyone, even those who have never met IM, know that there is a woman who rules the entire Mariojoy and even the world. King of celestial dragons. That is the most mysterious existence in the whole Mariojoy and even in the whole world. People don't know the king's name or even his gender. But people just need to know the existence of this king and respect her. Especially the soaring flames were directly dispelled by the sea of flowers, what a means. Of course, 5 elders and the others know that Huahai is just the simple use of 460, IM's own mysterious ability. IM is the surviving creator, the only god, the most mysterious and noblest existence. Also, the strongest existence, after the soaring fire was extinguished, IM also disappeared from people's sight. Come without a shadow, go without a trace. Have you made a move yet? Ling Bai looked into the distance and muttered to himself. He naturally saw IM, but within Ling Bai's observation hockey domain, he couldn't catch any breath of IM. It's as if she doesn't exist, but obviously, IM is right in front of his eyes, although, separated by a long distance, Ling Bai really saw IM. A woman, not to mention very good looking, with an expressionless face. But the ability is very powerful. The ruins with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, the raging fire in it, was extinguished in a few seconds with that kind of flower sea. Although, Ling Bai used the ability of the Ice Emperor to release a large amount of freezing power, and he could also completely extinguish the flames in such a large area within a few seconds. However, Ling Bai is also afraid of IM's ability, because this kind of flower sea is not ice. Ice, that is low temperature, and crushes directly against flames. In particular, I learned from Vegapunk that IM has a mysterious devil fruit ability that has never been recorded in the devil fruit illustration. Ling Bai was full of doubts. IM, what kind of ability is it? If Ling Bai knew IM's ability, then it would be easier to deal with IM in the future. Advertisement after all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will win every battle. Ling Bai also knows that in the future, he will inevitably fight IM, and at that time, he must win. Of course, he may, and needs to, be with the undead monster that was left in the dungeon deep in Mariojoy. 1. A monster bestowed with immortality by IM, much better than Admiral, but not sure how much better. And IM will only be stronger, this is what Ling Bai fears. Ling Bai believes that the ability to bestow eternal life on others is absolutely beyond imagination. At this time, IM was standing in front of a group of celestial dragons guards. He was wearing a hat and a mask, and he absolutely concealed his aura. After all, it would be bad if he was found by that mysterious IM. This is her territory. At that time, no matter how strong Ling Bai is, it will not be easy for Ling Bai. Nobody knows who he is. Thanks also, CPO has such a tradition of wearing masks. IM was in front of her just now, but she couldn't be sensed by Ling Bai. In addition, the 5 elders are not far away, and the distance from Ling Bai is only more than 100 meters away. At this time, Ling Bai also met 5 elders for the first time. According to Stussy, these 5 old men are all old men who have the strength not to lose to Admiral, but they are all very old now, and their strength may decline to some extent, but they will definitely not be weak. But 5 elders and the others didn't make a move either. Perhaps, until the necessary time, they will not make a move. Perhaps, they are afraid of death, or their subordinates are too strong, so there is no need for them to make a move. In addition, there are those celestial dragons who have aged and have decent strength. Ling Bai also clearly felt that they also had a powerful aura. This is, the powerhouse of celestial dragons. At this time, these celestial dragons' powerhouses, after IM left, all looked solemn, and even their bodies were trembling because their aura was not inferior to that of the elite Vice Admiral Wyn's celestial dragons. As for 5 elders, their complexion was also extremely bad. Are you afraid of IM? It may not be easy to be held accountable for such a big incident. Ling Bai guessed in his heart, but in reality, it was true. Advertisement. It's as if a king was invaded by the enemy and caused heavy losses. The crime must belong to the subordinates, and the subordinates will also be held accountable by the king, and even severely punished. Therefore, these indomitable and aloof celestial dragons are also very disturbed, even trembling. Damn it! Who is it? Casualties must be dealt with now, and at the same time dispatch all troops to strengthen defense. Block the whole of Mariojoy, not even a fly can be let out. Damn it, if this person is found, I will slowly torture him to death. The terrible thing is, Lord IM must be furious. Celestial Dragons executives have uncertain faces, thinking of IM, the mood is even more dignified or heavy. The middle and high level people are powerful and move extremely fast, not to mention Kizaru. Celestial Dragons high level, feel at ease. The leader of the CPO at this time didn't even know that there was an extra person on his side. Maybe he will be pushed down from his original position of incomparable dignity and then he will lose everything. Akainu learned from the conversation with Kong that the situation this time is much more serious than that of Murloc Tiger. However, thanks to the clothes that Stussy asked to make, the CPO organization is perfectly replicated, and the special icon is also there. Celestial Dragons executives also know that CPO members have always been absolutely loyal to Celestial Dragons, and they are directly protecting the existence of Celestial Dragons. Mariojoy had a sudden situation, and they had to catch up overnight. But, how would they know that Ling Bai, who is the culprit, is among the crowd, and he is also the CPO that no one will doubt? On the other side, the people from naval headquarters also rushed up. If you want to kill them, you can kill them with one hand. Therefore, the probability of 0.8 Ling Bai being found among CPO members is almost zero. Don't say whether they want to obey they must obey. Since moving to the new naval headquarters, the distance to the top of the red line is also closer. Behind the new naval headquarters is a road leading directly to Mariojoy. Is their god. At this time, Ling Bai was also preparing to retreat. Lord was furious. They will not feel good. Soon, people acted. Chapter 199. Leaving Mariojoy, naval headquarters arrives. What's the situation this time? And it seems that the world today is really not peaceful. The fastest yellow ape has already arrived at Mariojoy, and at this time too, he saw the already dark ruins of the deep pit from a distance. Obviously, this is the black color of flames, but this kind of deep pit has obviously undergone a terrifying explosion. Moreover, what level of explosion is a deep pit with a diameter of thousands of meters? Kizaru was in the air, looked down, and found that there were 3 deep pits of this size, and the other one was smaller. But it's undeniably terrifying. Only a deep pit was left. Just now, there have been a lot of flames, and the temperature in the air is still a little scorching hot. Apparently the fire had been put out, and to put out a fire on this scale, someone should have used a powerful ability. But that's not the point. What kind of enemy is it? Kizaru was lost in thought, but what can be confirmed is that this enemy is very powerful. 13 naval headquarters followed by a Kainu and a group of middle and high-level personnel, and of course there are a large number of ordinary marines behind. Isn't it the slave rebellion? Marshal Kong, what happened this time? Akainu and the others also saw Kong, who was directing at this time, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Kong. Sakazuki, you guys came at the right time. This time Mariojoy, the mysterious intruders came first. I don't know how many invaders, but they are definitely very powerful. The matter is extremely serious. Death celestial dragons, conservatively estimated, there are 300 people. In addition, there are countless people who died, including guards, maids, slaves, etc. Intruder. Akainu and the others, even though they have seen a lot of strong winds and waves, at this moment, they couldn't help being so shocked that they couldn't believe it. Go and see the scene. The enemy is also beyond imagination, and the destructive power is too strong. Seriously, he or they should be in Mariojoy by now. Kong frowned and said, let's do it. Akainu and the others also nodded, and quickly joined the action. Therefore, the next step is to rescue the injured and hunt down suspicious characters. Especially hunting down the culprit, advertisement. As for rescuing the wounded, slaves are naturally not among the ranks of being rescued. After all, the slaves are dead, and there are still a lot of people in the world, and the guards can barely save them. Of course, the highlight is the celestial dragons. However, because the explosion was too terrifying, many celestial dragons were directly crushed to ashes, not to mention leaving no corpses, not even a single hair. And Momosagi, who followed up, could vaguely guess that it was Ling Bai. After all, Ling Bai is the only one who dares to attack celestial dragons in this world. Moreover, this action was so surprising, Momosagi couldn't help but worry too. It's just not sure if it's really Ling Bai's actions. Because according to the intelligence of Hi today, Ling Bai paradise. Momosagi also knows that Ling Bai usually lives in seclusion, and Marine's eyeliner cannot penetrate into the depths of Paradise Island, so it is not clear that Ling Bai has actually left Paradise Island. But at that time, no one found out. On the other hand, Momosagi, who knows Ling Bai better, may vaguely guess that it is Momosagi. At this time, Momosagi was also among the people in the search and arrest operation. But one thing that frustrates Marine and other searchers is that even Admiral is not allowed to enter the residence of celestial dragons. So, hunt for a fart, countless Marines scolded their mothers directly in their hearts. In this way, the intruder will hide directly in the house where the celestial dragons live, and can escape all pursuit. Momosagi doesn't care either. In the current situation, it is estimated that they will walk around. It will not take long for naval headquarters to retreat. Also at this time, Momosagi saw a person dressed as a CP0 member, and Momosagi saw those eyes through the other's mask. Momosagi was shocked. Isn't this Ling Bai? Momosagi is very familiar with those extremely clear eyes. After all, I have seen it countless times. Momosagi was about to step forward, but Ling Bai just waved her hand, and then Ling Bai turned and left, and Momosagi also understood that the meaning of this gesture was to tell her not to follow. And Momosagi also knew that if there was something important later, she would also need to make a report. This is inevitable. This time it's really big. When I saw that terrifying deep pit, not to mention the diameter of thousands of meters, the deepest part was more than 200 meters. Advertisement: if this place is to be filled up, I don't know how much soil will be needed. Moreover, there are 3 big pits, although one of them is small. But it is undeniable that Ling Bai's power is too terrifying. Momosagi only prays that Ling Bai can leave quickly. She knows very well that Mariojoy is here, because of how tall she is. Extremely dangerous. What kind of monster can blow up such a big pit? Hina, beside Momosagi, was shocked. Standing in front of a 1,000-meter deep pit, she realized how small she was. Like ants. As for the creation of this deep pit and the monster behind it, Hina only felt that, apart from the shock of ultimate, she was terrified. Gion, who do you think can possess this power? Hina couldn't help asking the Marine seniors beside her. Momosagi said calmly, it's better to say, who has the courage to act recklessly in Mariojoy. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of Ling Bai. That perfect and powerful male, her man, yeah, this courage is amazing. Hina thinks about it too. On the other side, there was no one around. At this moment, Ling Bai looked towards the sky. At this time, it is night. Mariajoy was still in a panic. Soon, Ling Bai disappeared into the night, this is, he was leaving Mariajoy. As for what 5 elders said about blocking Mariajoy, don't even let the flies out. However, how could such a huge city be blocked? These words of 5 elders are just words spoken in extreme anger. Moreover, let alone arresting Ling Bai, even finding Ling Bai is impossible. Ling Bai's speed is very fast, like the moving speed of lightning. For many people, it just feels like a gust of wind blows by. And, tonight, Mariajoy is not a little windy. In short, Ling Bai left without anyone noticing. Chapter 200 The thing that caused the Celestial Dragon's executives to fall into extreme fear. It was after 11 o'clock in the evening when Ling Bai left. And now Mariajoy, too, is in a state of turmoil. A large number of buildings were destroyed by Ling Bai's power. Among them, it is unknown how many Celestial Dragons died. As for other people who died, such as slaves and guards, it doesn't matter. How many Celestial Dragons have died, you need to look through the statistics to know. The 5 elders ordered their men in naval headquarters to search for Mariajoy. But even if Sengoku and the others possessed the extremely powerful observation haki, when releasing the observation haki to the maximum extent, Sengoku and the others did not find anyone other than Celestial Dragons. If that person, or those people are in Mariajoy, this must be able to sense it. However, all of this cannot be sensed. Maybe, that person should leave. 3 or 4 hours passed, but no suspicious person could be found. Moreover, such a huge Mariajoy would be extremely troublesome to hunt down. And this, thanks to Mariajoy, apart from the building where the world government is located, there is no surveillance anywhere else. This also brought convenience to Ling Bai, but now it also brought huge problems to 5 elders and the others. Who the hell? How dare you be so arrogant? Whether it's the 5 elders, the Celestial Dragons executives, or the Kong and Naval Headquarters executives. The heart is restless. After all, 3 or 4 hours have passed by now. But everything is clueless. On the other side, Momosagi, who knew who was the culprit of this incident, also searched calmly. She understood that Ling Bai should have left Mariajoy, and it was Li who left. So, Momosagi is also relieved. Now, more than 3 hours have passed, and the death toll of the Celestial Dragons has been roughly counted. About 230 Celestial Dragons died, and there are more than 100 Celestial Dragons who were injured by the aftermath of the explosion. To die is extremely lucky. The number of Celestial Dragons in Mariajoy was only over 3,000, but now, over 200 have died. What a disastrous loss, and, they're Celestial Dragons. Not ordinary people. In this kind of horrible incident, it is impossible to hide it from the world. Just like the Murloc Tiger incident in the past, it spread all over the world within a few days. Moreover, this is definitely countless times more terrifying than the Murloc Tiger incident. Advertisement Murloc Tiger, although he launched the slave liberation movement, he dared not even hurt a hair of the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, the culprit this time dares to kill even Celestial Dragons. Or kill a bunch. The Celestial Dragons executives were furious, wishing to smash the culprit into pieces, and then turn his bones into ashes. But, ridiculously, they don't even know who this person, or this group of people, is. Not even the shadow of the culprit was seen. To be able to make such a terrifying explosion is not an ordinary powerhouse. It should be very easy for this kind of person to leave Mariajoy. It has been several hours now. Mariajoy for not having any further bombings or other incidents. Maybe, the other party has already left, Crane analyzed. And Sengoku next to him also nodded. Indeed, to be able to create this kind of explosive range, the ability and strength of the opponent will definitely not be simple. If you want to escape, it couldn't be easier. Xiaohei, do you think it's possible that Ling Bai is that guy? Sengoku suddenly had another idea. After all, so many Celestial Dragons died this time, and in this world, who dares to kill Celestial Dragons? Who dares to provoke Celestial Dragons directly? No one but Ling Bai. Before that, 7 Celestial Dragons died under Ling Bai's hands. In the past, Lox was the only one who killed Celestial Dragons, but only 3 Celestial Dragons died under Lox. Compared to Ling Bai's 7, it's still not enough. Obviously, Ling Bai is even more arrogant. Also, Ling Bai is stronger than Lox. There is no doubt about it. Now, if Ling Bai was also responsible for the extremely vicious incident at night, then there would be more than 200 Celestial Dragons who died under Ling Bai's hands. Moreover, this also completely shows that Ling Bai's provocation of the Celestial Dragon's rule has entered an extremely evil level. However, whether Ling Bai did it or not is uncertain. Ling Bai lives in seclusion, but at the same time, it is difficult for people to track his whereabouts. Sengoku also doesn't know whether Ling Bai is in Paradise Island at this time. But Ling Bai may be the culprit in this incident. It is possible, but it is also possible that it has nothing to do with Ling Bai. In addition, the 5 elders are also suspicious of Ling Bai. Advertisement however, at this moment, the angry 5 elders, after hearing a quiet report from an elite member of the Celestial Dragons, the complexions of the 5 old men changed instantly. Shocked, unbelievable, flustered. Multiple emotions were intertwined and displayed on 5 elders' face. Immediately afterwards, 5 elders left here quickly, and behind him, a group of Celestial Dragons executives followed. Something big happened. Absolutely great event. The building where the treasure house is located has also been invaded. And the gatekeeper, Celestial Dragons, has died tragically, with his head and right arm removed from his body. And that extremely important treasure house has also been invaded. When the 5 elders rushed to the scene, they rushed directly into the treasure house. And, at the first glance, I saw the words on the wall that year. Extremely arrogant tone. Quote. Thank you very much for the hospitality. I am very grateful. Come again when you have time. Guess who I am? This sentence is comparable to, sleep 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 here. Usually, they are high above and seem to have everything under their control, but facing I am, it can be said that they are nothing. And in the heart, also quickly filled with deep fear. Everyone trembled, they were angry, but in their hearts, there was more fear. Master I am, will you be furious? Celestial Dragons executives suddenly lost their strength. The eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods, what an important existence that is. The permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods has been taken away. Even, the 5 elders are in fear. A permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods, too. The secret door was opened. Everyone also discovered that the permanent pointer is gone. I feel that my old life is about to be bought. Everyone was stunned as if they had been hit by a bolt from the blue. At that moment, the bodies of the Celestial Dragons executives who were present all went limp in an instant. How did this happen? Even, there were 2 Celestial Dragons old men who slumped on the ground powerlessly. And on that wall, the old sword man among the 5 elders covered it with his palm. Master I am. Chapter 201 Angry I am, kill a high-level Celestial Dragons. The world doesn't know that right now, in the treasury of the Celestial Dragons, those Celestial Dragons who are considered to be always high above and confident in doing things are trembling at this moment. This is the upper echelon of the Celestial Dragons, who have fallen into fear because they have lost the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. The permanent pointer is stored here, in a place that can no longer be said to be secret, but now, it has been stolen. This is a permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. It is only used once in 15 years, and it will be taken out almost when the Celestial Dragons are about to perform sacrifices. And this, perhaps, is the last remaining piece of this special permanent pointer from Paojie. The first thing that the high-level people thought of was Lord I Am, will he be furious? Many senior executives of Celestial Dragons feel like the sky is falling when they think of I Am. Without this permanent pointer, it means that they cannot go to the Valley of the Gods. You must know that the location of the Valley of the Gods is very special, just like Raftel, there are no 4 road signs and historical texts, and it cannot be reached. As for the permanent pointer to Raftel, how can it exist? And the most fearful thing for the Celestial Dragons executives is that the permanent pointer is lost, and Lord I Am blames it. What should we do? Many people already have the consequences of losing their lives in their hearts, and losing their positions is secondary. Lord M, it's not that Celestial Dragons haven't been killed. Even though she is Celestial Dragons, it does not prevent her from killing Celestial Dragons. That person, come to Paojie, maybe it's because of this permanent pointer, as for the explosion outside, maybe it's just incidental. Or also, the action that was originally planned. One of the 5 elders said in a solemn and angry tone. Of course, maybe not one person, but several people. But who it is, they don't have any information. The information about the Valley of the Gods has been wiped out by us back then. Even Sengoku, who had been to the Valley of the Gods, believed that the Valley of the Gods had been bombarded and destroyed by the world government. Nowadays, someone is rushing towards the eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods, just to know that the Valley of the Gods still exists. They want this permanent pointer. Who the hell? Now what shall we do? The high-level Celestial Dragons present, the existence that made other Celestial Dragons awe, was restless at the moment. Moreover, this person actually used the noble blood of our Celestial Dragons to write such words on the wall. Advertisement. Mere mortals dare to challenge God. God, BDDI. No offense allowed. People other than Celestial Dragons are collectively called mortals, and the title mortals is considered the best. Celestial Dragons, few people think highly of anyone other than Celestial Dragons. But no matter how angry and irritable they are, it is useless even if they lose their minds. If Ling Bai is here, let alone provoke them, he would dare to cut them into pieces. Immediately afterwards, 5 elders also took stock of other precious collections on the Curry surface, and also discovered that the original Devil Fruit illustrated book had also been taken away. The so-called original, that is to say, all the existing Devil Fruit illustrations in the world are copied from this book, and it is not complete. This book is the most complete, although there are also a small part of Devil Fruit that have not been recorded. For example, Lord Im's abilities are not recorded in this most complete Devil Fruit illustrated book. Similarly, this illustration book must not be lost. In the end, the higher-ups discovered that the only things missing in the treasure house were the Devil Fruit illustrated book and the permanent pointer. But it is undeniable that both items are extremely important, especially the permanent pointer to the Valley of Gods. The secret of the Valley of the Gods is too huge, it can even be said to be second only to the hidden secret of Raftel. Now that the permanent pointer is stolen, the consequences are even more unimaginable. At that time, the person or group of people who stole the permanent pointer will follow the guidance of the pointer and board the Valley of Gods. What will happen? This permanent pointer can only be used to go to the Valley of Gods, and it will not sense other islands. Therefore, this permanent pointer, the direction pointed by the pointer on the dial, is the Valley of Gods. As long as you follow the guidance of the pointer, you can reach the Valley of Gods. The tomb of the celestial dragons, the hidden place of Uranus. This is the secret of the Valley of Gods. Very important. Immediately afterwards, with a feeling of uneasiness, the celestial dragons executives headed by 5 elders quickly set off for Im's residence. They know that Im has gone back. Lord Im, because of his own reasons, often fell into a deep sleep. Even in Mariajoy, he lived in secluded places. Sometimes, celestial dragons executives may not see Im once in a few years. Now, she is back. As for 5 elders, they usually dare not disturb that adult easily. Not to mention dare to go to Im's residence. But now it is different, the permanent pointer is lost. The higher-ups are very clear that there are still 3 months and a few days before they will go to the Valley of the Gods to perform sacrifices. And without this permanent pointer, how would they go? Advertisement. I knew that we would have made a few more pieces of the same permanent pointer back then. Now something goes wrong. This is a permanent pointer 800 years ago, which is of great significance, and we thought it was well hidden. But I didn't expect, and, Wei will come to Mariajoy to steal things. When I went to see Im's celestial dragons executives, my face was cloudy and uncertain all the way, and I kept blaming myself. Especially the anger towards the culprit Ling Bai. However, after all, they didn't know that it was Ling Bai who did it. And they are also uneasy. When they see Master Im, what will the other party's reaction be when they find out about this, and what will they do to them? Soon after, they stood outside Im's residence. When Im came out, the 5 elders told Im tremblingly about the loss of the permanent pointer. As for Im, his complexion remained unchanged. What happened to Mariajoy tonight? I need a satisfactory outcome. Do you know how to do it? Im looked down at them, and the 5 elders were all kneeling on one knee at this moment. This is for their king, or in other words, this is for their god. This is not etiquette, but, they are truly in awe of Im. Hearing Im's words, 5 elders and others also nodded in response, expressing that they will definitely deal with the Mariajoy incident and let Im see a satisfactory result. There are still 3 months plus how many days, is it time for sacrifice? Im's tone was flat. A member of the elders group said, Master Im, 3 months, plus 5 days, is the time for sacrifice. Im. It's good for you to know, so, the permanent pointer, I want to see it intact. 5 elders said repeatedly that they will definitely get this permanent pointer back. However, immediately afterwards, Im looked at one of the celestial dragon's elders with a calm expression. The gorgeous petals suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and they also carried an intoxicating fragrance. Of course, the 5 elders became terrified, but even though they were terrified, they did not dare to move. Call out. The celestial dragons who was targeted by Im was surrounded by countless petals, and then the petals clung to the body of the elder Feng, whose strength was not inferior to that of many marine vice-admirals. The petals, like a vampire, sucked the celestial dragons into a mummy within a few seconds. Im, kill a celestial dragons. To be precise, this is execution. Just like, the emperor executes his subjects. Chapter 202 The Terrified Celestial Dragons High Level. Looking at the celestial dragons who were sucked into mummies by those gorgeous petals in just a few seconds, he didn't even have time to scream and beg for mercy, so he died tragically on the spot in just a few seconds. Finally fell heavily on the ground. Celestial dragons turned into mummies, their faces were full of fear, and their eyes were not closed. You know, he is also a celestial dragon's powerhouse. In other words, die with peace. How terrifying is Im's method. That kind of understatement can easily kill a celestial dragons. 5 elders and the others were even more terrified, and Im, who they would never be able to guess, killed a celestial dragons in front of them. Im was telling them a very important message. That is, how to deal with the result. If she is not satisfied, then, some of them, or all of them, will end up like a heavenly dragon who died now. Of course, the 5 elders also have reason to believe that Lord Im can make their death even worse, making their life worse than death. This is to serve as an example to others. Also, kill chickens to scare monkeys. The 5 elders, and the power of Im, were terrified to the extreme. If you know how to do it, you will be scattered, and the corpse will be disposed of. Im's tone was still flat, without waves, and without emotion. Immediately afterwards, Im turned around and returned to his residence, and the maids behind him hurriedly followed. 5 elders and others, who were terrified in their hearts, did not react for a long time. Im, for an existence like Im, it doesn't matter even if the celestial dragons are used for surgery, and the 5 elders dare not be dissatisfied in the slightest. Killed by Master Im, maybe it can only be said that it was just bad luck. After all, Lord Im just kills any celestial dragons at will. And this, who dares to say that Lord Im is not? As long as she wants, 5 elders can kill all, and then pick 5 to go up. The Mariajoy incident, and the permanent pointer loss incident, both of these 2 major incidents, we must come up with a good result. A result that will satisfy Lord Im. Otherwise, we will all end up dead. Everyone, don't you want to die? Many high-level celestial dragons, you look at me, I think you are also disturbed. Advertisement. We should also go to the lower realm to find the answer, and we can't let those incompetent guys in naval headquarters and world government waste time. This serious incident was done by people from the lower realm. And who exactly? The so-called lower bound refers to the world other than Mariajoy, because Mariajoy can be said to be at the highest land in this world, and at the same time, it is almost at the center of the world. Other than Mariajoy, it is called the lower realm, and this is also celestial dragons' self-recognition of their own nobility and contempt for people. They celestial dragons, as the gods of this world, are also the descendants of the original creators. However, this incident can no longer be simply described as extremely serious. It can be said that it is unprecedented. We must give Master IM a satisfactory result. The person who committed such a crime must be found out, and then beheaded. The higher-ups nodded their heads one after another. On the other side, IM returned to his residence, and at this time, the original sea of flowers appeared again. You must know that not long ago, this sea of flowers had completely dried up, but now, it is full of vitality again. The fragrance of flowers filled the entire space, and there were various colorful butterflies flying in the air. IM raised her right hand, and a butterfly landed on her hand. Then, the butterfly was reduced to ashes. But in an instant, ashes turned back into a butterfly and did not die. In this way, the same process went through several times, and finally IM let the butterfly fly away. The body of this butterfly was reduced to ashes several times, but it returned to its original state. This is IM's ability. It seems to be the ability to control real life and death. She can kill the target, and then, resurrect the target, kill, resurrect. If the flower sea that was destroyed by her not long ago has reappeared now. That is an ability that has not been recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Even the high-level officials of celestial dragons don't know what IM's ability is, but everyone knows that this king, she is beyond imagination and has unpredictable powers, means. And those who know IM's ability don't know how many years have passed since they died. On the other side, as time went by, the sun was about to rise. Advertisement. Marine, who came to Mariajoy, was also responsible for the casualties. As for the guards, they will be saved if they can, and if they cannot be saved, they will be burned. Asking for flowers. The slaves were even worse, almost all of them were killed directly. The celestial dragons were too lazy to treat the slaves with any medicine. The people in naval headquarters were just following orders, and many marines felt a little bit unbearable about this, but there was nothing they could do about it. As for the injured celestial dragons, they naturally tried their best to treat them. However, a high-level celestial dragons came later to collect the bodies of the guards and slaves or the half-dead people. The people at naval headquarters didn't know the specific reason, but they did it. In addition, the senior executives of naval headquarters also understand that their trip was a waste of time. When they came to Mariajoy, everyone thought they were going to do something big. The celestial dragons are high above, dirty and corrupt, but they rule the world. As a result, things like disposing of corpses followed. There are even quite a few marines who admire the culprit in their hearts. Setting off such a terrifying explosion in Mariajoy directly caused more than 200 celestial dragons to be buried here. For the celestial dragons, this kind of crime is beyond measure by Akainu. Of course they don't know. Now it's almost time for the undead monster who is the secret weapon in the depths of Mariajoy to eat. Within 3 months, he will devour a lot of human flesh. Of course, this is just part of Marine's inner grumbling. 0. You must know that even if one celestial dragon dies, the world will be in chaos, and now, so many celestial dragons have died. This thing, naval headquarters, nobody knows. Within the scope of their responsibilities, they can do what they should. Even Marine Admiral has a rigid mission requirement, which is to protect the celestial dragons for a long time. Celestial dragons, even Marine, are hated by many people. However, admiration is only hidden in my heart. Even Kong, who has been working at the World Government Headquarters for many years now, doesn't know. Even though Akainu is angry, but anger is anger, the shock is still to be shocked. In fact, the real purpose of many people joining Marine is to implement the so-called justice, but it is conceivable to work under celestial dragons. However, Marine executives also wondered, who would dare to do such a thing in Mariajoy? For celestial dragons, Marine is just a tool for them to rule the world. They are absolutely not qualified to know the secrets of celestial dragons. Chapter 203 Did Ling Bai do it? At this point, Mariajoy, it's morning time. In the 4 huge deep pits, the corpses that could be dug out were also turned up, and the treasures that could be dug out were also dug out. In fact, only 10 corpses of celestial dragons were dug out of 4 huge pits. The power of that explosion directly shattered those celestial dragons, not even leaving any shards of meat. Of course, it was also because Ling Bai chose a better location and chose the place where celestial dragons gathered to bombard. I have to say that this unknown explosion is too terrifying. According to some guards who survived, at that time, someone was in the sky and released an attack like a red energy wave. Immediately afterwards, the ground was covered by a huge crimson super huge hemisphere, and in this hemisphere, everything was evaporated. In the descriptions of the guards, the senior executives of naval headquarters also felt how terrifying that unknown power is. 330. We should find a way to find out who did it. This kind of power is too incredible. According to my understanding, Ling Bai should have never used this kind of power, right? It's not that he doesn't have this level of power. His abilities are manipulating ice and lightning, as well as physical skills and swordsmanship. There is indeed no crimson ability. But it's also possible, unless Ling Bai has other cards. If the black hand behind this incident is Ling Bai, we are not worried about it. The most frightening thing is that the culprit of this incident is someone else. That's right, someone else is the scariest thing. This means that we still have other terrifying existences and mysterious existences that we need to face. Who the hell? Kong and Marine executives are discussing. Naturally, they don't need their efforts to deal with the dead bodies and the wounded. After discussing, everyone realized that if Ling Bai was not behind this incident, then it would be the scariest thing. Kong frowned. Let those marine eyeliners near Paradise Island investigate. Is Ling Bai stationed in Paradise? If he's not here, then he should be responsible for this incident. However, if he is in Paradise, this is the most serious thing, which means that this Mariojoy attack has nothing to do with Ling Bai. It is someone else, and with the scale of destruction of this deep pit, the terrifying unknown power, so, how powerful is this person? Yes, hurry up and ask someone to investigate. But let them be careful not to be exposed. Advertisement. However, how did Kong and the others know that Ling Bai, who was flying at high speed, had already seen Paradise Island at this time? Flying back from Mariojoy, after a whole night flight, Ling Bai has almost reached the paradise. Going back this time is naturally ready to fight. The month of January is here. Get ready to attack the redheads. As for Rahei, Ling Bai temporarily let her practice with Snake Girl. As for Kong, they said they want to investigate whether Ling Bai is in the paradise now, so the facts will tell them that Ling Bai is in the paradise. So, one can imagine how Kong and the others will react when the time comes. The man behind the Mariojoy incident is not Ling Bai, but someone else. This gave them another headache and uneasiness. He never thought of the result like this, of course he didn't pay attention. At worst, when the world government came, he would just go to war. But in addition, Ling Bai also wanted to tell Bullet and the others what he had learned in Mariojoy. Mariojoy, at noon, a high-ranking celestial dragons, that is, high-ranking celestial dragons. From the vicinity of the peak of the red line, a huge stone was moved, which can be called a meteorite. Calculated according to the sphere, the diameter of this stone has reached hundreds of meters. One can imagine its huge level. Here's this celestial dragons, holding up a meteorite with his bare hands, and he's going to fill in 4 big craters. The ability of the high-level celestial dragons, Paramesha, the fruit of strange power, is an extremely powerful existence that can collapse a mountain with one punch. So a stone of hundreds of meters is nothing to him. But the age seems to be over 80, but although this celestial dragons is an old man, he exudes a daunting aura all over his body. Very powerful. But now, many people saw celestial dragons make a move for the first time, not to mention naval headquarters, even the people from Mariojoy. In fact, there are more than 20 truly powerful celestial dragons in Mariojoy, but this situation is also something that few people know. And these powerful celestial dragons are the so-called high celestial dragons. High-ranking celestial dragons are not those who only play slaves and domineering dragon openers. Although there are not many in number, it is undeniable that the high-ranking celestial dragons are a group of strong. This is where celestial dragons comes in. Advertisement. After all, they are all powers transcending this world that have ruled the world for 800 years. The celestial dragons do not have this kind of background, and they have been wiped out long ago. However, generally speaking, they don't shoot much. And this is also the confidence of the entire celestial dragons group to rule the world. You must know that what the celestial dragons are really afraid of is not just the 4 emperors, but the entire pirates and various other dark forces. The combination of these forces is terrifying. However, to insist, Ling Bai is also something they are very afraid of, because Ling Bai has already surpassed their cognition. At the same time, this time the 5 elders also pointed their finger at Ling Bai directly. As for whether Ling Bai did it, we still need to investigate. Is Ling Bai at the paradise now? In the afternoon, the 4 super deep pits exploded by Ling Bai were basically filled. After that day, the top management of naval headquarters was also held by 5 elders to discuss how to deal with Ling Bai. How terrifying would it be if those masters shot at 5.9 in the first place? Undoubtedly, those people hid too deeply. Compared to Big Mom and Kaido, Ling Bai is the most restless and dishonest. Momosegi's eyes flickered, watching some powerful celestial dragons make moves during the past half day, and he couldn't help being alarmed in his heart. These celestial dragons are really powerful. Ling Bai is an existence that their world government must get rid of. But whatever. And Momosegi also knows that he needs to remind Ling Bai that he can't do this again and act rashly. This is the enemy Ling Bai has to face. He has wiped out the revolutionary army, and what he will do next is even more unpredictable. After all, in Momosegi's opinion, Ling Bai's visit to Mariojoy this time is really too hasty. Today, the celestial dragons who are holding up the boulder with their bare hands are really terrifying. Just a few hours later, the celestial dragons with the fruit of strange power moved a large number of boulders from the land near Mariojoy and directly filled the big pit. Chapter 204 Ling Bai's meeting, the shock of everyone. At this time, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Bai had already returned to Paradise Island. Not long after, his figure appeared in Marine's eyeliner. This is what Kong and the others asked the eyeliners to investigate, to confirm whether Ling Bai is in the paradise, and now, those eyeliners have also discovered that Ling Bai is indeed in the Paradise Island. In fact, naval headquarters and the world government will more or less send people to monitor the actions of the 4 emperors. Therefore, they reported it immediately. After Kong and the others knew about it, they couldn't help it. Because, Ling Bai is in the paradise, and Mariojoy goes down to the Red Line coast, which is the rear of the new naval headquarters. From this sea area to the paradise, at the speed of the most advanced warships, it takes 2 days. If Ling Bai is the mastermind behind the Mariajoy incident last night, then even if he wants to retreat from Mariajoy, he must take a boat to go back. It is impossible to arrive in one night plus one morning. After all, the fastest sailing ships these days are warships. But now, with only one night and one morning in the past, except for the warship, it is impossible for the other 13 ships to have such a fast speed. So, in other words, Ling Bai has not left paradise. From this, what Kong and the others learned, that is, the Mariajoy incident, has nothing to do with Ling Bai. So, the man behind the scenes is someone else. So, this is what makes Kong et al. Extremely disturbed. They deeply understand that what happened last night, the person who made the move must be a terrifying existence. Everyone is also aware that besides Ling Bai, there are powerful enemies that need them to face. They don't even know who the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes is. I just had a clue, that is, to guess Ling Bai, but now, the thoughts and clues are all broken. However, Kong and the others don't know that Ling Bai not only has the ability to fly, but can even fly at high speed, so he returned to the paradise overnight. In this world, flying ability can be said to be a very rare ability. After knowing that Ling Bai had returned to the paradise, Momosuke was finally relieved. Now it seems that he is no longer the object of suspicion by the five elders. It is said that this time, not only many celestial dragons died, but also important things from Mariajoy were stolen, so the high-level celestial dragons are going crazy. Advertisement. But naval headquarters didn't know what extremely important thing was stolen. On the other hand, the 5 eyeliners who sneaked into the paradise were also discovered by the people of the paradise for the first time. Although they were not Ling Bai's direct subordinates, as people living in the Paradise Island, they also consciously safeguarded Ling Bai's interests. So the 5 eyeliners were also killed after revealing their identities. After all, only one person needs to be arrested and tortured, and the others are naturally easy to find. But this is just a small episode. After Ling Bai came back, he returned home temporarily, and decided to hold an important meeting of the pirates at night. When seeing Ling Bai come back, the girls also felt strange. Where did Rahei go? Ling Bai also explained that she practiced on Nine Snake Island. Of course, I also mentioned later that if they want to go to Nine Snake Island, Boa Hancock is still very welcome. As the curtain fell, the Ling Bai conference began. The members of the pirate group also gathered here, including the Red Earl and Burndy. Captain, is it because of Mariajoy? This is the permanent pointer to the Valley of Gods. There is another one, the Devil Fruit illustrated book. And this one, it looks older, and the thickness is also unusual. Everyone was surprised to see Ling Bai on the main seat. It is also unexpected that Ling Bai went out to do something this time, and ended up going to Mariajoy. Moreover, he also got the so-called permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. It is difficult for everyone not to be surprised. Of course, if they knew the current situation of Mariajoy, they wouldn't be just surprised. And this matter is so serious that more than 200 celestial dragons have died, and it is impossible to hide it by then. Soon, the storm about this matter will sweep the entire world. However, people don't know that Ling Bai did it. Moreover, the content of Ling Bai's meeting, the people present also tacitly will not publicize it to the outside world. That's right, I went to Mariajoy, got this permanent pointer, and also inquired about some important information. Ling Bai nodded. Burndy, this piece, are you sure it is the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods? Red Earl, it should be that the material of this kind of permanent pointer is indeed unusual, but in my knowledge, this is the first time I have seen a permanent pointer with 5 pointers. Advertisement. Me too. 5 pointers, does it mean pointing to the island more precisely? The 5 pointers should point directly to only one island, so this is the Valley of Gods. The captain is still terrified, so he sneaked into Mariajoy directly. Tisk tisk. By the way, Captain, what's the situation with Mariajoy? You just said that you got some important information. The last sentence was asked by Shiryu, and everyone was also curious about what information Ling Bai had inquired about. And Ling Bai also clearly and unreservedly stated the information he learned from Vegapunk and Stussy. Including the strength of the 5 elders, the composition of the high-ranking celestial dragons, and the approximate number of people, and the so-called high-ranking celestial dragons. Ling Bai generally summed it up as having a natural strength that is not inferior to Admiral 31 standard. The other thing is about Im's ability and that mysterious weapon. But there is one thing that Ling Bai didn't say, that is, Vegapunk, which has been completely controlled by him. Ling Bai never talked about his ability to control others absolutely. This can be said to be Ling Bai's biggest hole card. No matter how loyal his subordinates are, he will not say it. Of course, he wouldn't tell his women either. As for Ling Bai's words, everyone was shocked, and the more they heard it, everyone fell silent. After Ling Bai finished all the information, he didn't continue to speak, but let everyone digest it. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the silence was finally broken by Burndy. Boy Ling, that is to say, those celestial dragons have more than 20 top powerhouses. Ling Bai nodded. Red Earl, it seems that celestial dragons are really, truly, not easy. They can be called masters like a cloud. Besides celestial dragons, there are other strong people. 5 elders were originally selected, not immortals, which is surprising. Bullet shook his head and said, this is not the most difficult problem, the biggest problem is that mysterious I am and that weapon. That's right, this is the scariest thing. Everyone nodded. Chapter 205 Big Mom, Kaido, come to paradise to gather. Undoubtedly, there are so many celestial dragons masters, and everyone has prepared in their hearts, but it is true that there are more masters, which is somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. But the most frightening thing is I am the king of celestial dragons, and that mysterious weapon. What surprised everyone was that the weapon was actually a monster bestowed with immortality by I am. This person, who came from 800 years ago, was bestowed with immortality by I am, and then went crazy, and was later used as a humanoid weapon for I am to clean up history. Moreover, this guy's strength is so terrifying that even the masters of celestial dragons, I dare not use it lightly, so it is not a special moment, and this weapon will not be used, right? Lao Sha sorted out his thoughts and said, Ling Bai. That's right. It actually feeds on human flesh, and as long as it devours the strong, it can become stronger. This kind of monster is really incredible. Besides, when we attack Mariajoy, it is impossible not to face this weapon. What level is his strength? Everyone was curious about the undead monster Ling Bai was talking about, but inevitably feared it. However, Ling Bai was also curious, it's very strong. But, this monster, I just have to face it. Burn D. If Uranus is in the Valley of the Gods, it seems that we should do it. At that time, if we successfully master Uranus, the chances of winning will be even greater. Really? Everyone nodded. Ling Bai. First kill the red hair, and then go to the Valley of the Gods. The red hair should be celestial dragons. If he, as one of the 4 emperors, is a pirate, that would be really shocking. Ling Bai shook his head. I'm not sure, even if it's not the celestial dragons, then he must have mastered the important secrets of the celestial dragons. The Red Earl, that I am, really makes people more and more confused. The power is also extremely powerful, completely beyond imagination, and it can also give others eternal life. What is this ability? Ling Bai. Anyway, the latest Devil Fruit illustrated book I got doesn't have any records about her ability. Although her ability is also a Devil Fruit, it is not recorded in any Devil Fruit illustrated book. This woman, and I will deal with it. Pipe. Quote. Captain, this woman is too strong. Everyone looked a little dignified. Ling Bai. If we don't kill her, then we will be wiped out. It is true. However, our strength is also terrifying, and Kaido and Big Mom's alliance, at that time, there is no need to be too uneasy. Advertisement. In fact, Ling Bai wasn't uneasy either, but he was somewhat afraid of I am and that undead monster. The meeting continued and ended after 2 hours of specific discussions. The main thing is, the next thing to do with red hair. After the meeting, Ling Bai contacted Dama and Kaido one after another to get them ready to act. This time, of course, everyone came out in full force. On the surface, Ling Bai and the others are going to deal with red hair, but Ling Bai has also considered whether the world government will directly attack him if he touches red hair. Redheads, maybe celestial dragons. Perhaps, he holds important secrets about celestial dragons. Therefore, Ling Bai has a guess, that is, when the red hair is attacked, the world government will also take action. If this is the case, then this matter will not be simple. Of course, Ling Bai has wiped out the revolutionary army, and when he kills the red hair, the world government can't sit still. This is an extremely terrible act of aggression. Just like Locks back then, he also became the real overlord of New World in a series of aggressions. Later even, almost out of Celestial Dragon's control. Back then, in order to deal with Locks, 2 admirals were killed in battle, leaving only Kong in the end, and many masters of Celestial Dragons also died. That night, both Ant and Kaido were contacted by Ling Bai. Ling Bai also made a long story short. They are going to attack the red hair. This is not simply to bully the red hair, but to chop off the head of the red hair. The ant who was eating dessert, well, after laughing for a while, on this night, the whole ant pirate group was called together to prepare to set off tomorrow and meet up at Paradise Island. And Kaido, who was drunk, was suddenly sobered up by Ling Bai's phone call. Finally going to attack the redhead. Finally, something interesting is coming. For Kaido, it doesn't have to be so boring. Like Big Mom, Kaido also packed their luggage and equipment, but they moved faster than Big Mom, starting at 3 o'clock in the morning. Advertisement. Of course, when the call was about to end, Kaido also asked Ling Bai viciously if he had done anything to her daughter. Ling Bai's reply was that not a single hair was moved. And Kaido was also relieved, and left a sentence. Dare to touch my daughter and pick out your tendons one by one. But Ling Bai's implication is that everything has moved. And after finishing the call, Ling Bai went to Yamato's room, and then rode horses all night. This is Ling Bai's bad taste. I wonder if Kaido would vomit blood if he found out. In fact, Ling Bai has already lifted Yamato's absolute command a long time ago. After all, she is his own woman, so using absolute commands is meaningless. Yamato, on the other hand, recognized Ling Bai. After all, Ling Bai has penetrated into her soul and heart. And Yamato, too, is getting better and better. On the second day, New World, 4 Emperor's pirate groups, led a mighty fleet from their own territory to the paradise. But it is foreseeable that the whole world will soon be shocked by this incident, and will be plunged into complete unease. In addition, the incident about the mysterious person attacking Mariajoy was soon known by the world, Qian Hao Hao. This one, mega news. The mysterious man attacked Mariajoy, causing the celestial dragons to directly kill more than 200 people. Celestial dragons killed more than 200 people. Just words like the death of celestial dragons and the invasion and attack of Mariajoy can scare people to death, let alone the death of more than 200 celestial dragons. Is this, celestial dragons going extinct? This kind of news, to many people, is more shocking than the death of all 4 emperors. Bullet and the others only found out about it the next day. It turned out that Ling Bai went to Paojie not only to take away the permanent pointer and the devil fruit illustrated book. And by the way, such a horrific attack. Everyone understood Ling Bai's shock and admiration, even admiration. However, it is clear that the world government does not know who carried out the attack. Therefore, there is the saying that a mysterious person attacked Paojie. Chapter 206 The Uneasiness of Naval Headquarters, Garp out of a Moth. Naval Headquarters is also in deep unease at this time, it can even be said to be unprecedented unease. It's not that the Paojie incident shocked the world. But at this moment, Big Mom among the 4 emperors and Kaido of the Beasts led the entire pirate group out. In other words, at this moment, 4 emperors pirate groups are setting off. Not to mention that Naval Headquarters is uneasy, even the world government is uneasy. Anti, and Kaido of the Beasts, the direction their fleet departs from is the direction where the paradise is located, right? Akainu looked solemnly at the many high-level people in the meeting room. This meeting is also attended by all generals and marines in Naval Headquarters. After hearing Akainu's words, the other generals were also disturbed. However, some people also asked whether Big Mom and Kaido are going to join forces to attack the paradise. However, it is clear that this argument is untenable. Because, Anti also hosted a banquet for Ling Bai before, and that banquet can be said to be huge. If the two had huge conflicts, Anti would never be able to hold a banquet of that level. Even the day before the banquet, the 2 pirate groups fought. If Kaido is going to attack paradise, this kind of statement is barely reasonable, but now. 040 Okazaru, who has always been an old B**********, D, also expressed his thoughts at this moment, and the habitual wretchedness and all kinds of casual expressions on his face were replaced by a serious and worried face, which is very important to Kazaru. It is a very strange thing. The most intelligent crane in the entire naval headquarters spoke at this time. Before we had a terrible guess, that is to form an alliance, so now, Big Mom and Kaido are going to the paradise to meet and then do something big. Everyone just imagine this kind of speculation, will it be true? How is this possible? 3-4 Emperors Alliance, this is impossible. If that's the case, it's terrible. This should be absolutely impossible. But what if that's the truth? Advertisement. If it's true. As soon as his words came out, the entire meeting room was in an uproar. Everyone had different opinions, some were unbelievable, some agreed with his statement, or had reservations. Maybe, it's really an alliance. We naval headquarters have been trying to intercept their calls, but we can't intercept them. This time, the momentum is so big, it's terrible. Akainu's complexion is very bad. After all, as the Marine Marshal, it can be said that he has the most pressure and the heaviest burden in the entire naval headquarters. And he also agrees with his statement. Because neither Kaido of the Beasts nor Big Mom has any reason to attack Paradise. Based on previous events, it is speculated that what the 3-4 emperors are most likely to do now is to form an alliance, or cooperate, rather than erupt a huge explosion. Conflict. Naval headquarters was also a phone bug that tried to monitor Ling Bai many times. However, Ling Bai was much smarter than them, and used an anti-tapping phone bug, which was extremely safe. This is the anti-tapping phone bug brought back from the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Our meeting this time is to mobilize for combat, whether they are allied or not, but this time the momentum is huge, and there are already 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups in full force. It is foreseeable that the Ling Bai pirates will the same must be true of the regiment. This time, the world government also needs us to gather people and declare war on those new world monsters. Akainu announced from the podium. In this meeting, they naturally want to mobilize for war, and this war is a war against Ling Bai, Kaido, and Big Mom. In today's world, it is impossible to reproduce the situation in which Locks alone dominated the new world, and it is obvious that Ling Bai's discovery now includes this trend. Just after hearing the news that the 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups, Big Mom and Kaido, were attacking, the world government asked naval headquarters to mobilize for war. This time, no surprises, it will be a war against the 3-4 Emperors. BDCJ. It can even be said that this is an unprecedented war, which will soon surpass Summit War. No wonder world government and naval headquarters are calm. If Ling Bai and the others are allowed to continue to develop like this, then it's okay. The consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Moreover, if there are 3-4 emperors to meet up this time, God knows what their target is, isn't it naval headquarters? So no matter what, the meeting at naval headquarters is necessary now. Advertisement. And all of a sudden, the atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive and heavy. The meeting at naval headquarters lasted for half a day. Akainu and he analyzed various issues and went through a series of combat deployment plans before ending the meeting. Moreover, during the meeting, it was also clear that the entire marine system and all its powerful combat forces must be summoned. This time, unlike the previous Summit War, there were still many powerful marines who did not participate in the war, but this time, it was far different. This is to say, a war that wipes out Ling Bai and the others, or no matter how bad it is, will hit them until they are completely helpless. After the meeting, Akainu immediately asked Crane, that old man, was he held down? With Sengoku here, there should be no problem. Crane sighed. And the content of their conversation is about Sengoku going to intercept Garp, the old man Akainu said is naturally Garp. Because of Drago's death, Garp was hit hard again. Since that time he went to the destroyed Revolutionary Army headquarters, Garp has not returned to naval headquarters, but returned to East Blue to bury Drago, and then, just a few days ago, when he set off from East Blue, Marine who followed him thought that Garp was going back to naval headquarters. It turned out later that Garp was going to Paradise to attack Ling Bai. Garp was unable to extinguish the anger towards Ling Bai in his heart. Ling Bai, and he already had a deep hatred. Ling Bai killed Ace with his own hands, and Drago, these two people are Garp's most important and cherished relatives. In Garp's heart, grief is greater than anger, and anger is also burning blazingly. Of course, Garp went to the Paradise alone, and he let the other Marines disembark in the town of Rog. He wants to go to the meeting alone. So there are Kebi and many other Marines asking naval headquarters for help. And said, Garp wants to go to the Paradise alone, trying to kill 4 emperors Ling Bai. On the night when they heard the news, that is, after the Mariajoy attack, the high rises of naval headquarters almost exploded in an instant. Sengoku, on the other hand, set off at the first time, using the fastest warship and driving at the fastest speed. Go outside the Paojie archipelago to intercept Garp. Chapter 207 The battle is imminent, Sengoku holds Garp down. The entire naval headquarters highly agree that Garp is too impulsive. Absolutely too impulsive. He actually wanted to go to Paradise alone. This is undoubtedly to send people's heads. Not to mention that he went to the Paradise alone, even if the entire Marine is dispatched to go to naval headquarters, it is necessary to weigh it first and make full mental preparations. And Garp, going to the meeting alone, no matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't take the risk of losing his head at any time alone. What's more, now Auntie and Kaido are both heading to the Paradise, and the consequences will be even more unimaginable. Garp will go alone, let alone give away the head, and he may be beaten to a pulp. Dorig's death is a big blow to him, and the death of Fire Fist Ace before strengthening is a big blow. Crane shook his head and sighed. Humph. Akainu also snorted coldly with disdain, and then said in a cold tone, this is nothing but his own fault. As a Marine hero, how many Marine idols is he in the entire Marine system? But those Marines don't know, the adopted grandson is Luojia's son, his own grandson is Straw Hat Luffy, and his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. No matter how heartbroken he is now, it's the same as before, and he still has to do well. What Akainu means is that Garp did not do a good job in leading the growth of his son and grandson, not to mention turning them into Marines, but before that, Do should not have trained a few villains who specifically opposed the rule of the world government and endangered the world. Of course, in the eyes of Akainu and countless Marines, Luojia's bloodline, Fire Fist Ace, must die. In Akainu's view, Garp's current situation is all his own problems. At other times, Akainu would not bother to care about Garp's impulsiveness, but now it is different. Garp goes to the Paradise by himself. This is to make naval headquarters lose an extremely powerful combat power. It can be said that naval headquarters cannot afford to lose. No matter what, Garp's power is too strong. Now that the battle is imminent, he can't be impulsive. Crane shook his head and sighed again. On the other side, it was the sea area outside the Paojie archipelago. At this moment, Garp was directly pressed to the ground by Sengoku, and Sengoku, transformed into a Buddha, pressed Garp's head hard on the deck. And the deck was followed by a large area, and the Marine, who saw it in the distance, felt his scalp tingle for a while. This is Sengoku's first outing to his old friend Garp. Sengoku knows very well that if he doesn't stop Garp in time, when the time comes, he really goes to the Paradise, and he will never return. Do not underestimate the cruelty of Ling Bai. That young man who looks harmless to humans and animals, if he talks about killing people, he will not soften his heart at all. Garp is so impulsive. Advertisement. You old boy, I know you are strong. But do you know what you will face if you go to Paradise? Not just Ling Bai, but also his subordinates, as well as Big Mom and Kaido of the beasts who are about to arrive in the Paradise. You go to the Paradise, what do you use to fight them? You want to die, right? Garp, you be asterisk 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 D. Sengoku at the moment, constantly yelling, has never tried a single day to be as worried as he is now. He and Garp became friends when they were in their teens, and then they joined the Marine together, growing up and fighting all kinds of powerful enemies together. Now, both of them are over 70 years old, which is almost 60 years of friendship. Sengoku, Garp, who buried his old face in the deck, burst into tears. Thinking of Drago, he couldn't restrain the deep grief in his heart. Garp, I can understand how you feel. Sengoku was also helpless, and the strength in his hands relaxed a little. At this moment, Sengoku can also understand Garp's grief, just like the death of Rosinante, whom he regarded as his son, plunged Sengoku into deep grief and infinite self-blame. Now Sengoku also knows that he has successfully stopped the impulse to Garp. On the other side, Ling Bai, who was in the Paradise, also received a notification from Momosuke that naval headquarters had held a battle meeting to deal with them. Now Ling Bai's actions are too big. Big Mom and Kaido are coming here. It's no wonder that naval headquarters and world government can calm down. In addition, Momosuke also mentioned that naval headquarters and the world government have shifted Ling Bai as the target of attacking Mariajoy. Ling Bai, what should we do now? Naval headquarters is about to be dispatched. Momosuke is still worried. Come and come. Ask for flowers. Ling Bai didn't care. Why are you like this again? People were worried about you in Mariajoy that day. Momosuke scolded. The tone of the other party is so indifferent, can't this guy be a little vigilant? Aren't I very powerful? Ling Bai said. Advertisement. All right then. You must be careful. By the way, Ling Bai, when will he be able to stay by your side forever? Momosuke asked weakly. That was something she was looking forward to. She was worried that she was not around Ling Bai very much, and then Ling Bai would not value her so much. This woman really loves Ling Bai with all her heart. She doesn't know when it started, but she has already forgotten all about justice. 0. Wait a little longer. Ling Bai thought for a while, then shook his head. At that time, he still needs Momosuke's assistance, so Ling Bai naturally wants Momosuke to continue to lurk at this time. Okay then. Thinking of meeting Ling Bai, Leaping Rabbit's mood suddenly improved again. Okay, let's leave it at that, it won't be good to be bugged by your marine. Momosuke suddenly realized, how terrifying is their power. After Ling Bai finished speaking, he ended the call. Ling Bai, this time it's the entire naval headquarters. The most powerful marines, including me, are about to dispatch. Then what should I do? The three of them add up to almost the entire new world. I couldn't help feeling even more lost. However, we will see him again soon. Paddle, I get it. It has been a long time since I stayed with Ling Bai. When the time comes, won't you be able to paddle? On Momosuke's side, before saying goodbye, they found out that the call was over. After all, this time, they are going to face 3-4 Emperor's pirates. At this time, Naval Headquarters has already started a general mobilization, and Naval Headquarters will soon know that the headquarters is going to fight the Ling Bai pirates. Momosuke feels helpless and lost. God knows, wait a minute, how long will the wait be? Of course, Naval Headquarters doesn't say that ordinary Marines are uneasy, even powerful Marines are more or less psychologically low. At the same time, Momosuke also prayed that Ling Bai would be safe and sound. Chapter 208 Red Hair Pirates Anxiety. Looks like Naval Headquarters can't sit still. After the call was over, Ling Bai thought about it, and informed Bullet and the others about it. And when Ant and the others arrive, I will naturally have to talk to them. Of course, there is also a need to talk about the background of the Celestial Dragons. Now, the whole new world knows that the 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups, Big Mom and 100 Beasts, are dispatched, and it is not a simple ship that goes out, but the entire pirate group, a mighty fleet. The ships of the 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups add up to nearly 80 large ships. The total number is also more than nearly 60%. 60,000 people, although it doesn't seem like a lot, but don't forget, this is the 4 Emperor's pirates. The pirates who want to join the 4 Emperor's pirate group, the strength of the worst pirates, is also one of the best in New World. Moreover, the combat power of the middle and high levels is also extremely terrifying. The whole New World was frightened, and the trembling people seemed to be dominated by the fear of the end of the world. 0113, and various news media tried their best to publicize the horror of the 2-4 Emperor's pirates' actions. Now, Big Mom and Kaido are both out in such battles, obviously they are not traveling in New World. Is this going to start a war? And, who is the war on? 2-4 Emperor's Ling Bai. People, don't know, but everyone is trembling. At this time, the red hair pirates naturally knew about Big Mom's actions. Looks like it's time to go to paradise. The red-haired shook his head with a solemn expression. Lajalu, are those two monsters going to attack paradise? It feels possible. The redhead shook his head to express his denial of Lajalu's opinion. He's either attacking us or attacking Naval Headquarters. From Red Hair's point of view, in today's world, only the Red Hair pirates, the Naval Headquarters, and the world government behind the Naval Headquarters are the forces worthy of Ling Bai's attack. Beckman also said, I also agree with Shank's opinion, and we should prepare for the challenge. If this is the case, then we have to face the 3 monsters and the huge forces behind them. Cannot imagine. The people of the Red Hair pirates are somewhat uneasy. Facing 1-4 Emperor's pirate group, they have no problem. Facing 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups, they will feel pressure to some extent, and even have a high probability of losing the battle. 3-4 Emperor's pirates, that's not just a defeat. At that time, they may also be defeated. And, this is according to the old generation of 4 emperors. Ling Bai, this new member of the 4 emperors, is very different. Advertisement. The strength of Ling Bai, the strongest of 4 emperors. Stronger than Whitebeard. The revolutionary army was wiped out overnight, one can imagine it. The power of Ling Bai is beyond imagination. The redhead said seriously, get ready to fight. Those who should come will still come. No matter what, that guy Ling Bai will touch me sooner or later. Even if we hide at the end of this world, we can't avoid them. Also, how could we be red hair pirates to hide from any enemies? It's impossible to be afraid. While speaking, the aura of a top-notch powerhouse erupted from the red-haired body. Like Luo Jia, the red hair is also, relying on kendo, physical skills and hockey, reached the pinnacle of this world, even, he is still a top powerhouse with only one hand. That's right, how can we red hair pirates be afraid of any enemy? What the hell, no matter whether they come to attack our red hair pirates this time or not, they will definitely come next time. Sooner or later, they will attack our red hair pirates. This world has become even scarier because of that guy. We must not let them continue to be arrogant. Everyone in the red hair pirates was filled with righteous indignation and fury. On that day, the red hair pirates began to deploy for combat. Although they don't know if Ling Bai and the others are going to attack their red hair pirates, at this time, they still need to plan ahead, otherwise Ling Bai and the others will it's really coming, it's scary. Ling Bai has already started his own aggressive steps, the whole world knows that he cannot be peaceful. Destroying the revolutionary army is just the beginning. The forces he will attack next are either the red hair pirates, or the world government and naval headquarters. And in order of strength, the red hair pirates must be easier to destroy. The revolutionary army is an example. This huge force evaporated overnight under the leadership of Ling Bai. It is conceivable that the Ling Bai pirates are terrifying. And a few hours later, the redhead also received a call from Hawkeye. For the redhead, it was extremely rare for Hawkeye to talk to him. Shanks, maybe, Ling Bai will attack you, so, are you ready? Hawkeye spoke first. For Hawkeye, Redhead is his only friend and the one he holds dearest. Just today, under the authorization of the world government, naval headquarters summoned Shichibukai again. The purpose, of course, was to deal with Ling Bai and the others. As for Hawkeye, he knew that Ling Bai was likely to attack Hongfa now, so he immediately agreed to the call. After all, he did it for Hongfa. And at this important moment, naval headquarters needs to gather all the powerful forces that can be called upon. In this way, the odds of winning will naturally be greater. Advertisement. Naval headquarters is also estimated. Ling Bai and the others are either going to touch the red hair, or they are going to touch naval headquarters. But the chances of moving red hair will be even greater, because naval headquarters is obviously stronger with the backing of world government. So at this time, Hawkeye also came to inform, he hoped that the red hair would also pay attention to this matter. Mahawk, I know, it's time to come, it's still coming. The redhead smiled, giving people a calm attitude. Hawkeye. Shanks, I'm always on your side. Mahawk, find an opportunity in the future, and we will compete again. It is good. In fact, since the red hair broke his arm, Hawkeye didn't compete with the red hair again, because he felt that it was unfair to the red hair that he had two hands, and he fought with the one-armed red hair. So let's go. Mahawk, I'm looking forward to it. The redhead laughed. Of course, can he really realize his wish for this competition? Ling Bai is indeed coming to attack the redheads, and this is just the beginning. If it was purely for killing the redheads, Ling Bai wouldn't need to summon Big Mom and Kaido. The red hair pirates, known as the Iron Wall pirates, are no stronger than the revolutionary army. It is totally enough for Ling Bai to lead his men. A deadly crisis is approaching Redhead. There is also a special reason, the world government must send troops, on the surface to move Ling Bai, but in fact, it is to protect the red hair. Redhead's least known identity is that he is a celestial dragons. At the beginning, during the Valley of God incident, a dying 4.7 high-ranking celestial dragons entrusted his son to Luogia, whom he considered a good person. After all, among the celestial dragons, there are also very few who loathe the filthy existence of other celestial dragons. So, baby Shanks was given to Luogia. Therefore, not only the blood of the celestial dragons flows in the red hair, but also the blood of the current celestial dragons. The 5 elders, and even the group of elders, are going to show up at this time. They knew that the force that Ling Bai was likely to attack now was the red hair pirates, or their subordinate naval headquarters, and the most likely force was the red hair pirates. Even if the red hair is the 4 emperors pirates, but this does not hinder 5 elders them protect the red hair. Moreover, the 2 monsters, Big Mom and Kaido, led almost the entire pirate group to the paradise. It is impossible to go to the party. Even if they want to dominate the world, it's over. Chapter 209 Big Mom, Kaido is here. The 4 emperors gather. On the other hand, regarding a big battle, naval headquarters did not forget to summon Shichibukai again. Today's Shichibukai lineup is very different from the lineup before Summit War. The original members are only Pirate Queen, Hawkeye and Doflamingo, and Hancock and Doflamingo are both from Ling Bai's side. There are 4 other members who joined after the Summit War. The original Gecko Moria has been erased, and Hexia Jinbei has also been removed. As for the call of Shichibukai this time, for the sake of red hair, Hawkeye first agreed to play. Doflamingo, after receiving the notice, immediately called Ling Bai, and Ling Bai let him play. Of course, Doflamingo was mixed in the naval headquarters camp. In fact, he was Ling Bai's subordinate. Stabbing Marine directly, naval headquarters didn't even know that Doflamingo was already Ling Bai's horse. As for Shiji, she directly refused to play. Even if the world government wants to deprive her of her Shichibukai seat, Snake Girl doesn't care. After all, how could she care about a mere Shichibukai? She is now Ling Bai's woman. Working for the world government. Shooting for your own man. It's out of the question. For this, Akainu expressed his anger, and finally suppressed his anger, and planned to settle the score after the 13th autumn. The Shichibukai seat of Snake Princess is also destined to be deprived. However, Shiji didn't care, and Ling Bai also acquiesced in this matter. As for the other 4 Shichibukai members, the Shichibukai who joined after the Summit War are pirates that even Ling Bai doesn't know, but they can become Shichibukai, and their strength is quite good. They also agreed to play. However, they don't know, and if they agree to fight, they will never return. Just when naval headquarters has finished summoning all the forces that can be used. The Big Mom pirates, as well as the Beasts pirates, also arrived at the paradise almost at the same time. At this time, the people in the paradise are also trembling, the ships on the coast are so mighty, how daunting. Ling Bai did not inform them that the 4 emperors really came. Although the news said that the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates were dispatched, it is still guessed by some big forces that these four emperors will come to the paradise. Just guessing. The residents of the paradise were also terrified. Many of them saw other four emperors other than Ling Bai for the first time. And now it's two at a time. Compared with the harmless and handsome Ling Ri who looks at humans and animals, Kaido and Big Mom are both monsters in terms of appearance and appearance. For these two people, Kaido is 10 meters tall and Big Mom is more than 8 meters tall. What's more, both of them are vicious, with a terrifying aura exuding from their bodies. That old woman. I didn't expect to see her again. Kaido glanced at Big Mom and snorted coldly. In fact, he didn't want to see Big Mom. Advertisement. The young Kaido had a crush on the ant. At that time, the ant was also good looking. Even though she was in the Locks Pirates at that time, she was already in her 20s and 30s. She was already the mother of many children, and had several husbands. However, this does not affect Kaido's crush on Ant. However, Big Mom is also Kaido, as her own, the existence of Ododo. Even after the disbandment of the Locks Pirates, Big Mom gave Kaido the devil fruit in the form of a phantom beast that made countless people covet. It's hard to say, and Kaido's reputation as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air is also due to the effect of this devil fruit. Kaido, I have blown the great kindness of my aunt. Big Mom. Auntie looked over at this moment, the three calamities and the others were all under a lot of pressure. Kaido, we haven't seen each other for decades. The aunt smiled ferociously, she is a full-fledged evil old woman. Lin, lousy didn't expect to see you again in this way. Kaido too, said venomously. The two most serious conflicts among the four emperors are Big Mom and Kaido, although they haven't seen each other for decades. Kaido, you have to talk to me well, after all, you owe me a big favor. Well, Aunt laughed, and the sound and smile were extremely Doran. The kindness she mentioned, of course, is that she gave the phantom beast to Kaido. Big Mom and Kaido are like this, you say something to each other, so that the members of the two pirates are shocked, but they don't know why. God knows what friendship these two monsters had before. Kaido actually called Big Mom Lin. This title is also very close. Enough to make people think, even if Kaido's tone is very vicious. On the other side, Ling Bai received a notification that Big Mom and Kaido had arrived at the coast, so Ling Bai also came here. A few minutes later, Ling Bai also saw these two guys. You two, long time no see. Ling Bai greeted them with a smile. Ling Bai, you be ************, D, are you sure you didn't do anything to my daughter? As an old father, Kaido is very worried about his only bloodline. After all, he is also a man, and he is very aware of a man's nature, especially, he, Kaido of the Beasts, occasionally stays in Wano Kuni's romantic place. What about Ling Bai? Advertisement. How can I touch your daughter? Ling Bai didn't blush and his heart didn't beat. Facing Kaido, Ling Ri's evil humor came. For the moment, be cheeky. What Kaido doesn't know is that his beautiful daughter is now being baited by Ling Bai, leaving nothing left. Moreover, they will call Ling Bai a big brother, a good husband and so on. Of course, the most important thing is that her identity is still Ling Bai's maid. After Kaido found out, wouldn't he be ********* D off? For his daughter, just play 137, and not even give her a title. This is too much. However, Ling Bai can't say it, and Yamato can't say it either. HMPH. It's good that you know. Kaido snorted coldly. Kaido, I didn't expect you to have a daughter. The aunt was also interested, and the members of the Charlotte family behind her were also surprised and puzzled. Kaido of the Beasts has a daughter. What's going on? Compared to you, I am nothing, and, for my daughter, Lousy is very careful. Kaido turned his head away, not wanting to face Big Mom. Aunt, who is notorious for using her children as tools, is also a real cold-blooded and ruthless existence, even if it is her own flesh and blood, she doesn't care. A truly brutal woman. You two, let's talk about these irrelevant issues when you have time. Ling Bai waved his hand. There are friends coming from afar, so let's entertain them first. In addition, there is a small meeting before the battle. Ling Bai really has a lot to explain to the two of them. Shortly thereafter, Ling Bai brought the two of them, and their forces followed behind them, entering paradise. Seeing this scene and the gathering of the four emperors, the people in the paradise didn't know what was going to happen. As ants, they could only tremble. Next, is something big going to happen? The gathering of the four emperors is an unheard of scene, and there is no outbreak. Chapter 210 Meeting with Big Mom and Kaido. The meeting will start soon. This is a big round table, but there are only 3 people, Kaido, Big Mom and Ling Bai. And Kaido and the others also discovered that Ling Bai not only has the old-time powerhouse World Destroyer, but also the Red Earl. And, more importantly, these 2 top powerhouses of the old era have actually become younger. Apparently looking like 40 or so. Kaido and Ant thought they were wrong. However, the auras on both of them are huge. This is the real thing. The real old-time top powerhouse. This surprised both of them. I have to sigh with emotion, Ling Bai's combat power configuration is really terrifying. Naval headquarters, it is said that this time is also dispatched, right? Kaido said. Ling Bai. According to intelligence, the entire naval headquarters is dispatched, and the lineup will be more terrifying than Summit War. Of course, what I'm talking about is the lineup of middle and high-level combat power, small soldiers, it doesn't matter. And it seems that those Marines and the world government can't sit still anymore. Now, the balance of the entire four emperors has been broken, and what they want is actually that our four emperors restrain each other and achieve a balanced effect. The current situation is unexpected for them. Ling Bai also nodded. It's definitely time to attack the redhead, right? Kaido asked. That's right. Ling Bai paused, then continued. By the way, both of you have been to the Valley of the Gods. What is the identity of the redhead, his current age, and the time when the Valley of the Gods incident occurred are too close? Yes, son of Locks. Son of Locks. Kaido shook his head. That guy doesn't even have a woman. He's not interested in anything other than dominating the world and power. And the redhead is indeed not the son of Locks. Ling Bai, what's the problem if you ask this? Since it is not Locke's son, it seems that naval headquarters has more reasons to send troops. What reason? Ant and Kaido were curious and did not understand what Ling Bai was trying to express. Ling Bai laughed and said, perhaps the red hair is the descendant of the celestial dragons, so, we go to attack the red hair this time. The celestial dragons can't sit still, probably this time the naval headquarters sent troops, and the celestial dragons also have the purpose of protecting the red hair inside it. Descendants of the celestial dragons. Advertisement. Ling Bai, your brains are too ridiculous, celestial dragons become the king of pirates, this is too much. The two obviously don't want to believe that the red hair is the celestial dragons. However, the real fact is that the redheads are not only celestial dragons, but also descendants of Kailong people with a more noble lineage and status among the celestial dragons group. After a long history of changes, even the celestial dragons with the same status back then began to have internal ranks. As for the naval headquarters battle against Ling Bai this time, on the one hand, they really want to get rid of Ling Bai, or beat Ling Bai back to before liberation. Of course, it would be best to kill Ling Bai. As for another reason, what the five elders didn't tell naval headquarters is to secretly protect the redheads. Even Akainu, who is the marshal, doesn't know about this. Redheads are celestial dragons. Ling Bai. The enemies we are facing this time are not only the red hair pirates, but also the entire naval headquarters. In addition, it is worth noting that the strength of the top executives of the naval headquarters after the world's conscription has also improved. Snake, Fujitora, are both monsters with powerful abilities. The two nodded in agreement. The configuration of the top-level combat power, compared with the Summit War period, naval headquarters is stronger. The meeting decided that they would set out to attack the red hair pirates early tomorrow morning. At that time, the red hair pirates, in Ling Bai's plan, must all be sent down. Ling Bai won't let them continue to mess around, and it's obviously not Ling Bai's style to let peacemakers like red hair continue to play. At that time, kill the red hair, and then Ling Bai and even Ling Bai will make up for it. It is a good habit to make up the knife. By the way, I am frustrated. In this world, there are many Xiaoqiang from immune to death. One of the contents of this meeting is to discuss how to fight. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai also shared what he had inquired at Mariajoy that day, that is, what he told Bullet and the others. And Kaido and Big Mom were also shocked. Unexpectedly, the background of celestial dragons is so terrifying. More than 20 top combat forces. And an undead monster bestowed with immortality by IM. Feeds on human flesh. And the most mysterious IM possesses some kind of unknown terrifying ability, and Ling Bai also witnessed that IM completely extinguished the skyrocketing fire with a sea of flowers, which can be said to be only in an instant. It has to be said that the power that can stand in this world for 800 years, it can exist for such a long time, and it has existed for such a long time under a brutal rule, has its own reasons. After Kaido digested what Ling Bai said, he had to admit it. Although he is not a good person, but in terms of the brutality of the rule, the celestial dragons are better after all, and the celestial dragons' rule has lasted for 800 years. Wait, Ling Bai, you went to Mariajoy, so you were responsible for what happened that day. Advertisement. The ant suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. She was talking about the Mariajoy attack. According to reports, mysterious people attacked Mariajoy, and caused the death of more than 200 celestial dragons, and damaged a large number of buildings, with countless losses. Kaido was also attracted by Big Mom's question. Ling Bai smiled and said, go to Mariajoy to get some things, and just do some little tricks by the way. Your action is not small. Big Mom and Kaido were shocked. Even in the eyes of the two of them, Ling Bai attacked Mariajoy and killed so many celestial dragons, it was already crazy enough to reach ultimate. At this time, Ling Bai looked calm and indifferent. Ant. Based on the background of celestial dragons you mentioned, if those celestial dragons know that you are behind the scenes, they will be able to cramp your skin and tear you into pieces. I'm not afraid. Ling Bai shrugged. You kid is crazy. I have to say, I like you more and more. Ling Bai's actions, as well as Ling Bai's attitude, made a lunatic like Kaido admire him very much. After all, Kaido is crazy enough to provoke the world government, naval headquarters and various big forces in various ways, either in the middle of death or on the way to death. And Ling Bai is even crazier than Kaido. Hee. Thanks for the exaggeration. However, Kaido immediately added, although Laozi admires you very much, it doesn't mean that you can touch Laozi's daughter. Wang Hao, don't worry, I will never touch your daughter once. Ling Bai looked calm. In fact, he knew how much Yamato moved. The ant smiled and said, my daughter also has dozens, you can pick as many as you want. Your daughter. Ling Bai shook his head and said, I have a woman, so forget about your daughter. Not to mention that the aunt's appearance was amazing when she was young, but her husbands are all rotten fish and rotten shrimps. For the sake of a strong bloodline or annexing the other party's powerful forces, the aunt has always only cared about how to breed, not about the other party's growth what kind. Therefore, although the aunt has many daughters, they are all very strange, and occasionally there are a few normal ones. Ling Bai doesn't feel it when she looks at them. Our Kaido's daughter is beyond imagination, throwing away the aunt's daughter hundreds of streets. Ling Bai didn't continue to talk about this topic, but at this moment, he took out a permanent pointer. It is Dong, the eternal pointer leading to the Valley of the Gods. And, about the secret of Mariajoy, Ling Bai still told the treasure house. Chapter 211 Let's go. Goal Red Hair Pirates. This is, what's the matter with the permanent pointer of the 5 pointers? Hey, boy, what's the matter with the pointer? The permanent pointer of the 5 pointers gives me a feeling of deja vu. Ant and Kaido were very puzzled, but they were also very surprised. After all, they knew that Ling Bai would not come out with ordinary things. Moreover, this kind of permanent pointer of 5 pointers also made the two of them feel an inexplicable feeling of deja vu. In addition, the material of this permanent pointer does not look ordinary, and it has been aged, especially with 5 pointers, which makes them feel even more strange. The permanent pointer in the first half of the Grand Line has only 1 pointer on the dial, while the permanent pointer in the New World has 3. This is what I found in the Vault of the Celestial Dragons. Ling Bai smiled mysteriously. The Vault of the Celestial Dragons. The two were puzzled. So, is this permanent pointer in this so-called treasure house? And what special function does it have? Both stared at Ling Bai. Ling Bai said, this is the eternal pointer to the Valley of the Gods, no accidents, that's right. Valley of the Gods. The two big men exclaimed on the spot. They have all been to the Valley of the Gods, but that was decades ago, and the biggest problem with this island is whether it is still there or not. It seems that after the disbandment of the Locks pirates, the Valley of the Gods was destroyed. Kaido. Are you sure? This island is still there. But this kind of permanent pointer, I remember it. The permanent pointer that Locks got back then was not as extraordinary as this piece of material, but it was made of 5 pointers. The ant shook her head. It is indeed this kind of permanent pointer. I wonder where I have seen it. But the Valley of the Gods may not be there anymore, but this island is very special, and it is likely that it still exists. Ling Bai opened the mouth and said, as the cemetery of the celestial dragons for hundreds of years, and it is also likely to be the hiding place of Uranus, how could it be gone? Since you have all seen this kind of permanent pointer, it is, and anyway, when the time comes, don't you know if you see it? This. Kaido was silent. Indeed, that island, Locke said several times back then, for the celestial dragons, the Valley of the Gods has a very high status and is also very important. Advertisement. Unlikely to be destroyed. Maybe, just wiped off the map, not destroyed from the New World. Ant. When do you want to go to the Valley of the Gods? Ling Bai. The preliminary decision is to go to the Valley of the Gods BDBJ, after the red hair is settled, and then, before attacking Mariajoy, see if you can control Uranus, then it will be perfect. Kaido snorted coldly. We should go together too, right? No matter Kaido or Big Mom, they all look forward to the Valley of the Gods, second only to Raftel. Although they had been to the Valley of the Gods back then, even Locks had never entered the depths of the Valley of the Gods, that is, the legendary valley. They had never entered it. It is said that all the secrets all in this valley. Of course, it doesn't matter if Ling Bai brings Kaido and Big Mom. Moreover, if the world government tries to intercept, Ling Bai's help will be even greater, and the odds of winning the ancient weapon will be even greater. This is a kind of use of Kaido and Big Mom. Of course, Ling Bai believes in them and is very happy. Kaido. That's kind of you. Ant. That treasury, since there is such a precious item as the permanent pointer leading to the Valley of the Gods, isn't there nothing else? Of course, this permanent pointer is just one of them. Ling Bai said. In addition, there are 10 mysterious devil fruits that are important. For celestial dragons, devil fruits are things that are readily available. Maybe every household has them, but the treasure house, the 10 devil fruits are collected separately, so it can be seen that these 10 devil fruits are not easy. Of course, I also got a very complete devil fruit illustrated book. It is worth mentioning that in one of the treasure rooms, I also found tons of pure gold liquid. Quote. Pure gold liquid. By the ton. Big Mom and Kaido exclaimed, as the world's top existence, they naturally also know something about the role of pure gold. The role of pure gold is to prolong life, although they don't know how pure gold is used to prolong life. Now, Ling Bai actually said that Mariajoy, that so-called treasury, actually owns pure gold calculated by the ton. The effect of pure gold, you all know it. Ling Bai looked at the two of them. Of course I do. Both of them nodded in approval. Ling Bai. In this world, the only thing that can be used to prolong life is pure gold. As for abilities, there seem to be quite a few. The Red Earl has returned to his youth, but his devil fruit ability is only useful to himself. Bonnie's ability can also be used to restore age. As for whether Bonnie's ability has any flaws, Ling Bai doesn't know. Moreover, Ling Bai is not going to let Bonnie extend the life of others casually. To extend it is also for Ling Bai's women, as for the subordinates, it depends on the situation. Even Ling Bai doesn't want Bonnie to extend the life of others. Advertisement. Burndy, that was just an exception. It has to be said that Brandi has been won over by Ling Bai. Ant. Pure gold can be extremely scarce in this world, but the holdings of celestial dragons can be calculated in tons. Big Mom was surprised, and so was Kaido. How many people can be extended by tons of pure gold, or in other words, how long can a person's life be extended? Ling Bai. Of course, after we attack Mariajoy, whether it's pure gold or everything in the treasury, it's all in our pockets, but the masters of celestial dragons, and the monster weapon that eats human flesh, and even that I am, that's the trickiest thing. Really. The two also agree. Ling Bai. If we didn't have enough background, celestial dragons would have been extinct long ago, but we are going to attack the redheads this time, and then we will also face naval headquarters. Try to kill those powerful fighters as much as possible, that's no problem, yes. Then we can reduce the obstacles by attacking Mariajoy. After all, the overall strength of naval headquarters is also very strong. That's right. The two nodded. Ant. Currently, there are naval headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, 3 legendary marines, the current Marshal Akainu, 3 admirals, 3 alternate admirals, and a batch of vice admirals. Ling Bai. There is also the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, but the woman among the alternate admirals is mine, so don't touch her. Your woman. Ant and Kaido were surprised. Ling Bai. This is a secret, just don't touch her. The entire meeting lasted nearly 3 hours before it ended. In the evening, a grand banquet was held, which was a banquet before the battle and a mobilization. Immediately, the whole paradise vibrated. Now, of course, the whole world is shaking. The 3-4 emperors met, and there was no conflict. And this further confirms the speculations of naval headquarters and world government. The 3-4 emperors have formed an alliance. That night, the 3-4 emperors' pirate groups gathered in the paradise did not sleep, and at the moment of dawn, the 3-4 emperors' forces that had already been ready to go also set off from the paradise in a mighty way. Among them, the Ling Bai pirates walked in the middle, while the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates were on both sides. With such a lineup, even the Sea Kings in the surrounding sea area trembled and retreated one after another. Chapter 212 Naval Headquarters set off, Restless Naval Headquarters. The 3 of them have already set off. When Ling Bai and his 3-4 emperors' forces left the paradise together, Naval Headquarters at this moment also received the news immediately. Crane. It's not here for Naval Headquarters. It seems that this time it should be to attack the Red Hair Pirates. Sengoku. However, this kind of battle is too terrifying. The Red Hair Pirates directly face the 3-4 Emperor's Pirates. At that time, we can foresee that none of the Red Hair Pirates will survive. And it's terrible, yes. Ling Bai, Kaido, and Big Mom have formed an alliance. No matter how powerful the Red Hair Pirates are, it is impossible to counteract the terrifying power of this alliance. They can't be allowed to develop any longer. This kind of alliance is too terrifying. It shouldn't exist in this world. Akainu and the others can foresee that the Red Hair Pirates are now facing a catastrophe, and for the naval headquarters, the Red Hair has been wiped out. If it was before, this is undoubtedly worth holding a 3-day and 3-night celebration banquet celebrate the event. However, it is different now. The biggest problem now is that the Red Hair has been wiped out. The next step for Ling Bai and the others is undoubtedly naval headquarters, and even the world government behind naval headquarters. Now, in the entire new world, the forces that are worthy of Ling Bai's entire pirate group are the Red Hair Pirates and Marine headquarters. Now the situation naval headquarters is facing is that they have to stop Ling Bai and the others. Of course, the Red Hair was eliminated, but Ling Bai and the others were also eliminated by the way. This is the best result that naval headquarters wants to see. However, the top management we all know, how can things be as simple as you think? Ling Bai, this too young monster, but his strength surpassed their imagination as a top combat force. Let's go. Justice shall prevail. Akainu waved his hand, and naval headquarters is already ready to go. Almost all the forces that can make naval headquarters gather are gathered here. Even the Shichibukai are here. Of course, Shiji is not here, she will definitely not participate in this kind of war, after all, this is the man who wants to attack her. How could she do it? Also, Doflamingo is Ling Bai's undercover agent. Half an hour later, everything was ready, naval headquarters, 100 large warships set off. The mighty fleet makes the endless sea tremble, and makes the surrounding sea kings feel nothing but fear. And at this moment, the advanced combat forces gathered here. Garp, Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr, the current 3 admirals, the alternate 3 admirals, and dozens of vice admirals. Such a lineup can completely sweep the entire new world. If it is a single 4 emperors pirate group, they simply cannot compete with the terrifying lineup of naval headquarters today. Advertisement. And on this day, the 3-4 emperors pirate groups set off, and the naval headquarters came out in full force. The whole new world trembled for it. People are very clear that with such a lineup, Summit War will be eclipsed by today's. The world is about to enter the end. The new world, even the first half of the Grand Line, and the faraway world are all in fear. There is no doubt that a war beyond the Summit War is about to break out, and what consequences will this war lead to? End of the world. Maybe. Perhaps. These days, it may be the end of the world. If those monsters fight, the world will be destroyed. At this moment, the ships of naval headquarters, the warship in the middle, and all the high-level marines are here. Summit War. Kuzan died in battle, and a CPO master also died in battle, and this upcoming war. Crane looked at the crowd, feeling helpless and full of worry. As a Marine of the older generation, she naturally does not want to see accidents with these younger Marines. It doesn't matter if they die, after all, the new world belongs to the young Marines. However, she is also very clear that the enemy is too terrifying in this kind of war, and it is impossible without sacrifices. And, not just ordinary Marine sacrifices, inevitably there will also be Admiral sacrifices, and, most likely not just one. Because, Summit War is an example. At the beginning, Akainu almost died in battle, but Aokiji, who came to rescue him, fell. At this time, the high-level executives were not in a good mood. Even Kizaru, who had always been carefree, became serious these days. Asking for flowers. At that time, it is not certain whether he will die in battle. This is a horror event that goes beyond the Summit War. Be pirates, fight for survival with naval headquarters. This kind of atmosphere is really uncomfortable. Advertisement. The Green Bull shook his head. The current atmosphere is very depressing. Really. The same is true for Black Snake, nodding his head. Fujitora opened the mouth and said, if justice cannot win, then this world will fall into darkness, although the world today does not have much light to speak of. Sengoku hung in his arms and looked at the sea ahead, also silent. This time he set off with the determination that he would rather die in battle than let Abai and the others continue to be arrogant. Garp, who was sitting on the deck at the moment, was the one who was the most silent. He was previously stopped by Sengoku from attacking Paradise. Now, he decided in his heart that even if he sacrificed his own life, this time, no matter what, he would take revenge. For dead Ace, and Drago. Although, as a Marine, it is undoubtedly wrong to avenge a heinous pirate and a heinous leader of the Revolutionary Army. However, he is their grandfather and father respectively. Moreover, the enemy Ling Bai is also a heinous pirate. He must die. Marine executives are also in a bad mood during this voyage. Facing an unprecedented war, how could they be happy? If one is not careful, they may all die in battle. Ordinary Marines are even more uncomfortable. At this moment, the Eagle Eye in the Shichibukai is also looking at the distant sea. He regards red hair as his only friend, and at this moment he is also worried about red hair. After all, he also knows what kind of monster group the red hair and the others are going to face now. Shanks, don't let anything happen. Hawkeye felt uneasy in his heart. Chapter 213 Uneasy Red Hair Pirates, The Coming Storm. At this time, New World, Kodo Island. It is the island where the red hair pirates are usually stationed. At this point, the entire red hair pirates are here. However, although it is the entire red hair pirates, in fact, there are not many people, only a few thousand people. After all, red hair pirates, they take the elite route, unlike Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, the number of pirates is tens of thousands. However, the Ling Bai pirate group has fewer people, but the problem is that Ling Bai can use tens of thousands of Germa Legion. At this time, many people in red hair pirates were trembling and panicking. The alliance of Ling Bai, Big Mom and Kaido has set out from the Paradise, and the target is naturally their red hair pirates. This is a big battle, the life and death of their red hair pirates. Ling Bai and the others wanted to attack the red hair pirates on August 17th. It was wiped out, and it was the same as the fate of the Revolutionary Army, not a single one was left alive. Brothers, don't be afraid. Many people have already had the idea of quitting red hair pirates. Of course, there are also individual people who have already escaped. After all, in the face of such a big battle, how can they, such little guys, possibly contend with it? Even rushing to the battlefield is a dead end. In this world, the weak are sad. However, as a man with the so-called charisma of Luogia, Hongfa also has many pirates who follow him even at the cost of their lives. Of course, the red hair also told everyone in the pirate group today that if they want to leave, they can leave quickly, after all, the big battle is coming. And their red hair pirates, perhaps, cease to exist after today. Beckman, maybe, our journey is coming to an end. The red-haired laughed, giving people a feeling of being indifferent to life and death. Haha, Shanks, let's get some pancakes. Beckman was helpless, with a forced smile. After all, no one wants to die, they still have to sail on. However, they also know how terrifying the opponent they are about to face is. A Ling Bai, maybe he and Shanks combined, may not be able to defeat him. Advertisement. Ling Bai, because I woke up. Moreover, this time the opponent is not only Ling Bai. And Kaido, and Big Mom. And the power behind them. Lajalu. It is said that Naval Headquarters will also make a move. Maybe we can use Naval Headquarters to hold Ling Bai and the others at that time. Hard to say. The redhead shook his head. Naval Headquarters, can't wait for his red hair pirates to be destroyed. Now, the red hair and the others have been waiting on this island, and they are too lazy to leave. At that time, when Ling Bai and the others arrive, they will directly attack. It's been a dark time for the red hair pirates. And at this time, in fact, the celestial dragons were also blacked out. Today, it is almost noon, but there is no sun in the sky. It should be said that the sun is blocked by thick dark clouds. The heavy and dark clouds seem to fill the sky, giving people a very depressing feeling. From time to time, there are still flashes of thunder, and the sound of thunder follows one after another. Is it going to rain? The redhead looks at the sky. Maybe it's going to rain. Beckman said. This atmosphere is really uncomfortable. The red hair said with emotion, now, it is going to rain, maybe it is still a storm. And that oppressive atmosphere also seemed to indicate that their red-hair pirates would be defeated and wiped out. That's the feeling, and it's quite a strong feeling. On the other side, close to this island, there is still more than 100 kilometers of sea area. A huge fleet is heading for the site of the red-hair pirates. It was Ling Bai and them. How long will it take to reach that sea area? Advertisement. Ling Bai asked the navigator on the Big Mom pirate's side. Facing Ling Bai, the navigator felt quite pressured, and said, there are still more than 400 kilometers away from that island, so it will be soon. Kaido. That kid with red hair, I wonder if he's going to hide. Ant. Facing an alliance like ours, maybe they will hide. Ling Bai shook his head and said, they should know that even if they are far away in the Cape of Tianya, they cannot escape, so they should be waiting for us. It's better like this, it will save us trouble. Kaido looked at the sea ahead, he had long wanted to kill the red hair and the others. After all, the redhead has interfered with the interests of the beast's pirates on more than one occasion. It's just that there has been no chance. After all, even if the beast's pirates face the red hair pirates, they can only be so-so. If there are two pirate forces of the four emperors level against one red hair pirates, it will be difficult not to win. But now, 3-4 emperors faction, against one red hair pirates, when the time comes, it will be just a mere red hair. Ling Bai. It was agreed in advance, redhead, that guy, I will kill that guy myself. As for the other members, you can figure it out. Of course, if you want a chance to make a move, when the naval headquarters comes, there will be more opportunity to make a move. Naval headquarters. It is indeed a huge trouble, but Laozi's fighting spirit is boiling. As a fighting fanatic, Kaido's blood boiled at the thought of the gathering of masters from naval headquarters. However, Laozi should give that red-haired kid a mace halfway through. Kaido said viciously. Big Mom. Kind of fun. Maybe, I should drain the soul out of the whole red-hair pirates. Ling Bai. When the time comes, just figure it out. Ling Bai doesn't care about 3.9, anyway, he has only one goal when dealing with the red-hair pirates, and that is to give the red hair to him. The Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates looked at Ling Bai and the three of them. These three monsters are now discussing how to kill red hair. At this moment, the two pirates are also mourning for red hair and the others. This kind of lineup, even if the red hair pirates have the highest average combat power and the most balanced, all of them are powerful, but they can't stand up to such a terrifying lineup. At that time, it is foreseeable that everyone, red hair pirates, will be ashamed. Therefore, everyone can only mourn for the red hair and the others. Now, anyone with a normal mind would be very clear, how could the red hair pirates compete against a powerful alliance of the four emperors? At that time, not to mention that they will be beaten out of shit, their ashes will be thrown away on the spot. Chapter 214 The two sides meet, Ling Bai makes a move. Redhead's restlessness. Boom. At this time, it was still noon, but the sky was flickering with thunder, and bursts of thunder were roaring in the dark clouds. Today will be a day when the whole new world trembles, and it may also be a day when times change. It's afternoon. The redhead looked at the sky. It's still raining heavily. Does it seem like it's about to rain? Does this day seem to indicate something? The redhead smiled frankly. At this time, a burst of crackling rain fell from the sky, almost blocking everyone's sight. This kind of torrential rain and thunderstorm weather, in this piece of sea, couldn't be more normal. But today, it seems that it is really not the right time. Seems to indicate that the red hair pirates is about to encounter disaster. Here we go, Shanks. Beckman pointed to the distance, and at this moment in the distant sky, where the sky meets the sea, a mighty fleet appeared. According to visual estimates, there are more than 100 ships. And in the middle of the fleet are 3 super ships. The main ship of Beast's pirates, 100 beasts named randomly, I don't know what the main ship of Beast's pirates is. The main ship of the Big Mom pirates, Queen Mother Anthem. The main ship of the Ling Bai pirates. This 13 mighty terrifying fleet is exactly the fleet of the 3-4 Emperors Alliance. The huge team, in the red hair pirates on Kodo Island, except for a few people, everyone else has already trembled. How could they beat such a team? Such an alliance team, even if they just play crowd tactics with them, they can kill them. So at this moment, many people in red hair pirates feel like they are in a nightmare. People were totally terrified. Although they had already imagined the lineup of the 3-4 Emperors Alliance, but when this alliance really appeared in front of them, they understood what is called the 3-4 Emperors Alliance. They red hair pirates, this time, are they going to be doomed? Beckman, Usopp, and everyone. The redhead standing at the front looked back at the crowd. Advertisement. Death is a fate that no one can escape. However, we can fight to the death vigorously on the battlefield. Even if such a huge team has a force that we cannot defeat, we can still fight against it. In fact, the red-haired heart is also a little sad. Perhaps, without accident, their red hair pirates will be completely wiped from this world after today, and their journey of red hair pirates will also come to an end. Shanks, no matter what, we will accompany you to the last moment, even if you die in battle today, we are still standing upright. Beckman lit a cigarette, but only took a puff of cloud, and the smoke was extinguished by the heavy rain. Beckman also felt helpless in his heart. 3. His life will end abruptly like this cigarette. That's right, we'll follow Shanks to the death. Don't think that with an alliance like that, we red hair pirates will be afraid of them. Red hair pirates, be fearless. Let them know that we red hair pirates are horrible. Kill. Afterwards, the people of Red Hair Pirates boiled over, and everyone drew out their weapons one after another, letting the heavy rain hit them, and the young people seemed to be beaten like chicken blood. The emotion of fear is also much weaker, and many people even have no fear of life and death. Brothers, to meet you, my life, Shanks, is worth it. The redhead smiled heartily, which was also a fearless attitude in the face of anger. After finishing speaking, he turned around, drew out the famous knife from his waist, and faced the Alliance fleet on Ling Bai's side. At this time, the knife in the red hair's hand was the same knife that Luo Jia had back then. This is when the Luo Jia pirates disbanded. Luo Jia handed over the famous sword that had accompanied him for many years to Hongfa, and hoped that Hongfa would pass on his will. Old friend, today may be the last time we fight side by side, it's really emotional. The red-haired glanced at his famous knife griffin, feeling helpless and regretful, as well as a trace of sadness. At this moment, everyone in Red Hair Pirates was facing Ling Bai directly. The distance between the two sides is only less than 2 kilometers, and it is constantly getting closer. It seems that they are all waiting for us. I thought he didn't know we were going to attack them. Kaido snorted coldly. It's so much easier to wait for us, so you don't waste time looking for them everywhere. The ant was excited at this time, with an evil smile on her face, and so were the sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus beside her. Ling Bai remained silent. The redheads are ready to fight. That being the case, it will save them trouble. It seems that the red hair is indeed a real man. Advertisement. If they were not hostile forces, Ling Bai might be able to make friends with him, but obviously, this is impossible. It's raining heavily. Ling Bai said something, and at the same time, glanced at the red-haired side. After speaking, Ling Bai flew into the air under the doubtful eyes of everyone. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai, who stopped in midair, pointed his hands at the dark clouds above the sky, and immediately, a huge crimson magic circle appeared, facing the same direction as the palms of Ling Bai's hands, pointing at the sky above the clouds. And under Ling Bai's feet, there is also a huge rotating crimson magic circle. The Emperor is about to attack. And what kind of power is this? What a terrible feeling. The wind is also starting to surge. At this time, seeing that Ling Bai was about to make a move, everyone in the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates was curious and shocked, and 003 was the same even for the Ling Bai Pirates, let alone them. Auntie and Kaido, as well as the redhead, also had twinkling eyes. As for the red hair, under the vigilant reminder of the red hair, everyone is ready to fight. God knows, is Ling Bai going to fight directly? Although he shot at this time, his hands were facing the sky. But who knows, will he do the same thing Akainu did with Meteor Volcano? Moreover, everyone doesn't know what calendar area Ling Bai is going to use. But that kind of power gives people a feeling that it is so powerful that it is ultimate. Boom. At this moment, a roaring sound seemed to enter the Yoruichi-like dark space, and the crimson energy burst out from the giant magic circle in Ling Bai's hand was reflected into crimson. This is explosion magic. And, stronger than the 4 bursts Ling Bai used in Mariajoy. There is no need to chant magic spells, Ling Bai is just released directly. Let the huge energy released by the explosion magic go straight to the sky. In the space swept by the explosion magic, the air was distorted to a degree visible to the naked eye. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The next scene will be unforgettable forever.